The story begins on the profound heaven continent. In the eastern prosperity nation of the six heavens spirit domain, the scene is a collection of islands, floating high in the sky. This is also the place where the great immortal sects were founded. The scene changes to the heavenly demon sect. It is the day of the Empress's grand wedding. The butler announces, "The ceremony is about to begin. Esteemed guests, please enter your plots." Please join the feast. Throngs of people arrive, greeting one another. Dharma King Jang, a pleasure to see you. If it isn't Master Liu, hello there. Sect Master, please this way. At this time in the grand wedding hall, many guests have already arrived to celebrate. A young man with a kingly aura walks in. His name is Lin Xiaoyao. Cultivation, earthly king realm. His status is that of a prince. The old butler smiles warmly. Third prince, please, this way to the table for our honored guests. Witnessing this impressive display, the crowd of onlookers immediately begins to gossip. That's the third prince of the Eastern Prosperity Nation, Lin Xiaoyao. Wow, he truly is an exceptional talent. I heard that despite his young age, he's already an expert at the earthly king realm. Hearing his friends lavish praise, the man next to him excitedly chimes in. But compared to Her Majesty the Empress's divine emperor realm, he's still a long, long way off. The martial cultivation realms on the profound heaven continent consist of martial artist, profound martial master, spirit connection realm, earthly king realm, saintly sovereign realm, heavenly sovereign realm, divine emperor realm, demigod realm, and ancestral god realm. Because of that retort, the first guy speaks up again, this time with a jab. Well, at least he's better than that useless piece of trash, Ning Tian. That guy has been freeloading in the sect for 3 whole years, and he's still just a martial artist at the very bottom of society. I just can't figure it out. Someone as perfect in both talent and beauty as Her Majesty the Empress. Why on earth would she choose him to be her husband? It's so damn hard to understand. Model, his friend standing next to him, his face pale with fear, warned him. Are you crazy? Bad-mouthing someone so loudly like that? Keep your voice down. How dare you speak ill of Her Majesty the Empress's husband? Do you have a death wish or something? If that's the case, then later on don't you dare tell anyone that you know me, you hear? I don't want to be dragged down to hell with you. Scene change. At this moment, in the heavenly demon sect, inside the Empress's room, our protagonist was currently depressed as hell, thinking to himself, I never thought that I, Nintin, would one day become a person who traveled through time to come to this world. On top of that, I ended up in a place full of people who can cultivate, of all things. At that moment, Thien was crying his eyes out as he said, For fuck's sake! Why have I been freeloading in the heavenly demon sect for 3 whole years? But I'm still just a trash-tier martial artist like this? A handsome stud like me is actually such a good-for-nothing. Tell me, how am I supposed to go on living? Thien looked over his S-rank outfit and mused, a little dazed. It is pretty impressive, though. The special thing about today is that a good-for-nothing like me is actually getting married to the Empress of the Heavenly Demon Sect. I don't know if this is a good thing or an omen of a great disaster. This is so mentally exhausting. I just hope everything turns out okay. As long as I don't get caught up in some villain's plot, or I'll be a goner for sure. Suddenly, just then, outside the door, a figure approached. The door slowly opened, and the first thing we see is a pair of plump, juicy peaches, big size. The woman walked in and said, You're awake, my husband. This woman's name is Lak Vo Tin, with a cultivation at the Divine Emperor. Realm, her identity, Empress of the Heavenly Demon Sect. She then got straight to the point and said to Thien, Let me tell you exactly why today is happening, so you won't have to wonder anymore. You must remember this clearly. This marriage is nothing more than a formality. Hearing these words, Tian Ta was completely stunned. If you dare to have any funny ideas, don't blame me for being ruthless. Seeing that look on her face, Tian Ka started sweating as he thought to himself, What the hell, are you kidding me? I'm in a pretty damn pathetic situation, aren't I? I got transported into this world, married a beautiful woman, but it turns out to be a fake marriage. And on top of that, is this girl a freaking tigress or something? Every single word she says sends a chill down my spine. Suddenly, a strange sound rang out. Congratulations, host. You have successfully activated the trauma system. My mistake, the shock system. The girl had been talking on and on, but when she saw Tian Ta just looking down, she got annoyed and repeated herself. What I've been saying all this time. Did you hear me clearly or not, huh? Getting a power-up at a moment when my life was hanging by a thread, Tian Ta said joyfully. This is great. With a system, I can defy the heavens and change my fate. I can finally break free from being a good-for-nothing. But, hey, system, you should probably explain a little, so I know how to use your functions. After a moment of silence, Tian Ka said in a panic, System, where are you? Answer me! Hello? Hello? Damn it! Did I get a fake system? Oh, come on. While Tian-Ka was still in a panic, the girl interrogated him once more. I'll ask you one last time. Did you or did you not hear me clearly? Because he was in such turmoil and had to deal with this girl who just kept nagging him. Tian-Ka finally snapped. Shut your mouth. Can't you see I'm busy thinking? Huh? What the hell are you rambling on about? Is your mouth made of rubber? Or have you been hiding some chronic disease? Hearing these words, the young woman's face turned pale with shock. She gritted her teeth tightly. 3 seconds later, she exploded with rage, revealing an incredibly terrifying aura as she spoke. Oh? What did you just say? This lady didn't quite hear you. Why don't you repeat that for me? Witnessing this, Tiange's heart leaped into his throat as he thought, crap, I'm screwed. I was too lost in thought and my mouth slipped. Damn it, I forgot she was still here. This woman could probably burn me to death as easily as killing an ant. Tiange stammered, I said. Before he could finish his sentence, the system suddenly announced, Congratulations, host, for completing your first shock. The reward is the aura suppression skill. Single use. Effect. Suppresses the opponent for a duration of 3 hours. They will be unable to use their spiritual energy. It was only then that Tiange understood. So this is the shock system. Is this how it's used? This reward, could it be? Because I just berated Luo Wuking? He calmed himself down and thought it through. The difference in our statuses is just too vast, but she still wants to have a fake marriage with me. That proves one thing, I have something that she wants. Therefore, before she gets what she wants, this woman definitely won't easily kill me. I can totally use this time to shock her a few more times. With that thought, Tiange decided to risk it all for a big reward. Tiange stepped forward, lifted her chin, and said, I am your husband. So how dare you question what I say? Well, it looks like taking a risk was the right move. Just then, the system made an announcement. Congratulations, host, for completing a shocking event. Standard reward, 1 chi and blood pill. The purpose of the chi and blood pill is to regulate one's meridians and restore one's physical constitution. This is exactly what Tian-Ka had thought. And since he'd gotten a taste for it, Tian-Ka decided to do it a few more times. If we are already husband and wife, then shouldn't we be doing the things that a husband and wife are supposed to do? Hearing these words, the young woman was completely stunned. She said, What did you just say? Because of that, Tian-Ka completed an intermediate-level shocking event. Effect. This time, the host will automatically absorb the chi and blood pill, restoring your meridians. And on top of that, a god-level cultivation physique has been awakened. 10 times the current rate. Every second. The host can absorb 10 times the amount of chi. Martial arts comprehension has also increased tenfold. The speed of cultivating techniques has also increased tenfold. Tian-Ka thought gleefully, This is awesome! I'm finally not a piece of trash anymore. Having a golden finger feels so damn overpowered. While Tian-Ka was on cloud 9, over here the young empress could no longer control her emotions. She screamed like a madwoman, launching a palm strike toward Tian-Ka, and yelled, Are you looking for death? The blow sent Tian-Ka flying backward. He landed face first. Crap, this is bad. I think I took the joke a little too far. Radiating killing intent, she lunged at him with incredible speed. 3 seconds later, the young empress had climbed on top of Tian-Ka, pinning him down in a reverse mount, and said, Tell me how you want to die. I will grant your wish. Tian-Ka thought in terror, Crap, this girl! She's really trying to kill me! In that dire situation, Tian-Ka remembered he still had a secret weapon. He immediately shouted, System, activate the aura suppression field! Hurry up! Tian-Ka could only close his eyes and entrust his fate to this system. It had to save him, because right now no one else could. Suddenly, the Empress panicked, not knowing what was happening. What the hell is this? Why, has all my spiritual power suddenly disappeared? After that, she weakly said, How can this be? Why can't I use even a little bit of my spiritual energy? At that moment, she collapsed on top of Tian-Ka, which nearly gave him a heart attack. I was so close to kicking the bucket for real. My ancestors were really watching over me. Luckily, the system's reward was used at just the right time. That's what saved my life. Tian-Ka suddenly remembered he only had 3 hours. Even if I run, I won't get very far. When the time is up, I'm definitely a dead man, no doubt about it. So right now, I have to take a risk. And because of that, Tian-Ka flipped her over and did something. Who knows what? Tian-Ka thought to himself, Fortune is found in peril. I'd rather not just give up and surrender. Let me show you what a real shock is. He tore down the curtain, shocking her. For the first time. After that was a scene of the two of them getting intimate. But there are no pictures for this part, you know. After 3 hours, Tian-Ka was done with her and walked to the window. He said, What needed to be done has been done. There's no point in you killing me now. After all, I'm still useful to you, right? The Empress, now with only a piece of cloth to cover herself, thought, I have to endure this. If I kill him now, there will be no way to get the heavenly demon canon. If this fails, it will leave the heavenly demon sect with no way to rise again, ever. A moment later, after she had finished dressing, she said, Tonight come to the heavenly demon palace. The wedding ceremony will proceed as planned. Hearing this, Thien Ka fell silent, at a loss for words. After she left, Thien Ka let out a sigh of relief and said, It's exactly as I thought. I'm still useful to her. I must be insane to dare do that to a goddess, but I was damn lucky. If not, I would have been dead meat. Suddenly the system announced, Congratulations, host, for completing the 9 world-shaking postures. Reward 15 years of cultivation. Congratulations, host, you have broken through to 2-star martial artist. Congratulations, host, you have broken through to 3-star martial artist. Congratulations, host, you have broken through to 9-star martial artist. Holy crap! A normal person would need 15 years to reach this realm, but in the blink of an eye, I've already reached 9-star martial artist, and what's more, my realm is still rising nonstop. An hour later, the system announced again, Congratulations. Host, you have successfully broken through to 6-star Mystic Martial Master. The status panel has been activated. The host can use this panel to check their own attributes. Thien Ka laughed gleefully and said, The level up is finally over. System panel, host Nin Thien. Strength, 6-star Mystic Martial Master. Physique, Heaven Tier, Divine Body. Cultivation technique, none. Cultivation speed, 10 times faster. Martial arts comprehension, 10 times faster. Spiritual energy absorption, 10 times faster. Thien Ka asked curiously, System, what is this divine body physique? Can you explain it to me, model? After a long while, he still hadn't received a response from the system. So Thien Ka started shouting his lungs out, but there was still no reaction. He sighed and said, Fine, don't answer. No need to be so dramatic. Besides, I have a few tricks up my sleeve now to survive in this world. I don't care how much of a good-for-nothing the original owner was. Because right now, I'm the type of guy who's happy to live off a woman. Haha. Thien Ka walked to the door and said confidently, So what if my wife is the Empress? One day I'll make everyone know, and that I, Min Thien, also have the right and the power to stand at the pinnacle of this world. The scene changes. It was now late afternoon, and the sun was gradually setting. Inside the heavenly demon grand hall, an old man's voice was heard. Let us welcome the 8th leader of the demonic sect, Empress Luo Wuxing. As she stepped inside, she drew everyone's attention. Oh my god. So this is the might of someone at the godly Emperor realm? This aura is terrifying. My legs are turning to jelly. As expected of the demonic sect's empress, perfect in both beauty and talent. On another side, Prince Lam, Tiu Dao also sighed in admiration. He thought, the empress truly lives up to her reputation. So beautiful and talented. But what a pity she had to marry the wrong person. He sighed regretfully as he held his wine cup. Then, a burly man sitting at the same table next to him also looked over and said, I heard that you, Prince Tiu Dao, have secretly admired the Empress for a long time. In my eyes, only the 3rd prince of the Dongxing kingdom is worthy of the Empress. That old man is called Raging Beast. His cultivation is at the Earthly King realm. His title is the Sect Master of the Beast Taming Sect. Oops, my mistake, the Raging Beast Sect? The old man continued. If I were you, would definitely not stand by and watch the Empress be given to a good-for-nothing like him. Hearing these snide remarks, Lin Si Zhao trembled with absolute rage. But he was helpless because he thought, the affairs of Her Majesty the Empress are not something I can interfere with. His face darkened as he thought, I'd like to see for myself what kind of good-for-nothing dares to marry the Empress. Just what kind of person is he? At this moment, the old man spoke up again. Her Majesty the Empress has arrived. Next, we invite the Empress's husband, Ning Tian, to enter. After that, the crowd here also began to whisper amongst themselves. I heard the husband the Empress chose is a low-level disciple of the Heavenly Demon Sect. His cultivation level seems to be only at 1-star martial artist. He might be a little handsome on the outside, but other than that, he has no other redeeming qualities. The old man then shouted loudly once more. Next, we invite Ning Tian to enter. After waiting for a while, not a single soul showed up. So the crowd didn't hesitate to start gossiping again. Why isn't that good-for-nothing here yet? How dare he be late for the Empress's own wedding ceremony? Just as the words were spoken, Tiange rushed in, panting and laughing. I'm here. Tiange was panting heavily as he spoke. You guys are cruel. Not a single one of you told me where this place was, or that it's so far from my quarters. I had to run my ass off just to get here. Tiange thought to himself, it's a good thing my cultivation has improved so much. Otherwise, with my previous cultivation level, I wouldn't have made it even if I ran for a whole day. Then Tiange said, so sorry about that. I'm late. It's my first time getting married, so I don't really have any experience. Please forgive me, everyone. Hearing these words, the crowd's jaws dropped as they thought, what the hell? It's my first time getting married, please forgive me? How can this guy speak with such a lack of manners? I heard this kid is just an errand boy at the Heavenly Demon section. Of course he doesn't know the first thing about etiquette. The third prince slammed the table and shot to his feet. He roared recklessly. Her Majesty, the Empress, has been waiting for so long, and you still dare to make excuses? Seeing him acting so crazy, Tiange turned back and fired a taunt of his own. Are you insane? My wife and I are getting married. What is an outsider like you doing here barking? So what if we're a little late? It's not like it'll ruin our wedding night. As soon as he finished speaking, the entire crowd thought in terror. This guy, he actually wants to sleep with the Empress? Do that? After that, a series of system notifications rang out. You have successfully shocked the third prince of the Donghung nation. You have successfully shocked the Holy Maiden of Tianqi. You have successfully shocked the Holy Master of Guangming. What a pity. The Empress has been wronged, having to marry this guy. I heard the Empress isn't interested in men, and yet this brat, in front of all these people, is being so disgustingly lewd. He must be crazy, right? You have successfully shocked the sect master of the beast-taming sect. Damn it, I'm actually a little envious of this guy. You damned filthy scoundrel! Congratulations, host, for completing 4 shocks. You have received the Earth rank martial art, Heavenly Demon Palm, along with a 10-fold increase in martial arts comprehension ability. Congratulations, host, for successfully comprehending the Heavenly Demon Palm. Congratulations, host, for successfully mastering the Heavenly Demon Palm, Tiange thought with a smug grin. As expected, this wedding scene is a real treasure trove for farming shock points. Ha, I even got the Heavenly Demon Palm skill, and I mastered it in an instant. This is so insanely overpowered. The third prince behind him, still seething with rage, said, why does it have to be him? Isn't he just a little more handsome than me? In terms of strength, I'm definitely not inferior to him. I am the dignified third prince of the Donghung nation. How could I lose to an insect like him? It was precisely because of these thoughts that the blood rushed to his head, and he decided to stand up and shout loudly. You damn mutt, stop right there for me. I must protect the dignity of Her Majesty, the Empress. I want to challenge you to a duel. Do you dare accept? The onlookers now had something new to gossip about. When it comes to strength, the third prince has been outstanding since he was young. It makes sense that he wouldn't be able to accept this. Who would have thought that the Empress would choose someone so much weaker than herself? An Earth King realm expert going crazy over a 1-star piece of trash. A martial artist? Ha! The third prince yelled out. I won't call you trash. I can even seal half of my own power. If you're a man, then accept my challenge. Seeing this, the Empress also remained silent to watch the show. The onlookers were also snickering to themselves. As for the third prince, he thought to himself, even if I seal half of my power, beating a piece of trash will be as easy as blowing out a candle flame. As long as this waste of space agrees, I can use this opportunity to put on a good performance for the Empress. A burly man standing nearby also said, that's the third prince of the Donghung nation. Even if he seals half of his power, he's still far stronger than any ordinary person. Ha, looks like we've got a good show to watch now. Tiange, looking pleased with himself, said at this moment, fine, I accept your challenge. Tiange thought to himself, perfect, I can use this guy to give everyone a good shock. Then I'll be the one who really profits. An opportunity served right to my doorstep like this. If I don't take it, wouldn't that make me an idiot? After successfully goading Tiange, the third prince immediately said with a smug look, you reckless fool, relying only on that cultivation of yours. That cultivation of yours, and you still dare to accept my challenge? Truly, a fool fears nothing. I have already sealed half of my cultivation level, and that's still more than enough to crush a stinking ant like you. He gathered blue spirit energy in his palm as he continued to brag. Let me see just what makes you worthy of the Empress. Not much, I bet. A random guy from the crowd chimed in, following the herd. Prince Xiaoyao has a point. The Empress should marry a prince or a holy son with formidable power. It's only right that she marry someone with a strong background. How could she possibly marry such a good-for-nothing? This is infuriating. Hearing these words, Tiange began to approach him. He thought to himself, you're digging your own grave, so don't blame me, Ning Tian, for being ruthless and beating you until you're crying for your grandpa. Tiange clasped his hands behind his back, speaking elegantly. You've come from afar to attend the wedding banquet for me and my wife. That makes you an honored guest. As the host, I should let you make the first move. Go ahead. Hearing this, the third prince snorted. He coldly said, if I attack first, I'm afraid the whole world will laugh at me. Are you trying to set a trap for me? I'm not that stupid. He said with a wicked grin, I'll still give you the chance to strike first. Tiange was thrilled, thinking, that's the only thing I was waiting for you to say. You really are as dumb as an ox, Tiange said calmly. In that case, get ready to receive my attack. I won't be holding back. After that, Tiange immediately channeled his golden spirit energy and took his stance, preparing to launch his attack. The third prince remained arrogant, to look down on Tiange and say that, you can't even keep your stance steady. Your aura is unstable. And you think you can fight me like that? This little move of yours is all for show. It's nowhere near good enough to use on me. As soon as he finished speaking, Tiange powered up with another surge of spiritual energy. It caused him to be completely enveloped in a golden light. Seeing this spectacle, the heavenly demon, Grand Elder also spoke in anger. For fuck's sake! The prestige our heavenly demon cult has built for so many years is being utterly destroyed by this good-for-nothing. If the cult master hadn't chosen him as her husband, I would have killed this piece of trash with a single palm strike. Sitting at the same table with him were two other elders of the heavenly demon cult. One of them also said, exasperated, this errand boy's mentality is completely unstable. With just a few words, he fell for the taunt and went right up to fight someone. He doesn't even bother to look at his own cultivation level. And who gave him the guts to be so reckless? Your Majesty, the Empress, why aren't you stepping in? I'm seriously dying of anxiety over here. After charging up for a while, Tiange managed to form a golden dragon head. He then said, my palm technique really is nothing special, but it's more than enough to obliterate you 10 times over. The third prince was still underestimating him, standing there just to watch the show, because he thought, there's no way this move could hurt him. But that was just a feint, because the real ultimate move had been carefully prepared by Tiange, right behind it. Seeing such a magnificent technique, the third prince spoke up to mock him. The aura is quite something. It's good enough to scare people, I suppose. But why is it that your dragon doesn't have a roar? Or is it just for show? With a cultivation level like yours, being able to launch a palm strike like that is already considered impressive. The moment he finished speaking, the golden dragon palm technique suddenly vanished. Damn it! In its place was a palm strike, purple palm print flying at an incredible speed toward the third prince. The ultimate technique, the heavenly demon palm, lunged toward his face. It sent him into a complete panic. At this moment, he was utterly terrified and yelled, What the hell is this? Oh my God! The two elders were sitting and watching the show. But they shouldn't have watched, because the moment they did, they were so startled they could only exclaim, What in the world is this? This is the heavenly demon palm, a technique like this? How could he have possibly succeeded in cultivating it? But the one facing this ultimate skill was the prince, who was already paralyzed with fear. He's just a one-star martial artist. So why would he know an Earth-rank martial art? And on top of that, how can he unleash it at full power? Facing this incredibly powerful attack, he told himself he had to break this seal. Otherwise, I'm completely screwed. And because he thought that, he began to scream continuously, break, 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 over and over. But the painful truth was that even if he screamed his lungs out, he couldn't break it. And after a moment of thought, he understood. He turned his head and thought to himself, Don't tell me. It's her? Is Her Majesty the Empress suppressing my cultivation level? Why would she do something like this? I'm helping her get rid of this piece of trash. But the chains of the seal were wrapped around him, impossible to break. He took the full force of Tianka's palm strike and was sent flying into a pillar, making him ask resentfully, Why? His eyes rolled back, unwilling to accept defeat. As his last words, he stammered, You piece of trash! You're only a one-star martial artist. How could you possibly defeat me? Loud, violent crash was heard, which caused a shockwave outside the main hall of the heavenly demon cult. The crowd of gawking onlookers also jumped to their feet in terror. One of them asked, confused, What in the world just happened? Why was Lin Xiaoyao sent flying? Look at him, he's so heavily injured now. Could it be that Lin Xiaoyao lost in the very first strike? How is this possible? Didn't you see? That good-for-nothing just used the heavenly demon palm. Hearing this, the rest of the crowd was utterly shocked. They shot to their feet, screaming like mad. Holy crap, for real? The heavenly demon palm is an Earth-rank martial art of the heavenly demon cult. But how could this be? A failure like him. How did he manage to learn an Earth-rank martial technique? This is just completely absurd. The two elders were also gaping in astonishment, still unable to believe their eyes. He could only stammer, How is this possible? Meanwhile, the two elders on the side were just as stunned. This kid, he actually won. And most importantly, he didn't bring shame upon our heavenly demon cult. The Empress was also surprised, as she never imagined, that he could actually master the heavenly demon palm. Could it be that he really is the key to unlocking the heavenly demon codex? Besides, this afternoon he even dared to do that to me. Then she looked down and thought to herself, could it be that my spirit energy suddenly vanishing back then was also his doing? And after these scenes came the sound of the system announcement. Congratulations, host, for successfully shocking the Empress, Luo Wu King. Congratulations, host, for successfully shocking the elders within the heavenly demon cult. Congratulations, host, on your success, for successfully shocking the God Masters in the Supreme God land. Congratulations, host, for successfully shocking the Holy Son of the Heavenly Firmament, Holy Land. Congratulations, host, for successfully shocking the Palace Master of the Supreme God Palace. Congratulations, host, for successfully shocking the entire hall and achieving a team wipe shock. The host has completed his shock combo by stunning the entire hall. Reward, Divine Charm Physique. Tianxia thought excitedly. Of course there's a huge reward. Divine Charm Physique grants the host a limitless increase in charm, makes it so that flowers bloom in your presence, and everyone who sees you falls in love. After activating the Divine Charm Physique, it made all the young women present feel like their ovaries were exploding. Why do I suddenly find him so handsome? The young woman, Jade Rabbit, beside her also replied, is this what it feels like for your heart to skip a beat? But the effect of this physique doesn't just work on women. It affects all genders. Because of that, even the old men nearby were completely captivated by Tianxia's charm. Oh my. This old man's heart feels like it's about to leap out of my chest. Hey there, old brother. Don't tell me you prefer men to women. That's quite the unique taste you have. But luckily for us, we're kindred spirits. The chubby girl couldn't hold back either, and whispered words of passion. I'm so in love I could die. Why am I getting so hot and bothered? I just want to eat him up right now. Damn it, what in the world is happening? Why does he get more handsome the more I look at him? This has to be an illusion. There's no way anyone in this world is more handsome than an AD carry, who's in the middle of a tribulation. Witnessing this scene, Tianxia was... He stood there, completely dumbfounded. Damn it all, system, you... What the hell do you think you're doing? This is my wedding ceremony with my little empress. Why would you give me this nauseating physique? Right at this very moment? My girl is sitting right over there. Tianxia glanced over and saw that the young woman had no reaction at all. So he wondered to himself, could it be that the divine charm physique has no effect on her? While he was lost in thought, a voice called out from behind him. Why? The prince, now a sniveling mess, demanded, Why are you so strong? Didn't everyone say you were just a piece of trash? Unable to break through to a one-star martial artist for 3 years? How could you possibly be this powerful? You'd better tell me right now! Tianxia looked at him and said, Trash? Have you ever even met me, and yet you call me trash? Could a piece of trash beat you until you couldn't even stand up? Have you ever seen any piece of trash like that? But you're also right, because before I really was a piece of trash. Hearing Tianxia's words, the crowd over here also became furious. What the hell does he mean by that? Why is he suddenly admitting he's trash? Is this brat just putting on a show? How can he spout such arrogant nonsense? Tianxia paid no mind to their words and began to walk away. But he didn't forget to show off. As a cultivator, if you cannot ascend to the 9 heavens in a single step, then aren't you nothing more than trash? Or am I wrong? The holy sons' faces darkened as they retorted. Ascending to the 9 heavens in a single step is incredibly difficult. You think it's a piece of cake? From ancient times to the present. How many people have ever managed to do that? That's right, according to you. Don't tell me all of us holy sons and princes are just trash. Faced with these questions, Tian also spoke clearly and confidently. The heavens and earth are vast, and humanity is infinitesimally small. In this world, there must be mighty cultivators who can hold up the sky and stomp the earth, move mountains and fill seas, command the wind and summon the rain. Nothing is impossible. But I, Tian, can admit that my own status is that of trash. So, what about all of you? Just a bunch of arrogant fools? I see nothing but a pack of useless geniuses. Every single word landed with the weight of Mount Tai. Arrogant, narrow-minded frogs in a well. Just a bunch of conceited, boastful geniuses? Hearing these soul-crushing taunts, every single one of them was driven mad with rage. It was like the first major shock of their lives, causing each of them to violently cough up mouthfuls of blood. The great elder, sweating bullets, repeated, Anyone who cannot ascend to the heavens in a single step is trash. Very good. This brat's methods are ruthless enough. The second elder chimed in. These holy sons and princes are normally considered geniuses, but because of his words, their Tao hearts have shattered. causing their ki to attack their bodies and making them vomit blood. Is he just an errand boy? Who has the favor of a saint? Inside the heavenly demon grand hall, everything fell silent, all because of Brother Tian's lethal words. The great elder spoke up and asked, Ning Tian, that demonic tongue of yours, where did you learn to use it today? Speak up! The old man thought to himself, if I let him continue speaking, I'm afraid the Tao hearts of all these kids present will shatter completely. Their chi and blood will turn on all of them. If that happens, the trouble that follows will be unbearable. Faced with the great elder's suspicion, Brother Tian simply replied, the words I speak, I learned from the scripture pavilion. I can't possibly tell them that I got this from the system. The old man stroked his beard and said in a low voice, the scripture pavilion. It does indeed have a copy of the heavenly demon palm, but how long did it take you to learn it, huh? Just tell the truth, no need to hide anything? Hearing this, Thien Ka said, it took me a whole... Before he could finish, the old man suddenly interjected, 1 year? Thien Ka stroked his chin and thought, if I say it only took me 1 minute, that'll sound too absurd to be believable. I'd better stretch the time a bit to make it more plausible. And with that in mind, Thien Ka put on his most solemn expression and declared, it took me 1 day to learn it. Exactly 1 day, no more, no less. The moment he finished speaking, the entire hall, at that moment, was thrown into yet another uproar, as people jumped to their feet in utter shock. What the hell? How is that possible? The elders of the heavenly demon cult also slammed their tables and shot to their feet. They panicked and shouted, holy crap! No way! How could something like that possibly happen? Thien Ka himself was so startled by their reaction that he broke out in a cold sweat. Geez, what's with the crazy overreaction, you guys? I already exaggerated the time by 1,000 times. And you still refuse to believe it? Huh? The great elder tried to compose himself as he approached and said loudly, the heavenly demon palm is extremely difficult to cultivate. An ordinary person might not succeed even after a year of practice. Even the Empress herself had to spend 3 days just to grasp the basics. And yet you only took 1 day? As soon as he finished, he became emotional and grabbed Thien Ka, shouting, the ancestors have shown us a miracle. Our heavenly demon cult has finally produced a disciple with a talent, great enough to rival the Empress. The heavens are truly watching over us. Sob, sob. The Holy Son, standing to the side, was just as shocked and muttered, 10 seconds ago he just said he couldn't reach the 9 heavens in a single step. He didn't dare claim to be a genius. And yet, he mastered an incredibly difficult martial art in just 1 day. Simple. He's a genius among 10,000 geniuses, that's what he is. The sect master of the beast sect froze on the spot, teacup in hand, because the truth was a rather painful slap in the face, because just a moment ago, he had called the guy useless trash. Then the system made another announcement. Congratulations to the host for successfully shocking the elders of the heavenly demon sect. Reward, cultivation, 1,000 points of spiritual chi, Thien Ka thought excitedly. Another huge amount of spiritual chi is entering my body. This feels so good. Oh my God. At this moment, the great elder was still crying his eyes out because he was just too emotional. He tried to wipe away his tears and said the concluding words. To put it simply, the great affair of our heavenly demon sect cannot be delayed any longer. Seeing how intensely the old man's emotions were, Thien Ka couldn't help but be startled. The old man turned to look at them and said, what are you still standing there gawking for? Hurry up and start the wedding ceremony. The old master of ceremonies also shouted loudly. When the auspicious hour arrived, the horn players immediately started the music. Witnessing this scene, the crowd started gossiping. Her Majesty, the Empress, looks so beautiful in her wedding robes. It's absolutely breathtaking. The boy-crazy fangirls also screamed, Brother Thien Ka, if only we had met sooner. This couple looks so perfect for each other. The perfect pair slowly walked forward to begin the ceremony. As they walked up, the audience on one side also applauded, praising the handsome man and beautiful woman. They truly are a match made in heaven. Thien Ka just gave a wry smile and thought to himself, a moment ago you were calling me useless trash. Now you're saying we're a match made in heaven. These people are so damn two-faced. They just go with whichever way the wind blows. Thien Ka thought smugly to himself, it doesn't matter. In what world you're in, the strong will always be respected. It is an immutable law that can never be changed. Second bow to the parents. While they were bowing, the Empress secretly glanced at Tian Ge and thought to herself, I hope everything is as Tianmozi said. Marrying this man will allow me to obtain the Tianmo scripture. Back to a few months ago, the heavenly demon sect, the forbidden hall in the back mountain at night. At this moment, the Empress was entering. Before her stood a giant statue. She approached it and spoke. If I marry that worthless man, will you, as promised, hand over the Tian, most scripture to me? Because she had foreseen that in half a year, 5 emperors, 3 venerables, and 2 sovereigns would join forces to attack the heavenly demon sect. Only by breaking through to the divine realm can I fight them. To achieve that breakthrough, I must obtain the divine guide. According to legend, cultivating the Tianmo scripture is the only way to obtain that item, because 10,000 years ago, the heavenly demon sect clearly stipulated that if the sect master wishes to obtain the Tianmo scripture, they must marry a person with the heavenly god constitution. Even if he's a good-for-nothing who can't cultivate, I must still marry him. I will not stand by and watch the heavenly demon sect be destroyed. Back to the present. It was now time for the husband and wife to bow to each other. The crowd continued to praise the Empress endlessly. She truly has a keen eye for people. That's right. My eyes have been clouded for so long. The more I look at this groom, the more handsome he seems. In less than a year, our heavenly demon sect will have another Emperor Realm expert. With his talent, he is a perfect match for our goddess. Suddenly, at that moment, the master of the beast sect stood up stealthily. He thought, this matter cannot be delayed. I must report to the alliance leader immediately. Scene change. Tianling domain, the righteous alliance. 2 elders, the demonic sects are running rampant these days, but they all look to the heavenly demon sect as their leader. Eradicating the demoness Luo Wuyu is the first priority of our plan. How are the preparations coming along, you two? He is the Zhengtian Grand Emperor, leader of the righteous alliance. The alliance leader's cultivation is at the divine emperor realm. Then, an old man stood up and said, reporting to the alliance leader, everything has been prepared. We are only waiting for your command. That demoness, I wonder what tricks she has up her sleeve. He is Elder Jianmei of the number 1 sword sect. His cultivation is at the heavenly venerate realm. The person next to him is Elder Dianfeng of the harmony sect, also at the heavenly venerate realm. He then said, she suddenly married some piece of trash. The heavenly demon sect must be a very lively place today. The alliance leader then took out a spirit communication stone and said, I have heard of this matter. Coincidentally, the sect master of the beast taming sect has just contacted me. Let's all listen in and see what is currently happening over there. He said in a panic, Alliance leader, something terrible has happened. The alliance leader then said, Guangshou, you are a sect master after all. Why are you in such a panic? He continued, Luo Wuyu has deceived us all. The man she married is not a piece of trash at all. He's a peerless genius, the kind that appears only once in 10,000 years. As soon as he finished speaking, Elder Jianmei and Elder Dianfeng were left horrified and said, a peerless genius, you say? I knew it wasn't that simple. That guy's name is Ning Tian. On the surface, he seems like a piece of trash. As you instructed, I provoked Lin Xiaoyao into challenging that piece of trash to a duel. But who could have known that this Ning Tian wasn't a piece of trash at all, but someone who could defeat Lin Xiaoyao with a single palm strike. In one day, he learned the heavenly demon palm. With just one sentence, he shattered the Tao hearts of all the holy sons. Everyone is calling him a peerless genius. He has the makings of a great emperor. Elder Jianmei was startled and said, a single word from him can shatter one's Tao heart. But such a miraculous thing only exists in legends. Elder Dianfeng also stroked his beard and said, this alliance leader is by no means a simple man. The old man angrily crushed the communication spirit stone and said, I can't believe I was tricked by that heartless wench. His face darkened as he said, I must investigate this thoroughly. Just who in the world is that Ling Tian? If we don't eradicate the heavenly demon sect, the Tianling region will never know peace. The scene changes to the Empress's bedchambers. Tianga thought to himself, in the Great Hall today, so many people reacted to my divine charm physique. So why is she the only one who had no reaction at all? At that moment, she was still engrossed in combing her hair, which made Tianga feel even more dejected. He tried to calm himself down. Ling Tian, you have to keep your cool. I just somehow ended up as the Empress's husband. If it weren't for the system by my side, I can't imagine how can I'd be. I'd probably be dead in some ditch already. Who knows how many more? Lin Xiaoyaos will come knocking on my door in the future. Trying to stand firm in this world without any power is impossible. Then Tiange said, system activate. Divine charm system. While there's no one else around, let me try to stun you one more time. Let's see. Let's see if it's the same as it was during the day. Then Tiange called out, wife, are you ready yet? A spring night is worth 1,000 gold pieces. Let's not waste any time. It's about time we did what we're supposed to do, isn't it? She turned around and said, I know your physique is special. It might work against some inexperienced young girls, but you're still a bit too naive to use it on me. Hearing this, Tianka had it all figured out. As expected of the Empress, her Dao heart is as solid as a rock. No wonder she's only looking for a husband now. After that, she pulled down her collar, revealing her magnificent pear. Tianka was delighted to see those ripe, juicy peaches. He stared without blinking. But it was the act of her taking off her outer layer that truly stunned him. Could it be my lucky day again? He thought, blushing. The young woman approached and whispered, "If you have the desire but not the courage, how do you expect to get a taste?" This little trick made Tianka turn around to set the record straight. "Who says I don't have the guts? Besides you, is there anyone else here? For the honor of men. I will now prove it to you." Just as he was about to pounce on her, Tianka was suddenly locked in place by the woman. He couldn't move. He immediately asked, "What are you doing? Why did you suddenly attack me? I don't mean any harm. I'm just using a little spiritual energy to restrain you, that's all. Tonight, you'll just sleep standing there," Tianka said angrily. "Hey, if you've got the guts, then let me go. We won't fight with power, we'll only battle in bed. Do you dare?" After standing for a long while, Tianka opened his eyes wide and thought, "It seems she really has no intention of letting me go today. There's no other way. Who can I blame? The gap in our cultivation levels is just too big. I should just focus on cultivating first. Sooner or later, there will come a day when I'll show you that the sky is vast and the earth is wide, but the husband is the pillar of the house. Without the pillar, the roof is useless. Sooner or later, that day will come. You just wait." Afterwards, in that standing position, Tianka began to circulate his energy, cultivating 3 times faster. After standing the entire night to cultivate, the sun had already risen, and so Tianka was finally set free by his wife to go outside and get some fresh air. He walked, fuming to himself, "So damn hateful. This crazy wife of mine is truly heartless and ungrateful. How could she be so cruel? Forcing me to stand all night? Now both of my legs have turned to jelly." Tianka looked at his hand and thought, after cultivating so painstakingly, and all night long, I only managed to reach 7th star Schwan Martial Master. I barely advanced by a single star. At this rate, it's still way too slow. Just then, the system made an announcement. "Host, you may select a location with abundant, a spiritual energy to proceed with your cultivation." Hearing the system's reminder, he mused curiously. "A place rich in spiritual energy, huh? Based on my previous memories, I do know of such a place. It's called the Earth Origin Cultivation Field. All the spiritual energy of the heavenly demon sect gathers there. The feng shui is exceptionally good. Disciples within the sect can rapidly accelerate their cultivation speed at this place." At that moment, as Tianka was sitting and cultivating, here, a few other disciples recognized him and exclaimed in shock, "Hey, look! Isn't that the husband of Her Majesty the Empress?" "You're right, that's him. He's an incredibly powerful figure now, in the entire section." But wait, didn't everyone always say he was trash? Just look at the speed he's absorbing spiritual energy. He's clearly a cultivation prodigy. How is that trash? Tianka opened his eyes and marveled. "I never expected the spiritual energy here to be so dense and pure. It's truly extraordinary." Tianka sighed and said, "I really am trash. This cultivation speed still isn't fast enough." The disciples nearby were stunned when they heard his words. How is that not fast enough? How is all that spiritual energy being sucked into his body like a vortex? Tianka also got serious and said, "It seems I can only unleash my full power and activate 10 times the cultivation speed. Let's do it." After activating the 10 times spiritual energy absorption mode, the surrounding spiritual energy began to surge violently towards him. A moment later, the spiritual energy in this place grew stronger and stronger, causing the heavens and the earth to tremble. This made those other disciples scream in terror. "Oh my God, why is there suddenly such a violent tremor? Could it be an earthquake or something?" Another disciple noticed something, and then he spoke up. "It's not an earthquake. Look, he's creating a storm by absorbing all the spiritual energy. What in the world is happening? Why is all the spiritual energy in this entire Earth Origin cultivation ground, this whole place, being completely absorbed by him?" Because the disciples were in such a state of shock, they triggered a system reward. Xuan rank movement martial art, roaming dragon steps. The system is using 10 times the normal martial skill comprehension speed. To master it, congratulations, host, you have successfully learned the roaming dragon steps. Tianka thought to himself, roaming dragon steps sounds pretty damn good. With this movement skill from now on when I'm coming and going, I won't even need to use my legs anymore. Although Tiange had absorbed an extreme amount of spiritual energy, it was still stagnating inside his body. It hadn't been digested yet, because without the support of a cultivation technique, then my strength won't increase at all. Tiange walked over to ask, Do you know where the Heavenly Demon Sect keeps its collection of cultivation techniques? Show me the way. Hearing his words, the young woman was completely startled, blushing as she spoke. Reporting to you, Grandmaster, they are all in the scripture pavilion. Today happens to be the day it opens for the disciples to view. Oh, that's right. The Heavenly Demon Sect seems to also have a sutra pavilion. It holds a great number of cultivation techniques. After hearing what he wanted to hear, Tiange intended to say thanks and then turn to leave. But he suddenly turned back to ask, "What did you just call me? Something like ancestral master?" He thought to himself, "I'm still a young man, just over 20. How did I become someone's ancestral master?" The young woman clutched her skirt, flustered, and replied, "Because it's the rule of the Heavenly Demon Sect. The one who marries the Empress will become the ancestral master." He said with a smile, "Ancestral master sounds too old. I think you should just call me Gay. Gay would be better." Hearing this answer, the girl was completely stunned, and then she could not control herself any longer. Her ovaries just exploded. "The ancestral master is so handsome. I want to have his baby so bad," Tiange said as he walked away. "I won't disturb your cultivation any longer. I'm leaving." The guys from before angrily said, "You sucked up all the spiritual energy, damn it!" "There's nothing left. What the hell are we supposed to cultivate now?" At this time, in the inner court of the Heavenly Demon Sect at the Sutra Pavilion. After arriving, Tiange stood behind a disciple and asked, "Are you all trying to get into the Sutra Pavilion? Why is the line so long? At this rate, what year will it be by the time we get in?" The man answered him, "Because the Sutra Pavilion is filled with countless martial arts techniques that the sect master spent his entire life searching for. It's not strange to wait in line for 3 days and 3 nights. Suddenly he gasped and shouted, "Heavens, the ancestral master!" Hearing this, a whole crowd of swooning fangirls rushed over and surrounded him. "It really is the ancestral master. He's so handsome. I want to marry the ancestral master too. Or maybe, ancestral master, we could elope?" The male disciples, witnessing this scene, broke out in a cold sweat and said with jealousy, "The Grandmaster's charm is truly extraordinary. Not only did he marry the Empress, he also stole the hearts of all the female disciples. How infuriating. If only I had 1/10 of the Grandmaster's charm. You know what would happen? The entire neighboring district would bear my name." Suddenly, at that moment, someone approached and spoke. In front of the scripture pavilion, shouting and making a racket like this, "Do you people even have any respect for the rules of the Heavenly Demon Sect? Any more?" That old man is Guyan, an elder of the Heavenly Demon Sect. As he approached, the disciples blurted out in panic, It's Elder Guyan. We've got to get out of here." The others started whispering, "That old man is famous for being conservative and strict. I heard it was because of a conflict with Her Majesty, the Empress, that he was exiled to guard the scripture pavilion. If he targets you, you'll definitely suffer a great deal." The old man strode forward, his expression murderous, looking like he wanted a fight to the death with Tiange. But then, surprisingly, the old man spoke with the utmost respect. "Guyan pays his respects to the Grand Master." This shocked the disciples into saying, "Elder Guyan? Is he possessed or something today? To be so respectful upon seeing the Grand Master for the first time?" He thought to himself with his jaw dropped. The Grand Master is now very famous in the Heavenly Demon Sect. Plus, his power is unfathomably deep. So for Elder Guyan to submit is actually quite normal. The elder spoke again. "Grand Master, are you heading to the scripture pavilion? This key can open all the floors of the scripture pavilion, Grand Master. You may observe any of the martial arts techniques inside at your leisure." Tiange thought to himself with a sigh. The rumors those disciples were spreading, they're just not true. This Elder Guyan isn't that strict at all. He clearly knows how to handle things. He held the token in his hand and said, "So I just need to hold on to this token? Is that so?" Hearing this, the old man respectfully replied, "Yes, that is correct. But allow this old man to remind you of something, Grandmaster. In the Heavenly Demon Sect's scripture pavilion, the higher you go, the higher the grade of the cultivation techniques. Correspondingly, the requirement for one's strength is also higher. I wonder, which floor does the Grandmaster intend to go to?" Just as he finished speaking, the old man opened his eyes and was startled to find that Tianka was gone. Tianka used the dragon soaring step to leap upwards, saying, "Of course I'm going to the highest floor." After a spectacular leap and a flawless landing, he landed safely on the 5th floor. The stunned disciples started whispering among themselves, "Oh my God, the Grandmaster actually made it to the 5th floor. I thought, based on the Grandmaster's strength, the 3rd floor would be his limit. Even our most outstanding disciple can only make it to the 4th floor. The 5th floor, aside from the Empress and the Great Elder, and the Supreme Elder, no one else can possibly climb up there." Seeing this scene, Elder Guyan broke out in a cold sweat. He thought, as expected of the Grandmaster. With just a few words, he shattered the Tao hearts of dozens of holy sons. Truly, he is unfathomably powerful. Tian Ka pushed the door open and thought to himself, right now, the spirit energy in my body is piled up like a mountain. Naturally, I want to choose the best cultivation technique there is. It was precisely with this thought in mind that he decided to enter the 5th floor. Inside, a vast array of cultivation techniques met Tian Ka's eyes. The high-grade Zhuan rank technique, star-absorbing great art. The low-grade earth rank technique, rushing thunder art. It uses lightning to open the spirit veins. A mid-grade earth rank technique, heavenly spirit art, which aids in the absorption speed of spirit energy. A suitable technique will open the spirit veins within the body, allowing spirit energy to circulate. The more spirit veins one has, the faster the spirit energy circulates, and correspondingly, my strength will also grow stronger. The spiritual energy in my body right now is as vast as a mountain. Of course, I have to choose the very best cultivation technique to practice. But these techniques, at most, they can only open a dozen or so spiritual veins. That's far from enough. After searching for a while, Tian Ka spotted a single isolated cultivation technique scroll. Intrigued, he rushed over to see what it was. High-grade earth rank cultivation technique, Demon King Gong. This was exactly the technique Tian Ka was looking for. Afterwards, he immediately unrolled the scroll and began cultivating. Tian Ka started using the comprehension function at 10 times the normal speed to learn this technique. Streams of black characters flew around his body, looking incredibly eerie. A moment later, the system announced again, using 10 times comprehension speed to comprehend the Demon King Gong. Host has comprehended 10% of the Demon King Gong. You have reached the beginner level. Host has comprehended the Demon King Gong to 30%, reaching the adept level. A while later, the system continued to announce, Host has fully comprehended the Demon King Gong. He felt his body transform. Arcs of blue lightning coursed around him. Then it converged at the point between Tian Ka's eyebrows, forming a swirling vortex of demonic power. Because of this, an incredibly terrifying shockwave was created, causing the disciples outside to scramble back in alarm. One of them shouted in terror, "What just happened? It must be the Grandmaster. He must have found a powerful technique in there. I wonder how many spiritual veins the Grandmaster will be able to open at once? I'm so excited to find out." Suddenly, a voice transmission from that Guyan came through, continuously calling for the Grandmaster. He immediately asked, "What is it?" There's a restriction formation inside this scripture pavilion, but the ancient access token allows people inside and outside to communicate with each other. Grandmaster? A strange phenomenon and tremors just occurred outside. I was worried you might have run into some trouble, Grandmaster, so I sent you a voice transmission. He also replied to the old man, "Indeed, I've run into an extremely big problem." The old man calmly tried to reassure him, "Grandmaster, don't be discouraged. Normally opening more than 10 spirit veins already makes one a prodigy." Before the old man could finish, he spoke again. "I clearly have half of my spiritual power left, and yet I can only open no more than 100 spirit veins." The moment he finished speaking, Elder Guyan was utterly horrified. He shouted loudly, "The absolute limit for opening spirit veins with the Demon King technique is 100! It's impossible unless you're a celestial being. And yet the Grandmaster managed to learn it in just a short hour. Holy shit! This comprehension ability is just too heaven-defying." And because of that, a system notification appeared. "You have shocked the Scripture Pavilion's Elder Guyan. Reward, God-tier technique, Heavenly God 6. You have received Heavenly God power. Can unlock the Heavenly God physique." The technique immediately appeared before him, which also made him curious about his Heavenly God physique. The martial arts techniques of the Xuantian continent, from highest to lowest, are ranked God, Heaven, Earth, Mystic, and Yellow. There are 5 ranks in total. And this Heavenly God 6 is a God-tier technique, the highest among all God-tier types. In this world, he closed his eyes and called upon the system. "Begin cultivating Heavenly God 6. The system also displayed a notification, comprehending Heavenly God 6 at 10 times the normal speed. A moment later, he noticed something unusual. "What's going on? Why can't I absorb any more spirit energy?" Suddenly, Tian Ka screamed in agony. It hurts so much. What is happening?" Who would have thought that cultivating a God-tier technique would require dissolving the spirit meridians first? This is clearly a process of breaking everything down and rebuilding it, so he has to endure pain 100,000 times greater. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have comprehended 30% of the Heavenly God 6. A minor accomplishment has been achieved. The system is now activating the Heavenly God physique. Ding! The host's divine physique has been activated. The system is now opening the spirit meridians for the host. Panting, Tianga thought to himself, it seems that even if it unlocks a comprehension speed 10 times faster, with my current strength as a Xuan martial master, I can only comprehend 30% for now. Still, I'd like to see just how many spirit meridians this god-tier technique can open. Outside, a strange phenomenon suddenly appeared. The disciples asked the elder, "What is that? Could that be a spirit sea?" Elder Gu Yan spoke with a grave expression. During cultivation, spirit energy is like a meandering stream, gathering in the dantian. The more spirit energy one has, the better it is for their cultivation. But only when the amount of spirit energy is immense. Can it form a vast ocean? To think the ancestral master's cultivation talent is so high. As expected, he truly is a hidden master. Everyone look! The ancestral master and the spirit sea are rising into the sky. Is the ancestral master trying to absorb all the spirit energy of the entire heavenly demon sect? Is that even possible? To have such an abundant spirit sea at such a young age? This old man is truly full of admiration. Suddenly, an old man radiating an oppressive aura rushed over, roaring, "How audacious! Who dares to absorb the spirit energy of our heavenly demon sect?" The disciples exclaimed in terror, "That's the Grand Elder. Isn't his reverence supposed to be in seclusion? So why would he appear here? Grand Elder. He must have successfully broken through to the divine emperor realm." At that moment, the disciples and Elder Guyan all shouted in unison, "We pay our respects to the Grand Elder." Elder Guyan stepped forward to offer his congratulations. "Grand Elder, you've broken through to the divine emperor realm. Now that we have you and Her Majesty the Empress, 2 emperor realm experts watching over us, no one will dare to come and bully our heavenly demon sect anymore," he said angrily. "Break through my ass!" With great difficulty, I finally found the gateway to the divine emperor realm, but all the spiritual energy was suddenly wiped clean. So what the hell am I supposed to use to break through? You tell me. Who in the world is causing such a huge commotion, huh? Hearing these words, Elder Guyan broke out in a cold sweat and said, "Grand Elder, because you have been in seclusion for a year, there is something you are unaware of. The one causing this celestial phenomenon is the husband of Her Majesty, the ancestral empress." The elder said in shock, "What? That girl Luo Wuqing is already married? Who is the other party? The great emperor of the divine palace? Or the holy master of Piao Yao?" Elder Guyan replied, correcting the facts. "It is none of them. He is just a disciple of our heavenly demon sect, that's all." "It's Grand Elder," the elder exclaimed in astonishment. "What? Just a disciple? Then what right does he have to marry that girl Luo Wuqing? Marrying her to an ordinary disciple is worse than marrying her to an emperor realm expert. At least that would create an alliance for our heavenly demon sect, for us." Suddenly a voice echoed from a distance. Of course he is qualified. At this moment, the Empress flew over, her presence full of majesty, emitting an aura so powerful that it forced the disciples to their knees. "We greet the Empress," they said. The old man spoke coldly. "You heartless girl. Right now the Righteous Path Alliance is staring down our heavenly demon sect like a hungry tiger. They could attack our heavenly demon sect at any moment. If you want to get married, you should at least choose a powerful husband. Why would you casually pick a worthless punk like him?" The woman retorted angrily, "Grand Elder, I suggest you watch your words. I am the Empress now. My affairs are not for you to worry about." Seeing this, the disciples in the back began to whisper among themselves. "I can't believe it. For the sake of the founder, the Empress is showing no respect whatsoever to the Grand Elder. Holy crap. Keep it down. Are you trying to get yourself killed?" Meanwhile, inside, Tiange was violently channeling spiritual energy, causing a powerful lightning phenomenon to surge all around him. Outside, the group exclaimed in shock. "This isn't a lightning tribulation. A condensed lightning dragon is entering his spirit sea directly. He's using the holy light of the lightning tribulation to open his spirit meridians." The old man said in horror, "How is that possible? Never before have I ever heard of someone using a celestial phenomenon to open their spirit meridians. Heartless girl, this husband of yours. Is he really just an ordinary disciple? Why do I get the feeling he's something heaven-defying? With talent like that, if he keeps absorbing at this rate, reaching the Emperor realm might even be possible for him." The guys in the back, hearing this, the corner of his mouth twitched as he thought, "Grand Elder, that's not what you said a moment ago. Why the sudden 180? The young woman saw this scene and thought with glee to actually use the lightning tribulation to open his spirit veins. Is it because he has the constitution of a god? At this rate, the path to godhood is just a step away. That's all. Suddenly, an unusual phenomenon appeared around Tianka, causing the disciples to cry out in alarm. "Everyone look! The spirit sea has gone dim and lightless." It looks like it's about to dry up. Oh no, this is bad. If there isn't enough spiritual energy, the thunder dragon will enter his body directly, and he'll definitely explode and die. Seeing this scene, the young woman quickly rushed forward and said, "You all stand guard here. Do not come any closer. I'm going to help protect him." Suddenly at this moment, those thunder dragons actually entered him directly, and then transformed into spirit veins. To think it needs this much spiritual energy, and it's even turning the tables on me, forcibly absorbing my own spiritual energy, an empress protecting someone's tribulation. This is the first time in ages I've ever encountered a situation like this. Besides the founding master, no one has ever received such treatment before. She then noticed that Tianka was absorbing more and more of her spiritual energy, and she said angrily, "You want to absorb all of my spiritual energy? You've got a big appetite, don't you? Fine, I'd like to see just how much you can take." This left the disciples horrified, because the Empress was using the full power of her Emperor realm to help the Grand Master. The sheer power of the spirit veins' lightning tribulation is truly nothing to scoff at. At this moment, Tianxia absorbed more and more, making the commotion grow louder and louder. Those bolts of lightning grew more and more ferocious. So when the Empress saw this, she immediately rushed over to supplement Tianka with her spiritual energy. Suddenly, at that moment, there was a small explosion that shredded the Empress's clothes. She was horrified. After that, the process of absorbing and opening the spirit veins was complete. Then Tianka appeared, hugging his wife as he said, "Thank you for protecting me. My dear wife, you even tore off your clothes to guard me. You're so dedicated." The Empress furiously snapped, "Have you seen enough? Get your hands off me before I get violent!" Hearing this, Tianka broke into a cold sweat and thought, "I'd better stop. Otherwise, my wife will fly into a rage, and that would be a huge pain." At the same time, Tianka also thought to himself, "I never would have thought that my own wife would actually step in to help me. It seems she really doesn't want me to die." At that moment, after the spiritual energy dissipated and the strange phenomenon faded, the figures of the two people appeared, still floating in midair. Elder Guyan immediately turned to the Grand Elder and asked, "Elder, how many spirit veins did you condense back in your day?" The old man replied confidently, "Back then this old man was considered a genius. I condensed a total of 80 spirit veins. As for this kid, his talent must be exceptional. He should probably be able to open 40 or 50 spirit veins. That's highly likely." Down below, the disciples were shouting like crazy. Elder Guyan also didn't forget to ask, "Patriarch, how many spirit veins did you open?" Tianka wasn't sure either, so he could only say, "Let me take a look first." A moment later, Tianka said, "It's clear I still have more than half of the spiritual energy in my body left over." And he only managed to open 199 spirit veins? Upon hearing these words, the Supreme Elder felt a stinging slap to his face. He was petrified on the spot. Holy shit, 199 spirit veins. Are you fucking kidding me? And on top of that, they're lightning tribulation spirit veins. Holy crap! At that time, in the imperial capital of the Eastern Qing nation, far in the distance, an incredibly powerful celestial phenomenon appeared, covering an entire section of the sky. That old man is Lin Ba, the ruler of the Eastern Qing nation, and the man behind him is the Heavenly Elder, the imperial physician. He stepped forward, cupped his hands, and said, "Your Majesty, right now." The place where the lightning tribulation phenomenon is occurring is the Heavenly Demon Sect. The old emperor's face twisted in anger. "The Heavenly Demon Sect again?" he said. "Those bastards. Why do they constantly refuse to let me have any peace of mind? Ever since my son Xiao Yao returned from the Heavenly Demon Sect, he's been completely out of his mind. His mental affliction grows worse by the day. It's been very difficult to treat him. Now he's like a complete waste of space. It's depressing just looking at him." Then he roared furiously, "Heavenly Elder, contact the Righteous Path Alliance immediately. We need to discuss the plan to wipe out the Heavenly Demon Sect. This matter cannot be delayed any longer. I've run out of patience." The Heavenly Elder quickly said, "Your Majesty, the Empress herself is stationed there. How could we possibly wipe them out?" The Nation Lord slammed his hand down and roared, "So what? That damned Heavenly Demon Sect has occupied the territory of our Eastern Qing nation for far too long. Now their power is growing stronger and stronger, to the point of being uncontrollable. We can't just stand by and watch this happen. I've always been worried that they, sooner or later, will attack and usurp my throne. If we don't eliminate them now, then when? If we wait until they get any stronger, we'll be left with nothing." At this moment, on top of 3 mountain peaks, 3 old men were standing around discussing the matter. To think that such a massive lightning tribulation would appear. Could it be that the Empress has broken through to the divine realm? The old man next to him replied, What divine realm? That can't be right. Don't say such unlucky things. If the Empress really did break through to the divine realm, then in half a year, when we surround and attack the heavenly demon cult, won't we just be walking to our deaths? The leader heard those words and immediately snorted, as saying coldly, that woman Luo Wuxian doesn't possess the path to godhood. So how could she possibly break through to the divine realm? Have you all forgotten the battle for the divine throne from several years ago? Countless powerful experts at the Emperor realm lost their lives over the path to godhood. In the end, they all fell before the path to godhood and died filled with regret. But the scale of this lightning tribulation is so immense. It must have shaken the entire heavenly spirit domain. But if it isn't a breakthrough to the divine realm that's creating this celestial phenomenon, then what other reason could there be? You have to understand, this celestial phenomenon compared to a breakthrough to the Emperor realm is countless times more powerful. The Alliance Master of the Righteous Path. Alliance also spoke up, saying, no matter what the reason is, it's undoubtedly related to that demon. Luo Wuxian. Right now, the threat from the Empress of the Heavenly Demon Cult is growing ever greater. The Heavenly Demon Cult must be dealt with as soon as possible. If we drag this out any longer, we won't have a single chance left to fight back. The scene changes. At this time in the Scripture Pavilion, after Tian Ka awakened the celestial god Physique and opened 199 spirit veins, it created the anomaly of a lightning tribulation. The Supreme Elder was completely astounded by now, thinking to himself in disbelief, to think our heavenly demon sect has a figure as peerless as this. In the future, this man will surely achieve great things. He might even reach the god realm. Suddenly, at that moment, the Empress approached and placed her hand on Tiange. Seeing this, he was a bit stunned, thinking, I wonder what she's planning to do. Then, with a single wave of her hand, she tore Tiange's shirt to pieces. Witnessing this act, Tiange blushed and froze for a full 5 seconds. He then cleared his throat and said, Honey, isn't this a little inappropriate? It's the middle of broad daylight. We can't do that kind of thing out here. Can't you see there are so many elders and disciples watching us? Seeing this, the Supreme Elder also covered his eyes and said to the others, All of you disciples, look away! After a moment, she noticed something, and her gaze turned as sharp as ice. Then she said, Just as I thought, there's a problem. After that, she pressed her palm against Tiange's body. It scared the living daylights out of him, and he yelped. All over his body now appeared streaks of blue lightning arcing around him. Because of this, Tiange hastily asked his wife, Hey, what did you just do to me? Hearing his words, she moved closer and said, There's a hidden danger inside you, left behind by the lightning tribulation. I was just checking your body and helping you cleanse it. What are you so scared about? Tiange was startled and said, Holy crap! Tribulations can leave behind hidden dangers too, honey? And after she confirmed that they could, Tiange couldn't help but sigh with emotion. So it turns out my wife was worried about me. That's why she was helping heal me. I'm so incredibly touched. And to repay my wife tonight, I'll be sure to please you until morning. Just as he finished speaking, he felt a cold chill run down his spine as he thought, Oh crap, I'm screwed. Right after that, just as he'd expected, he was sent flying into oblivion by her kick, and she didn't forget to add a parting shot. In your dreams. Behind them, KuBI, the elder, saw what happened and asked with concern, Your Majesty, the Empress. You kicked him so hard. Will the Patriarch be all right? She replied coldly, Let me tell you. I didn't even use 1/10 of my strength, so how could anything happen to him? He's not going to die. You don't need to worry. As soon as she finished, she turned around, unleashing her killing intent and immense pressure. As she spoke, what happened here today is forbidden from being spread to anyone outside. If anyone dares to speak of this, they will be killed without mercy. Do you all understand? Upon hearing this, the crowd clamored in response. Your Majesty, we understand. While everyone was still terrified, over here, Brother Tian was still flying at a speed of 100 headstands per hour, and he still hadn't hit the ground. A moment later, there was a loud splash from above, and Brother Tian had plunged headfirst into a fish pond. Luckily, the force of his fall was relatively light, so Brother Tian managed to pop his head up. The gorgeous ladies bathing nearby were completely startled and let out a shriek. Brother Tian hadn't sensed anything yet, so he was still fuming. That damn wife of mine! For better or worse, I'm her husband. How could she treat me like this? You think I'm some dog you can just kick that far away? Just as he finished speaking, the young ladies behind him recognized Tien. Ji called his name in the pool. Grandmaster, why on earth are you here? And with that question, everyone looked embarrassed. As they asked the Grandmaster, Why did you suddenly come to the hot spring? Tiange thought in a panic, Oh crap, it's over. My image as the handsome, suave, and elegant Grandmaster is completely ruined. How am I supposed to explain this? But then Tian-Gi hurriedly explained to the girls, "This isn't what you guys think. This is definitely just a misunderstanding. Just listen to my explanation first. I'm not that kind of person. Don't do anything rash, you guys." But in reality, the one who was overthinking was Tian-Gi. The shy girl with the huge chest stammered, "Oh, so it's the Grandmaster. And here I thought it was some kind of pervert who dared to come here and peep on us sisters while we bathed." Hearing this, Tian-Gi's jaw dropped as he thought, What kind of strange situation is this? Good heavens, logically. You girls should be screaming pervert and relentlessly attacking me, right? Why are you all making these faces? Then the girl stepped forward and said, "If the Grandmaster wants to look, then just come here and look. There's no need to be sneaky about it." As soon as she said that, the other girls also rushed toward Tian-Gi. They said, "Grandmaster, let me scrub your back." "Grandmaster, can I give you a shoulder massage?" Tian-Gi, seeing this scene, was scared, out of his wits, and kept saying no, no, with everyone, looking like a hungry tigress. How could Tian-Gi not be terrified? At the decisive moment, Tian-Gi managed to jump out of the pool and run for his life. The young ladies said with regret, "Patriarch, why did you have to leave so suddenly?" "That's right. If only we could have soaked in the hot spring with the Patriarch. That would truly have been the happiest moment of my life." While the young ladies were still gossiping, over here Tian-Gi was running for his dear life. "This wife of mine is nothing but trouble. She got me into a situation where I was almost mistaken for a pervert. And they were about to gang up and beat me too. Then there's this godly charm physique of mine on top of it all. It's inevitable that I'll attract a ton of disaster." At that moment, he thought to himself, that was seriously dangerous. If I had stayed there any longer, something definitely would have happened because Tian-Gi's wife is just too damn fierce. It makes him nervous about everything he does. It's a good thing I didn't do anything. That could be considered cheating. Otherwise, the happiness for the rest of my life would have been completely over. Thinking of this, Tian-Gi broke out in a cold sweat. He was lost deep in thought, when suddenly the Empress walked up to him and said, "Did you enjoy watching those female disciples bathe?" He jumped in surprise and said, "Wife, why are you here?" After that, she turned her back and said, "Follow me." Hearing that, Tian-Gi curiously asked, "Where are we going?" A moment later, the two of them arrived at a cave. It was a pitch-black one. Tian-Gi exclaimed, "I never expected that in the Heavenly Demon Sect. There would be a place like this." Seeing how curious he was, she explained a little for him. "This place is the Heavenly Demon Cave. It's also the forbidden ground of the Heavenly Demon Sect. The ancestral tablets of all the previous sect leaders are in here." Hearing these words, Tian-Gi thought to himself, "Why is she telling me this?" Beside him, the Empress was also lost in contemplation. As long as I can obtain the Heavenly Demon Melody and find the path to godhood to break through to the divine realm, only then will the Heavenly Demon Sect no longer have to fear the evil forces out there. Snapping out of his thoughts, the young woman turned back to ask Tian-Gi something. She wanted him to do one thing for her. Tian-Gi, curious, asked what it was. "I want you to drip your blood essence onto this stone statue." He questioned her, repeating the words blood essence, as if to check if he'd heard correctly. Because blood essence represents a cultivator's purest energy. Things like blood-binding rituals to claim ownership or to control another person all require blood essence. It seemed the young woman understood what Tian-Gi was thinking, so she clarified, "You can rest assured. If I had wanted to harm you, I would have done so long ago. Do you really think you'd still be alive right now?" Hearing this, Tian-Gi couldn't argue, because she wasn't wrong. A powerhouse at the Divine Emperor realm like her, she wanted to kill me. Then even with my system, I wouldn't have been able to survive. An empress marrying a mere handyman was already strange enough. And now she's telling me to do something for her. This must be incredibly important. Could it be that this matter is related to the entire Heavenly Demon Sect? After some thought, he agreed to her request. The power gap between her and me is too vast. I should just see what she's up to first. Then Tian-Gi channeled his energy to push his blood essence, forcing it out. A moment later, a drop of blood essence had formed, and Tian-Gi used his spiritual energy to guide it into the stone statue before him. When the blood essence and the statue touched, the statue's two eyes began to glow, and a laugh came from within it. With a loud shout, another figure emerged. The heavenly demon spoke, "I have finally awakened." This earth-shattering aura left the two of them completely stunned. Upon seeing this figure, Lac Votin immediately thought of something and asked, "Are you the founding leader of the heavenly demon cult?" At that moment, upon seeing the heavenly demon and the stream of deep purple energy enveloping him, Cha couldn't help but feel a huge question mark. explode in his mind. From the founding of the heavenly demon cult until now, at least 1,000 years have passed. This old geezer is somehow still alive? Before Tianka could remain surprised for long, the heavenly demon burst out laughing. Ha ha. After all these thousands of years, I finally have someone who has brought a heavenly god. Hey, physique to me. Finally, someone has brought the heavenly god physique to me. His aura was so powerful that it continuously made his hair stand on end like Son Goku's. The buxom empress, her face filled with suspicion upon hearing this. She cut in, interrupting the heavenly demon. What in the world do you mean by that, old man? You promised to give me the heavenly demon scripture and the path to godhood. Where is the guidance? Don't tell me you were just spouting nonsense for fun. Does any of it even really exist? Seeing the empress's complete and defenseless naivety, the heavenly demon couldn't help but reveal his killing intent, along with a twisted smile. His eyes flashed like car headlights as he laughed maniacally. Oh, little one, you are so naive. Did you really think that by practicing the heavenly demon scripture you could achieve the path to godhood? That's just a rumor I, the old patriarch, made up myself. As he said this, the heavenly demon became even more frenzied in his eyes, and his entire aura. Even someone who doesn't cultivate could see the hint of smugness in those words, filled with sarcasm, as if Tianka's group was beneath his notice. To think you fools would so willingly go and find the divine physique for me. You've saved me quite a bit of effort. Hearing this, Tianka instantly understood everything. He stood in the distance, watching the heavenly demon and the empress, his mind racing under the immense tension. So she married a mere servant like me, all for the divine physique. Her goal was to obtain that so-called guide to the path of godhood. Hearing this, the empress couldn't hold back. A disgusted scowl. The ancestral teachings passed down through every generation of the heavenly demon cult. You're telling me they were just lies you casually made up? Was the only purpose to help you possess a body and be reborn? The heavenly demon didn't even try to deny it. Instead, he quickly admitted it all, a smug look of satisfaction on his face. That's right, the previous cult leaders were all useless trash. Not a single one of them could find the divine physique. But thankfully, you, little girl, you found it. As he spoke, the heavenly demon swiftly brought his two hands close together, creating bizarre noise. At that very moment, from around the empress, a deep, eerie purple aura began to radiate. It was bizarre, so powerful that it sent her hair flying in every direction. Her expression hardened with impatience as she uttered two words, courting death. Then the empress's arm was seen slowly reaching out toward the heavenly demon in front of her. The palm of her hand gradually grew larger, surrounded by an immense power, as if it could kill someone in the blink of an eye. So that move was her heavenly demon palm. Without giving the heavenly demon a chance to react, all around him, he was enveloped by that terrifying surge of power. Whoosh! The empress's vision started to blur. Because of that incredible power, even Tianca, standing behind her, couldn't help it, and instinctively shielded his eyes with his hand. He marveled at the cultivation of the divine emperor realm. The power of this one palm strike from her is too strong, compared to the heavenly demon palm that I can manifest. This is so much more powerful. The heavenly demon no longer had a human form at this point. He quickly transformed into a wisp of purple smoke, with a sarcastic, mocking smile directed at the empress. Heh, little girl. Even if you are a master at the divine emperor realm, how could you possibly compare to me, the old ancestor? After saying that, the heavenly demon leaned in close to the empress and said, but right now I'm in a new soul form. I'm not stupid enough to fight you head on. My target is him. With that said, the heavenly demon shot towards Tianka, who was standing behind the empress, at a speed easily visible to the naked eye. Seeing this, Tianka couldn't help but reveal a smug smile. Humph, you want to possess me? You've got some serious nerve. At this moment, the heavenly demon was slowly closing in. But Tianka remained fearless. On the contrary, he even provoked him. Well then, come on over, I'm waiting for you. The moment the empress saw this, she frantically shouted, "This is bad!" Then, along with her two plump pomelos, she flew towards Tianca. But because her assets were so huge, her flying speed was a little slow. By this time, the heavenly demon had already slipped right into Tianca's body, without a moment's hesitation. The empress immediately used her heavenly demon palm and screamed, "Get out of him!" The heavenly demon heard this and replied with a scornful laugh. "Heh, now that you're in, you think you can just leave?" As soon as she heard the voice coming from behind her, the empress quickly turned around. Behind her was a swirling mass of purple light. The heavenly demon continued, "I've heard that the divine angelic physique is the most outstanding of all cultivation physiques. All those so-called ancient desolate sacred bodies Heavenly Palace divine bodies, and prodigal bodies can all step aside. Suddenly, he paused in disbelief. Before his eyes was a fantastical golden stream-like flow. What the hell? Is that a spirit sea? Inside this kid's dantian? He actually managed to form a spirit sea? Unbelievable. He's an exceptionally talented cultivator. Heaven is truly on my side. With that said, the heavenly demon quickly stepped down into the spirit sea. Suddenly, a crackling sound echoed from the side, and scaring the living daylights out of him and leaving him completely baffled. With a dumbfounded look, he exclaimed, "For real? Where is thunder coming from inside a spirit sea?" The thunder dragon spirit vein appeared before his eyes. The heavenly demon was so scared he stumbled backward, cursing. Thunder dragon spirit vein? I've never seen anything like it. A cultivator's spirit vein was actually transformed from a thunder dragon? At this point, he couldn't help but feel his heart pounding in fear. Since ancient times, lightning has always been the nemesis of soul bodies. One wrong move and my soul will be completely obliterated. This won't do. I can't stay in this kid's body. I don't want to die yet. With that thought, he decided to flee. But he was quickly stopped by a familiar voice. Old geezer. Now that you're in, don't think you can get out so easily. It turns out, model, that was Tiange's voice echoing from the outside. And with it, an expression that looked like he wanted to eat the heavenly demon alive. He was now so terrified that his face was covered in sweat. Beads of it dripped down. He realized he had fallen into Tiange's trap. He thought, this brat. He actually did the opposite of what I expected. He must have known that soul forms fear lightning tribulations the most. And because he has the thunder dragon spirit vein, his body can't be possessed. So he deliberately lured me into his body. How can this bastard be so vicious? His methods are truly ruthless. Thinking of this, the heavenly demon couldn't help but grind his teeth in fear. Grind. Meanwhile, Tiange's system interface appeared. You have shocked the heavenly demon. Reward: Soul Annihilation Art. It can destroy soul forms. Soul forms can be converted into energy to strengthen yourself. Seeing this, a sinister smile appeared on Tiange's face. Soul Annihilation Art, you say? Sounds interesting. With that said, he walked up to the heavenly demon and began to mock him. Heavenly demon, why aren't you being so arrogant anymore? Why so quiet now, huh? Although he was so scared he could piss his pants, he still stubbornly retorted. You rotten brat! Even if I'm just a soul form, I'm still at the God Emperor realm. You think I'll just give up without a fight? After saying that, he attacked Tiange with the heavenly demon palm. Seeing this, Tiange just smirked. Immediately after, the thunder dragon spirit vein appeared, effortlessly blocking the attack. Seeing this, the heavenly demon was so scared he started stammering. No way! Tiange simply pointed a finger at the heavenly demon, counter-attacking with the soul annihilation art. In the next moment, the thunder dragon spirit vein lunged towards that heavenly demon, sending him flying. Tiange then continued his assault on the guy with the 13 forms of the heavenly demon. The heavenly demon was enveloped in a purple orb, but was quickly bound tightly by the thunder dragon spirit vein, unable to move. Seeing this, he roared in resentment. Damn it, my soul form is completely suppressed by this heavenly thunder. I can't even muster half my strength, and I can't unleash my full power anymore. How the hell am I supposed to fight like this? Hearing this, Tianka revealed a calm smile and coaxed him. Oh, celestial demon, you should stop struggling. Just be a good boy and turn into energy for my number. 6 celestial body, you're about to die anyway. But the celestial demon could still curse back as if he was perfectly fine. You rotten brat. I will definitely kill you. Hearing this, Tianka, without a second thought, quickly ordered the thunder dragon spirit vein to devour him, his expression more ruthless than ever. As for the celestial demon, he was so terrified that he howled like a madman, then frantically tried to flee while begging for mercy. Don't come any closer, spare me! But there was no escape for him. On the other side, the Empress, after witnessing everything, was filled with deep regret. The celestial demon canon, it was just a rumor. It was all just a lie. Then she glanced over at Tianka beside her and thought, and what about this guy? He defiled my body. He can't be allowed to remain in this world. After a moment, she sighed and thought, still, it was my fault for being tricked in the first place. I can't just stand by and watch his body get stolen. With that, she raised her hand towards Tianka, a red spiritual energy gathering around it. But before she could do anything, Tianka woke up, causing her jaw to drop in astonishment. Tianka looked at the Empress with a loving gaze, then uttered 2 words that left her bewildered. My wife. Breaking out in a cold sweat, she asked, You weren't possessed? And then, she frantically rushed over and touched Tianka's forehead. Interrogation. The heavenly demon was a God Emperor realm expert after all. and you are only in the Xuanwu realm. How could you have possibly seized all the energy from that heavenly demon's soul body? Hearing this, Tianca let out a foolish laugh. He replied, with so much soul power, I can probably convert it into a lot of spirit chi, right? Just as he was celebrating, a familiar voice rang out again. Host has surpassed their realm. To seize the soul power of a God Emperor realm expert, unable to absorb it. Body is about to self-destruct and die. The moment he heard this, Tianca's pupils shrank to the size of peppercorns. His entire body was engulfed by a scorching red spirit sea. Following that, Tianca's continuous screams could be heard. Ah, it's so hot! My spirit sea is like boiling lava. It's scorching, I'm about to explode. While Tianca was in a state of utter panic, a pair of plump lips landed straight on his mouth. Not only that, her full, round, and firm breasts were also pressed against Tianca's body. This made Tianca's cheeks flush as red as fire. He was stunned, speechless. It was precisely because she saw Tianca's body was about to explode from absorbing spirit chi that was far beyond his level that she hurriedly came forward to draw it out. This scared the living daylights out of him, but that was replaced by surprise, because this wife of his still cared about him. Suddenly she bit him. As he cried out, she cut him off. If you don't want to self-destruct, then be quiet, or else you'll be pushing up daisies. After that, she began to draw out the energy even more intensely. She even held him tighter, making his whole body go numb. Tianca also realized that she was helping him soothe the violent chi within his body. Should be blushing a little. After half an hour of their public display of affection, Tianca's berserk aura gradually dissipated. He let out a sigh of relief, because that rampaging aura was finally over. It had scared the life out of him. After that, the young lady pushed Tianca away, blushing. It was a little rough, but Tianca found it quite amusing, thinking, the process was incredibly exciting, but my lips are a little sore. To dispel a berserk spiritual aura? Did she really have to be so violent? Then she took out a gray pearl. It radiated an extraordinary aura as she spoke to him. Tianca broke into a sweat and asked curiously, what is this? Hearing his question, she replied slowly, this is a primordial chaos pearl created from the power of a soul. Inside it contains the spiritual power of the sky demon, so you can absorb this every day. To cultivate, it will be a great help. Remember, cultivation must be a gradual process. You can't just absorb it all at once and become powerful instantly. It's not like every time you're in danger, I'll be there by your side. Seeing how much she cared for him, reminding him of one thing after another, Tianca was deeply touched. He looked directly at her and said, you've worried so much, thank you truly. After their heart-to-heart, he asked again, my lady, now that we've destroyed the sky demon, does that count as betraying our master and ancestors? At this, the young lady fell silent, not saying a word. But then, she shattered his statue with a single palm strike. This man, for the sake of his own selfish desires, deceived countless sect leaders of our sky demon sect. Not stopping there, she continued with even greater fury, he is completely unworthy of being a member of the sky demon sect anymore. How could that possibly be called betraying our master and ancestors? It was because of this that she thought to herself, I just never expected, and that the great sky demon was just a liar, will be annihilated. Without guidance on ascending to godhood, I can't break through. If the righteous path attacks, what should I do? After thinking for a moment, with no other options, she decided to just let it be. When soldiers arrive, the general blocks. When water rises, the earth dams. Even if the heavenly demon cult falls, I will teach the invaders a painful lesson. Just then, as she was walking ahead, Tianca suddenly said, my dear wife, I'm about to break through. Hearing this, she exclaimed in admiration, as expected of a celestial physique, to break through again so soon. At a breakthrough speed like this, in this world, there are very few who can do the same. Tianca reached the threshold of a breakthrough, so he immediately sat down to regulate his aura. She turned away and said, then you can stay here and quietly cultivate. I'll go back and arrange the cult's affairs first. At that moment, waves of golden lightning coursed through his body. The system's voice also announced, congratulations, host, for breaking through to 8-star Xuan martial artist. Congratulations, host, for breaking through to 9-star Xuan martial artist. Congratulations, host, for breaking through once more, reaching the 1-star spirit connection realm. After finishing the breakthrough process, he thought to himself, after entering the spirit connection realm, the difficulty of cultivation will increase significantly. The amount of spiritual energy required will also increase greatly. Regardless of what happens later, for now I must consolidate my current realm first. Thinking this, he closed his eyes to adjust his body to its most stable state. Night had now fallen. In a rather gloomy place, multi-storied pavilions appeared. This place was the Shadow Demon sect. A subordinate entered to report to the gloomy sect master. 30 has arrived. The old sect master happily turned around and asked, 30, you've broken through again? The man in the flamboyant purple robes immediately said, yes, sir. This humble disciple has already reached the peak of the spirit connection realm. I'm just a little bit away from stepping into the king realm. The old sect master was very pleased by this, because he wasn't even 20 years old yet, and had already reached such a level. With such potential, the successor for our shadow demon, a sect has been found. But then he became filled with rage. He thought of something that was a thorn in his side. It's just a shame that our shadow demon sect, as long as it's being suppressed by the heavenly demon cult, will never be able to hold its head high. Since ancient times, our demonic path has always respected the strong. The heavenly demon cult has its empress, a pillar of immense strength. She has been the leader of the demonic path for several hundred years now. His eyes red with fury, the old man spat. The heavenly demon cult, despite being of the demonic path and cultivating demonic techniques, is too soft-hearted, too lenient, and excessively merciful. On what grounds? Do they lead the demonic path? The true leader of this demonic path should be our shadow demon sect. After his outburst, the old man placed a hand on the young man's shoulder and said, in 33 days, the heavenly demon cult will host the Earth Assembly of the Tao. At that time, you will represent the shadow demon sect and participate. But you must remember, our purpose this time is to make a name for our shadow demon sect. Hearing these words, the young man asked, Sect Master, your meaning is... The demonic path has been dissatisfied with the Empress for a long time now. Furthermore, not long ago, dark clouds blotted out the sun, and the shock waves of a tribulation lightning storm were felt. Many people are now restless and on edge. When the time comes, quite a few factions will be sending their chosen geniuses. Hearing this, the disciple replied, so under the watchful eyes of everyone, we must stomp the disciples of the heavenly demon cult beneath our feet. This will cause the Empress's prestige to suffer a severe blow. The old sect master's face was brimming with killing intent as he said, exactly. At that point, let's see if she can still sit so firmly on her throne as the leader. More of the demonic path. The scene shifts to Tiange's location. He was walking through the forest, thinking to himself, I was pretty lucky this time, because that heavenly demon was in a spiritual form, and it just so happened to be weak against lightning. Otherwise, I might have died back there. It's because of everything that's been happening lately that Tiange began to ponder. From what they said, the various factions are in constant conflict. I'm sure I'll face even more terrifying situations in the future, and more dangerous than today. Tiange held up the primordial chaos pearl and said, she wasn't wrong. It's not like every time I'm in danger, there'll be someone by my side to help me. Just then, a system notification popped up. Host, on the night of the full moon, spiritual energy is abundant. It is the perfect opportunity to cultivate. Hearing this reminder, he agreed. He had to cultivate quickly and increase his strength. Only then could he protect himself and her. After that, Tiange sat on a small nearby mountain and began to cultivate. This caused many disciples in the sect to notice. It's so late. The moon is already high in the sky. And someone is still cultivating? As those guys chattered among themselves, they realized that person looked a bit familiar. That looks like the Grandmaster. It really is the Grandmaster. Seeing this, the junior female disciples below all swooned. Completely dazed, one said, on a full moon night, the Grandmaster isn't playing music and appreciating the moon with the Empress, but is cultivating here instead. He's working so hard. A man who tries that hard is just so attractive, but only on the condition that he's handsome, has a six-pack, and is well endowed, of course. The male disciples heard the girls next to them going crazy, and because of that, the male disciples discovered the secret to why the Grandmaster is such a lady killer. Every single one of them pounded their chests, sat down, and started shouting like crazy. Grandmaster is working so hard. How could we possibly fall behind? Yeah, that's right. We have to cultivate diligently, and because of that, it unintentionally caused Tiange to absorb a bunch of rewards from the system. You have surprised a group of disciples, causing their will to strive to soar. Reward 10 times multiplier. Moonlight spiritual energy absorption speed. Tiange was completely stunned when he heard the system notification, thinking, what the hell are they so surprised about? He was a little curious, but that wasn't important. It's better for me to just focus on my cultivation right now. Thinking that, Tiange activated the spiritual energy absorption function, the 10 times moonlight multiplier. The system immediately announced, activated moonlight spiritual energy absorption speed, 10 times multiplier. Ka combined the system with the primordial chaos pill and continuously absorbed spiritual energy to cultivate. Whoosh! The surrounding spiritual energy, along with the spiritual energy of the moonlight, continuously rushed towards Ka. The moonlight also moved along with him, making the disciples panic. Oh my God, look! Even the moonlight is gathering towards the Grandmaster. Grandmaster is truly a god. Just then an old man walked over and asked, "Why aren't all of you sleeping in the middle of the night? You have to work the fields tomorrow and Tet is just around the corner. What are you all doing gathered here, huh?" A young lady among them gestured to the old man and said, "First Elder, please lower your voice. Don't disturb the Grandmaster's cultivation. Everyone here is also cultivating, so please be quiet." Hearing this, the old man had no idea what the hell was going on. Why is the Grandmaster here? When the old man looked again, he nearly jumped out of his skin. He let out a bewildered shout. What in the world? Is it because it's late at night? And my eyes are so nearsighted that I'm seeing things? Damn it all. To think he's actually leading the cultivation, and he even got these young brats to willingly sit here and cultivate, no less, because he was so completely shocked. The old man's voice was a bit too loud. Immediately, a disciple sitting nearby turned around, annoyed. He raised a finger to his lips, shushing him repeatedly. If it weren't for the fact that he was the Grand Elder, then by now, that disciple would have already pounced on him and started an all-out brawl. The scene at this moment was absolutely magnificent. The surrounding spiritual energy flowed ceaselessly. Down below, disciples continuously gathered to cultivate. As time went on, more and more spiritual energy converged on the primal chaos pearl that Tiange was holding. As a result, the spiritual energy became denser than ever before. Just then, the system announced again. Congratulations, host, on breaking through once more. You have reached the 2-star spirit guiding realm. After his breakthrough, Tiange was overjoyed and said, "Excellent. If I keep cultivating like this, then in just 2 months, I can probably break through to the earthly king realm." Hearing this god tier boasting, the Grand Elder broke into a cold sweat, thinking, back in my day, breaking through from the spirit guiding realm to the earthly king realm took me a full 2 years, and yet he plans to do it in 2 months? This is a realm breakthrough, not making instant noodles. How can he just say he'll break through and then do it? This level of arrogance is truly something that makes others endlessly admire him. But the credibility is absolute nonsense. Suddenly, a disciple next to him screamed out loud, "Everyone look! On the patriarch's body!" What is that? As Tiange's figure sat there cultivating, his true form suddenly materialized behind him, leaving all the disciples completely dumbfounded. Then the system's voice announced again, "You have shocked the disciples and the Great Elder. Reward, faith cultivation. Activating faith cultivation. Spiritual energy absorption beginning." After Tiange received the faith cultivation reward from the system. Right at that moment, the system dude explained it to him in more detail. Faith cultivation means, as long as your followers are around you, and you cultivate alongside them, the followers' cultivation speed will double, and the spiritual energy cultivated by the followers will be transferred back to the host. Hearing this, Tiange was astonished and thought to himself, other people's spiritual energy can be transferred to me? How can something this good possibly exist? As expected of a golden finger, anything is possible. Then Tiange looked down below, musing to himself, followers are truly indispensable, because if I can get the Great Elder to join, and with his level of power, he'll absorb a massive amount of spiritual energy. That means the spiritual energy transferred back to me will definitely be immense. This is an incredibly good deal. With this thought in mind, Tiange made a spectacular decision. He leaped down from the small mountain peak. His aura was unbelievably cool and handsome, causing the disciples below to go absolutely crazy with admiration. After a successful landing, and his landing spot was right in front of the elder, the old man was completely startled. Tiange looked at him, gave a gentle smile, and said, "Great Elder, I was just observing. The forecast for tonight says there will be no sun, and it seems it won't be hot either. But the moonlight is incredibly bright, so why don't we all cultivate together? Doesn't that sound perfectly logical? Who knows, you might even reap some unexpected rewards?" As soon as Tiange finished speaking, the old man broke out in a sweat and said, "There's no need for that. This old man still has to patrol the other areas to guard against thieves." But in his heart, the old man thought to himself, "Stop trying to fool me. I've seen countless moons like this before. What kind of damn reward could there possibly be? If there were, I wouldn't be stuck running around on patrol duty right now." While the old man was lost in his own skeptical thoughts, something suddenly happened. The disciples behind them started screaming like mad. One of them shouted, "Oh my God! The founder is truly incredible. I actually broke through. The girl next to him, Jade Rabbit, also couldn't believe this was real. But it was happening to her own body, so she was absolutely ecstatic. Heavens, the founder is truly divine. I've only been cultivating for a moment and I've already broken through. After witnessing this scene, the elder's expression changed drastically, filled with a hint of disbelief. He couldn't make any sense of it. What the hell kind of luck did this group of people stumble upon tonight? It's one thing for them to gather in groups to cultivate together, but to have a group breakthrough? That's what's truly terrifying. This bizarre event is enough to strike fear into one's heart. Could there be some hidden mystery to this? It can't possibly be a coincidence. There has to be a reason for it. Maybe I should pretend to stay and check out the situation for a bit. It probably can't hurt. No sooner said than done, the old man began his performance. Putting on an award-worthy act. Ahem, ahem. Well, since you, founder, have extended such a kind invitation, it would be impossible for me to refuse. Your good intentions. The patrol duty isn't that urgent anyway, so I still have a little time to stay here for a while. When it's time for me to go, I hope the Grandmaster will understand and sympathize with me. As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately sat down, clasping his hands together and beginning to cultivate. The moment he sat down, sweat was already pouring down the old man's face, dripping like rain. The old man thought to himself, "How strange. Why can't I feel anything? Don't tell me I've been tricked." Those disciples over there saw that the old man was not cultivating with the correct technique, so they quickly spoke up to remind the great elder. Sir, you're not cultivating correctly. You have to shout, say o ria 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 loudly." "Ah, my mistake. It's the Grandmaster is the best, I'll love you forever." Hearing these words, the old man became furious and retorted, "I am the great elder of the heavenly demon cult. How could I possibly say such shameful and embarrassing words?" His mouth said one thing, but his body was completely honest. The old man raised his hands high and then shouted loudly, "The Grandmaster is the best, I'll love you forever." The moment the words left his mouth, a column of spiritual energy suddenly surged fiercely toward him. The old man shouted in delight, "Holy crap, is double the spiritual energy entering my body? This is truly unbelievable. The Grandmaster really is the greatest. Ha ha!" Tian Ka, who was cultivating on the side, could feel the spiritual energy growing more and more abundant. He praised it inwardly, not bad. The moonlight spiritual energy and the primordial chaos bead were already plentiful. And now there's the added power from a follower. As expected, the effect is now countless times stronger. Countless times. At this moment, the great elder had tears welling up in his eyes, as he said emotionally, "With the Grandmaster here, it's truly as if the heavens themselves are protecting our heavenly demon cult." Meanwhile, in the heavenly demon hall, the Empress was sitting on the throne. Below are the elders of the sect, who have been summoned by her to discuss important matters. At this moment, the great elder flew in from outside. He clasped his hands respectfully and said, "My apologies, sect leader, for making you wait. I have arrived late." The Empress looked down and asked, "Great elder, what happened? Why are you so late? Is there some trouble within our sect?" "Elder, please speak freely." The old man stepped forward and said, "Replying to the Empress, last night I was with the founder, cultivating under the moonlight. Because of that, I lost track of time and arrived late." Another elder nearby spoke with confusion. "Cultivating with the founder? Isn't he just at the Xuanwu Master realm? What's the use in you cultivating with him?" The words had barely left his mouth when the great elder cut in sharply and declared, No, that's where you are all mistaken. When you cultivate with the founder, the speed at which you absorb spiritual energy increases many times over. Not only that, the spiritual energy is much more abundant than usual. Therefore, the results are incredibly effective." Another old man also noticed the change in the great elder. "Although I see you haven't had a breakthrough yet, your aura has indeed become much more stable." Then another elder spoke up, adding, "Next time you go, remember to take me with you." The young woman above rested her chin on her hand and muttered, "So this guy didn't come back all night because he was up to something this big. And here I was thinking he was out flirting with some girls somewhere and forgot the way home." Then she spoke aloud, "Everyone, let's get to the main agenda. The Great Tao Debate Conference is about to begin. The number of young prodigies coming to our heavenly demon sect this time is countless. Although it's meant to be a friendly debate, the disciples of our heavenly demon sect absolutely cannot fall behind the others. Elders, do you understand my intentions?" Upon hearing these words, the elders replied in unison, "Understood." The scene shifts to 3 days later. Countless people flew one after another to the demonic heaven sect. First, the heavenly insect sect has arrived at the demonic heaven sect for the Tao discussion. The mountain breaker sect has arrived at the demonic heaven sect for the Tao discussion. The Langsu sect has arrived at the demonic heaven sect for the Tao discussion. The Shadow Demon sect has arrived at the Demonic Heaven sect for the Tao discussion. These were the introductions of the great sects of the martial world, one after another. A member of the Jianghu sect. The disciples below were also extremely shocked when they discovered that for this Tao discussion conference, so many people had unexpectedly shown up. Even the three great prodigies of the demonic path are here. The young man in the blue robes. That's the son of the Langsu sect master, Ling Ao. He's a genius sword cultivator, a very arrogant and aloof person. I heard the position of young sect master of the Langsu sect is already reserved for him. And that guy over there in all purple is the head disciple of the Shadow Demon sect's chief, named Yin Sanshi. This person is ruthless. He once massacred an entire mountain villa all by himself. But the Shadow Demon sect and our Demonic Heaven sect have never gotten along. I doubt they came here this time with good intentions. Suddenly, at this moment, a fragrant scent appeared, making everyone turn their heads to look. That's the saintess of Yaochi. Yaochi? They've never involved themselves in worldly conflicts, right? They didn't even send anyone for the Empress's grand wedding. Yet this time, they actually sent their saintess. Then a deacon came forward and said, "Welcome everyone to the Demonic Heaven sect for the Tao discussion. My name is Li Changsheng. I will lead you all to the Tao discussion platform." Before leaving, the saintess asked curiously, "Senior brothers, from afar I saw many disciples of the Demonic Heaven sect cultivating on a cliff peak. May I ask who is on that cliff peak? And which genius disciple of the Heavenly Demon sect might that be?" Upon hearing this question, the deacon was happy to answer. That is the great ancestor of our Heavenly Demon sect. He is just guiding everyone in their cultivation." Hearing this, all three of them began to pay close and serious attention to the matter. "That legendary ancestor is the Empress's husband?" Ling Ao snorted coldly, saying, "Just an ordinary spirit connection realm cultivator? What's so special about him? He can't even take care of himself. Yet he's guiding others in cultivation. What utter nonsense." Just as he finished speaking, a group of disciples cultivating below began to shout one after another. "Ha ha, I've broken through again. The ancestor is truly amazing." "Me too, I've also broken through," Ling Ao still arrogantly proclaimed. "What a bunch of weirdos putting on a show. Who are they trying to fool?" After that, Tianga also felt it was time to go. So he rushed off, thinking, "A chance to increase my strength. How could I possibly miss it?" At this moment on the discourse platform, in the main seat, was the Empress, along with the other elders. The stands below were packed to the brim, with both participants and curious onlookers. A man with bulging muscles threw a punch at a large boulder, causing dust to fly everywhere and sending out endless shock waves. After his punch left a massive hole in the boulder, he turned back smugly and said, "From the Heavenly Mountain sect, Li Pochen, here to discuss the way of power. I invite the senior brother from the Heavenly Demon sect to enlighten me." Hearing these polite words, laced with taunts, the other young man smiled elegantly and said, "Junior brother Li, you are too kind." After that elegant smile, he tensed his glutes, flexed his cheeks, and unleashed his own power. With the muscles and physique of a Western bodybuilder, his single punch shattered the boulder into pieces. That taunting junior brother model. Witnessing this scene, he also jumped up in shock. Swallow said, "Heavens, to think that I actually lost, senior brother. You're just too damn manly." At this moment, up above, the great elder was also laughing as he spoke. "The people sent out by our Heavenly Demon sect are all elite disciples. This Tao discussion. We will definitely achieve an overwhelming victory." Hearing this, the young woman immediately said, "Don't you celebrate too soon. The three most difficult people to deal with haven't even gone on stage yet." Suddenly, at this moment, Thien Ka, who was behind the young woman, took a bite of an apple and asked, "These three difficult people, who are they? Tell me about them." Then from below, that guy named Yin 30 from the Shadow Demon sect immediately flew up and said, "Everyone, some of you cultivate the way of the sword, and some of you cultivate the way of music. The 3,000 great Taos are each unique in their own way. Today I, Yin 30, will not be discussing any of those Taos. I will only discuss what the Tao is." Upon hearing these words, countless murmurs and discussions broke out in the crowd. Is this Yin 30 guy here to cause trouble? What's the point in asking a question like that? The Tao is the most mysterious thing there is. This is clearly a question that no one can possibly answer. Then he spoke again. For thousands of years, no one has been able to figure out the answer. But in his heart, he thought to himself, "Today on this Tao discussion stage, I will put you people from the Heavenly Demon sect in a position where you can get on. But you won't be able to get off." The young woman also grew pensive and thought, "It's rumored that if one can comprehend even a fraction of the Tao, then there is no need to cultivate, and one can still achieve a breakthrough. It seems the Shadow Demon sect really came prepared today." Upon hearing his question, the elders, up on the platform, panicked and exclaimed, "What do we do? How about we use the excuse that he's causing a disturbance and throw him off?" The great elder beside them also spoke up. "You can't do that, sir. If we do that, what will become of the honor of our demonic sect?" This is exactly the outcome the Shadow Demon sect was hoping for. Do we really have to admit defeat today? To lose face in front of the Shadow Demon sect? Meanwhile, Tianga, who was enjoying an apple on the side, felt a bit annoyed hearing this. He then pointed at that guy, Yin 30, and said to the young woman, "My empress wife, are all the disciples of the Shadow Demon sect so effeminate, just like him? It's a real shame they weren't born as women." Hearing these mocking words, the man's face darkened. A murderous glint appeared in his eyes as he thought, that guy is so intimate with Luo Wuting. Could he be that legendary patriarch? What can you expect from a dog's mouth but a bark? The people around began to whisper among themselves, "Who is that lunatic? He's in deep trouble for offending Yin 30. Then Yin 30 arrogantly spoke, "What's wrong? Is it possible that in the entire demonic sect, there isn't a single person who can answer my question?" Tianga found this guy extremely annoying, so he looked down with a cold expression, his gaze capable of making all of creation fall silent, and replied, "You effeminate creature, you truly are a fool. A problem this simple. And you thought it was worthy of being asked at the Tao discussion assembly?" After Yin 30 was thoroughly berated by Tiange, he thought to himself, "How can he be so calm? Don't tell me. He actually has the answer? Impossible. I've been preparing this question for a long time. Besides, it's never been solved by any grandmaster of any generation. How could a little brat possibly know the answer? This damned patriarch is only at the spirit connection realm, after all. So how could he possibly understand such profound and mystical matters? I must be overthinking things. He's just bluffing." Up above, the great elder also became serious and said, "Could it be that the Grandmaster knows the answer? How incredible." Under that question and the gazes of countless people, Tian Ka began to answer for everyone. "What is the Tao, you ask? Such a simple question. And you don't even know it? What's so hard to understand?" As soon as he finished, Tian Cha dashed forward, saying, "All of you watch carefully." After landing on the martial arts stage, he caused the crowd to exclaim in utter astonishment. The Grand Master is actually entering the stage himself. Witnessing this scene, the disciples cheered like crazy, saying excitedly, "Grand Master! He has surprised us to the point of madness so many times. I'm sure this time will be the same." Haha, the girl next to him was completely smitten, swooning as she said, Right. How is he going to break the deadlock this time? I'm so nervous." Seeing this, that guy Yin San, she sneered and blustered. "I see you're young and your cultivation level isn't high, but your talent for bullshitting is damn well #1 in the cultivation world. Does the Heavenly Demon Sect really want to be this sloppy? Sending you to answer my question?" Tianta replied to him calmly. "Sometimes there are things you can't judge by age, kiddo." That guy Ling Ao, standing outside the arena, also said arrogantly, "What a lunatic spouting such nonsense. And he even dares to call this question simple. I see him as nothing more than a fast-talking vagrant, that's all." The holy maiden Zhao Ji next to him didn't say anything, but carefully observed the situation on the stage. Tianca looked at Yin San Shi with his azure eyes and replied, "Little girl, let me tell you what the Tao is. You'd better prick up your ears and listen, you hear? The Tao has no shape, no color, no sound, no smell. It is large, yet has no outside. It is small, yet has no inside. The Tao is that which creates heaven, earth, and all things, is the dominant energy of all things in heaven and earth." As soon as these words were spoken, the disciples down below were endlessly amazed. They shouted loudly, "As expected of the Grand Master!" To be able to understand such a mysterious question, the guy sitting next to them also cheered along. But he had no idea what the Grand Master was talking about. However, because of the crowd effect, he got excited too. The young woman standing there was also incredibly thrilled. But she wasn't excited because of the answer. It was because Tiange's appearance was just so handsome, and he looked extremely cool. So she became completely smitten. Her weakness for handsome men is beyond saving. The saintess below witnessed this scene and also couldn't stop paying attention to Tiange. In her heart, she sighed in admiration and praised him, as expected of the legendary Grand Master. With just 2 short sentences, he has stabilized the situation. At this moment, that -30 guy angrily started picking on Tiange. "Do you think you can just spout some incomprehensible words to get by? Do you think you can fool me and get away with it?" Hearing these words, Tianga became weary. He replied, "What nonsense are you talking about? Being uncultured is truly a frightening thing." But Tiange didn't get angry because of this. He spoke again. "Listen to me carefully, because for you, a free lesson like this won't happen a second time. After that, Tiangi began the process of teaching the class, lecturing, broadening the horizons of everyone present here. There are 3,000 great Daos. Each Dao has its own unique way of being understood. Take the Sword Dao as an example. The Sword Dao is sword intent. It is the swordsman's perception of the sword. One who cultivates the Sword Dao can comprehend sword intent, and it is precisely by comprehending sword intent like this that he will be able to comprehend the Sword Dao. Following this line of reasoning, what then is the Dao? I don't need to explain any further, do I? The disciples below seem to have realized the truth as they spoke up. Grandmaster, do you mean that among the 3,000 great Daos, there are 3,000 different kinds of Dao? And each Dao belongs to oneself, unique and one of a kind? At that moment, Tiancha waved his hand and said, the Dao is simply the path that a cultivator chooses. That's all. So what if there are 3,000 great Daos? When you successfully cultivate this principle, the Dao is also within your heart. Otherwise, how could you have possibly succeeded in your cultivation? The moment Tian Ka finished speaking, the crowd erupted. They all shouted in unison. It echoed, "Ha ha! I get it now, Grandmaster. A single sentence has awakened me from my dream, and it also answered the doubts that I've had for so many years. I'm about to have a breakthrough right now." Meanwhile, that guy Yin 30 was utterly shocked. So much so that he couldn't believe what was happening. He said repeatedly, "Impossible! This is absolutely impossible!" He muttered to himself, to cultivate the Tao, one must understand what the Tao is. The Tao is in the heart. If it were that simple, I would have long ago, before he could finish his sentence. The spiritual energy in his body erupted violently. A few seconds later, he had a breakthrough, in a way that even he himself could not have expected. Seeing this, Tian Ka said smugly, "Your mouth might deny it, but your body is brutally honest." Tian Ka sighed to himself and said, "I never thought that by just talking casually, I could actually make these prodigies have an epiphany. They really are too easy to fool. You kids are still so green." Just then, the system also sent a notification. Host has shocked everyone. Reward, skill card, Great Emperor's Strike. Function can unleash a powerful strike of a Great Emperor at the peak of the Divine Emperor realm. After activation, the card, any other skill would be useless compared to this gift from the system. Thianka was extremely satisfied. A single strike from a peak Divine Emperor is no laughing matter. Even if I encounter a powerful enemy whose cultivation is several realms higher than mine, several levels higher, I won't have to be afraid. This can be considered a trump card, something I can use to save my life and protect myself. In the grandstands, the Great Elder was incredibly excited at this moment. Before, a single sentence could shatter the Tao hearts of countless holy sons and divine sons. Now, with another sentence, he's resolved everyone's doubts. To have a patriarch like this is truly a blessing for generations of the heavenly demon sect. After Thian Ka answered the question, that guy 30 had nothing left to say. He stepped forward and said, "I'll admit you're good. I've lost today." The crowd roared wildly, shouting, "The legendary patriarch of the heavenly demon sect. It is truly incredible." As 30 walked away, he muttered, "The plan failed," requesting the sect master to take action. He snorted coldly, his eyes filled with killing intent, and said, "So what if you can answer the questions? Later, when we force the emperor to abdicate, your heavenly demon sect will lose all its face anyway." After that, Lang Ngao also stepped forward. He said, "Lang Ngao of the Lang Hu sect asks for the patriarch's guidance." As soon as the words left his mouth, he leaped coldly onto the stage. "What I wish to debate is the way of the sword." Seeing his imposing aura, the crowd buzzed in anticipation, ready to watch a good show. That's because Lang Ngao, the most formidable of the three great prodigies, specialized in the way of the sword. They wondered if the patriarch could handle him. Seeing how powerful Lang Ngao was, not only was Thian Ka unafraid, he was actually a little excited. Thian Ka thought to himself, "Just in time. I can test out this martial sword intent system." Before that, Lang Ngao stepped forward, coldly drew his sword, and swung it through the air. Qing Shu Ying. "The sword in my hand is a treasure-grade weapon." Before he could finish his words, he drew his sword and slashed forward. Unexpectedly, the crowd outside also realized this is an extremely powerful weapon, because among the magical artifacts in this entire Tianling domain, treasure grade is the standard. The Lang Shu sect really thinks highly of him, to even give him such a fine treasure grade artifact. Another guy wondered, are treasure grade artifacts really that strong? Weapons in the Tianling domain are typically divided into 5 grades. Magical artifacts, spirit artifacts, treasure artifacts, immortal artifacts, and finally God artifacts. I heard there are other grades above God artifacts, but no one has ever seen them. Tianga, hearing this, understood the division between the tiers. But to him, a weapon is just a weapon. It's merely an auxiliary tool. The deciding factor is still the person who wields it. What truly matters is their skill level. Lang? Ngao saw Tiange standing perfectly still. He pointed his sword at him and said, "Grandmaster, why are you not holding a sword? If you don't draw a sword, how can we possibly discuss the way of the sword?" Hearing this, Tiange replied, "I don't have a sword." As soon as he finished speaking, the disciples below grew excited. They started shouting nonstop, "Grandmaster, I have a sword! My sword is spirit grade." After those words, Ji also reached his hand forward. Lightning began to crackle violently. "Although I don't have a physical sword, but I have another sword." Seeing this scene, Lang Ngao was stunned by what was happening before his eyes. He stammered, "Sword aura? Your sword intent has already reached a state of pure perfection. How is this possible?" The image of a coiling azure dragon materialized, exuding a sharp, overwhelming aura. Tiange calls it dragon form sword intent. In that moment, it moved on its own, rushing towards that guy, Lang Ngao. This terrified him completely. But the target wasn't him. It was the mountain behind him. The violent impact caused the mountain to crumble. Dust and debris flew everywhere. The disciples were also terrified by this sight. Such a sharp sword intent unleashed like a charging azure dragon. It conquers all in its path, completely unstoppable. Tiange waved his hand and laughed heartily. "My apologies, my hand slipped a little. Please bear with me. Although I've comprehended sword intent, I still need a lot more practice to be able to control it proficiently." Lang Nao's face darkened as he broke out in a cold sweat. "My level of understanding of sword intent compared to the Grandmaster's is simply not on the same level. It's true, there's always someone stronger out there. Just like the saying, beyond the heavens, there are other heavens. Beyond a person, there are other people." He bowed his head and said, "Grandmaster, I concede defeat. I have lost this match." The disciples cheered excitedly and endlessly. "He won! I knew it! The Grandmaster would definitely win. He won! The strongest prodigy of the demonic path. The Grandmaster is truly powerful." Meanwhile, Tiange was completely baffled. "I was just looking for someone to spar with, to test the power of my sword intent. But it was over before I even made a move. What's going on?" Then Tiange said, "Saintess of Yaochi, are you going to step up and receive my move?" At this, the young lady's face turned beet red. She was totally swooning over his handsome appearance. "Hey, you old fool! I didn't come here to debate you. I came here to fight." Before he could finish speaking, a sudden and extremely powerful spiritual force from high above pressed down. Noticing this disturbance, Tiange panicked. He broke out in a cold sweat, thinking, "This is bad. My spiritual energy is suppressed. I can't move a muscle." The pressure grew stronger and stronger, forcing Tiange deep into the ground. At that moment, Tiange realized who had arrived. It was a divine emperor realm expert. But this aura, it wasn't Votin's. Then who could it be? Right now, Tiange, along with everyone else on the arena, was suppressed by the divine emperor's aura. No one knew who this reckless bastard was to pull a stunt like this, especially when Tiange was holding a one-time use card, containing a full power strike from the peak Great Emperor, Votin. Seeing this, Votin let out a cold snort. Then she slowly raised her hand, forming a ball of energy. At the same time, her cold eyes turned pink. Immediately, that immense pressure vanished without a trace. Seeing her take action, the disciples began to buzz with discussion. "Her Majesty, the Empress, she's as powerful as ever. She might even be much stronger now. It's a good thing the Empress stepped in. Any longer and we would have been goners." The Empress then spoke in a cold voice. "Shadow Devil Elder, since you've already arrived, why are you hiding? Scurrying around like a little rat." As soon as her words fell, up in the sky, a strange purple spatial vortex appeared, and from it emerged the so-called Shadow Devil Elder. He walked out laughing loudly, a confident look on his face. The moment he appeared, he started running his mouth. "Voting, our 5 great sects have long been dissatisfied with the heavenly demon. As the one who will lead the sect and the demonic path, if you know what's good for you, then you will cede that top position to me. Come out here!" With the old man's appearance, the others also emerged one by one. First was the Valley Master of the Poisonous Snake Valley, Tai Nyat the Venomous Snake. Next was Elder Han Diet of the Evil Soul Sect, the Sect Master of the Yin Yang Sect, Nguyam Duong, and Madame Zayet of the Poisonous Scorpion School. The last person was none other than the Sect Master of the Shadow Demon Sect, Old Man Anma. The disciples were horrified to see all 5 of them step out from the void. The most striking thing was that they were all powerful experts of the Divine Emperor realm, and yet all 5 of them had come to the Heavenly Demon Sect to force the Empress to abdicate. Thian Ka was, at this moment, filled with worry. He thought that since all 5 of them were powerful experts of the Divine Emperor realm, their ill intentions meant they truly wanted to force the Empress to abdicate. I don't know if my dear wife can handle this or not. Just then, a notification from the system appeared. Host, you don't need to worry. You are greatly underestimating your wife's capabilities. The system suggests that the host should just sit back and watch the show. Even though the system said that, Thian Ka's anxiety didn't lessen one bit. He thought to himself, at worst, I'll just use the Great Emperor skill card to attack and lend my wife a hand. Hearing the arrogant words from those 5 stinking ants, the young woman began to release a faint, oppressive aura. Tisk, tisk. So you want to be the leaders of the demonic path? Why don't you all go take a look in the mirror and see if any of you are even worthy of this position? The moment she finished speaking, the Empress's gaze turned ice cold, filled with killing intent as she glared at them. The disciples down below broke out in a cold sweat as they witnessed this and said, "She doesn't even see those people as a threat." Could it be that the Empress's cultivation level is that high? That means the Empress's current cultivation level has already far surpassed ours. The holy maiden of the Jiao Qi sect, standing to one side, also whispered, "It seems a battle will be unavoidable today." Down on the ground, Thian Ka delightedly gave a thumbs up, giving his wife a like. He then said, as expected of my wife, "You're just so freaking cool!" Up above, the group now looked furious. They said, "Luo Wuxing, if you're going to be this arrogant, then don't blame us for what we're about to do. Soul Destruction Elder, what are you waiting for? Bring out the ultimate treasure of the evil soul sect. Bring it out now!" The moment she finished her words, the old man took out his soul destruction map. An incredibly dark and eerie aura emanated from it. From within, numerous skeletons, in spiritual form, rushed out. The old man said in a cold voice, "The soul destruction map is a low-grade immortal artifact, refined from the souls of 9,999 living people. Their souls are eternally imprisoned within it, unable to reincarnate. Although at present this old man cannot summon all 9,999 evil souls, a mere 3,000 evil souls will be more than enough to defeat you." The disciples below, seeing how terrifying this artifact was, were trembling with fear. The power of an immortal artifact is so immense. I heard that with an immortal artifact, one can even defeat an opponent of a higher cultivation realm. That's right. Normally, if just one immortal artifact were to appear, all the sects would fight to the death over it, and they managed to take out 5 of them. Her Majesty the Empress is in big trouble this time. After hearing what that old man said, Tian Ge, who was down below, couldn't help but become furious. Refined from 9,999 living people, this soul extinction diagram is truly wicked. Seeing him like this, the system also appeared. To give him a reminder, "Host, rest assured, your soul extinction art and lightning tribulation spirit vein are the ultimate counters to soul bodies. 3,000 evil souls are a great tonic for you. Every single soul body can increase the power of your primordial chaos pearl." After hearing that, Tian Ge's estimation of this soul extinction diagram grew, and he decided he had to have it. The Empress, seeing them bring out a low-grade immortal artifact, couldn't help but scoff. Because they had clearly come well prepared this time, she took the opportunity to make a snide remark. That old shadow demon geezer was acting all smug, as if victory was already in his grasp, and said gloatingly, "But of course, to deal with you, Luo Wuling, each of us has prepared an immortal-grade weapon. Let's see how you're going to stop us this time." Hearing these guys brag so excessively, Tian Ge couldn't hold back any longer and yelled, "Wifey, don't be scared. These guys are just full of hot air. It doesn't matter what kind of weapon it is. It all depends on the person using it. Just leave that soul extinction geezer to me." The soul extinction fellow turned and mocked Tian Ge. "You stinking brat without Luo Wuling protecting you. A leech like you who just clings to a woman's skirt, as I could make you reincarnate dozens of times, with just a single finger." At this, the Empress could no longer sit by idly. She flew up into the air, her aura piercing the very heavens, creating a blazing red vortex of spiritual energy all around. Then Luo Wuling spoke. "1 first-stage God Realm expert, plus 4 third-stage God Realm experts, is that all? Since when did useless emperors like you have the guts? How dare the likes of you threaten the dignity of this Empress?" The moment she finished speaking, she revealed her own cultivation level. Seeing this, the group of men broke out in a cold sweat. The Soul Annihilation Elder spoke up. "What in the world? Peak God Emperor Realm? You old fiend, why didn't you tell us that Luo Wuqing had already reached the 9-star level?" After saying that, he flew forward, not forgetting to boast. So what if she has? Let's speed up and surround her with everything we've got. I refuse to believe she can withstand our assault. Seeing this, the Shadow Devil Elder quickly reminded him. Soul Annihilation Elder, first use the 3,000 evil spirits to pin down the others. The Elder stopped in his tracks. Then he unleashed 3,000 evil spirits to attack the people down below. As for the 5 of them, they rushed forward to attack Luo Wu King. The two sides' techniques clashed violently. Although she was fighting 1 against 5, she didn't show any signs of being at a disadvantage. At this moment, the great elder below gave a command. Elders of the heavenly devil cult with me! We will face these 3,000 evil spirits! Just then, Tiange also radiated a powerful spiritual energy. And he said, 3,000 evil spirits? So what? His face was ferocious. He clasped his hands together and continued to brag. You pathetic evil spirits! Running into me, there's only one fate for you. And that is to be scattered into dust. The other elders were scared out of their wits, and they cried out in shock. Those 3,000 evil spirits, each and every one has a cultivation level comparable to the Earth King realm. But the founder is only at the spirit connection realm. To face these evil spirits, and be so completely unfazed? And because of that, the system began to display a notification. Congratulations, host, for shocking the group of elders. Reward Snow Calamity Formation. Currently comprehending the Snow Calamity Formation at a speed 10 times faster. After a while, Tiange also successfully comprehended the Snow Calamity Formation. Tiange's aura at this moment was also extremely powerful, enveloped by a dazzling golden light. He said smugly, "This is all perfect timing." Then he slammed his hand onto the ground, summoning the Snow Calamity Formation. This caused the swarm of evil spirits to stop in their tracks. After that, he used the Soul Annihilation Trapping Formation to fight back. After deploying the formation, Tiange didn't forget to add, I am liberating you, so you should lend me a hand in return, right? That's not too much to ask, is it? The disciples were now moving from one shock to the next, seeing Tiange set up a formation in the blink of an eye. Could it be that the Ancestral Master is also a Grandmaster of formations? The Ancestral Master is truly becoming more and more mysterious. A moment later, Tiange also retrieved the formation diagram from that elder. Above, the battle was raging fiercely, while down below, the old man lost his damn low-grade immortal artifact formation diagram. Tiange didn't forget to thank the old man for the formation diagram containing those 3,000 evil spirits. The old man was utterly astonished and asked the shadow demon, Tell me, what on earth is the origin of that brat that he could refine my soul annihilation diagram? Another man immediately said to him, He is definitely not some useless piece of trash. The old shadow demon, at this point, was seething with rage and said, That husband and wife, they were definitely pretending to be weak to prey on the strong, tricking us. Seeing them fighting, yet still having time for a little chat, the Empress reminded them, You don't even have the ability to counterattack, yet you dare to stand there and bullshit with each other? The 5 of you hurry up and die. Witnessing, the Empress charged forward to attack. The shadow demon leader hurriedly shouted, You all be careful. Move the spirit fluid, hurry up. Then all 5 of them took the full force of a blow from the young woman's heavenly demon palm. They had charged forward quite fast, but the speed at which they were sent flying back, tearing through the air, was many times faster. Each and every one of them spat out blood, gushing mouthfuls as they crashed into the cliff wall, kicking up a thick cloud of dust. One of them screamed out in sudden doubt, We've definitely fallen into their trap. That husband and wife are teaming up to fight us now. They were beaten and covered in injuries, but they still didn't give up. An old shadow demon spoke up. Our only choice is to use our immortal artifacts to kill Luo. Wadding first, then we can deal with the others. That's right, if we don't work together, our only fate is death. The remaining 3 had no choice, but to risk it all on this one gamble? There was no other way. Witnessing them take out their immortal artifacts, the Empress's expression turned serious. She didn't dare to be careless. Then they took out their 4 remaining immortal artifacts and attacked at the same time. Seeing this, Luo Wuding also raised his hand to block the attack. When he saw the opening, the old shadow demon turned and said, Soul Annihilation Elder now! Then the elder rushed towards Brother Tian and yelled, You damn brat! Become a part of my soul annihilation diagram. Seeing this, the Empress grew worried for him and called out, Ning Tian! But it seemed this elder had just drawn a ticket to experience. A full power strike from a peak Great Emperor, from Brother Tian's experience card. And now, after seeing the Soul Annihilation Elder, as they rushed forward to strike her husband, the Empress immediately erupted in a thunderous rage. Although Luo Wuyu couldn't come to his aid in time because she was held back by 4 other god emperors, he made an ice-cold declaration. If you dare harm him, then even if the great Emperor Tokuda clawed his way out of his grave, none of you will live to see the next moon. I will absolutely scatter your souls to the winds and utterly obliterate your bodies. Under the fury and pressure from this crazy wife, those guys' divine artifacts were useless. They were continuously forced back by her overwhelming presence. Seeing this, she seized the opportunity and unleashed a volley of heavenly demon palms. They didn't have to fight over them, because each one took a direct hit and coughed up mouthfuls of blood. Over on the other side, Hunmi had already rushed towards Tiange. He roared, "You damned rotten brat! I will definitely kill you today!" Realizing this, the Empress panicked. By the time she looked over, it was already too late. All she could do was worriedly call out, "Mingtian!" Down below, the group of elders saw this and were also horrified. They exclaimed, "The legendary patriarch of the heavenly demon cult. Is he really going to die here today?" Seeing them use their numbers to bully the weak, Lang Ao also became angry on his behalf and shouted, "Those guys from the Shadow Demon sect are going too damn far." The Holy Maiden of Yaochi advised him, "Don't you act rashly. A battle between those at the God Emperor realm. It is not something we can interfere in." Pinned down by the aura and pressure of Hunmi, Tiango was furious. "You damned old geezer, you must be tired of living." His anger blazed to life, and his eyes began to glow. Tiango roared, "System, activate the Great Emperor skill card for me." The system immediately responded to him. The Great Emperor's single-strike skill card has been activated. Upon its activation, the true form of the Emperor's might immediately appeared behind him. Hunmi. At this moment, he was so terrified he couldn't even close his mouth as he spoke. "What the hell is this? This is the might of a Great Emperor." "Don't tell me this kid is a Great Emperor-level expert?" Within those deep blue eyes filled with this rage, Tianxia declared, "You damned old geezer, the one who's going to die today is you. Even if the Heavenly King himself came to stop me, you would still die." At that moment, the true form of the Emperor's might seemed to lock him in place. In the final brief moments of the old man's life, a giant hand descended upon him. A terrifying and earth-shattering sound echoed out, and just like that, the one called Hunmi was given a one-way ticket to the afterlife, complete with offerings of green bananas on his altar. Seeing this, Ling Ao broke out in a cold sweat. He said, "A God Emperor realm expert like him was turned to dust in a single blow." After using that attack, Tian Ke also stopped and retracted his technique. Witnessing this scene, his wife couldn't help but worry and ran over to check on him. But in her heart, she thought to herself, "Ningtian is clearly only in the spirit conduit realm. How can he possess the aura of a great emperor?" Suddenly, Tian Ke began coughing up blood, gushing out uncontrollably. His face instantly turned deathly pale. Then he collapsed. But luckily, his fall was cushioned by 2 large mountains, so he was fine for now. His wife cried out in alarm, "Ningtian, are you all right?" In his hazy, semi-conscious state, Tianxia was still aware of one thing. These 2 mountains were truly life-saving divine artifacts. How could anyone ever die falling into these? When the elders saw this, they rushed over anxiously checking on him. Then the great elder approached, but the young woman quickly said, "There's no need to worry. He just fainted from exhaustion." At this time, Luo Wuqing no longer had the worried expression she had just now. Instead, looking up with a murderous intent that burned like flames. Next up, it's time to settle the score with them. With such a furious aura and a murderous intent that filled the sky, the others panicked and fled. They came as a group, but when it was time to leave, it was every man for himself. Seeing this, Luo Wuqing immediately took out a bow, along with 4 of her arrows, and declared, "You want to escape from my grasp? If it were that easy to leave, then I wouldn't be the leader of the demonic path." After that, she fired 4 arrows that shot toward them. They directly pierced through the 4 divine Emperor realm experts, effortlessly. The old man, Shadow Demon, turned back resentfully and said, "Luo Wuqing, you're good." Then he used a mystic escape technique to flee. At that moment, the Empress gave an order to the Great Elder. "There are no more divine Emperor realm experts left. Go and annihilate the rest of them." The scene changes to the Great Hall of the Righteous Path Alliance. The old man asked in alarm, "What?" His subordinate repeated, "The 4 great sects have all been annihilated." The old man continued, "The Shadow Demon sect, ranked 2nd in the demonic path, led the 4 emperors to force the heavenly demon cult's empress to abdicate. But unexpectedly, only the old man, Shadow Demon, escaped heavily injured, and that useless husband of the empress was able to summon the aura of a great emperor. He finished Elder Soul Annihilator in a single blow." The alliance leader of the Righteous Path Alliance also spoke up. Luo Wuking's strength has always been formidable. She is a true empress, who has reached the peak of the divine emperor realm. She's not someone they could just go and provoke. As for that useless husband of hers, it was probably some kind of self-defense technique that Luo Wuking taught him. The other man continued, even so, right now, the heavenly demon cult and that so-called legendary ancestor have become famous throughout the entire heavenly spirit domain. Hearing that, the old man also replied, "It's fine. We'll wait for the palace master of the illusory god Heavenly Palace to come out of seclusion. He and I have both reached the peak of the divine emperor realm. A mere Luo Wuting, how could he possibly be a match for the two of us? Before that, you are to send word down below. Recently have more of our disciples sent out. They are to go out and temper themselves. If they encounter disciples of the demon cult, kill them without mercy." Hearing the order, the man immediately went to carry it out. Scene change. At the sacred pool, 3 days later, Tiange was still lying on the large rock. He showed no signs of movement whatsoever. After a while, Tiange slowly began to regain consciousness. And he thought, "Am I still alive?" He grimaced in pain and said, "My entire body feels completely worn out. I really thought I was going to die along with that old geezer." Just then, a pair of long, slender legs approached. A worried voice spoke up. "It's been 3 days. Why hasn't he woken up yet?" Hearing these words from over there, Tiange heard everything, and he knew that was his wife. "My wife is worried about me." Over here, she was saying, "Ning Tian, no matter how long it takes, I will help you wake up." Hearing his wife's heartfelt words, he thought to himself, "My wife really talks tough, but she has a soft heart. The classic cold on the outside, warm on the inside type." He smirked slyly as he came up with a plan. "For now, I'll just hide the fact that I'm awake. When she gets closer, I'll give her a little surprise." Over on the other side, the young woman had taken off all her clothes. Her form was faintly visible through the mist. Over there, you folks can probably see the same thing that this admin is seeing. I am definitely seeing it. I can't believe it. It's a 3-headed demon beast lying there off to the side. Tiange also witnessed this entire scene. He blushed and thought, "This is the first time I've seen my wife's body so clearly. This clearly. Last time I was too worked up, so I don't really remember any of the specific details. It's true. Anything that happens too fast isn't necessarily a good thing." The girl walked over, touched Tiange and said, "Saintly sun physique. My body can amplify the healing properties of the water in the holy pond, increasing the speed of wound recovery rapidly. However, the energy generated during the treatment will cause my blood and chi to surge violently. So I absolutely have to take off my clothes. Luckily, he's unconscious. Otherwise, I'd die of embarrassment." But suddenly, she noticed something strange. This guy, why is his heart beating so fast? She thought with concern, could his injuries be getting worse? Tiange's expression at this moment was just unbearably shameless. Shamelessly pretending to be unconscious while his nose wouldn't stop bleeding. And because of this, his wife found it strange. Why would an unconscious person get a nosebleed? And then it seemed she understood something. She hurriedly covered her 2 divine artifacts and the great crossroads down below and said, "You've clearly been awake this whole time, haven't you?" Tiange smugly lifted his head, nose still bleeding, and grinned. "Heh heh," Tiange then said, "Good morning. Did you sleep well last night?" She immediately replied, "Of course, without you I slept wonderfully." Then his nose started bleeding again. As he complimented, "My dear wife, you're so beautiful." Hearing this, she shot back, "Stop with the sweet talk." At this point, she didn't even bother to cover up her lethal weapons. No wonder Tiange was having a nosebleed. "If you're awake, then get dressed. You're coming with me." Tiange wiped his nosebleed and mumbled, "She's just embarrassed. I never expected to see this adorable side of my wife." After getting dressed, he asked, "Wifey, where are we going?" At this moment, the voices of a massive crowd echoed out, "We greet the patriarch." Below, a vast number of disciples were waiting. Every single one of them was cheering. "Congratulations on your recovery, patriarch. Unleash the divine might of our heavenly demon cult." After waking up, Tianca followed his wife to the heavenly demon cult's plaza. Following that were the roaring cheers of the disciples who admired him. Just then, the system interface appeared. Notification, because the host astounded everyone at the Tao discussion platform. A few days ago, the level of faith and worship has increased. The power of faith can now be stored. When fully charged, it can be used as an attack. The moment those words appeared, a series of notifications for absorbing power of faith +1 began popping up continuously. Specks of light flew out from the heavenly demon cult disciples. They leisurely drifted towards Tianca. These motes of light were the power of faith that he was receiving. Current power of faith reserve, 30 out of 100. Upon seeing that notification and feeling the power of faith, Tian-Ka was extremely pleased with it. Excellent, excellent. Not only can it replenish my spiritual energy, but it can also store the power of faith and convert it into an attack. At that moment, the Great Elder stepped forward and said excitedly, "Patriarch, you finally awakened! Everyone in the heavenly demon cult from top to bottom has been so worried about you." Another elder from behind also praised him endlessly. "You are magnificent, truly magnificent, a divine realm expert. Worthy of the title Quasi-Emperor model, he was finished off by the Grandmaster in just one move. Grandmaster, you truly are incredible." Just then, Luo Wuting also arrived with her usual ice-cold expression. Along with her were the 3 immortal artifacts she got for free from those other sects, the ones she foolishly left behind last time. When the Great Elder saw the 3 immortal artifacts, he asked with curiosity, "Your Majesty the Empress, aren't those the 3 immortal artifacts that were taken from the hands of the 4 sects?" The first item is the Coiling Dragon Spear, a low-grade immortal artifact. A single thrust from this spear moves with the roaring momentum of a dragon. The second item is the Ink Turtle Armor, a low-grade immortal artifact. It's as black as ink and incredibly hard to break. And the third item is the Red Shao Sword, a mid-grade immortal artifact. Its entire body is a deep red, as if it were a burning flame. After that, the Empress turned and said to Tian-Ge, "In the destruction of those 4 sects this time, Nintian's contribution cannot be ignored. The Heavenly Demon sect has never treated its disciples with great merit poorly. For your contribution, you may choose one of these 3 immortal artifacts." He looked at the 3 items and, in his heart, wanted to take them all. But after thinking it over, he felt that wasn't quite right. With his current level of strength, he couldn't possibly wield 3 immortal artifacts at the same time. The Red Shao Sword is a mid-grade immortal artifact, and it can be combined with the sword arts and the sword intent I just learned. And with that thought, he immediately chose the Red Shao Sword as his reward. He held the sword. Crimson spiritual energy enveloped it, and he couldn't help but gently run his fingers over it. The powerful aura emanating from the sword startled everyone present. Tian-Ge looked at the surface of the blade and marveled, "Such dense spiritual energy. This truly is an extraordinary immortal artifact." And without making everyone wait any longer, Tian-Ge immediately cuts his hand to prepare for the contract ritual with the sword. He drips his blood onto the blade and shouts loudly, "Crimson Shao Sword, accept your master!" In response, the sword radiates immense power. He holds it up, and he can already feel its strength. The elders also exclaim in astonishment. As expected of the Patriarch, even these raging flames look so intimidating. Just then, Tian-Ge stares intently at his sword. Then he unleashes a swirling, dragon-like aura that coils around him. Streams of golden spiritual energy appear, growing even more potent. Immediately after, Tian-Ge combines the sword energy with his own understanding of the sword Dao and executes a technique. Seeing Tian-Ge's seemingly effortless move, the disciples are blown away by its power. The turtle spirit stammers, How is it so strong? I can't believe it." The Patriarch's mastery of the sword Dao is on such a high level. Suddenly, Tian-Ge is startled as he looks back at the Crimson Shao Sword in confusion. And the reason for his confusion is that suddenly, its spiritual energy has weakened significantly compared to before. Right now, it's no different from a normal spiritual weapon. It's no longer an immortal-grade weapon at all. Seeing him suddenly staring intently at his sword, his wife already knows the reason. She steps forward to explain it to him. The Crimson Shao Sword has a special characteristic. Its power is tied to the strength of its master. Therefore, its rank will change accordingly. So you don't need to worry, my dear. Hearing this, Tian-Ge freezes for 5 seconds, unable to believe that the master's own strength determines the rank of the Crimson Shao Sword. Holy crap, that's right. The stronger you become, the stronger Jiktil will be. The weaker you are, the weaker Jiktil will be. Because of that, everything depends on your strength alone. Hearing the explanation from his wife, Tian-Ka understood. He looked at her with a loving smile and said, "Thank you, wifey." He told himself, as long as I continuously increase my own strength, then its power will have no limits. Jiktil will definitely become an immortal artifact, stronger than any ordinary immortal artifact. While he was still thinking, she walked over and asked, "Nintian, there is something I want to ask you." Hearing this, Tian-Ka turned to listen. She asked him a serious question. "That day? How did you manage to execute a great emperor's technique? As far as I know, even with your divine constitution, it shouldn't be enough to summon the phantom of a great emperor." Hearing this question, he had already anticipated it. He knew it would come eventually. He thought to himself, Above the Divine Emperor realm, there are even more powerful experts. The heavenly spirit domain is merely the third heaven, just one place within the 9 heavens, even though I can trust Lakvotin now. My connection with the system is too critical. The fewer people who know about it, the less danger I'll be in. After a moment, Tianka answered her. Honestly, I don't want to lie to you. It's just that now isn't the right time to tell you. Hearing this answer from him, the Empress was relieved. She let out a sigh and said, All right then. If you don't want to say it, don't force yourself. In any case, you must never reveal the treasures you possess to anyone else. Remember, there is always someone stronger and always a higher heaven. Feeling a warmth spread through his heart, he smiled brightly and spoke. Thank you, my wife, for understanding me. You can rest assured. When the opportunity arises, I will tell you everything. It's just, I don't know how long that will be. At that moment, someone suddenly arrived to report. Reporting to Her Majesty the Empress, the Saintess of Yaochi requests an audience. Upon hearing this, she replied, Invite the Saintess to wait in the Grand Hall. I will be there shortly. Scene change. In the Grand Hall of the Heavenly Demon Sect, the Saintess of Yaochi bowed and spoke. Your Majesty, the Empress, I come on the orders of the Queen Mother of the West. I am here to borrow the Heavenly Clarity Mirror from your esteemed sect. After hearing the Saintess's intention, the Empress said, The Heavenly Clarity Mirror is the foundational treasure of our Heavenly Demon Sect. Saintess, why do you wish to borrow the Heavenly Clarity Mirror? Can you tell me? The Saintess quickly replied, Please, Your Majesty, do not find this strange. This is a confidential matter concerning the Yaochi Holy Land. Forgive me, but I cannot speak of it. However, the Queen Mother of the West has decreed that if your esteemed sect is willing to lend us the Heavenly Clarity Mirror, then the Yaochi Holy Land is willing to offer 1 Yaochi Immortal Pill. Hearing this, she repeated in disbelief. A Yaochi Immortal Pill? The Empress, intrigued, exclaimed in awe. To think that the Yaochi Holy Land, just to borrow the Heavenly Clarity Mirror, would actually bring out an immortal pill. Within the Yaochi Holy Land, there is a unique immortal lotus dew. The lotus produces only 1 seed every 15 years, and its spiritual power is immensely rich. It can even cause a peak expert of the Divine Emperor realm to take another half step into the Divine realm. That is why it's known as the Yaochi Immortal Pill. Seeing the Empress lost in thought, hesitating for a moment, the Saintess asked again, I wonder, is Your Majesty the Empress willing? If I could obtain the Yaochi Immortal Pill, I could successfully break through to the next realm and face the siege from the righteous sects. It will also be a guaranteed win, with an offer that's all profit and no loss. With this, the Empress made her decision. I can lend the sky-bright mirror to Zhao Qi, but you must agree to one condition of mine. Hearing this, the Saintess of Zhao Qi asked curiously, what condition? The scene changes. We're now in the Empress's study. Tianga and the Empress are sitting in the room discussing this afternoon's events. After hearing her explanation of the situation, Tianga was also puzzled. He asked her, You want me to escort the sky-bright mirror to the Holy Land of Zhao Qi? She replied, The Zhao Qi Immortal Pill? It can increase my chances of a breakthrough. No matter how slim the hope is, I want to give it a try. Besides, I also know that you've been constantly striving to increase your own power. I won't pass up any opportunity that might be able to help you. Zhao Qi has a place called the Holy Land. It can strengthen one's physique. After you've escorted the sky-bright mirror to the Holy Land of Zhao Qi, go speak with the Queen Mother of the West. She will agree. Hearing his wife's words, he also thought about it seriously. She's right. If my wife hadn't stepped in this time, even if I didn't die at the hands of that old soul annihilation geezer, I'm afraid I would have died at the hands of someone else. Only by strengthening my body will I be able to use high-level control techniques in the future without getting exhausted as easily as I do now. Snapping out of his thoughts, Tiange looked at her and said, Thank you for planning everything so thoughtfully for me. Then he looked at her and teased, By the way, wifey, I heard the Holy Land of Zhao Qi is filled with female disciples. Aren't you afraid I'll go and never come back? Hearing this, she stood up and said, Of course I'm not afraid. If you were to do something bad outside, I would just have to cut it off, and that would solve the problem. As she turned away, he looked over and continued speaking. Aren't you afraid that if I go far away, you'll have to stay home all alone? Aren't you afraid of being lonely without me here? The young woman sat on the bed and replied, Of course not, but what about you? Are you going to Moonlight Cliff to continue your cultivation today? Or should you just get into bed and sleep? Hearing this, Tianga was suddenly shocked, his eyes widening as he exclaimed, What? He rushed to the bed and pushed her down. In a flash, Tianga immediately said, The hell with cultivating. Obviously, I'm going to bed with my wifey. His speed was so fast that it startled her, making her eyes go wide. Their eyes met, and they looked at each other, panting. But then she covered his mouth and said, "Wait." She shyly turned her face away. "You can't do that kind of thing with me. I'm still not ready yet." Witnessing this, Tianga thought to himself, "No need to rush, I'll get to devour her sooner or later." So he casually replied, "All right." Hearing him agree so quickly, she then said, "But cuddling to sleep is okay." After that, Tianga held her in his arms and they fell asleep. At that moment, in the heavenly demon palace, a large crowd of people was gathered. Seeing Tianga step out, the disciples immediately began to gossip. The Grandmaster didn't go to Moonlight Cliff last night. He must have been training diligently somewhere else. To be so hard-working. "He truly is a worthy role model for our heavenly demon sect," is what they said. But if they knew the truth, these disciples would probably faint from shock. Last night, Tianga went to sleep with his wife. He wasn't doing any damn cultivating. Hearing the praise that lifted him to the heavens, Tianga spoke humbly. "Not at all, everyone is exaggerating. I still have to try much harder. Right now I am still very weak. Still couldn't protect AI." After that, the Empress instructed the Great Elder, "Go and bring me the heaven's mirror." Hearing this, the old man nodded. Then he pulled out from within his robes a storage pouch. After opening the pouch, a golden light flew out. From the mouth of the pouch, a hexagonal mirror appeared. This is the sect-guarding treasure of the heavenly demon sect. The heaven's mirror. Nothing in all of creation can hide from this mirror. At this moment, she told Tiange to hold out his hand for her. Without any hesitation or suspicion, he held it out. The Empress then drew something. And on Tiange's palm, a golden hexagon appeared. She then said, "I have drawn a formation in the palm of your hand. You can use this formation to control the heavens. A mirror. The heaven's mirror possesses the power of a great emperor. Others cannot snatch it away. So you can rest assured about this." Hearing this, Tianga replied, "I know. Don't you worry." After the formation was drawn, he immediately took control of the heaven's mirror, guiding it gently into his hand. At this time, she looked over at the Holy Maiden of Yaochi and said to him, "Now you are to go with the Holy Maiden of Yaochi on a trip to the Yaochi Holy Land." The Holy Maiden over there stood silently, listening meekly. After that, the Holy Maiden of Yaochi turned, waved her hand, and called out, "Heavenly horse carriage!" Just then, a horse with widespread wings pulling a heavenly horse. A carriage flew over. The aura of this carriage was exceptionally divine. The Holy Maiden spoke up. "Ancestor Ning Tian, please board the carriage." Meanwhile, Tianga was imagining sitting inside the carriage and bumping into the lovely Holy Maiden, because I was secretly thinking that the space in this palanquin, isn't it a little too cramped? How could two people possibly fit in such a tiny palanquin? Heh heh. But I've got a rather terrifying wife over here. The other day, she even threatened to chop my junk off, so even if you gave me 2 extra livers for courage, I still wouldn't dare. And so Tianka stepped forward, clasped his hands, and said, "Thank you for your kind offer, Saintess, but it would be better if I didn't get into the treasured palanquin." Before he could even finish his sentence, the Saintess fell into deep thought. Countless young, talented heroes have asked to ride with me in my heavenly horse palanquin, and yet this guy, he actually refused. Not wanting to keep the two waiting, the Empress made her move. She waved her hand and called out, "Spirit Peacock!" Seeing this, Tianka also raised his hand, shielding his eyes from the light to get a better look. A giant spirit peacock, with an extremely powerful aura, appeared. Its eyes were exquisite, its wingspan was vast, and its talons were incredibly sharp. Its imposing presence was no different from some industrial chicken. Ah, my mistake. No different from any other ancient divine beast. Its appearance caused a stir among the onlookers. "That's a spirit peacock, a level 6 demon beast. That's equivalent to a cultivator at the Saint Emperor realm. It will carry him to Jiaoqi." The spirit peacock landed in the heavenly demon hall and let out a few cries, as if inviting Tianka onto its back. He walked over, stroking its head, and said, "So you're a level 6 demon beast, equivalent to the Saint Emperor realm." When he stroked its head, not only did it not get angry, but it actually seemed to be enjoying the pampering. Afterwards, Tianka sat on its back and said to his wife, "Wifey, I'm off. I'll be back with some horns for you soon enough. You just rest easy at home, okay?" She immediately replied, "Be careful on your journey." After saying his goodbyes, he told the spirit peacock, "Let's go to the Jiaoqi Holy Land." The moment he finished speaking, it shot up into the clouds, alongside the heavenly horse palanquin of the Jiaoqi Saintess. Looking at the scenery, Tianka exclaimed in admiration, "This is the first time I've left the heavenly demon cult since coming to this world. I heard that the Tianshuan world has 3 heavens and 9 spirit domains, and the heavenly spirit domain is located in the 2nd heaven. The world has always been divided into 2 factions, the demonic path and the righteous path. As for the Yaochi Holy Land, it has always remained neutral. Neither the righteous nor the demonic path gives them any trouble. He was lost in thought again. Because if the Yaochi Holy Land really is a place that can enhance one's physical constitution, then I'm probably not the only one who wants to go there. When the time comes, I might just run into some rivals. While he was deep in thought, the saintess suddenly sent a voice transmission. Ancestor Ningtian, the heavenly spirit domain is vast, and the Yaochi Holy Land is located in the far west. This journey will probably take a full day and night. Hearing her words, Tiange also replied, "Thank you for the reminder, saintess, I'm aware." He thought, if it's going to take that long to get there, then I shouldn't waste any time. I have to take this opportunity to cultivate. With that said, he immediately took out the primordial pearl to cultivate. The saintess inside also found it strange. At this altitude, in midair, how can the spiritual energy be this dense? She lifted the curtain and discovered that Tiange was cultivating. She was endlessly astonished, because she knew full well that Tiange was only at the spirit connection realm. But how could he possess such abundant spiritual power? Just then, the system also made an announcement. You have shocked the Yaochi Saintess. Reward, 3,000 joy points. Mastery of the Great Tao. Hearing the system announcement, he didn't really care that much, because no matter how shocked she was, it had nothing to do with him. Continuing to cultivate is the most important thing. After a period of flying, dusk was already setting in, and then night fell. The moon began to rise high in the sky. But Tiange was still engrossed in his cultivation. Then Tiange broke through to the next realm. The system also made an announcement. Congratulations, host. You have broken through to the 3-star spirit connection realm. Congratulations, host, on another breakthrough. You have reached the 4-star spirit connection realm. A moment later, he finished his cultivation and let out a breath. After accumulating spiritual energy for so many days, I was finally able to break through 2 levels at once. Meanwhile, at the Yaochi Sacred Land, a few young ladies approached and said, "By the order of the Queen Mother of the West, Jiao Tu has come specifically to bring the Holy Son, Su Xing, to the Spirit Spring for body cultivation." The man clasped his hands politely and said, "Thank you for your hard work, Fairy Jiao Tu." Suddenly, a great gust of wind kicked up, causing the group to panic. They had no idea what was happening. Descending from the sky was the Yaochi Saintess along with Tiange. The two of them landed in the middle of the courtyard. The saintess didn't waste a moment to speak. "Grandmaster Ningtian, we have arrived at the Yaochi Sacred Land." He knew this and replied, "This place is truly beautiful." To describe it as a fairyland would not be an exaggeration at all. Seeing this, Jiao Tu asked the saintess inquisitively, "Who is this gentleman?" The saintess didn't hesitate to inform the group, "This is Grandmaster Ningtian of the Heavenly Demon Sect." Upon hearing this answer, the other young ladies became extremely excited. They exclaimed loudly, "Is that the legendary Grandmaster that everyone's been buzzing about? I can't believe the Grandmaster is so young and handsome. Yes, this Grandmaster is so gorgeous. I suddenly find it hard to breathe." Hearing the others' infatuated whispers, the saintess glanced at him and teased, "I never realized the Grandmaster's charm was so formidable." Thien Ka, also acting as if he were far too handsome, replied, Ahem. It's nothing special, really. I must have amused the saintess." But inwardly he was thinking, "I'm still not at the level where I'm so captivating that anyone who sees me would just collapse." That saint son over there was being completely ignored, so he was absolutely furious. He gritted his teeth and thought to himself, "Damn it! The look in Jiao Tuok's eyes just a moment ago, when she looked at me, it was different from how she looked at everyone else. But the very next second, she was praising someone else, calling him young and handsome. At this moment, it was as if Tien Ka was being cradled in the palms of the young lady's hands. I can't believe that the patriarch, who was so outstanding during the wedding ceremony with the Empress, is actually only at the spirit-linking realm. The Empress must have thought her husband was too weak, so she told him to come soak in the immortal spirit spring to avoid losing face later on. Just then, that saint son came forward to greet them. "I am Su Xing, the saint son of the heavenly frame Saint Land. Greetings, patriarch." Hearing this, Tienka and the young ladies looked over at him as someone else spoke up. At first, with just a single sentence, the patriarch shattered the Tao heart of the previous saint son. "From the heavenly frame Saint Land, we are incredibly famous within the heavenly spirit domain." But his mouth, which spoke like a Buddha, while his heart was like a snake's, was secretly scheming. "Humph, I'm not that useless saint son. As long as you acknowledge me, I will definitely challenge you to a fight." But Tienka's reply made his jaw drop. He simply said, "I have no impression of it at all." On that day, there were as many divine sons and saint sons as chickens in a field. How could I possibly remember them all? The saint's son still couldn't close his mouth. He muttered, "What? No impression?" He thought to himself, "Our heavenly frame Saint Land lost all of its face because of you. And you have the nerve to say you have no impression of it. You're looking down on my heavenly firmament Holy Land way too much." Then the holy maiden of Yaochi spoke to Tiange. "Ancestor Ningtian, please follow me. I will lead you to the Queen Mother of the West." Hearing her words, he turned back to thank her. He thought to himself, "I wonder what the far-famed Queen Mother of the West is actually like." At this moment, Tiange was being led by the holy maiden of Yaochi into the great hall of Yaochi. The holy maiden remained very meek and gentle, introducing everything to Tiange bit by bit along the way. Upon seeing the scene before his eyes, Tiange was quite astonished. He thought to himself, "I never expected that in the Yaochi Holy Land there would be such an elegant scene." In front of him were many other beautiful women, performing various arts. Some were playing stringed instruments. Some were beating drums and making music, while others played flutes. Just then, up ahead, a woman with a stunningly perfect figure stepped out, tearing through the void. Her appearance and aura carried an immense charm. Like a nine-tailed fox, she had a pair of very cute, touchable ears. And above all, her figure was flawless down to the last millimeter. As soon as she appeared, she immediately asked, "I wonder what the legendary ancestor thinks of my Yaochi palace?" The one who had arrived was none other than the Yaochi Holy Lord, the Queen Mother of the West. She landed on the ground, an enchanting aura surrounding her body. Seeing the presence of the woman before him, Tiange also told himself she can tear through the void. It seems she's also a powerhouse at the great emperor level. To answer her, Tiange also clasped his hands and paid his respects politely. He had originally thought the Queen Mother of the West was an old woman with one foot in the grave, but to think she was so young was truly unbelievable. After a moment, the two of them also introduced themselves to each other briefly. At this time, the Holy Lord gently moved her veil and began to speak. At first, I thought the Empress had gone mad, choosing some random guy to marry, but I never expected that looking at him now. The Empress's husband is truly not bad at all. As she finished speaking, her words were laced with a seductive charm. Or perhaps it was pure temptation. With this level of seduction, if a guy didn't get hard, he must already be dead. As expected, our boy Tiange was completely captivated. Tiange's face flushed crimson. He stared at her, infatuated. He was so stunned he could only think, "Holy hell. What is this situation? Why is my heart beating so fast? It's not like I have feelings for her or anything." Seeing him so flustered and caught in such an awkward situation, the system appeared at that moment to give Tiange an explanation. "Host, there is no need to panic. It's because the Queen Mother of the West possesses the seductive fox demon constitution, which is the natural enemy of the divine charm constitution. Host, just focus all your energy on circulating the divine charm constitution, and you can dispel this." After hearing the system's reminder, Tiange immediately began to circulate his divine charm constitution. He had to right away. If he waited any longer, he'd get completely lost in this intoxicating trance, and he'd be totally screwed. After he began circulating it, a golden energy field appeared around Tiange's body, and with that he managed to dispel the seductive, demonic, purple charm of the Holy Master. On his side, Tiange was sweating bullets as he thought to himself, "That was so damn dangerous. I was almost completely entranced by her and made a fool of myself. It's a damn good thing I have the divine charm constitution, otherwise I would have been a goner with no hope of recovery." Now Tiange was feeling a little more at ease compared to before. Seeing this happen, the Holy Master was completely stunned, because even an expert at the heavenly venerate realm couldn't completely resist her charm either. But this guy is only at the spirit connection realm, yet he was able to break free from my innate seductive or natural allure. And it was precisely because of that the Holy Mistress was quite astonished, the surprise showing clearly in her bewitching eyes. At that moment, Tiange showed his annoyance at her little trick. He put on an angry face and said, "What is the meaning of this probing, Queen Mother of the West? I came here as the representative of the heavenly demon cult. Your actions are a bit out of line." Inwardly, he also thought resentfully, "I'm still Lok Votin's husband at the very least. Seducing me so openly like this is just too blatant." The Holy Mistress also realized she had been a bit inappropriate, so she let out a soft laugh, pretending it was all just a little joke. "It's been a while since a handsome man dropped by, so I got a little overexcited. I hope the legendary patriarch can forgive my presumptuousness." After hearing her speak, Tiange didn't beat around the bush any longer. He got straight to the main purpose of this trip. Tiange asked her, "I would like to know, Queen Mother of the West, what you need my heavenly demon cult's heavenly nether mirror for?" Hearing this, she knew it was time to get back to business. So she spoke up. Patriarch, please follow me this way. We can continue our talk over there. At this time, there was a small pond up ahead, but it exuded a gloomy aura, as if it were polluted, its color as pitch black as sewage. The other people standing guard here turned to ask one another, what do we do now? If this continues, the thing in the pond won't be able to hold on much longer. The Queen Mother of the West has already sent someone to borrow the heavenly nether mirror. We just don't know when they'll be back. Before the words were even fully spoken, the Holy Maiden and Tienge arrived. She immediately introduced him to everyone. This is Grandmaster Ning Tian of the Heavenly Demon Sect. This time he is representing the Heavenly Demon Sect and has brought the heavenly bright mirror to us. Tienge looked at the pitch-black pond. It was even emanating a hazy aura. What lurked beneath of the pond looked terrifying. Tienge had asked about it, but the Holy Maiden hesitated slightly. Then she told Tienge, Grandmaster, don't worry too much. It was one of our disciples during their cultivation, who unfortunately polluted the water source here. We can't seem to clean it up, so we can only borrow the heavenly bright mirror from your esteemed sect. To use it for a moment, Tienge was skeptical. He glanced at her as she spun her tail and asked, is there really something that the Queen Mother of the West can't clean? To this question from Tienge, the young woman had this answer. Although I am a powerhouse at the God Emperor realm, I'm not particularly skilled in matters like this. Tienge didn't ask any more questions and walked to the edge of the lake. He thought to himself, the Queen Mother of the West and this group of elders are definitely hiding something from me. Oh well, whatever. Their Holy Land's business has nothing to do with me. I just need to complete my mission. After that, I'll go to that Holy Land to strengthen my physique, get the immortal pill, and then head back. With his mind made up, Tienge activated the formation on his arm and summoned the heavenly bright mirror. It was accompanied by a golden light aura, like the rising sun. Tienge then said, Queen Mother of the West, I just need to use this heavenly bright mirror and shine it down on the pond, and that's it, correct? Seeing the heavenly bright mirror being taken out, the Holy Maiden asked with a hint of doubt, this treasure is an immortal artifact. But Grandmaster, you are only at the spirit connection realm. Can you truly unleash its full power? In response to the Holy Master's doubtful question, not only was he not annoyed, but he even jumped up in excitement. Tianka told her it was a small matter. You all are underestimating me and my wife too much. He leapt into the air, holding the heavenly bright mirror over the center of the lake as he spoke. If my wife has already drawn a formation array on my body, then that proves I can use this heavenly bright mirror. Seeing Tianka release such an aura, the Queen Mother of the West couldn't help but exclaim, to think that the legendary founder of the Heavenly Demon Sect is only at the spirit connection realm, yet he already possesses a spirit sea. The female elder behind them also chimed in with a line, praising, not only does he possess a spirit sea, but he also has 99 Thunder Dragon Tribulation spirit veins. This person's innate talent is truly limitless. Right at that moment, a new system notification appeared. Congratulations to the host for shocking the Queen Mother of the West and the elders of the Jade Pool Holy Land. The host has received a card, Enhancement, which strengthens one's physique. After showing off, Tianka was ecstatic to receive the system's gift. After that, Tianka gathered his power and struck down at the lake, in order to purify it. And because of this, Tianka thought to himself, the black gas escaping from this pond must be the secret the Queen Mother of the West is hiding. As he was maintaining the heavenly bright mirror, he made another discovery. Unexpectedly, that black gas was actually resisting the heavenly bright mirror. After a moment, Tianka decided to go all out and use his full power to activate the heavenly bright mirror once more. The aura that radiated out this time was many times stronger than before. That's because Tianka had drained all the spirit energy in his body to unleash this final move. But because of that, the pond below was completely purified. It returned to its original lush green state. Tienge saw this too, so he knew his work was done. He immediately recalled the Qianming mirror, returning it to the small formation on his hand. But then his face became gaunt, as if he had just busted a nut 7 times in one day. This feeling of utter exhaustion, like his kidneys were failing, was just too miserable. Tienge staggered, unable to walk, and collapsed. Fortunately, the Saintess was there in time to catch him and help him up. Seeing this, the Queen Mother of the West said, Jiao Jiao, my dear, take the Patriarch to rest first. He's just weakened from having his spiritual energy completely drained. I will come to thank the Patriarch personally in a little while. Hearing her command, Jiao Jiao nodded and replied, yes. Then the Queen Mother of the West turned back and ordered the elders, pass on my command. From now on, without my permission, no one is to go near the immortal pond. The elders received the order and replied respectfully, "Understood." With the matter settled and the orders given, the group began to leave. But just as their figures were about to disappear from sight, a strange disturbance stirred beneath the pond, a gloomy, pitch-black aura. It was still appearing now, accompanied by a formation pattern that was also completely pitch-black. Meanwhile, Tian-ge was in his room, recovering his strength. He circulated his cultivation technique, absorbing the spiritual energy around him. Faintly, Tian-ge thought to himself, "No wonder that wife of mine didn't give me all 3 immortal artifacts before. Just channeling spiritual power into the Tianming mirror was enough to wring my spiritual energy dry. There's basically no way to use multiple immortal artifacts at once, so even if I had them, they'd just be for show. I wouldn't even be able to use them." He sighed in frustration, but he quickly calmed down again. Tiange's complexion had already improved significantly. "Because I have the celestial body 6, my spiritual energy recovers pretty quickly." Seeing Tian-ge about to stand up, the saintess Zhao asked with concern, "Grandmaster, didn't you use up all your spirit energy? Isn't it a bad idea for you to stand up right now?" He stood up and said, "It's fine, I've recovered a good amount." His expression that moment looked as if he could handle 2 more girls. Seeing this, the saintess Zhao exclaimed excitedly, "That was so fast!" Zhao thought to herself, "Just a moment ago, I clearly saw him exhaust his entire spirit sea. Back then he was like a lamp out of oil, completely drained. But how did he recover so quickly?" The system also displayed a notification. "You have surprised the Yaoqi Saintess. Reward, cultivation spirit energy plus 300. Just then the Holy Mother, Xiwangmu, walked in from outside and said, Jiao, my child, you can't just casually say a man is fast. That could give people the wrong idea. Do you understand?" Seeing her arrival, Zhao immediately said respectfully, "Greetings, Xiwangmu." Zhao didn't understand what was happening when she saw that Xiwangmu was acting a bit strange. The woman didn't hesitate to get close to Tian-ge and say, "Kid, you've got quite a body, a real fine specimen. To express my gratitude to you, Grandmaster, I was wondering if you'd like to stay at my Yaoqi Holy Land for a few more days? The martial arts and medicinal elixirs of the Yaoqi Holy Land. I will let you choose any of them as you please. What do you think?" Faced with Xiwangmu's somewhat inviting offer, Ningtian cleared his throat, making a few hoarse sounds, trying to evade her. He coughed. There's no need. Thank you for your kind offer, Xiwangmu." In his mind, he thought, the Jiaoji sacred land is filled with the matriarch's female relatives. If I accidentally get lost in here, I definitely won't be able to handle the consequences. He was afraid that he'd have no way out if he fell into this. Then of beauties, which is no different from a spider's web. As he thought about it, he remembered something. He immediately stepped forward to tell her, "Before I left, my wife told me about a good place where I could strengthen my body. She said the Western Queen Mother wouldn't refuse." The Western Queen Mother was a little surprised by this rather abrupt proposal. "So the patriarch wishes to go to the immortal spirit spring." She moved closer, her words laced with hidden meaning. "The Jiaoji sacred land always repays its debts of gratitude. The Jiaoji immortal pill still needs about 2 more months to be completed. When that time comes, I will personally deliver it to the heavenly demon cult." After a moment, the Western Queen Mother hesitated, then spoke again. "As for the immortal spirit spring, indeed I will not refuse you, as long as the patriarch answers one question of mine." Her gaze was flirtatious and teasing, as if she was expecting a satisfying answer from Ning Tian. Tian-ge wondered what kind of question it was. The Western Queen Mother then raised her hand and caressed Tian-ge's cheek. "Don't tell me she's already fallen for Tian-ge?" She struck a provocative and seductive pose, and said, "So, tell me, between me and Luo Wuqing, and who is more beautiful? He may be an upright and righteous man who stands tall, but the person he's most afraid of is his own wife." "So," Tian-ge answered firmly and without the slightest hesitation, "does that even need to be asked? The Western Queen Mother is, of course, number 1, but, naturally, to me my wife is the most beautiful of all." It seemed the Western Queen Mother was so embarrassed she blushed beet red. His words had struck a nerve. Hearing that answer, she flew into a rage. The next moment, Tian-ge was sent flying several meters by a palm strike and landed sprawled on the ground. All right. I get it. I'll take you to the immortal spirit spring now." Being sent flying like that was both a shock and excruciatingly painful. Tian-ge didn't even have time to react. I barely had time to scream, "Wait a minute, why so sudden? I'm not ready yet." Zhao stood there, watching the whole thing from start to finish. She was also a bit surprised by her master's somewhat crude actions. "Master, what was that all about?" "Don't worry, he's not hurt. I just changed the way of bringing Luo Wuqing's precious treasure to the immortal spirit. Spring, that's all. The Queen Mother of the West said, her voice dripping with jealousy, making an excuse for her previous actions. At the immortal spirit spring, the mountain scenery was breathtaking, stirring the hearts of all who saw it. Looking down, two figures could be seen entering the gate of the immortal spirit spring. It was Zhao Kui of the immortal spirit spring, leading the newly appointed Holy Son of the heavenly firmament, Holy Son Su Xing, who was entering on the Holy Lord's orders. As Su Xing walked behind her, he remarked, "I've long heard that the water of the immortal spirit spring contains an incredibly high concentration of spiritual energy. It's said to have the effect of purifying one's body and strengthening their physique." He was partly curious, but mostly in awe of the waterfall's power. This immortal place, the immortal spirit spring, would bring him immense benefits. Zhao Qiu interrupted, "That's not wrong. But Holy Son, you only know one side of the story." She continued to explain. "The spiritual energy of the immortal spirit spring is contained within the waterfall itself, the immortal spirit water. Once it hits the pool below, it turns into ordinary water. That's why the disciples of the Jade Pool Sacred Land all cultivate by sitting directly under the waterfall," Zhao Qiu said, her tone carrying a hint of a warning. Realization dawned on Su Xing as he said, "With the spirit spring waterfall being this high, doesn't that mean the force of the impact is—" Zhao Qiu cut him off. "Exactly. If you stay under the waterfall for too long, your body will be washed away by the sheer force of the spirit spring." Just hearing that filled me with both admiration and fear for the power, the terrifying, immense power hidden within that waterfall. The immortal spirit. Upon arrival, they were stopped by an old man with long green hair. The aura he emitted was incredibly powerful. It seemed he was the guardian of this place. The old man flew closer to the immortal spirit spring and said, "Men are forbidden here." It turns out only women were allowed to come here for quiet cultivation. Any man who wanted to approach this place, if they did not have permission, would absolutely be blocked from entering. The old man from before was Elder Qinglin, the one who maintains order and oversees who comes and goes in this immortal spirit spring. Zhao Qiu respectfully bowed to Elder Qinglin. "This is disciple Su Xing from the heavenly firmament Holy Land. He has come to the immortal spirit spring to cultivate, and has already received the Holy Lord's permission." Su Xing also clasped his hands and bowed in greeting. He could tell this was a powerful expert of the heavenly venerate realm. Elder Qinglin, hearing that he had the Holy Lord's approval, agreed to let them pass. "If you have the Holy Lord's permission, then you may enter." The two thanked the cautious Elder Qinglin and stepped inside. Sunlight shone down, illuminating every leaf on the lush, giant trees. It was enough to show the dense, spiritual energy and ancient history of the immortal spirit spring. Su Xing's thoughts briefly drifted, and a lecherous, wicked expression appeared on his face. "So all the female disciples of the Yaochi Holy Land cultivate here at the immortal spirit spring? It seems I, Su Xing, am incredibly lucky. I'll get to feast my eyes on all the beautiful celestial maidens in this divine paradise." Then, with a wretched look on his face, he thought, "Oh, my beauties, your holy son, Su Xing, your mighty hero has arrived!" And just as he'd hoped, the sight before his eyes was like stumbling into the fabled paradise of the immortals. A whole group of beauties were carefree, playing and bathing in the hot spring, revealing their seductive figures. Every single one of them was young and beautiful. No wonder this place is a trap that makes it difficult for any man to maintain his composure. Or if they could, they would have to hold on with all their might to avoid falling into this gauntlet of stunning beauties. That old lecher, Tin, couldn't help but sneak a peek. He called it peeking, but in reality he was staring intently at them. With a nosebleed, he exclaimed, "They're so massive!" Perhaps because his lustful gaze was too obvious as he stared at the group of beauties. After a while, Tin was discovered by them. The beauties all started shouting, "There's a pervert! Get lost! That pervert, that peeping Tom, let's get him!" Then they fearfully ran for cover, completely naked, and continuously picked up rocks from the stream, throwing them one after another at the culprit before them. Flustered and not knowing what to do, Tin awkwardly shouted to reassure them, "Honorable senior sisters, please calm down. I'm not a peeper. I was just admiring the Spirit Fairy waterfall." Lying without even batting an eye, he felt absolutely no shame. Seeing the difficult situation Tin was in, Zhao Tuok had no choice but to run over and speak for him. "Wait, everyone, please stop! Holy Son, Tin has been given permission by the Queen Mother of the West to cultivate here in the Spirit Fairy Spring." Upon hearing the name Queen Mother of the West, they all stopped, because in this place, the Queen Mother's decree is the highest law. The Queen Mother of the West agreed to this? Fine then, but who can blame us? His gaze was so vulgar. One of the women snorted coldly. He may look like a scholar, but he's actually a complete pervert. After being pelted with rocks, Tin's face was now completely smudged. His hair was a total mess. So this is the power of women, he thought to himself. I am the great holy son of the heavenly firmament Holy Land. What's the big deal if I take a few glances at you all? It seems he felt no remorse whatsoever. Still so arrogant. Suddenly, from high above, a senior brother came falling down. Looking closer to see who it was none other than Tian-ge. He yelled loudly, "Get out of the way, or I'll crush the senior sisters below." Tian-ge plunged into the middle of the stream. They all had to scatter, asking, "Who is this person now?" Ning Tian emerged from the water, revealing a firm and muscular physique. His abs were ripped. He found it strange. Why do all women seem to like this kind of thing? It seemed Su Xing also recognized that it was Ning Tian. The thought unconsciously surfaced in his mind. The name of the brother before him. A wave of jealousy washed over him as he thought, I was only able to come here with the Queen Mother of the West's permission. He fumed, to think that the legendary ancestor of the heavenly demon cult would stoop to peeping on women and not even hesitate to fall from the sky for it. This is complete chaos, isn't it? The heavenly demon cult is going to become the laughingstock of the entire heavenly spirit realm. Just you wait and see. Contrary to Su Xing's malicious thoughts, the group of senior sisters reacted with captivated delight when they saw Tian-ge in the middle of the stream. So handsome, isn't that the legendary ancestor? They were overjoyed. They told each other it was like meeting their idol. Everyone swarmed around Ning Tian. There wasn't even room to breathe. The beauties competed to speak first. Ancestor, did you also come to the immortal spirit spring for a bath? They welcomed him like a distinguished guest. Their attitude was completely different from how they treated that Su Xing guy just a moment ago. Then a beauty said flirtatiously, "Oh, Ancestor." "Ancestor, let me help you scrub your back, okay?" Tian-ge was a bit surprised. He wasn't used to the scene that had just occurred. He thought aloud, that actually sounds pretty nice. From above, a powerful aura shot straight down, accompanied by an angry voice. The immense pressure from Elder Thanlam. Anyone who enters the immortal spirit spring without permission must die. It caused the other female disciples to back away in fear. The situation was critical. Saintess Jiaoqi flew in from out of nowhere to save Tian-ge. She blocked the way with her body and said, "Elder Thantam, please wait." She explained, he is the legendary Grandmaster of the Heavenly Demon Sect. He is the one who was given permission by the Holy Master to enter the immortal spirit spring. After hearing what Zhao Zhao said, Elder Thantam asked in return, "He's the legendary Grandmaster of the Heavenly Demon Sect?" And after receiving a yes in response, the elder immediately spoke with reverence. Elder Thanlam clasped his hands and said, "I was unaware that the Grandmaster had graced us with his presence. I, Thanlam, have offended you. My sincerest apologies." Tian-ge maintained his calm demeanor. "It's fine. It's nothing." Su Xing, who was standing behind and witnessed everything, glared at Tian-ge. He was so furious he gritted his teeth, thinking, on what grounds, for better or worse? I am the new holy son of the Tianqiong Holy Land in the future. I will be the one to hold power in the Tianqiong Holy Land. That arrogant look on his face. To think that in an instant, he wouldn't even be comparable to this handyman from a menial background. Elder Thanlam looked at the two before him, then said solicitously, "Since you two have come to the immortal spirit spring to cultivate, please enter the waterfall." The crowd of women around them began to gossip. They had been here long enough to know about the events that had occurred here before. They wondered if the Grandmaster could break the record and defeat the immortal spirit waterfall of our Jiaoqi Holy Land, or not. Another female disciple added, "I remember the most recent record was set by the Saintess, right? She lasted a full hour and a half. It seemed the waterfall ahead. It would not be easy to conquer at all, in order to obtain the spiritual energy from it. But with the Grandmaster's handsome looks, he'll definitely be able to do it. Talk about being boy crazy. You'd be the same way in your next life." Su Xing seemed to be plotting something. That sly bastard stood in a corner scheming. His eyes turned red with anger as he snorted coldly. What's with this Grandmaster stuff, acting all chummy? What good is being handsome? Being both handsome and powerful is what really matters. He gave a sly smile and made a suggestion. "Since we're all here to cultivate, why don't we have a competition? Let's see who can endure the longest." How treacherous. So cunning. He thought, a mere spirit connection realm brat. Whether you accept my challenge or not, it's already been decided. "You're fated to lose face before me, the holy son Su Xing." He was full of arrogant confidence, looking down on Brother Tian. Yaoma, standing nearby, felt this was a rather pointless competition. so she interjected, saying, "The force of this immortal spirit waterfall is tens of thousands of pounds. This isn't the place to be fighting, to see who's stronger than who." But for a cheat character like Brother Tian, Susang's challenge was nothing to be afraid of. He cheerfully accepted, "All right then, if you want a competition, you've got one." As if given the perfect chance to show off, Suxing leaped right into the middle of the waterfall, letting the spiritually charged water crash down on his body. He sat cross-legged, flexing his entire body as he thought, "A bunch of simple-minded women with such limited perspectives. I will show you all what a true man really is." 1 hour later, suddenly the clothes on Ning Tian's body burst apart, falling away and leaving him completely buck naked. He really knows how to tease people. The surrounding women all blushed beet red. They covered their eyes, stammering, oh my goodness." Susang's face turned bright red with embarrassment. How could this happen? This is so humiliating. After saying that, he got down and reminded him with a hint of irritation, "Ning Tian, you. Wipe that smirk off your face and focus on your cultivation. A puny little thing like you is no better than me." Ning Tian said smugly, "Oh, is that so? Well then, let's see which one of us men can last longer." After Tin was beaten by the waterfall, that bastard Ling Quan made him spit out mouthfuls of blood, coughing and spluttering, forcing him to crawl out. Now, Brother Tian was also preparing to step in. Brother Tian stood on the surface of the water and was quite astonished as he looked at it. As expected of a natural spirit spring, its spiritual energy is incredibly dense, and the pressure is just as intense. Seeing this, Brother Tian also didn't dare to underestimate this waterfall. With that thought, Brother Tian immediately circulated his most powerful technique, the heavenly divine force. Round him, a stream of golden spiritual energy instantly appeared, shining like a radiant light and forming armor around his body. Once his preparations were complete, Brother Tian looked at the waterfall and moved forward. Then, with a single leap, he plunged straight into the heart of the earth. He jumped under the waterfall. Brother Tian sat cross-legged, gathering his chi to create a protective spiritual barrier for himself. Although the waterfall was powerful, it still couldn't break through this protective barrier. Outside, Tin watched on, looking smug as he thought to himself, "You stinking rat. I'm definitely going to watch you lose all your dignity. Let's see how cocky you are then." But he had no idea he was completely out of his league compared to Brother Tian. And another young man was about to have his cultivation heart shattered without even knowing it. After sitting in the waterfall for a long time, cultivating in the immortal spirit water, Brother Tian started to get a feel for it. At first, this spirit spring felt like small pebbles being thrown at his body. It didn't hurt or even itch, but he didn't expect that as time went on, it would feel like a great mountain was pressing down on him. And it's precisely because of that model. At this moment, due to the immense pressure of the flowing water, Thien Ka's clothes were torn to shreds, revealing the powerful physique that so many women craved. When Tin saw this, remembering what had happened to him just moments before, he immediately pointed and shouted with glee, "Look, I knew it! He's at his limit! He can't take it anymore! Ha-ha, he's done for!" He had been waiting for the moment he could laugh at Thien Ka's failure, so seeing this, he couldn't stop feeling smug. But contrary to his reaction, the female disciples of the Holy Land, their ovaries just exploded. Gasp! "Oh, my heavens! Grandmaster is so unbelievably amazing. I can't believe he managed to last for another full hour. Quick, look! Grandmaster's six-pack abs are absolutely to die for. They really are. He's so incredibly alluring. I really want to touch Grandmaster's little guy just once." Upon hearing these words, the holy son of the sky frame Holy Land, Tin, was completely stunned. He was so horrified and enraged that he coughed up a mouthful of blood and yelled, "Are you all serious with these double standards? How can you possibly say something like that?" Seeing this holy son get so worked up that he spat blood, the young women looked at him with utter disgust. The young blue-haired girl pinched her nose and said with revulsion, "Why are you coughing up blood again? Are you really that weak? You can't even stand still without spitting blood? What a complete amateur," the other young woman added, making the atmosphere even more bitter for him. "I suppose so. It seems this holy son really is useless." After cultivating inside for a while, the spiritual energy inside Thien Ka's body had gradually taken form and began to rage violently. Golden dragons began to materialize, charging straight up as if wanting to break through the waterfall. They shot upwards without a moment's rest. The eyes of every single one filled with fierce, aggressive resolve, refusing to submit, determined to cross the dragon gate. Suddenly, from within the flow, that spiritual energy seemed to contain a kind of Tao rhythm. Tianga sensed. It seemed to be the music Tao among the 3,000 great Taos. Within Tiange's eyes, now filled with a bright light, it was as if he had realized something. That's right. If there are 3,000 great Taos, that also means there are 3,000 spirit meridians. If I open a new type of spirit meridian every minute, wouldn't that make me invincible? While Tiange was still lost in his thoughts, the streams of spiritual energy he was controlling now carried a subtle hint of music. Seeing this sight, Zhao Zhao was also completely astonished. She covered her small mouth and said, "A spirit meridian? This yin dragon spirit immortal waterfall is terrifyingly powerful. A normal person would have trouble just withstanding it. Yet he can actually open a new spirit meridian?" The moment she finished speaking, the holy son, Su Xing, was so shocked that his Tao heart shattered, and he spat out mouthfuls of blood. He screamed, "What? What are you talking about? What do you mean, opening a spirit meridian?" And just like that, his soul nearly left his body and ascended on the spot. He couldn't withstand the shock, and collapsed onto the ground. Seeing this, the female disciple who had brought him here rushed over in a panic, asking, "Holy son, why did you faint? Wake up!" Meanwhile, the two other girls looked on with disdain and contempt. "Look, he's spitting up blood again. The holy son should really work on his health. He's just too weak." Suddenly, the yin dragon spirit meridians that Tiange was opening shattered into pieces. Sensing this, Tiange was also a bit confused. The spiritual energy of this spirit immortal waterfall is so dense. Why did the spirit meridian suddenly break? Aware of the question in Tiange's mind, the system appeared to explain. "Host, your spirit sea cannot yet absorb the essence of the Tao of music. So even though the spirit meridian of the Tao of music has been opened, it is incredibly weak. The host can play music on their own, combining spiritual energy with the melody, and then open the spirit meridian of the Tao of music." After hearing this, Tianka repeated, "Play music on my own. The system just rewarded me with mastery of the Tao of music. It seems even the heavens are helping me." With everything suddenly clear in his mind, Tianka turned to Dao Dao and made a request. "Holy maiden, may I borrow an ancient zither?" The girl by the edge of the spirit spring heard him call out. She blushed, flustered, and replied, "Huh?"
Of course, right away!"
Dao Dao immediately took out her own ancient zither. But inwardly she was confused. Why is he asking for a zither? While he's supposed to be cultivating in the spring? Tianka took the zither from her hands and got into position, ready to play. He placed his hands on the zither and activated the mastery of the Tao of music ability. Immediately after, Tianka began to play a resounding melody. The notes from his zither weren't just powerful, they also radiated outwards. Each note seemed to split the waterfall in two, echoing far into the distance. The female disciples here were also stunned. The melody of the zither was just so profound. They couldn't stop praising Tianka, calling him a true prodigy. Not only that, but the patriarch's skill in the Tao of music is so advanced. He's truly a rare man. Tianka's music didn't stop there. It traveled all the way to the Jiaoji Holy Palace. The Holy Lord also sensed this music. She immediately realized this music was coming from that girl's zither. Dao Dao's understanding of the Tao of music could never move a person's heart like this. And because of that, she abandoned the council meeting and flew outside, dragging the elders along with her. After a moment of playing music, Tianka finally managed to consolidate his Luo Dao spirit vein. Although it was a little stronger than before, it felt like something was missing. Just as he was deep in thought, that woman, Holy Lord Shi Wangmu, arrived. She offered her praise. "How interesting. Opening your spirit vein by playing an instrument while bathing." Seeing her arrive, Tianka was a bit startled. She still had that same enchanting expression as before. That woman always wore a seductive look whenever she approached him. "Little ancestor, do you need your big sister to come help you?" As she spoke, she struck a pose, showing off her curvaceous figure to tempt Tianka. Faced with this allure, Tianka couldn't help but blush a little. He quickly said, "Cultivation is a personal matter. I wouldn't dare trouble you, Shi Wangmu." Before he could finish his sentence, she told him, "Don't be so quick to refuse. You feel that the opening of your Luo Dao spirit vein still hasn't reached a perfect state. Am I right? Right now I'll tell you what you're missing." With that, she took out a flute and began to play. With a posture like that, her professional flute playing was simply flawless. A sound suddenly rang out, along with the appearance of a host of beautiful women floating in the air. They playfully frolicked around Tianka. He was stunned, not understanding what was happening. All of a sudden, the spiritual energy inside him surged dramatically. Meanwhile, she continued to play her flute without stopping, creating even more gorgeous women. Furthermore, it was because of this soaring spiritual energy that Tianka suddenly erupted with an intense golden spiritual power. A fierce light. Sound dragons flew out one after another, carrying with them the sound of a dragon's roar. Si Wangmu was shocked to see this, astounded by Tian Ka's talent. She thought to herself, "At first I only wanted to help him a little. I can't believe his comprehension is this terrifying." It actually succeeded. Tian Ka clenched his fist. He could feel 20 more Tao of music spirit veins. The translator said this is very OP. At that moment, a notification also popped up. The host has shocked the Queen Mother of the West. The reward is a fast-as-lightning skill card. It can be used to teleport a long distance 3 times. After receiving her help, Tian Ka clasped his hands and thanked her. But the lady didn't forget to try and seduce him about the Tao of music. Only by resonating with each other can we unleash even greater power. She stepped forward and lifted Tian Ka's chin, dangling more bait to hook this big fish. The distant ancient zither, the mournful flute. They complement each other, just like the two of us. So don't you agree, Patriarch? With her assets right in his face, Tian Ka stammered, "Queen Mother of the West, I hope you can restrain yourself a little. I'm a family man." Hearing this, she sulked and said petulantly, "You're so dull. Not interesting at all." Tian Ka behind her let out a breath, feeling immense relief for having escaped yet another disaster. After that, the Holy Lord flew away while Tian Ka stayed behind. He said, "System, use the Strengthen Vigor and Fortify Body card. Right now, while it's hot." The system received the command and activated the Fortify Vigor card for him. By now, 4 hours had passed. Over on the other side, the female disciples saw this. They couldn't help but be completely captivated. Condensing spirit veins consumes a lot of spiritual power, but the Patriarch shows no signs of stopping. "It's been so long, isn't he tired? He's truly a real man. I wonder, can the Patriarch always last this long?" Then the system notified Tian Ka again. Strengthen Vigor and Fortify Body card. Preparing to alter the spiritual energy in the host's spirit sea. "Host, please prepare yourself." Hearing this, Tian Ka was stunned and asked, "What? Change the spiritual energy in my spiritual sea?" The moment he finished speaking, the waterfall crashed down directly on him. "Oh no, I'm done for. I don't have any protective spiritual energy. I have to rely solely on my physical strength to endure this. How can I possibly withstand the force of this waterfall?" And just like that, Tian Ka was crushed by the pressure of the water, coughing up blood as his eyes rolled back into his head. This sudden twist from the system subjected him to agonizing physical pain. After the system suddenly changed its plan to alter the spiritual energy inside Tian Ka, he began to cough up blood relentlessly due to the immense pressure of the water. The immortal spirit waterfall continued to pour down relentlessly. Meanwhile, Tian Ka was thinking, "This is only strengthening my body, not raising my cultivation level. Was I really pushing myself too hard after all?" While he was struggling with his own misery. "Over here, Jiao Jiao," I spoke to the Queen Mother of the West. "Grandmaster Ning Tian doesn't look so good. Should we go and save him?" The Holy Master replied, "The path of a cultivator is one that defies heaven and earth. Let's wait a little longer and see what happens before we decide." By now, Tian Ka looked absolutely terrible. To take on this pressure with only his physical body was truly too much for Tian Ka. His eyes shot wide open as he questioned the system again. "Hey, are you done yet? Hasn't the spiritual energy finished changing?" "Because I can't take it anymore." And just at that critical moment, the system saved his life. System notification, alteration complete. Spiritual energy is beginning to return. Host, please receive it. The moment the notification ended, a spiritual energy carrying a golden glow from all around began to powerfully flow back into his body. Tian Ka could feel the familiar flow of spiritual energy, but it was now much, much stronger, causing both his eyes to light up. Tian Ka levitated in midair, continuously absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, which surged wildly into his body. Tian Ka said excitedly, "I can feel the power, overflowing in every corner of my body. So this is the true form of a physically enhanced body, huh? This is absolutely insane." At that moment, the system also announced, "Congratulations, host, for breaking through to the 5-star spirit connection realm." Tian Ka looked at the golden orb in his hand, formed from his spiritual power, and said with delight, "My physique has been transformed, becoming several times stronger. I also just opened the Yin Dragon Luo Dao Spirit Meridian, and now I've broken through to the next realm on top of that. It's a triple blessing." Just as Tian Ka finished speaking, over here the disciples of the Jade Pool Holy Land were screaming like crazy. "I'm ovulating so hard. Grandmaster really is such an outstanding man. Our Grandmaster is so amazing." Jiao Jiao was also brimming with excitement and joy. She hugged the Holy Saintess's arm and said, "This is wonderful. Grandmaster has broken through. You have no idea how worried sick I was." But because she was so excited, She startled herself and turned to say, "Forgive my rudeness, Zhao Zhao has been impolite." The holy son, Su Xing, who had fainted behind them, had now regained consciousness. He touched his head and thought, "How long was I out for? And where is that Neen Thien guy? Is he about to be finished?" While he was still asking himself these questions, he immediately received an answer from one of the Jade Pool disciples. That female disciple turned around with a look of utter sarcasm and contempt on her face and said, "The Grandmaster has already been at it for 10 hours. Now that's a real man. And you're just a complete amateur." After hearing the shocking news, he jolted in utter shock. He was so stunned, his hands and feet started fumbling, and he couldn't even stand steady as he screamed, "What the hell? What do you mean 10 hours?" Even though it was a bit hard to believe, it was the truth. A truth he simply could not accept. He flew into a rage, screaming, "This is impossible! There's absolutely no way something like this could have happened." He was so agitated, his eyes bulged and his jaw dropped as he cursed loudly. "You all conspired to lie to me. That wretched pretty boy, Nintian. So what if he's handsome and elegant? He's just a pathetic weakling at the spirit-linking realm. There's no way he could have lasted longer than me." Just as he finished speaking, he suddenly went mad, stripping naked and running around wildly, all while hooting and screaming like an ape. "Ha ha! I am the great awakened saint. I am the greatest in the world." His behavior showed that he had completely broken down. His Tao heart was shattered, turning him into a useless cripple. And just like that, Brother Tian had crippled the second saint of the sky, frame sacred land unintentionally, yet with purpose. Zhao Zhao, seeing this, turned to the Queen Mother of the West and asked, "What do we do now?" "It looks like he's..." Before she could finish her sentence, the Holy Lord interjected. "He's gone insane. The awakened saint's Tao heart is broken. I'm afraid he is ruined for life. Send someone to take him back to the sky frame sacred land." As the two of them were looking at the saint, they suddenly turned their heads, because a female disciple cried out, Oh my God, the Grandmaster isn't wearing any clothes." A group of female disciples covered their faces with their hands, but their eyes were peeking through their fingers, peeking at Brother Tian's 30-centimeter monster model. Tianta realized he was exposed. So, feeling embarrassed, he used his hands to cover himself while soaking in the spirit spring. He quickly explained, I didn't do it on purpose. But deep down, he was crying his eyes out as he asked the system, "So, how am I supposed to explain this to my wife?" Witnessing this scene, the Holy Master couldn't help but blush. She covered her little mouth and said, "Grandmaster, rest assured, we won't let a word of this get out." One person may have said that, but a whole group of them were staring at him without blinking, making the scene a little awkward. But then, the Holy Master dropped a bombshell of a comment, an absolutely shocking one at that. "That woman, Luo Wuting, is truly a lucky one." After saying that, she even licked her lips, looking like she wanted to eat Tian Ka alive, right then and there. Tianta couldn't stand the awkwardness any longer, so he coughed. Let's just drop this. Don't ever bring it up again, all right?" As he was speaking, a golden spiritual light began to radiate from his body. Then it started radiating even more violently, like an extremely powerful vortex. Tianta was alarmed, not knowing what was happening. Seeing this, Zhao Zhao was also a bit confused and said, "How strange. The immortal spirit spring originally had no spiritual energy. Why is it suddenly emitting such powerful spiritual energy?" The Queen Mother of the West saw this and knew at once. "This is most likely the work of this Grandmaster Ning Tian. This has to be it. Otherwise, this spirit spring of our sacred land, which we've had for so many years, couldn't possibly undergo such a drastic change so suddenly." Tianka stood in the middle of the spiritual energy vortex and was startled by what he felt, because he could sense that hidden within it was the spiritual energy of a lightning tribulation and celestial joy. Could it be because of the change in spiritual energy from just now, even filling the waterfall with spiritual energy? This made the disciples of the Jade Pool Holy Land incredibly excited, because while there was spiritual energy under the waterfall, it wasn't dense enough to cultivate in for long. But now it's a completely different story. The lake below is overflowing with rich spiritual energy. Seeing this, Zhao Zhao turned to ask the Holy Mistress, the Queen Mother of the West, "Can we cultivate in this spirit spring?" The Holy Mistress spoke up. "Of course you can. The water is brimming with spiritual energy right now. Cultivating in it will only benefit you, there's no harm. So go on, all of you, get in there and cultivate." The moment she finished speaking, the female disciples tossed all their modesty aside and jumped in like they were going for a casual swim. Not only that, they even started splashing water and playing around. So much for cultivating. Meanwhile, Tiange sat in a corner completely speechless. But inwardly, Tiange was absolutely ecstatic, thinking to himself, "This spiritual energy is coming from my own body. Heh. Doesn't that mean that they're all using my water to cultivate? As the girls bathed and played without a single stitch of clothing on, they even started praising the ancestral master. He's so incredible. The spiritual energy in this spring. It's like the ancestral master's very essence. Watching this scene, Tian-ge could only grin silently to himself. What else could he say? Then, suddenly, all the Jade Rabbit girls had a collective breakthrough. Every single one of them, chattering with uncontrollable excitement, turned their eyes towards Tian-ge to express their gratitude. Then the girls enthusiastically rushed over to Tian-ge, hugging him relentlessly. Faced with a scene of being completely swamped by beauties like this, no matter how strong your willpower is, you'd have to surrender. The female disciples couldn't stop praising the Grandmaster. You're so incredible. It's all thanks to the Grandmaster that we were able to achieve a breakthrough. Hearing these sweet, flattering words, whispered so sweetly, made Tian-ge break out in a sweat. He stammered, it's nothing. There's no need to be so formal, ladies. Just then, the system made another announcement, continuously absorbing worship power. A moment later, his accumulated points reached 100 out of 100. Tian-ge was also astonished, having gathered enough points so quickly. After that, Tian-ge frantically rushed out of the fruit garden, saying, "Everyone take your time with your cultivation. I'll be leaving first." After getting onto the shore, Tian-ge hurriedly put on his clothes. Then he said to the Queen Mother of the West, "My business at the Jade Pool Holy Land is finished now, so I shall take my leave." Seeing this, the Holy Mistress reminded him, "At night, in the heavenly spirit domain, demonic beasts run rampant. They're unruly, and it's not very safe. Why don't you, Grandmaster, stay here at my Jade Pool Holy Land for one more night?" Finding the Queen Mother of the West's suggestion reasonable, Tian-ge had no choice but to nod in agreement. After saying that, Tian-ge hurriedly rushed off and disappeared. And just like that, he was gone, leaving the Holy Mistress behind, covering her mouth and licking her lips with desire. To think he could actually make the immortal spirit spring overflow with spiritual energy. Oh, Ningtian, I'm becoming more and more interested in you. The next morning, Tian-ge came to say his farewells to the Holy Mistress. She immediately said, "Grandmaster, won't you stay at the Jade Pool Holy Land for a few more days? These disciples of mine can't bear to see you leave. Zhao here by my side can't bear it either, Grandmaster." She gazed at him adoringly. The invitation was quite tempting, but Tian-ge had to raise his hand and refuse. He apologized, saying, "I'm sorry, but I really can't. I've been away from home for many days. My wife must be missing me terribly. It's better if I return home soon." But in his heart, he thought, "If I keep staying here, I'm afraid I won't be able to handle it all." He recalled how in just one night, dozens of people had come to him. There were the junior martial sisters who claimed there was something they didn't understand and asked for my help, and others who wanted to have a private discussion with me about the meaning of life. How am I supposed to live like this? I couldn't get a wink of sleep all night because of those girls. Back to the present. Those female disciples were staring with glowing eyes, down at his massive package, saying with improper thoughts, "When a man goes out alone, he has to know how to protect himself well, you know." At that moment, Tian-ge had already jumped onto his bird. "Farewell. The mountains are high and the rivers are long, everyone. We will meet again if fate allows it." As soon as the words left his mouth, he urged it to fly faster. "Get me out of here!" Then, one man and one bird shot straight up into the blue sky. While in flight, he took out the map to examine it. He said to himself, "It'll take a whole day of flying to reach Dark Mountain. That's still another halfway to the heavenly demon cult." While waiting, he didn't want to waste any time. So he took out the primal chaos pearl to consolidate his own cultivation realm. Tian-ge wanted to give his wife a surprise when he returned. As he was lost in thought, suddenly Tian-ge sensed that something was wrong. Just as he thought, the system immediately sent a notification. "Warning, host. 2 individuals at the Divine Emperor realm are attacking in unison. Please be careful, host." Hearing this reminder, Tian-ge's face turned pale, and a chill ran through him as he thought, "Damn it! Not only are they at the Divine Emperor realm, but there are 2 of them!" A beam of golden light carrying with it lightning shot forward at extreme speed. Tian-ge thought to himself, "If I get hit by that, I'll be blown to bits." At this moment, the attack from the 2 divine emperors, who had been hiding and launching a sneak attack, had arrived right in front of Tian-ge. He thought in a panic, "If I get hit by this attack, even if I don't die, I'll be severely injured." In that critical moment, hanging by a thread, he suddenly remembered and called out to the system to use the flash skill that the system had previously rewarded him with. The system received the command and immediately proceeded to use the flash skill. Use one of 3. Tian-ge felt a pang of regret for using this skill, But in this situation, if he didn't use it, he'd be dead meat. So this was no time for regrets. Just as the attack was about to hit, a blue lightning aura suddenly appeared around Tianka and the Spirit Feather Sparrow. The moment it passed through Tianka and the Spirit Feather Sparrow, the man and the beast vanished. This caused the two Divine Emperor Realm experts to shout in alarm.
Where did he go?
The old man still had spiritual energy gathering in his hand, preparing to attack again, but he realized the target had disappeared. The old man with the red aura, who was the Holy Lord of the Sky Frame Holy Land, said to the Shadow Demon Elder about the previous move. I didn't hold back at all. I thought I had killed that little brat, and yet I missed. The Shadow Demon Elder also couldn't believe what had just happened. A move? From a Divine Emperor Realm expert, a sneak attack on a Spirit Conduit Realm Junior. How could it possibly miss? So the Elder immediately said, that kid must have some kind of treasure helping him. But with his level of strength, he couldn't have gotten very far. As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately used the blood breath technique to track Tianka's aura. A stream of purple spiritual energy began to shoot outwards, searching for any trace of Ning Tian. After detecting Tianka's aura, the two old men immediately rushed in that direction. Meanwhile, after teleporting a great distance away, Tianka and the Spirit Sparrow also appeared in another location. Tianka was now running for his dear life, not daring to stop for even a single second. He spoke with a hint of bitterness. I can't believe I ran into a situation with two Divine Emperor Realm experts teaming up with each other. Who the hell are these two guys, and why do they have so much free time? I have to say, the Spirit Sparrow's flying speed is absolutely terrifying. At a glance, it only leaves behind a streak of blue light. Tianka was also stunned because the number of uses for his lightning-fast ability was down to only 2. Just then, the system displayed another message. Warning Tianca. 2 Divine Emperor Realm experts are closing in. The host, Tianka, said in alarm, They're that fast? That burst of speed. The power of a Divine Emperor Realm expert is truly fearsome. Even though I used a skill card to create some distance, getting caught is just a matter of time. Then he looked at the Spirit Sparrow and said, Shaoling, you're only a Saint King Realm demonic beast. Your flying speed can't possibly compare to a Divine Emperor Realm expert. I have 2 chances left. I absolutely cannot use them carelessly. I have to think of a way out of this. Just as he finished his words, Tianca's face suddenly turned pale with horror. A powerful, purple aura was pressing down on Tianca and the little sparrow. The immense power of the Divine Emperor Realm made it impossible for the Spirit Sparrow to fly any further. The old man, Shadow Demon, stood above them, laughing smugly. Well now, little brat, let's see where you can run. Then the old man, Shadow Demon, yelled to Tianqiong, You, finish him off, quickly! Hearing this, Tianka shouted in shock, Holy Lord Tianqiong! How dare you two team up? The man behind him was Holy Lord Tianqiong, was also preparing to attack him. That old man said, Don't blame me for this, you rotten brat. You crippled my 2 holy sons. This is the price you must pay. Under the immense pressure of a god emperor, even Tianka found it difficult to fight back. The difference in their power levels was just too great. He thought to himself, Damn it! If this keeps up, all the meridians in my body will rupture, and I won't be able to move anymore. Right after that, the Holy Master of the Skyframe Holy Land unleashed his ultimate move. Skyframe Absolute Kill! Beams of light carrying terrifying spiritual energy rained down at incredible speed. Since he was already being suppressed by the old Shadow Demon geezer, there was no way for Tianka to dodge, and just like that, he took the full force of the blow, crying out in pain. After taking that hit, both he and the Spirit Sparrow began to fall. Tianka thought to himself, I'll have to wait until they think they've killed me, then use the Swift as Lightning skill card to escape. Only then can I buy myself more time. The impact of the man and beast hitting the ground created a loud crash. A thick cloud of dust and smoke rose up. The Holy Master of Skyframe said smugly, This time he's definitely dead for sure. The old Shadow Demon geezer also remarked with a sigh, This kid is truly resilient. To think he could hold on for that long. Before he could even finish his sentence, the old man seemed to realize something. He looked at the rubble and shouted, Something's wrong! This brat isn't dead yet! How is that possible? The spot where Tianka had fallen was now completely empty. At some point, he and the Spirit Sparrow had quickly and perfectly coordinated an act, managed to trick them, but taking a hit from a Divine Emperor Realm expert. Tianka is now severely wounded, lying on the back of the Spirit Feather Sparrow. At this moment, the system also made an announcement. You have astonished the Shadow Demon Elder and the Heavenly Vault Holy Master. Shocked. The reward is the miraculous spring rejuvenation pill, Flower of Rebirth. It can protect your cultivation meridians from being destroyed and slowly restore the injuries within your body. Tian Ka held the sparkling pill, its powerful aura resting in his hand, and said, "You two damned old geezers, just you wait for me." After taking the pill, Tian Ka's injuries quickly began to heal. His expression turned cold as he said, "There's only this one last chance. This time, as long as I get this right, I will definitely finish off those two old geezers." Then he told the system, "Activate the lightning fast card. One last time." The system received the command, activating the lightning fast skill. The host's uses for this card have been depleted. Around Tian Ka and the spirit feather sparrow, lightning began to crackle and surround them as they initiated the final use. Sometime later, after a long chase, the two old men finally caught up to Tian Ka. At this moment, a group of cultivators down below watched this scene in horror. They shouted out loud, "Who in the world is that to make two mighty divine Emperor Realm experts team up to hunt him down?" These two old men were like leeches clinging on relentlessly, and finally they cornered Tian Ka. The old heavenly vault. Holy Master spoke up with praise, as expected of the legendary patriarch of the heavenly demon cult. "To think you could escape death at our hands 3 times. The shadow demon elder also charged forward angrily, shouting, "I'd really like to see how you're going to run away next." These two shameless old men, ganging up on someone younger and still having the nerve to talk so big. Tian Ka, now backed into a corner, cried out. With nothing left to lose, he wasn't afraid anymore, and decided to go all out against them. "If I'm going to die anyway, then at least I'll take a piece of you with me." Then Tian Ka told the system to activate the power of faith. The system received the command and immediately activated the power of faith as he ordered. Furious, Tian Ka, with a face full of killing intent, thrust his palm forward. Because he was too careless and the blow was too fast, the Skyframe Holy Master couldn't dodge the attack completely. He was shocked and furious, cursing out loud. "You little brat, you dare sever one of my arms?" Up ahead, the old shadow demon also unleashed his ultimate move, no longer daring to underestimate him. The old man executed the Blood Shadow Ghost Claw, a giant demonic claw, thick with bloody energy, struck down. Tian Ka sensed this power and thought to himself, "Is this the end?" But suddenly the spirit feather sparrow let out a fierce roar and threw Tian Ka off its back, allowing him to dodge the attack. It remained in place and took the full force of the old shadow demon's attack. Tian Ka fell. Seeing the spirit feather sparrow protect its master, he cried out in anguish. After taking that blow, the spirit feather sparrow was reduced to nothing but a single feather. Seeing this, the two old men sneered contemptuously. What a loyal beast, protecting its master to the very end. "There's no one left to protect you now. Ning Tian, you might as well obediently go and join your damn bird." A shower of the spirit feather sparrow's blood rained down on the ground. Standing below, Tian Ka gritted out every single word. "I will kill you all." His murderous gaze was so sharp it felt real. He screamed in grief. "I will definitely kill all of you." The two old men still wore expressions of contempt. They said with open disdain, "The likes of you dare to be so arrogant?" Suddenly at that moment, a spatial teleportation gate appeared behind Tian Ka. The figure of the Empress was stepping through the portal. She said, "If he says you must die, then you will certainly die." "Have you lost your damn minds? How dare you touch my husband?" Noticing the sudden change, the old man shadow demon shouted, "That's a spatial teleportation array. Hurry, kill that brat!" Luo Wuyo King is coming through the spatial teleportation array to bring reinforcements. The Holy Lord Tian Chiong didn't need to be told. He also knew the situation had taken a turn, so he immediately rushed forward. Suddenly, the two old men cried out in panic. "Huh? What is this? Why can't I move?" "Damn it, it's the Queen Mother of the West silencing trap formation." "Well, looks like you're screwed. Mind if I join the party?" The Holy Maiden approached and mocked them. Two mighty experts of the godly Emperor realm, ganging up to kill a disciple at the spirit communication realm. Don't you feel any shame? Or are you so old you don't need your dignity anymore? The two old men were now so terrified that their jaws dropped and they screamed loudly. "Luo Wuyo King and the Queen Mother of the West. They're both nearing the great Emperor realm. We're so screwed." At this moment, Luo Wuyo King had also passed through the spatial portal and arrived. Tian Ka realized she was here and called out, "Honey!" He turned to her and said, "Ling Yutong fell while protecting me." Hearing his words, she became utterly enraged, and she roared, "Damn it! You all deserve to die. I will make your souls scatter and vanish from this world." Suddenly, at that moment, Tian Ka grabbed the young woman's hand and said, "Honey, don't lay a hand on them." His face was filled with killing intent, his eyes streaked with blood as he said, "I want to kill them myself." After Thian Ka declared he wanted to kill, the two old men himself, the Empress, spoke up to dissuade him. "You're already in this state, don't do anything reckless." But before she could say more, Thian Ka suddenly erupted in fury and declared, "I already told you. I will kill those two bastards myself." The system then displayed a notification. If the host continues to push himself, his cultivation will be crippled. At that point, not even a rejuvenation pill will be able to save you. He ignored the system's warning and replied, "Lin Vu Tuc died for me, even if I have to risk my own life. I will not spare them." A second later, the system was shocked by Thian Ka's indomitable will, and he obtained the heavenly god reward, Phantom of the Great Emperor, duration 5 minutes. As soon as he received the buff, Thian Ka used it immediately, and the system's voice announced, "Phantom of the Great Emperor has been successfully summoned." The true form of the Great Emperor's phantom then materialized from Thian Ka's position, causing the two old men to scream in alarm. "What? A Great Emperor's phantom?" His wife over here also stared, her eyes wide with astonishment. He actually managed to summon a Great Emperor's phantom? Could it be that there are many Great Emperors backing him? If that's true, why couldn't I sense it? Looking at the Great Emperor's phantom, the Shadow Demon Elder cried out in fear. This kid's at it again. At this moment, the Holy Lord of Heavenly Sky was starting to question his own existence. What in the world is going on with this kid? Isn't he just in the spirit connection realm? So why can he summon the phantom of a great emperor? Thian Ka stood on the other side, glaring at the two old men with eyes full of killing intent. Following that, Thian Ka lunged forward to grab the two of them. Old Man Shadow Demon responded in a panic. "I don't know either." But at this moment, it was too late to do anything. The Holy Lord of Heavenly Sky screamed, "Get out of the way!" because he saw a golden attack of light rushing toward them. But with his mere God-Emperor realm cultivation, there was no way he could stand against a great emperor. He was electrocuted so badly, there wasn't even time to call for an ambulance. Seeing the tables turn so disastrously, Old Man Shadow Demon tucked his tail and ran for it. Thian Ka glanced at him and said, "You think you can run?" Then, Thian Ka unleashed a palm strike. A golden dragon lunged towards the old man, a massive phantom of a golden dragon. So huge it was ready to take a bite out of him. With its sharp teeth, it succeeded. It clamped down on Old Man Shadow Demon in its jaws, making him scream in agony like a madman. Lac Vo Ting and the Queen Mother of the West were over here, and when they witnessed Thian Ka's technique, they cried out in shock. What a powerful move. But the old man didn't just give up and surrender because of that. He immediately split his body into streaks of blood-red light and fled in all directions. But how could it be that easy to leave? Lac Vo Ting quickly chased after one of the clones, intercepting it to cut him down. He has hidden his divine soul within his blood essence, trying to escape. The Queen Mother of the West also successfully destroyed one clone. But there was one she couldn't stop. He was so scared he could cry his eyes out, muttering to himself, "I have to get out of here fast. No, I have to leave the Heavenly Spirit Domain entirely. I will never set foot in this place again for the rest of my life." Tiange looked in this direction the old man fled and snorted coldly. Spiritual power was gathering in his hand as he prepared to give that old man a blow. To think, a single flick of the great emperor's phantom's finger was enough to completely annihilate the old man's soul. At this moment, Tiange couldn't hold on any longer and became unsteady on his feet. His body had already reached its limit. But he told himself, "I just have to hold on a little longer." He used a technique from the phantom, blasting away the layer of earth and rock right in front of him. Then, holding the Lingwu sparrow in his arms, he said, "You've worked hard." From behind them, the Queen Mother of the West, also surprised, asked him, "This is—" Luo Wuqing also seemed to understand something. Tiange placed the Lingwu sparrow on the ground and used the great emperor's phantom to cover it with earth and rock, forming a grave, to give it a burial. The Queen Mother of the West, now realizing what Tiange was doing, said in praise, "I never expected Ningtian to be so sentimental and righteous. Using the mountain as its grave, as a level 6 demon beast, its loyal return to its master was not in vain." Witnessing this scene, Luo Wuqing also thought to herself, "Someone who remembers kindness will go very far on the path of cultivation." Overwhelmed with emotion, she said, "I knew I didn't choose the wrong person. Over here, Tiange." After using this power, became dizzy and fainted. Seeing this, Luo Wuqing immediately rushed forward to catch Tiange. She felt guilty, even though she had hidden a spatial teleportation formation on him. In the end, she was still a step too late, allowing Tiange to get injured. The Queen Mother of the West walked over at this moment and said, "Place him on that rock over there." My strategic abilities might not be a match for yours, but I am confident in my medical skills. After placing Tien Ka down on the rock in front of them, the Queen Mother of the West took out a bamboo flute. She said, "I have many flutes, but this one is specifically for awakening one's life force." After she played a tune, it was indeed effective. Tien Ka was gradually recovering a little. Luo Wugen anxiously asked, "How is he?" The Queen Mother of the West replied, "Although his external wounds have improved, his internal injuries have not. My dew of life cannot fuse with his body." At her side, Luo Wugen's angry determination flared. "Even if I have to travel through the 3 realms and the 9 domains, I will cure Nin Tien." But at that moment, the Queen Mother of the West said, "I still have one more way that might be able to save him." Luo Wugen immediately asked, "What is it?" "The Jiaoqi immortal pill I promised you. It still needs 2 more months to be perfected. If we give it to him, perhaps it could restore his vitality." But before she could even finish her sentence, Luo Wugen immediately said, "Give it to him." The Queen Mother of the West was stunned. "Huh?" she uttered. "Why did you decide so quickly?" The Queen Mother of the West continued, "If you wait another 2 months, the Jiaoqi immortal pill will be perfected. Luo, you must understand, if you use that pill, you could break through to the God realm." But without letting the Queen Mother of the West finish, Luo Wugen affirmed once again, "Give it to Tien Ka." She was using it for him because she was unwilling to gamble with Tien Ka's life. The Queen Mother of the West understood the situation, so she no longer tried to dissuade her. Instead, she told Luo Wugen to follow her back to the Jiaoqi Holy Land. After a while, the 2 of them arrived back at the Jiaoqi Holy Land. At this moment, Tien Ka was placed in a tub of hot water, in preparation for taking the medicinal pill. Afterward, the Saintess brought the immortal pill and gave it to the Queen Mother of the West. Luo Wuting immediately turned to ask the Queen Mother of the West, "Are you certain that using the Jade Pool immortal pill will be able to heal Ning Tian's injuries?" The Queen Mother of the West didn't answer right away, instead saying, "This man has many severe injuries. The spirit sea and spirit meridians in his body are still in a very strange state. But as long as those 2 things are still there, the Jade Pool immortal pill can definitely heal him." Luo Wuting looked over pensively and called out, "Ning Tian!" But suddenly, at this moment, Ning Tian felt a wave of discomfort. His entire face flushed red. Luo Wuting worriedly asked the Queen Mother of the West, "Didn't you say the Jade Pool immortal pill could save him?" She replied, "That's right, but you didn't let me finish. The incomplete immortal pill has side effects. It contains a lust poison." At this moment, the 3 women were standing in front of Ning Tian's bathtub, casually chatting. The Empress immediately asked, "How is this poison cured?" The Queen Mother of the West, standing beside her, mocked and teased her relentlessly. With a mischievous look in her eyes, the Queen Mother of the West looked at the Empress and said, "A lust poison. Of course it must be neutralized with lust. What else? You are his wife. Surely you should understand what needs to be done." Hearing these words, the Empress blushed, becoming completely flustered. Seeing this, the Queen Mother of the West pressed her advantage and continued to tease. "Or could it be that you 2 have been married for so long, and you still haven't done that yet? How about we pick a disciple from our Jade Pool instead? For example, the Jade Pool Saintess." Upon hearing this, Yao Yao, who was in the back, also blushed, because the Queen Mother of the West had suddenly mentioned her by name. Empress Luo Wuting was now lost in deep thought. After thinking for a moment, she stepped forward and said, "Then I wouldn't dare to impose. Queen Mother of the West, everyone please leave us for a moment." Upon hearing this, the Queen Mother of the West also replied with a knowing tone, "Well then, I hope Empress Ju and the Ancestor have a wonderful time." She walked over to the tub and gazed at Tian Ge for a moment. As she spoke, the lights were extinguished. "You're certainly getting the better end of this deal." Then she stepped forward and began to disrobe, musing to herself, "But I can't just stand by and watch and let you die." After stepping into the bathtub, amidst a flurry of intense movements, Luo Wuting couldn't help but let out a soft cry, "Ah!" Sometime later, a voice began to call out from deep within his subconscious. "Ning Tian, Ning Tian." Tian Ge answered back, "Who is it? Who's calling my name?" The dream, with its insistent calls, caused Tian Ge to jolt awake in a panic, shouting, "Who is it?" He sat up in bed, touching his forehead as he tried to remember. So it was all just a dream? But the real problem here is, after waking up, I feel completely exhausted, especially my lower back and spine. They feel like they're about to give out. That deep ache you get after going at it for over 180 minutes. And not only that, Tian Ge also discovered a lipstick stain on his neck that hadn't completely faded. On top of that, my wife, in order to save me, gave me the Jade Pool immortal pill to take, and she even absorbed the medicine's side effects in my place. Right at that moment, A surge of power flooded Tiange's body, startling him as he took in the sensation. The system suddenly issued a notification. Host, this is the medicinal power left behind by the Jade Pool Immortal Pill. You may begin to absorb it. The spiritual energy, unable to be contained, erupted from Tiange's body like a great inferno. He exclaimed in awe, the medicinal power remaining from the Jade Pool Immortal Elixir. To think that, it's even greater than the spiritual energy in my own spirit sea. With the support of this medicinal power, I might even be able to break through to the next realm. Thinking this, Tian, Kay seriously sat down to cultivate, rapidly absorbing the medicinal power. Outside, the two women were whispering and gossiping. The Queen Mother of the West spoke again. Two Divine Emperor realm experts were turned to dust here. This incident will surely send massive shockwaves across the entire heavenly spirit domain. Hearing this, the female emperor, Luo Wu Sentiment, replied, I've heard that. The righteous path has long been eyeing the demonic path like a tiger stalking its prey. Now is the perfect opportunity they've been waiting for. Just the thought of it made the female emperor snort coldly in anger. How dare they touch my man? They must have a death wish. I will deal with that righteous path rabble myself. The Queen Mother of the West, seeing her fierce expression, chuckled and teased her. The female emperor so protective of her husband. If word of this got out, I wonder how many young men's hearts you would break. Hearing this, Luo Wu Sentiment couldn't help but blush in embarrassment. Seizing the opportunity, the Queen Mother of the West pressed on, adding slyly, but I am a little curious. Well, why did you want to wear my clothes? This question seemed to hit a nerve with Luo Wu Sentiment. She stammered repeatedly, You don't need to know. After saying that, Luo Wu Sentiment recalled the scene and froze up in embarrassment, because she couldn't possibly say it was because that guy had torn all her clothes to shreds. Suddenly, from within Tiancha's room, an extremely powerful spiritual energy erupted, causing even the Queen Mother of the West to exclaim in alarm. Unintentional, huh? Your husband is surprisingly energetic. After going at it for hours, he still has the energy left to cultivate. Inside, Tianka was absorbing the medicinal power, when suddenly his eyes shot open. A beam of spiritual energy shot straight through the ceiling and continued all the way into the clouds. Seeing this unbelievable sight, the Queen Mother of the West couldn't contain her shock and cried out, He's not cultivating, he's breaking through! In such a short amount of time, how is that even possible? Inside, the medicinal power was still surging, causing Tianka to continuously break through realms. Just then, a notification appeared from the system. Congratulations, host, on your power breakthrough. Current level, Spirit Connection Realm 6-star. Congratulations, host, on your power breakthrough. Current level, Spirit Connection Realm 9-star. Congratulations, host, on breaking through to the Earth King Realm 1-star. You have shocked the Queen Mother of the West. Reward: Fallen Path, Heavenly Sound, Kill Martial Art. The system is comprehending at 10 times the normal speed. Comprehension successful. After the process ended, Tiancha opened his eyes. His face was covered in beads of sweat. He thought to himself, as expected of a twin convergence immortal pill, to think it could actually help me break through an entire major realm. Just as he was reveling in his thoughts, the two voluptuous women burst through the door in a panic. The Queen Mother of the West rushed to Tiancha's side and cried out in astonishment. Earth King Realm? You actually broke through to the Earth King Realm? Tiancha just looked bewildered, unsure of what had just happened to him. The Queen Mother of the West's wide eyes stared at him in disbelief. Lavoting stood behind them, looking displeased, as if to say, He's my husband, you know. Why are you getting so worked up? Then she spoke. He absorbed almost all the medicinal power of the Jiaoji Immortal Pill. It was a blessing in disguise. His realm had a breakthrough. It's not surprising at all. At this moment, their eyes met, both feeling shy. Tienga spoke first, saying, My dear wife, the outfit you're wearing today, it looks so beautiful. The three-headed monster Empress replied, You silver-tongued devil! Save the flattery. Your body has just recovered, so don't move around too much. Hearing his wife's words of concern, Tienga cheerfully hopped off the bed and said, Don't worry, I've made a full recovery. I feel completely full of life right now. Tienga moved closer, getting intimate with her. He said, Thank you, my wife. I know that you... Before he could finish his sentence, the Queen Mother of the West, who was behind them, cut in. Grandmaster Ning Tian, why are you only thanking one person? Tienga immediately changed his tune and said, I must also thank the Queen Mother of the West for your assistance. But this was just a trap set by the Queen Mother of the West. She gave a bewitching smile, while her disciples behind her were practically swooning. There's no need for spoken thanks. Grandmaster Ning Tian, just remember to visit my Jiaoji sacred land often. After all, the disciples in Jiaoji would give you a very warm welcome, Grandmaster. The moment she finished speaking, Tiange's face turned pale. He was terrified. Tiange forced a wooden smile and replied, "Thank you for the kind offer, Queen Mother." The situation was spiraling out of control, especially with his wife standing right behind him, her eyes darkening as if she was about to commit murder. She immediately spoke up. "If you've really recovered, then it's time you came back with me to the Heavenly Demon sect." Meanwhile, at the Heavenly Demon Hall, several elders were pacing back and forth restlessly. One said anxiously, "First Elder, I heard that 2 Divine Emperor realm experts joined forces for a surprise attack. Ancestor Ningtian, the Empress went to provide aid, but why is there still no news at all?" The old man replied, flustered as well. "How would I know? It's not like I went with them, so don't ask me. The founder is the treasure of our Heavenly Demon sect. Absolutely nothing can be allowed to happen to him." Just as the words left his mouth, a streak of golden light landed right in the Heavenly Demon Palace, causing the 2 elders to scream. "It's the Empress! The Empress is back!" At this moment, Tianka was clinging tightly to Locke, voting like a crab claw. She said, "We've arrived. You can let go now, dear." After they separated, Tianka couldn't help but laugh sheepishly and scratch his head. "Wifey, a God Emperor realm expert? Isn't she supposed to be able to traverse the void and cross 1,000 miles in a single step? Why did you have to make me fly so far? And so fast, too. It's no wonder I got scared." The young woman then explained it to Tianka. She could traverse the void by herself, but if she brought Tianka along with her, it was very likely that Tianka would die in the void. After hearing this, Tianka finally understood. He said shyly, "Well, thank you for worrying about me, wifey." The moment Tianka finished speaking, the crowd of elders and disciples in the wind all started crying their eyes out as they ran over to surround Tianka. "Founder, it's so good to see you're unharmed." "That's right, Founder. What would we do without you?" Tianka's face turned pale as he broke out in a cold sweat and yelled, "You guys are being way too dramatic." Just then a person arrived from outside. Blood was dripping continuously from his hand. A disciple from the sect, covered in injuries, approached and said, "Empress, Founder, Tianfeng City has been massacred." Hearing these words, the recent joy was instantly extinguished, replaced by the killing intent of every single person present. Black Voting asked in a cold voice, "Who is the culprit?" As the heavily injured subordinate entered, "Report on the situation in Tianfeng City. He's in critical condition right now." The great elder rushed over in a panic to hold the young man and shout, "He's severely injured and needs immediate treatment. If not, his life will be in grave danger." At that moment, 2 other elders also returned and yelled, "Someone get the medicine over here now!" Seeing this, Lak Voting quickly moved forward to assess the situation. Suddenly, Tianka arrived and said, "I can save him." Hearing this, the great elder worriedly tried to stop him, saying, "Ancestor, although you have achieved profound accomplishments in your cultivation, if you lack medical skills, it's definitely better to let someone fetch the medicinal pills. Let's avoid any unforeseen accidents." Just then, Tianka channeled a green spiritual energy, like an overflowing life force emanating from his body, and said, "Rest assured, while I can't bring the dead back to life, with a small injury like this, I can still heal it." From behind, Lak Votin, watching with unwavering faith in Tianka, said to the great elder, "You should lay him down on the ground." The old man was a bit startled by her words and looked at her. Meanwhile, Tianka remained standing there, gathering the life force into the palm of his hand. The sphere of energy grew larger and larger. At the same time, Tianka let out a soft sigh of relief. Instantly, he swung his arm, and a gukin appeared. The aura of life force grew increasingly dense, surrounding Tianka's body. The elders standing behind him were completely startled and stammered, "Ancestor, this is..." Even the young woman had to widen her eyes to see, unable to believe that it was a musical Tao spirit vein. Tianka then began to play a piece of Tao music, causing the life force to envelop the subordinate's body. Right now he is levitating in midair, absorbing it, using spiritual energy to heal him. This is Tiange's treatment method. The great elder's jaw dropped at this sight. He shouted in terror, "The Melody Tao spirit vein. How? Isn't that the technique of the Empress ancestor? Wasn't she being hunted down? When did he learn it?" His wife, standing behind him, was also in shock. She couldn't believe this surreal act from Tiange. She thought to herself, "I doubt even the Queen Mother of the West could have predicted this." Could it be that just by preserving the Tao of the healing melody, he learned the Queen Mother of the West's ability? While Tiange was focused on healing the guy, the system kept sending notifications. "You have surprised everyone in the Heavenly Demon sect. Reward movement technique. Assassination arts. Fleeting phantom shift." This movement technique Merges with assassination tactics as one. Comprehending at 10 times the normal speed. Comprehension successful. The subordinate, who was critically injured and on the verge of death, now had a complexion that was much, much better. He slowly opened his eyes and woke up. Upon seeing Tianga and the Empress, he hurriedly scrambled off the stretcher. Immediately after, he knelt on the ground. With bloodshot eyes, he shouted loudly, "Please avenge us!" The great elder's eyes flashed with killing intent as he looked over and asked, "Recently, the demonic beasts of the Dark Wind mountain range have been rampaging, injuring many citizens of Heavenly Wind City. That's why I sent you all to suppress them." "What in the world happened? Why are you the only one who returned?" Hearing this, the subordinate broke down in tears as he recounted, "It was Yelang of the Beast Tamer sect." Scene change. At this moment, in the Dark Wind mountain range near Heavenly Wind City, a horde of demonic beasts was gathering at the city walls, clashing with other cultivators. At this moment, 2 disciples of the Heavenly Demon cult were standing back to back, fighting against the demonic beasts. Dian-san immediately asked Senior Brother Lee, "Outside Tianfeng City, didn't we already spread a lot of beast-repelling powder? So why is the beast tide still appearing like this?" Lee Chongdae, a disciple of the Heavenly Demon cult's fire hall, said, "Forget that. Junior Brother, hurry and help the other disciples. Help the citizens in the city escape." Just then a voice rang out asking, "Escape?" A man had appeared riding on the back of a demonic beast, a bear-like one. He was Ye Leng, the genius beast tamer of the beast-taming sect, part of the Righteous Alliance. He then said, "With all due respect, everyone in Tianfeng City today." As he was speaking, the beast that Ye Leng was riding was using its razor-sharp claws to grab a female disciple of the Heavenly Demon cult. His eyes held not a single trace of sympathy for the people of Tianfeng City as he heartlessly said, "I must all die." The moment he finished speaking, 2 entirely purple snakes shot out from the vapor towards Senior Brother Lee and Junior Brother Dian. Caught by the surprise attack, the 2 of them panicked slightly. Lee Chongda reacted in time, immediately using his sword to block the attack. But as for Junior Brother Dian-san, he was careless and got struck by the other serpent. He cried out in pain, then was sent flying into a wall by the aftershock, smashing a hole in it. It was because the difference in power was too great, and the attack was too strong, that it caused Junior Brother Dian-san to faint and collapse in a heap. Seeing this, Lee Changda roared, "Beast-taming sect? You're the ones controlling the demonic beasts of the Umbral Wind mountain range, making them rampage and slaughter the people of Tianfeng City. How can you possibly call yourselves the righteous path?" He then looked down with a wicked expression, disguising his evil intentions with a soft voice, "To exterminate you followers of the demon way. Sacrificing a few useless pieces of trash is a necessity." The junior sister, pinned down by the bear, spoke up weakly, "Senior Brother Trong Duk, they are the real demons. You don't have to worry about me. Hurry back to the Heavenly Demon cult. Grandmaster will avenge us." Hearing this, Deep Lang let out a scoff. "That useless Grandmaster of yours? The one who only knows how to rely on women?" With that, he plunged his hand right through the junior sister's body, causing her eyes to widen as she cried out. Lee Trongduk watched in anguish, screaming her name. "Junior Sister Chow!" The man tossed her to the ground, and a worried Lee Trongduk rushed forward to catch her. Deep Lang licked his hand like a dog and said, "Avenge you? I'll make him die 100,000 times more painfully than you." Lee Trongduk cradled his junior sister, tears of silent fury streaming down his face as he looked at him and said, "Deep Lang, you will face retribution. Our Grandmaster and the entire Heavenly Demon cult will not let you get away with this." Upon hearing those words, Deep Lang grew furious. He stood up and declared with a judgmental tone, "When my righteous path acts, how dare you, heretics, and deviants even open your mouths?" As he finished speaking, the bear stomped its foot down hard, crushing Lee Trongduk and his junior sister into the ground. Then he gloatingly ordered, "Men, hurry! Hang the man's head and the body of this woman from my Tianfeng gate. I want everyone to see what kind of trash the disciples of the Heavenly Demon cult are." Afterward, the 2 of them were brutally hung up for display. After Tian-san woke up, he was horrified by the sight at Tianfeng. The city has been reduced to ruins. Senior Brother Lai and Junior Sister Qiu were killed and hung on the city gates. As Tian 3 recounted the events, he couldn't help but cry in grief. A voice roared. The Great Elder, upon hearing this, couldn't help but bellow in fury. "Damn it! The beast-taming sect is going too far. They treat our Heavenly Demon cult as if we aren't even human." Then he turned to Luo Wuqing and said, "Your Majesty, I ask you to give the order. I will lead our men to annihilate the beast-taming sect right now." Just then, Tianga spoke up to stop him. He said, "Wait a moment. Wiping out the beast-taming sect? I'm afraid it won't be that easy. As soon as he finished, the great elder questioned Tiange. Founder, why are you boosting the enemy's morale? Don't tell me you're afraid, are you? Tiange paid him no mind and continued his analysis. It's not that I'm afraid. The beast-taming sect belongs to the Righteous Alliance, and the leader of the Righteous Alliance is none other than the Fire Emperor. His power is in no way inferior to our Empress. If we go and massacre their entire sect at a time like this, the other side will definitely make a move. With both sides locked in a stalemate, forget about getting revenge. The beast-taming sect won't even be affected in the slightest. Hearing this, the other elders and disciples all became angry and began to question him. Then what should we do now? Are you saying we shouldn't avenge this? Before everyone could even finish shouting, Tiange spoke up. Let me be clear. This revenge absolutely must be taken, but not by retaliating in this manner. The Empress, a bit curious, asked, Do you have another way? Tiange didn't bother to hide his killing intent anymore and replied coldly, We'll do it their way. We will also send out disciples of the same generation for training, even if they wipe out all of the beast-taming sect's disciples, and it will only be considered an accident. But then the great elder spoke up worriedly. Ye Leng is the genius beast-tamer of the beast-taming sect. His strength is far from ordinary. Right now, the highest-level disciples in our cult seem to only be at the Earth King realm. I'm not sure they would be a match for that Ye Leng. Just as the old man finished his sentence, Tian Cha gave him an answer. I'll go immediately. Then, he continued, to dare kill one of my followers. The Righteous Path Alliance? What a joke. They truly have a death wish. At this moment, Luo Wuting said with a sorrowful expression, If that's the case, then you should go. Hearing these words, the group of elders erupted in an agitated clamor. They called out the Empress's name. Throughout the entire Heavenly Demon Grand Hall, everyone wore a grave expression. At seeing the Empress make such a decision, the great elder was the first to speak out. That Ye Leng's strength broke through to the Earth King realm a year ago. By now, I'm afraid the situation has only become more advantageous for him. If we let the Patriarch go so recklessly, I'm afraid he'll be in danger. Another elder agreed. That's right. Your Majesty the Empress, we of the Heavenly Demon Cult, cannot allow the Patriarch to walk to his death. But in response to the countless pleas from the elders, was her sentence, all of you, just trust the Patriarch. Hearing this, the old men were utterly stunned. Luo Wuting continued, because this man always brings about different kinds of miracles. A faint aura of life force still enveloped Tianka's body. He gently and caringly supported the injured disciple. At this point, the great elder finally understood and stopped trying to dissuade her. The old man said, If the Empress has spoken, then we should indeed place our trust in the Patriarch. The beast-taming sect has hundreds of disciples, so, to ensure the Patriarch's safety, this old man will go and make arrangements with our disciples at once. Before he could even finish his words, a voice suddenly echoed through the hall. Wait! A clamoring group of disciples ran in from outside of the hall's entrance. Seeing this scene, the great elder and Tiange were also a little surprised. The male disciple at the front knelt down and said respectfully, Your Majesty, Empress Changsheng, I request permission to follow the ancestral master to Tianfeng City. I must avenge my junior martial brother! The blood of a heavenly demon sect disciple cannot be shed in vain. The entire group of disciples was now kneeling on the ground, pleading to follow Tiange to Tianfeng City, to sincerely avenge their other martial brothers and sisters. One by one they spoke up, hoping the Empress would approve their request to follow Tiange. The great hall was filled with their clamor. Every single one of them chanted in unison, The blood of a heavenly demon sect disciple cannot be shed in vain. Witnessing this scene, Tiange looked at them at a loss for words. The great elder, seeing the disciples so united in purpose, was also moved and said, Very well, all of you, since you have such loyalty and passion, then I shall lend you my full support. Then he formed a hand seal, releasing his spiritual energy outwards to summon the blazing flame wind chaser. A stream of red spiritual energy shot outside with incredible speed. A moment later, a magnificent steed suddenly appeared in the great hall. Its arrival was accompanied by powerful wind blades, proving that its speed was absolutely terrifying. The great elder turned to Tiange and introduced it. Ancestral Master, this is a level 2 demonic beast, the blazing flame wind-chasing horse. Its combat strength may not be great, but its speed is extremely fast. It can take everyone to Tianfeng City within half a day. As soon as the elder finished speaking, Tiange coldly leaped onto the back of the wind-chasing horse. He then roared to everyone, Follow me to Tianfeng City. Let's make those wicked bastards pay in blood. Must be paid in blood. Everyone present here shouted in unison, filled with rage. A blood debt must be paid in blood. The shouts echoed, carrying with them an unceasing indignation. Scene change. A moment later, at the Yinwind mountain range, Tiange's group was riding, their wind-chasing horses, galloping toward Tianfeng City. Just then, a male disciple turned to inform Tiange. "Grandmaster, we're about 10 miles from Tianfeng City." Tiange replied with the question, "Is this the Yinwind mountain range?" The disciple behind him immediately replied, "That's right, Grandmaster. The Yinwind mountain range itself is still a few miles away. As for this is just the outer region of the Yinwind mountain range." After a moment of assessing the situation, Tiange roughly understood their current predicament. Suddenly, Tiange came to a halt, as if he had discovered something. He dismounted his horse, then crouched down to examine the tracks left on the ground. There aren't just animal tracks here. Mixed in among them are quite a few human footprints and bloodstains. They must have been left by beast tamers. Then a strange wind blew through the area. It carried the thick, metallic stench of blood, so strong that everyone could smell it. Tiange noticed it too and made a judgment. "I'm almost certain it's coming from Tianfeng City over there, drifting all the way here." Moreover, the smell of fresh blood from Tianfeng City has already started to attract the demonic beasts from the Yinwind mountain range. At that moment, in the dense forest ahead of them, countless bloodshot eyes of ambushing demonic beasts were watching. A male disciple frantically jumped forward and shouted, "Grandmaster, take the junior brothers and go on ahead. I'll hold them back." But before he could do anything, Tiange had already leaped forward, unleashing a powerful slash. So this is my first time seeing the ferocious beasts of legend. Although the feeling of pressure is very strong, in the end, they're nothing more than first-tier demonic beasts. This is the perfect chance for me to test my new martial art on them. Tiange stepped swiftly forward and summoned his ancient zither. Waves of spiritual energy emanated from it. One move. Heavenly sound, kill. At that moment, Tiange's attack sliced all the surrounding trees in two. Not only that, the demonic beasts hiding within were also caught by Tiange's technique and torn into countless pieces, large and small. The disciples following him were terrified by this scene. Holy cow, he's so strong. The Grandmaster Zither can not only save people, it can kill them too? Tiange walked forward, his hands behind his back, and called out, "Let's go." Just then, the system suddenly announced, "You have astonished Li Trongxin's group. Reward, spirit energy cultivation plus 100. After a while, Tiange's group finally reached Heavenly Wind City. A disciple saw the scene before them and shouted to Tiange, "Look! A female disciple and a male disciple are hanging from the city gate. That's senior brother Li Trongduk and senior sister Dao." Tiange's face darkened as he witnessed this. He then unleashed a slash of sword energy, cutting the rope to bring the two disciples' bodies down. Trongxing rushed forward to catch senior sister Dao, his face filled with sorrow. The scene was so tragic that no one could say a word. Tiange looked at the female disciple and noticed that in her hand, she was tightly clutching a piece of paper, refusing to let go even in death. He took the paper and read its contents. "I hope that when we return, I can cultivate with the Grandmaster at Moonlight Cliff." The Grandmaster is truly amazing. At that moment, Tiange clenched his fists in rage. "Changsheng, you lead our men and kill all the demonic beasts in the city. Rescue the survivors, and give a proper burial to those who died unjustly. As for the bodies of the heavenly demon sect disciples, find every single one of them. I will bring them home later." Tiange said, his eyes filled with a cold, killing intent. The beast tamer sect has many members. As long as we follow the fresh blood trails, we will definitely find them. I'm leaving now, I'll be back soon. As soon as he finished speaking, Tiange used the wandering dragon steps to depart. In a flash, he was gone. Meanwhile, in the Yinwind mountain range, the members of the beast tamer sect were sitting around a fire, chatting. A junior brother said, "Thanks to senior brother Diep, I got to kill a few disciples from the heavenly demon sect myself. When we get back, I can probably exchange them for a yellow rank martial arts scroll." Another chimed in, "That's right. Did you guys hear? That heavenly demon sect disciple and was still talking tough right before he died, saying something about their legendary ancestor coming for revenge. It was absolutely hilarious. Deep Lung, with his arm around a girl, said, "If he dares to show up, I'll make him just like those other pieces of trash, cowering in fear and begging me for mercy." After speaking, he forcefully squeezed her breasts, making the girl cry out as he continued to boast, "Talking like this is what really gets you fired up. Isn't that right?" Seeing this provocative scene, his underlings said excitedly, as expected of senior brother Diep, "How can that pretty boy who sponges off a woman even compare Just imagining that worthless ancestor on his knees is pretty exciting too, right? Just as he said that, a great demonic wind suddenly gusted through, making him jump in alarm. Where did that demonic wind come from? His words were followed by the screams of the other disciples. A shout followed him. Its echo belonged to Ye Leng, who leaped to his feet and yelled, "What manner of fiend are you? Daring to play tricks in the dead of night?" Under the moonlight, hazy clouds drifted by, partially dimming the light. As for his few underlings, they were terrified when they discovered no one was there. Horrified, one of them turned to Ye Leng and said, "Senior brother Ye, there's no one here." The girl beside that guy, Ye Leng, also spoke up. Could it be the vengeful spirits of Tianfeng City, here to claim our lives? "Stop spouting nonsense," he roared in anger. The moment the words left his mouth, the girl behind him was also taken out. Ye Leng shrieked in terror, "Damn it! What in the world is going on?" Tiange stood atop a small peak and said, "To think a supposed genius from the beast-taming sect could also be afraid." Ye Leng looked up, utterly horrified. He asked, "Who are you?" Tiange looked down, his sharp eyes radiating killing intent, as he informed him that he was the one who came to kill them. After being thoroughly shaken up by the ordeal, that guy Ye Leng was finally able to see Tiange's true form. He looked up, made his judgment, and said with a scornful expression, "With this kid's aura, at most, he's only a 3-star Earth King realm. How could he possibly be a match for me? He must have some special movement technique that lets him use the night to launch sneak attacks and kill people." It was precisely because of this thought that he grew much more confident and began to speak with arrogance. "You're nothing but a petty thief who relies on the cover of the dark night. But now that the moonlight is bright and clear, you have no chances left." As soon as he finished speaking, he activated his spirit energy, a purple hue, enveloping his body. He then shot forward, charging at Tiange, while screaming, "Go to hell!" Despite that attack, Tian Cha remained completely unafraid. Instead, he smirked sinisterly and said, "Ha ha! Who said I only know how to launch sneak attacks under the cover of darkness, huh?" The scene showed one person charging forward to attack, while the other possessed an endless aura, like a vast galaxy of stars. Seeing this scene, that Ye Leng was utterly terrified and thought to himself, "He's only at the Earth King realm. So how can his spiritual sea be even more terrifying than that of an expert? It at the Saint Emperor realm?" While he was lost in his thoughts, Tian Ka was already right in front of him. With eyes as cold as a predator's, Tian Ka reminded him, "Don't get distracted during a fight, little Ye Leng." Then he immediately unleashed the heavenly demon, a palm on Ye Leng, taking the full force of the blow. He was sent flying through the air, crashing hard into the ground with a thud as dust billowed everywhere. After witnessing that palm technique, Ye Leng finally knew who he was dealing with. He coughed and coughed before saying, "The heavenly demon palm, you are the legendary Patriarch Ning Tian of the heavenly demon cult." He shot up to his feet, utterly horrified, and asked doubtfully, "Aren't you supposed to be just a pampered playboy who only knows how to rely on women?" Just then, a system notification popped up. "You have shocked Ye Leng. Reward, Music Dao Martial Arts. Beast Taming Soulmate. Beast Taming Soulmate. Now comprehending at 10 times the normal speed. Beast Taming Soulmate has been successfully comprehended." Upon receiving this reward, Tian Ka was also a little surprised. "I can even pick up a few cultivation techniques while fighting." The Beast Taming Sect, just as its name implies, is famous for its ability to tame beasts. The combat power of the sect's disciples largely depends on their demonic beasts. With an extraordinary innate talent, his combat power is more than enough for one person to fight 10 enemies. Thinking of this, Tian Ka gave a sinister smile and said, "How interesting." Witnessing this, a startled Dieplan asked, "What are you smiling about?" Seeing him practically pissing his pants in fear, Tian Ka said, "Oh, nothing. I just thought of a very interesting way that can make you atone for your sins a bit more sincerely." Hearing this, he didn't understand what was going on, and asked back, "Atone for what?" But then he started spouting some nonsense about morals and righteousness. "Right here. Since ancient times, good and evil have never walked the same path. The heavenly demon cult is like a poisonous heresy. We are people of the righteous path. Vanquishing demons to protect the path is only natural." Hearing his utter bullshit, Tian Ka found it amusing. "Haha, you're wrong. Whether something is righteous or evil is not for the weak to decide. The true rules are decided only by the strong." As soon as he finished speaking, Tian Ka unleashed a heaven-piercing killing intent and declared, "And right now I am stronger than you. Therefore you should go die." Hearing Tian Ka say this, he flew into a rage and shouted, "You're spouting nonsense! even if you have a vast spiritual sea. I still have my ultimate move. After saying that, he took out a high-grade spirit artifact, the Demon Gourd. It can absorb all living things. Its effectiveness varies depending on the level of what's being absorbed. As it changed, he raised the gourd high, and countless auras shot out from within. Those were the tamed demonic beasts that he had collected inside it. After playing his trump card, that guy Yeling didn't forget to mock him. You, Ningtian, prepare to die. He then ordered the beast horde to attack and tear Ningtian into 100 pieces. But before the beasts could even reach him, over here Tiange was lost in thought. High-grade spiritual energy. So that's why I found it strange. I was wondering where all the surrounding beasts went. So it turns out they were all in there. Having solved the puzzle, Tiange sat down. He took out his flute and zither, saying, if that's the case, then things just got a lot easier to handle. Meanwhile, the beasts were charging ferociously towards Tiange. But he was just in time to use his beast-taming technique, the kindred melody, to tame them. The moment they heard that sound, they stopped in their tracks. Their expressions also changed. Seeing this, that Ye Lang fellow was scared out of his wits. But more importantly, he couldn't understand why this guy knew how to use the beast taming. Kindred melody, what's more, judging by his power level, he's even stronger than I am. Elsewhere, a group of disciples was also gathering nearby. One of them noticed a strange sound and said, does anyone else hear that sound? Another disciple replied, it's probably just the wind. At this moment, Tiange looked over at him and mocked, your musical beast-taming art is far too pathetic. You can't even properly tame a few beasts. He roared in anger. Who the hell do you think you are to lecture me? My beast-taming, kindred melody is second to no one but my master. I hear the empty bragging of someone who thinks he's a genius. And with that, Tiange shut him down completely. All right, then. Let me teach you this disgraceful thing. A proper lesson on your master's behalf. Now watch closely. This is what you call the music of beast taming. A second later, that group of beasts completely turned around. They turned on that Ye Lang fellow, looking at him with eyes, calling him prey. He said in fear, what do you want? Seeing that the situation was not good, he immediately took out his saber and slashed wildly. He swung his saber and managed to cut down one of the beasts, but he couldn't dodge another claw attack from behind. Tiange looked over and remarked, Ye Lang, being defeated by the beast-taming art that you were most proud of. How does that feel? He was already struggling with the beasts, so hearing Tiange's mockery made him furious. He screamed, you despicable bastard! Tiange sneered and said, despicable? I'm merely giving you a taste of your own medicine. As he spoke, he drew his sword, which glowed red with killing intent. Then he confronted Ye Lang again. Not long ago, you used your beasts to slaughter Tianfeng City. Did you ever think this day would come? He knelt on the ground, severely injured, unable to say a word. Tiange walked over, stabbed him in the chest with his sword, and said, this sword strike is on behalf of the people of Tianfeng City, to repay you. As he finished speaking, Tiange pulled the sword out, causing him to scream in agony. Then Tiange plunged his sword into his thigh and continued, this strike is for the disciples of my heavenly demon sect. With his injuries piling up, he coughed up blood relentlessly. In extreme agony, Ye Lang lay on the ground, begging, just kill me! I'm begging you! Just kill me! Tiange looked at him with ice-cold eyes and said, kill you? When you tortured the disciples of my heavenly demon sect to death, you savored their suffering. Ever thought about finishing them off? That was fast. Terrified, he crawled on the ground, desperately crying for help. Is anyone there? Help me! Where are the disciples of the beast-taming sect? Are you all dead? He crawled and wept in absolute terror. Thian Ka approached step by step and said, you can't escape. This is the price you must pay, and that price is your life. Meanwhile, at Tianfeng City, the disciples of the heavenly demon sect had all buried their fallen comrades. They knelt in mourning, showing their respect for those disciples. Just then, Thian Ka walked over and asked, are you all finished here? A disciple said in astonishment, Grandmaster, you're back? Before he could finish his sentence, he noticed something and exclaimed in shock. In Thian Ka's hand was the corpse of the beast-taming sect's young master, Diep Lan. He has officially gone to meet his maker. His time on stage is over. Thian Ka then threw Diep Lan's body to the ground and said, I deliberately kept him alive, and so that he could kneel before the spirits of our fallen. Do with him as you see fit. Those disciples were instantly enraged at the sight of Diep Lan gritting their teeth. They said through clenched teeth, Trong Duk, Dao Tu, and all our brothers who died, we will repay this debt 100, 1,000 times over. Another disciple added, that's right, even if we are from the heavenly demon sect. He had no right to slaughter us like that. Seeing this, Deeplan said, terrified.
No, please, don't come near me.
The moment he finished speaking, the sound of a slash rang out, followed by his screams. When it was all over, Deeplan's life was forfeit and his body was strung up high, just as he had done to the disciples of the heavenly demon sect. From above, Tianka looked down, his face cold and expressionless. A disciple came up from behind and asked, "Grandmaster, just now, were you the one who took care of Yeleng's group?" Hearing this, Tianga didn't bother hiding the truth. "I wasn't in a good mood at the time, so I decided to take a walk. And while I was at it, I took care of that guy. Don't you worry. The people from the beast taming sect have all been dealt with too." The moment he said that, the disciples cried out in alarm. "What are you so shocked about? You took care of the entire beast taming sect by yourself? And without a single scratch on you?" After that shocking display, the system made an announcement. "Congratulations, host. You have successfully shocked Li Changsheng's group. Reward 5,000 cultivation chi." After the system's announcement finished, Tianga also felt something unusual. He looked at his hand, which was overflowing with spiritual energy, and said, "This feeling, am I about to have a breakthrough?" The moment he said it, Tianga successfully broke through. The system immediately announced, "Congratulations, host, for breaking through to the 4-star Earth King realm." They were just getting over the shock from before, and now the disciples were once again left dumbfounded by Tianga. They couldn't believe their eyes. Normally, after a person finishes fighting, no matter how big or small the battle, their spiritual power would usually be depleted. But our Grandmasters was able to break through so easily, as expected of the Grandmaster. The Grandmaster is so damn cool. Because of that, the disciples couldn't help but idolize Tianga even more. After everything was over, Tianga spoke up and said, "Our business here is finished. We should be heading back." Hearing the order, the disciples immediately shouted in unison, "Yes, Grandmaster!" Suddenly, at that moment, there was an aftershock. The strong ones of Tianfeng City, it caused the disciples to lose their footing and scream out, "What is that? Is it an earthquake?" But Tiange looked at this phenomenon and realized, this isn't an earthquake. A tremor like this, it's definitely a beast tide. Li Changsheng, who was behind him, also exclaimed in shock, "Why is it a beast tide? Weren't the people from the beast taming sect already eliminated by the Grandmaster?" At that moment, Tiange stood above, looking into the forest. He assessed that it seemed that Ye Leng fellow was just using the demonic beasts in the Yin Wind mountain range. The cause of this beast tide is from somewhere else. Tianfeng City has only just recovered its peace. If it has to face another beast tide, it will turn into a wasteland. Realizing the crucial point, Tiange stepped forward and said, "Changsheng, you will follow me to investigate first. The rest of the disciples stay here and await orders." The disciples understood the situation and respectfully replied, "Understood." After traveling for a while, the two of them arrived inside the Yin Wind mountain range. Li Changsheng looked at the sky and reminded him, "Grandmaster, I've heard before that the demonic beasts in the Yin Wind mountain range only appear at night. For them to appear like this, something is clearly wrong. Deep within the mountain range, the demonic beasts were roaring madly. A moment later, Tiange also encountered them. He told the demonic beasts to come at him. Then the rampaging demonic beasts charged forward savagely. Tiange didn't wait long either. He took out his ancient zither, preparing to fight. Li Changsheng frantically tried to persuade the Grandmaster. "These demonic beasts are incredibly ferocious and numerous. With just the two of us, we really can't. I'll wipe them all out!" After that, Tiange ignored his words and continued to prepare for battle. He flipped the ancient zither over, exuding a cold aura as he unleashed the beast-taming soul note. After witnessing this scene, Li Changsheng was terrified. His face turned pale. He thought to himself, this is the true beast-taming of the beast-taming sect. Then he thought of other things, like the way of the sword, the way of music, and now the way of beast-taming. Is the Grandmaster really trying to collect all 3,000 great ways? While he was lost in thought, the demonic beasts were already charging forward, fiercely and relentlessly. But from within their bloodshot red eyes, after hearing the sound that Tiange had made, they turned a gentle jade green and calmed down completely. After that, Tiange sat down and waved his hand, beckoning them over. This sent a chill down that guy Changsheng's spine from behind. Staring intently, he realized this was a white mystic tiger, a second-ranked demonic beast. Tiange patted its head and said, "Speak. Why did you all run out from the Umbral Wind mountain range?" The white mystic tiger, upon hearing the question, growled a few times in response. After receiving the answer, Tiange's expression turned a bit serious. At that moment, Tiange used his beast-taming art, soul resonance, to speak with it. Take me deep inside the Umbral Wind Mountain Range. Let me see the thing that scared you all this badly." After hearing this, the White Mystic Tiger let out a few roars and agreed. A moment later, the White Mystic Tiger led Tiange to a deep abyss that was seemingly bottomless. A sinister and incredibly gloomy aura emanated from below. Standing before this place, Tiange looked down and realized it was a tomb. Below, there was an extremely malevolent coffin, emitting a bone-chilling aura. Then, suddenly, a pillar of golden light shot straight down with immense force. Li Changsheng cried out in shock. "That's a celestial phenomenon. A great treasure must be appearing in the world." Then Tiange ran ahead alone and said, "I'm going down to take a look. You wait here for me." Hearing this, Trong Sin was scared out of his wits. "Damn it! Maybe we should go back and report to the Empress first." Just as he finished speaking, Tianka leaped down. After falling for a moment, the bizarre aura grew stronger and stronger. Suddenly, a flash of light shot towards Tianca. Luckily, he was quick on his feet, so he managed to dodge the attack. Tianca landed safely on the ground, and in front of him, he saw another figure. At that moment, a half-human, half-serpent. Demoness let out a sinister laugh and said, "Ha! To think the first one to arrive would be a man, and such a handsome young man at that." She licked her hand as she spoke, looking as if a delicious prey had just served itself up to her. Tianca cautiously asked the system, "Do you know what this thing is?" The system replied, "This is likely a stage 7 demonic beast, or perhaps even higher." Hearing this answer, Tiancha immediately took out his Guken preparing for battle. He thought to himself, "So, it's a tomb-guarding demonic beast at the Saint Emperor level or above. I wonder if my beast-taming melody will have any effect on it." As soon as he had the thought, he unleashed the beast-taming melody towards the serpent demon. But just as the attack was about to connect, the serpent demon dispelled it with a flick of her finger. She then said, "We've only just met, and you're already attacking so hastily?" Then her eyes glowed red as she lunged forward, shouting, "I wasn't even ready yet!" When Tian saw this woman go berserk, he was terrified. He dodged, yelling, "Wait a minute! I'm just passing through." But because the gap in their power levels was too great, Tian Ka was struck by a swing of her tail. A cold sweat broke out on Tian Ka. He realized he was no match for her. "I have to find a way to make her let her guard down." He tried to escape cautiously, but she just came at him again, attacking maniacally while taunting him endlessly. "What's wrong, little brother? This humble servant has guarded this tomb for over 25 years. I was just waiting for this tomb to open. And then you, little brother, just happened to pass by. Isn't that a little too coincidental?" Hearing her words, Tianka broke out in a cold sweat and replied, "You've got a point there." At this moment, Tianka was coiled tightly in her grip, unable to escape. She then moved closer and teased him. "Little brother, since fate has brought us together, then allow this servant." As she said this, she opened her enormous, cavernous mouth filled with sharp teeth and snapped towards Tianka, saying, "Let this humble servant love you properly." At that moment, the demon snake, the celestial sovereign realm, was about to open her mouth full of sharp teeth to swallow Tianka whole. It seemed like she was finally about to devour this handsome young man. But at the decisive moment, the demon snake was hit by a powerful blow, separating the two of them. The one who arrived was none other than Tianka's empress wife. This time, she arrived just in time. Not like other times when he was already beaten to a pulp before she showed up. She radiated an overwhelming aura, forcing the demon snake to be on guard. It realized that the woman standing before it possessed the cultivation of the Divine Emperor realm. Having escaped the dangerous situation, and seeing his wife arrive to rescue him, just in time Tianka called out, "Honey!" At this moment, Luo Wuding stood protectively in front of Tianka. Seeing this, the demon snake spoke up with a sneer. "Oh my, little brother, your old lady is here? Looks like things are getting intense." As she spoke, she stuck her long tongue out. Model. The excitement is non-stop. Right in front of Luo Wuxin, the demon snake was still teasing Tianka, which made the girl tense up. Luo Wuxin gathered her spirit power and rushed forward, ready to smack it. She didn't forget to say, "You're just a 7th-rank demon beast, and you dare to be so arrogant?" Seeing that the situation was not good, I quickly said, "Don't worry. I have no interest in your husband." Before I could even finish my sentence, Luo Wuxin had already unleashed a powerful attack. A massive explosion erupted. The powerful aftershock sent dust and smoke billowing everywhere. But afterward, Luo Wuxin thought in astonishment, "How could I not defeat her so easily?" At that moment, in front of the two of them, a green energy shield appeared. Tianka took one look and knew that this was a barrier. A tomb appeared before their eyes. Luo Wuxin now understood. She is the guardian beast, so she created a protective barrier for the tomb. After observing for a moment, Luo Wuxin assessed the place. This is at least a tomb of the heavenly venerable or divine emperor, realm. Suddenly a group of people flew over, laughing. Ha ha! The empress is indeed profoundly knowledgeable. Hearing the voice, the two of them glanced behind them to see what was going on. The old man, wearing a yellow imperial robe, walked over, smiling warmly as he said,
Long time no see.
Seeing him, Thienka also recognized him and said, Why is this guy here? Seeing that I was confused and didn't understand, the girl spoke up to explain. Although this place belongs to the heavenly demon cult, it is also located within the territory of the Eastern Xing nation. When a celestial omen occurs, the nation's ruler appearing here is only to be expected. The old man maintained his gentle attitude, smiling as he said, Empress, this heavenly venerable's tomb, although it's not on the level of a great emperor's mausoleum, it can still cause a commotion throughout the entire heavenly spirit domain. When the appointed time comes, the other sects will also send their people here. Luo Wuxin turned to look at the old man and asked, What does the state lord mean by that? Hearing her question, the old man replied, In 10 days the barrier will dissipate. That will be the day the mausoleum opens. Therefore, my Donghung nation wishes to cooperate with the heavenly demon sect. Hearing the old man's proposal, Tianka and Luo Wuxin looked at each other as if to exchange thoughts. To understand the details better, Luo Wuxin asked, Cooperate on what? The old man frankly stated his purpose. The matter I'm discussing with the Empress is about mutual assistance. When the time comes, our people will together enter the heavenly venerate's mausoleum. All the treasures within the mausoleum, my Donghung nation can do without them. We just need the heavenly demon sect to help us find one item, and that will be enough. Luo Wuxin asked coldly, And what item is that? Hearing her ask so directly, the old man said, It is the heart-clearing absolute knotgrass. This medicinal herb can help with my son's injuries, and this particular grass only grows in places with dense yin energy. I believe that within the heavenly venerate's mausoleum, there will be at least one stalk. Seeing the old man ramble on, Tianta asked curiously, State Lord Lin, your subordinates are numerous. Why do you need to cooperate with the heavenly demon sect? The old man was startled and looked over. Then, he said, the heavenly spirit domain has an unwritten rule. It's meant to maintain the balance between the powerful factions. Unless it's a mausoleum on the level of a great emperor's, even experts at the divine emperor realm cannot forcefully intrude. And as for my subordinates and disciples, they aren't necessarily a match for the disciples from the other powers. After hearing the old man explain his reasons, then Thienka figured out the old man's intention. He pondered that on the day the tomb opens, all the major sects will send their people. At that time, a scene of fighting and conflict will be unavoidable. These old scoundrels, they intend to use the heavenly demon cult to attract attention. And it was precisely because he figured that out that Thienka continued to speak arrogantly. Lord Lam, that son of yours, I suppose I could just not save him. The day my wife and I got married, the scene at the wedding. Forget about etiquette. That guy's Dao heart is like tofu. Weak, soft, and completely ignorant of both literature and martial arts. I advise you to go back, change his name, and have him start his cultivation all over again. Thienka's words made the old man's face darken. He was rendered speechless. The subordinates who came with the Lord also began to whisper amongst themselves, saying that the patriarch of the heavenly demon cult was so audacious to reprimand the Lord like that. The matter of the free and unfettered saint's son is the Lord's greatest source of pain, after all. Thienka looked at the old man and continued to taunt him with a chuckle. If you decide to lash out, then don't blame us for not cooperating. Hearing those continuous jeers and taunts from Thienka, which were extremely humiliating, the old man still endured it all. Then his expression suddenly changed, and he broke into a beaming smile. He said, Patriarch, are you worried that what happened before has damaged the harmony between our two sides? It's true my son was foolish in the past, which is why he opposed the Empress, and you, Patriarch. On my son's behalf, I ask for your forgiveness. Hearing this, Thienka was so shocked his face turned pale. He still couldn't believe the answer the old man had just given. The subordinates who came with the old man were also in complete shock, stumbling and falling all over the place as they spoke. Holy shit, the ruler is actually apologizing. Seeing this, Thienka also thought to himself, this guy's quick on his feet. There's an old saying, you strike a man who's running away, but not one who's coming back to you. Since things have come to this, I'll just have to find another way to put this aside for now. As he was thinking, Lac Voting spoke up. There's no need for apologies. As for this collaboration, I'm not interested. Hearing this response, Thienka was quite surprised and called out to his wife. At this point, the old man could no longer maintain his composure and shouted, What?
You dare refuse me?
I am the dignified ruler of the Donghung nation, and I've humbled myself to seek peace with you. Before he could even finish his sentence, Lakvotin cut him off. My heavenly demon sect has more than enough power on its own. We have no need to cooperate with anyone else. Cooperating with you would only hold us back and slow our progress, that is all. With that said, there was nothing left to discuss. Veins popping from his rage, the old man waved his hand dismissively and turned to leave. He shouted, "Very well, it seems the heavenly demon sect wishes to be our enemy. Lakvoting, you will live to regret this." As he left, the old man thought to himself, "Originally, when I first received the offer to cooperate from the Righteous Alliance, I was still a bit hesitant. But now, I have no choice but to borrow their strength, to teach that husband and wife, that arrogant couple, a lesson." Watching the backs of the Donghung group as they flew away, Tianka had a thoughtful expression. "Heh, nice try. Want a free ride? In your dreams, sweethearts?" Just then, Lakvotin smiled and said, "The truth is, you didn't want to cooperate with them either. Am I right? I'm just afraid I won't be able to do it, so I don't want to offend him directly." He looked at her tenderly, saying, "You see right through everything I do." Just as he finished speaking, Luo Wuting stepped closer and whispered to Tiange, "If you want to refuse, just say it. There's no need to beat around the bush. Besides, you've got me to back you up." Tiange was surprised by Luo's action and unconsciously called out, "Wifey." Right after that, Tiange swept her up into his arms and said enthusiastically, "You've moved me so much. Your husband will reward you generously." A while later, the two of them were at a hot spring just outside the forest. Luo Wuting asked, puzzled, "How did you know there was a hot spring here?" He answered without hiding anything, "Earlier when I jumped down from the mountain, I just happened to spot this place." After speaking, he looked up at the sky and continued, "Back when I was at the Immortal Spirit Spring, I used to think that I absolutely had to bring my dear wife to the Immortal Spirit Spring, to experience it together, to have our own little piece of that paradise. Even though this place isn't the Immortal Spirit Spring, it has, for better or worse, fulfilled this husband's dream." Hearing these sweet words made her blush as she said, "I sent you to the Immortal Spirit Spring to train your body, not for you to be thinking about these kinds of things." Before Luo could finish her sentence, Tiange pulled her into his arms and said, "What's wrong? Do you think your husband still isn't strong enough?" Hearing this teasing remark, Luo Wuting's face turned completely red as she scolded, "You smooth talker!" Then she looked up and instructed him, "Oh right, for the next few days, you should stay here until the tomb opens. After that, I will send the Grand Elder to assist you." He was a bit surprised and asked, "I'm staying here? And what about you? Where are you going?" Seeing Tiange's confusion, the young woman explained it to him. Although Linba's motives weren't pure, some of the things he said weren't wrong. Unless it's the tomb of a great emperor, otherwise those at the God-Emperor realm are not allowed to interfere. This is an unspoken rule that the entire heavenly spirit domain tacitly agrees to. Before she could finish, Tiange spoke up, saying, "I understand. Don't you worry. I will absolutely not let the heavenly demon sect be forced to submit to others." Hearing him say that, Luo Wuting felt her heart warm up, and she whispered, "Thank you." Suddenly, at that moment, Tiange reached out and caressed her delicate face, saying, "In that case, can my dear wife show me a little sincerity? The tomb won't open for a few more days after all." Luo Wuting looked over, confused, and asked, "What do you mean?" Just then, Tiange boldly pushed her down and said, "What I mean is, right now I'm a little hungry. I need to eat something nutritious, so I'll have enough strength to explore the tomb." Hearing those words, not only was she not shy, but she boldly wrapped her arms around Tiange's neck and said, "Is that so? Then let me see just how hungry you are." Luo Wuting's words were full of excitement and challenge for Tiange. Complaining about being hungry after just a few rounds, 10 days later, outside the tomb, the members of the Righteous Alliance had surrounded and were attacking the snake demon. "Where do you think you're going, you beast?" The snake demon, enraged, unleashed her spiritual power and lunged forward, shouting, "You wretched humans! To think that after only 10 days, the moment the barrier broke, you all came crawling here?" She charged forward resentfully, but she didn't get far, was bound by the love rope and let out a grunt. The Righteous Path Alliance, Unity Chi Sect, Elder Tianfeng, along with the others, immediately released their spiritual power to subdue her. The snake demon roared, "Come on, today we must teach this snake demon what it means to die without a proper burial." The power of one person and one beast combined, striking her hard. It made her scream in agony, and then she reverted to her form as a snake demon. An elder in blue robes flew down with the others and asked with some confusion, "Why do we have to hunt her down and kill her like this?" Can't we just seal her away? Elder Tian Feng, with his hands behind his back, answered her. When it comes to this kind of demonic creature, the Righteous Path Alliance always eradicates them, root and stem. Don't tell me you intend to oppose the Righteous Path Alliance. And I of the Heavenly Treasure Holy Land? Hearing this, the Heavenly Treasure Taoist spoke up. All right, all right. All right, in any case, the tomb-guarding demonic beast has paid for its crimes. We should hurry into the tomb to search for treasure. Jiao. Holy Maiden, hearing this, asked the other elders. Elder Qing Xin, this is the territory of the Heavenly Demon Sect's forces, but I don't see any of their people. Should we wait a bit? Elder Tianfeng snorted coldly and replied with disdain. Those petty villains of the demonic path. I must have known that we of the Righteous Path Alliance were coming, so they're probably cowering like turtles in their shells. But just as he finished speaking, a strong gust of wind appeared from above. A powerful aura was rushing towards them. How embarrassing. It seems I'll have to disappoint you. Hearing this, everyone instinctively looked around. As for Jiao, Holy Maiden, her face suddenly flushed with joy. She said, That voice, it's coming from the sky. At this moment, it was Tiange along with the Grand Elder, looking incredibly majestic. He let out an arrogant laugh, looking down on the people of the righteous path below. But speaking of the demonic path, someone was bound to show up. But the one who came was none other than your old man. Seeing Tien Ka, those disciples stared with wide, panicked eyes. Look, one of them was even pointing up there. He screamed, It's the patriarch of the demonic heavenly sect! As for the Yaochi Holy Maiden, she looked at him with adoration, thinking to herself, I knew it, I knew he would definitely come. The disciples continued to buzz about Tien Ka, their loud voices sounding more like praise. So that's the guy? The handyman disciple from the demonic path, who first became the husband of the Empress, and later, with just a single word, shattered the Tao hearts of countless holy sons. And godly sons? You guys don't know? I heard he even escaped from the pursuit of two powerful experts at the God Emperor realm. 3 times in a row. 3 times? How is that possible? Elder Dian Feng and another elder were also stunned to hear this. He glanced over at the disciples gossiping over there. By this time, Tien Ka and the Supreme Elder had walked up to the two of them. He spoke up, his voice dripping with sarcasm. When the cat's away, the mice will play. Since when did the reputation of the Righteous Path Alliance reach all the way to our demonic heavenly sect? Dian Feng, the elder, flew into a rage upon hearing such taunts. He raised his fist and roared, You little brat who still reeks of your mother's milk! You're just some punk at the earthly king realm, and you dare to insult the Righteous Path Alliance? This old man will teach you a lesson right now. Hearing this, the Supreme Elder immediately moved, stepping in front of Tien Ka. He unleashed his aura and boomed, Heiki sect! Do you think our demonic heavenly sect has no one left, that you can just bully us as you please? That man ground his teeth, growling like a cornered dog, but was powerless to do anything. Seeing this, the other elder from the Righteous Path Alliance stepped forward. Glancing at him, he said, This Grand Elder's cultivation is higher than ours. You shouldn't provoke him. Hearing that, he thought it made sense, so he turned around with a fake smile, ahem, and politely clasped his hands, saying, Since we've both come to explore this tomb, why don't we help each other out? There's no need to ruin the harmony. Since the heavenly demon cult has also sent people here, we might as well enter together, shall we? As everyone started to walk towards the tomb entrance, Tianga, before going along, even pulled at the corners of his mouth and stuck out his tongue to mock him, making the old man turn purple with rage. Yet he still tried his best to stay calm and thought, You little brat, just wait until you fall into my hands. I will definitely teach you a lesson. Tianga suddenly glanced at a group of people and subconsciously asked, So who's that group sparkling in gold over there? Zhao Zhao came up from behind and answered him. Those are the golden treasures. The Taoist from the Heavenly Treasure Holy Land and the Heavenly Treasure Holy Sun, Zhu Yuan Bao, beside the Lingao Holy Sun, is the illusory Shadow Elder from the Illusory Void Sect. Tianga turned his head to look at her, then put his hands on his hips excitedly, tilted his head up slightly and said, The Illusory Void Sect, I've met them before, but the Heavenly Treasure Holy Land, this is the first time I've ever heard of them. Are they filled with a bunch of nouveau riche or something? Hearing that, Zhao Zhao's mind was filled with question marks. She lowered her head and replied softly, Grandmaster, you're joking again. Then she looked at him and reminded him, Oh, right. The people from the Righteous Alliance have always been petty. You just made them lose face in front of everyone here. You'll need to be careful later on. Hearing this, Tianga gave her a grateful thumbs up and replied, Thank you for your concern, Holy Saintess, but don't worry. I'll be fine. When she heard that, her face turned bright red as she said, It's nothing. Everyone began to enter the tomb. The elder from the Righteous Alliance was walking, when he turned his head to look at one of his disciples. Then there was only... He pointed at him and commanded, "You, come here and push the door." Hearing this, the man's face turned pale. He pointed at himself and asked, "Me? There's definitely a trap behind that door." Hearing this, the old man's eyes turned sharp as he glared at him. With a furious voice, he retorted, "So what if there is? I remember clearly that you are a member of the ancient tradition sect. If you expect to get by, without paying some sort of price, that won't be acceptable." The disciple had no choice. He walked towards the door, trembling in fear. He thought to himself, that old, sword-browed geezer just wants to send us small sects to our deaths. And if I refuse, they will definitely get their revenge. With that thought, he went forward and slammed both hands against the tomb door. But unexpectedly, a gloomy aura radiated from within, causing him to scream in terror. But in the end, the tomb door creaked open, making him shout with joy. "It's open!" But Tian, Ji, and the other disciples were all covered in a cold sweat. He said with a grave tone, "Wait a minute, something's not right. There's something..." But before he could finish, the disciple who had acted as the guinea pig to open the door was hit by a bizarre aura and was killed instantly, dying with his eyes wide open. When the other disciples saw this, they panicked completely. "A ghost! There's a ghost!" they shouted. "It must be because we disturbed the soul of the heavenly venerable, so he's come to take a revenge on us." When Elder Dianfeng heard this, he grew furious. He slapped the one who was spouting nonsense. The old man roared fiercely, "Shut your mouth! Stop standing here babbling about ghosts!" What's so strange about the heavenly venerable's tomb having traps, huh? The disciple who was hit, still panicking, argued back, "But there wasn't any kind of energy, fluctuation or formation at all. Didn't you see that?" At this moment, Tiange remained calm. He sensed it again and began to speak. The sound of a flute. Only then did the disciples somewhat calm down, looking left and right. Hearing the flute sound that Tian Ka had mentioned, Elder Dianfeng looked at Tian Ka, annoyed, refuting what he said. "What nonsense are you spouting? There's no flute sound. There are so many of us here and no one else hears it. Are you the only one who can hear it?" Hearing this, one of them chimed in. "Although this legendary patriarch has many epic, legendary tales in the end, he's still just a cultivator at the Earth King realm." Another one continued, "That's right. Even powerhouses at the heavenly sovereign level can't sense it. So how could he possibly sense it?" But just as everyone was going on and insisting that Tian Ka was just lying, a loud voice declared, "The patriarch is not wrong! There really is a flute sound." The holy maiden of Yaochi added with a serious expression, "Moreover, it's the flute sound of the annihilation sound formation." Hearing this, Elder Dianfeng asked doubtfully, "Annihilation sound formation?" The holy maiden of Yaochi explained with a grim face, "I've read in ancient texts that the annihilation sound formation is exceptionally brutal. Exceptionally brutal. Once the mechanism is activated, unless all intruders are dead, or the formation's energy is completely depleted, it will never stop attacking." The disciples, upon hearing this, completely changed their tune and said quickly, "The holy maiden's skill in the way of music has long since reached a high level of achievement. If she says so, it must be true. Then that Nin Tien could also hear the flute sound? Could it be that he has also studied the way of music? As expected of the legendary patriarch, he really does have some skill." At this moment, Taoist Tian Bao spoke up, asking the holy maiden of Yaochi, "That person just now, after they opened the stone door, were they killed?" "The mechanism is definitely on the stone door. If the annihilation formation is that powerful, then how are we supposed to break it? How can we enter the tomb smoothly?" She glanced at him, then placed a hand on her chest and replied, "There is no need for any of you to worry. My Jade Pool sect possesses the yin-breaking art. I just need all of you to provide me with your spiritual energy." She blushed faintly, looked over at Tiange, and added, "In addition, I'll need one more person to perform the yin-breaking art with me." Tiange turned his head in surprise and asked, "Me?" Just then, an elder from the Righteous Alliance, with a tone that sounded like an objection, spoke up. "Who knows what's waiting inside that tomb? If the Holy Maiden and needs us to provide our spiritual energy right now, aren't you just trying to drain our energy before we even go in?" Dianfeng, the elder, chimed in with agreement. "That's right. If we want to break the formation, we just need some people to continuously expend their energy against the annihilation yin formation, and it will naturally break on its own." Hearing this, Tiange looked at them in disbelief. "Huh?" he said with a scornful tone. "I can't believe the Righteous Alliance. You people would actually come up with a plan like this? You're actually going to use human lives as cannon fodder. Hearing this, the elder from the Righteous Alliance replied nonchalantly as if it were nothing. What's the big deal? Since all of you have gathered here in such large numbers, you must have already been prepared to risk your lives for this opportunity, haven't you? Those who lack strength, but still covet a share of the prize, will only get in the way. They might as well make themselves useful and do everyone a favor right now. Tianga, not about to back down, pointed towards the tomb and retorted, Hey, old man with the long eyebrows, I see you're pretty old already. You don't have much longer to live anyway. Living any longer would just be a waste of food. Why don't you take the lead and do a great service for all of us? Hearing this, that old man was furious enough to explode. His face flushed crimson as he roared, You stinking brat, what kind of nonsense are you spouting? The Jade Pool Saintess, however, remained calm. She closed her eyes slightly and said, There is no need to argue. The array-breaking technique doesn't require the spiritual power of so many people. If the Righteous Alliance is uneasy, then I'll trouble you too. Go and open the stone door, Dianfeng. Hearing this, the elder also became enraged. His eyes were filled with fire, as he shouted, On what grounds? But before he could finish his sentence, the other elder from the Righteous Alliance looked at him and said, Forget it, the tomb is more important. He turned and said to the Jade Pool Saintess, We can open the stone door. However, Saintess, your desire to perform a duet with him is a bit childish, don't you think? From what I know, he is merely an Earth-ranked disciple at the Earth King realm. How could he possibly know the way of music? Thian-Ka glanced at him with a hint of contempt and said, Truly a frog at the bottom of a well. Just because you don't know something doesn't mean that other people don't. The Jade Pool Saintess turned to face him and said, Grandmaster, please extend your hand now. I will transfer the mind art of the sound-shattering music to you. Thian-Ka didn't bother arguing with the old man any longer. Instead, he turned and held out his hand, replying with a simple, All right. The Jade Pool Saintess slowly reached out her hand, a wave of joy washing over her as she thought to herself, Last time, by the immortal spirit Spring, Grandmaster and the Queen Mother of the West played a melodious piece together that was in perfect harmony with nature. Finally, I also have this opportunity. She touched Thian-Ka, transferring the mind art of the sound-shattering music to him. Her body levitated as spiritual power radiated around the two of them. The system's voice rang out again, checking. The host has absorbed the mantra of the shattering sound of music, currently comprehending at 10 times the normal speed. Thian-Ka raises his hand, looking at the power in it. At that moment, he successfully comprehends it. He says with interest, So this is what the shattering sound of music is like. Saintess, let's begin. Yaoqi. The Saintess heard this and asked in surprise, It's already done? The crowd outside heard this, half believing and half doubting. Is he for real? To think that in just 1 minute, he was able to comprehend the shattering sound of music. He's not just bluffing, is he? If he's that amazing and still ends up exploding, that would be pretty interesting. The disbelievers gossiped amongst themselves, while the elder of the Righteous Path Alliance shouted directly, Wait a minute. Never before have I seen anyone comprehend a mantra in such a short amount of time. You're not just putting on an act to save face, are you? Elder Dion Feng, also terrified of dying, chimed in, adding to the chorus. Our Saintess cannot be killed by some little brat, whose breath still smells of his mother's milk. Tian-Ca looked at them, silently sizing them up. He then said with a light laugh, I never would have thought that people from the Righteous Path Alliance would cherish their own lives so much. Quite a sight, isn't it? Relax, you two little frogs. Watch carefully now. What they call beyond the high heavens, there is an even higher sky. The Yaoqi Saintess took out the spirit instrument, an ancient zither, and said to the patriarch, If you don't have a musical instrument, you can use mine for now. Tian-Ca touched the ancient zither and replied, Thank you, Saintess. It truly is a fine item. It's much better than my own ancient zither spirit instrument. He raised his hand, lightly plucked the strings, and thought to himself, When will I be able to obtain a musical Dao spirit instrument? That would be nice, Yaoqi. At this moment, the Saintess picked up her flute. She suddenly seemed weak, letting out a few soft ah sounds. Seeing this, Thian-Ca walked over, took her hand, and asked, Holy Maiden, are you? Zhao Tree blushed and replied, I'm fine. But her body was extremely hot. Her face was completely red as she thought, My musical instrument and the Grandmasters are soul-bound. The Grandmaster's rhythm on the ancient zither feels as if the Grandmaster himself is touching my entire body. With that thought, she became excited and said, Grandmaster, let's begin. Thian-Ca looked at her confused, but simply replied, All right. The two elders approached the entrance of the tomb. Spiritual energy also radiated from all around. From the other elders, Holy Maiden Zhao Tree spoke up, Apologies for troubling you, esteemed
Seniors.
Then the two elders strained to push open the tomb doors. A torrent of demonic energy burst out from within. At the same time, the elders, along with Zhao Tri and Thien Ka, joined forces, condensing their spiritual energy. They unleashed the sound-shattering music and shouted, "Go!" With a serious expression, Thien Ka unleashed a wave of sound, striking someone inside the tomb, who was also charging forward with a sword. But what surprised Holy Maiden, Zhao Tri, who was standing behind Thien Ka, was that with just single notes, he could already rival a master. I can't believe it. The musical arts created by the Grandmaster and have already reached such a profound level. Meanwhile, Thien Ka still maintained an imposing aura. With his eyes closed, he focused on playing the ancient zither. This caused Dian Feng, the elder and the other elder from the righteous Dao Alliance, to gape in shock. They thought in astonishment he really wasn't bluffing. The Grandmaster of the Heavenly Demon Sect is truly not to be underestimated. The system notification sounded, "You have astonished everyone around you. Reward, treasure-seeking card skill." Because the Holy Maiden was momentarily distracted, making the sounds clash, which made a certain Thien Ka frown, turn his head and shout loudly, "Let's go, Saintess!" Hearing this, she regained her composure and replied, "All right." But she couldn't help but think that things were moving too fast. Suddenly, a skeleton leaped up, about to attack Thien Ka. Just then, a magic formation appeared. Two figures, one male and one female, were playing music. Then its four limbs shattered. That was also when the formation was broken. Everyone cried out in alarm, asking, "The formation is broken?" Thien Ka picked up the guqin and expressed his deep gratitude to the Yaoqi Saintess. "Your guqin is wonderful to play. It feels very comfortable." In her mind right now was the scene from just now, making her so embarrassed that her face turned red. She couldn't even look him in the eye, turning her head away as she replied, "There's no need to thank me, as long as you are satisfied, Ancestor." This confused him, and he stared at her intently. The members of the Righteous Alliance were overjoyed at this moment, and flew inside in unison, shouting, "If the formation is already broken, then let's hurry inside." As everyone stepped inside, the tomb door suddenly slammed shut. Thien Ka remained as calm as ever and said, "Be careful." The Yaoqi Saintess, standing beside him, looked at him and murmured in agreement. A candle was lit, revealing a stone head. Following that were statues, human-shaped with bloodshot red eyes, and they were absolutely gigantic. This made the disciples' jaws drop, scaring them out of their wits. A disciple shouted, "Hey! Are these stone statues moving?" Another, more timid one, said, "Don't you dare scare me! How can stone possibly move?" The supreme elder of the heavenly demon cult spread his arms to stand in front of Thien Ka and said gravely, "Ancestor, be careful. There's definitely something wrong with these stone statues." Thien Ka chuckled lightly and asked, "Is that so?" "I don't see anything wrong with these statues at all." Or perhaps it could be said she didn't see it as a problem at all. At that moment, the eyes of the giant stone statue began to glow. Then it charged toward a few of the disciples, causing them to scream in terror. "The statue is alive! Get back!" The stone golem swung its sword, and some managed to dodge. But there were a few others who weren't agile enough and were struck by it, crushed flat on the ground and sent to meet their maker. A few others leaped up and slashed at it, but shouted in surprise, "Our attacks are useless." One girl also used a spell attack, but it had no effect either. Instead, it drew the stone statue's attention, and it charged toward her. The girl was so scared she cried out, covering her face with her hands, completely powerless to resist. Just at that critical moment, Thien Ka activated his Soul Extinguishing Art. Soul Extinguishing Art activated successfully. He was immediately ecstatic. Raising his hand, he flew forward and struck the stone statue's head with a single blow, shattering its face into 100 pieces. The girl sat on the ground in astonishment. Thien Ka landed, glancing briefly at the girl. He asked in a stern voice, "Are you all right?" The girl immediately replied, "Thank you, Grandmaster." Thien Ka looked at the smoking stone fragments on the ground, confident in his judgment as he thought, "Just as I predicted. The statue can move because a soul form has possessed it." Soul. And forms are the best nourishment for the primal chaos pearl. A new excitement gleamed in his eyes. He looked at it and said, "Since you're offering such a generous gift, then I won't be polite." With that thought, he used his Soul Extinguishing Art again and flew up, swiping through all of the stone statues with one hand. Then, with a cold and imposing air, he landed on the ground. The two holy sons, the chosen geniuses of their sects, were now in total shock, breaking out in a cold sweat. He said solemnly, "Is the patriarch of the heavenly demon sect really that strong?" The white-haired guy was getting annoyed. He said to the purple-haired guy next to him, "There are so many of us here, and yet we're no match for the patriarch of the heavenly demon sect." who has only just reached the earthly king realm. The other guy frowned but couldn't deny the toughness and resilience of Tiange. He continued, the stone armor on these stone soldiers possesses a special power. Even we find them difficult to deal with. As expected of the patriarch. By now, the girls were completely smitten with Tiange. They blushed as they showered him with praise. Look at the patriarch's skillful posture. He's so incredibly dashing. He's dealing with these stone statues so effortlessly. From behind, among the crowd, was the man wearing a hat that concealed his face. He was watching Tiange fly up once more. To take down the remaining stone statues, he clenched his teeth tightly. His eyes filled with killing intent as he muttered, Nintian. Sooner or later, the day will come. Lin Xiao, Dao, I will definitely make you die a miserable death. Tiange shattered the stone armor with one hand. Just then, a notification rang out again. You have astonished the prodigies, igniting their fighting spirit. Reward, 5,000 years of cultivation. He landed on the ground, raised his hand to feel the power, and chuckled to himself, such abundant spiritual energy. It seems I'm about to have a breakthrough. He sat down, closed his eyes tightly, and focusing his mind, he said loudly, Grand Elder, guard me. The purple-haired guy looked at Tiange, confused. What is he trying to do? He asked. Elder Dianfeng had the mocking tone. He spoke up, saying, after all that showing off, he's completely drained his spiritual energy. What else? An elder from the Righteous Alliance chimed in. Running out of spiritual energy inside this tomb is not a good thing. Be careful or you'll lose your life. As for Tiange, he was already in a state of single-minded focus. A powerful stream of spiritual energy erupted from his body, causing the two elders of the Righteous Alliance's jaws to drop. He shouted, He actually has a spirit, see? And he's about to break through at a crucial moment like this? Two other girls were both worried and delighted as they watched him intently, saying, I knew it. The ancestor's vital energy is abundant. It couldn't have been completely depleted. That's right. After all, Ancestor Ning Tian is the most enduring man I know. The system's voice chimed continuously. Congratulations, host, on your breakthrough. Current realm, 4-star Earth King. You have astonished everyone. Reward, 1 comprehension point for Celestial God 6. Current comprehension level for Celestial God 6 is 4 parts. Proficiency, minor accomplishment. Tiange opened his eyes, his aura brimming with charisma, and thought, 40% already? Just 1 more part and I'll reach the level of gradual progress. At that point, I'll be able to open even more spirit meridians. He stood up, his presence brilliant and majestic, and said, Grand Elder, that's probably the main hall up ahead. Let's go in. The Grand Elder replied, Yes, Ancestor, as he stepped inside. The first thing that caught their eyes was a skeleton, which had been dead for a very long time, yet it sat majestically on the main throne. Everyone said in surprise, This place is even bigger than the one before. Whose tomb is this anyway? Tiange picked up a book from a shelf, opened it, and let out a hearty laugh. To think that a random book I picked up would be a high-grade cultivation manual. He glanced over at the disciples who were crowded around a weapon rack, which made him chuckle. And all the weapons on that rack are supreme-grade items. Tiange walked towards a treasure chest filled with gold and marveled, the owner of this tomb was incredibly wealthy. By now, the disciples were cheering with joy and laughing heartily. They said, This is a real treasure trove. It has every kind of treasure imaginable. We've struck it rich this time. But their celebration didn't last long. The eyes of the skeleton sitting on the main throne glowed red, scaring them out of their wits. Even Thian Ka was taken aback by this sudden development. A gasp startled the Grand Elder, who asked him, Founder, is something wrong? Thian Ka looked at the skeleton one more time, and its eyes had returned to normal. So he figured his eyes were playing tricks on him and replied, It's nothing. Perhaps I was just overthinking it. The Grand Elder looked up at the skeleton and said, The one on the throne is likely the master of this tomb. Aren't tombs usually for burying the dead so they can rest in peace? Why is he sitting up? Thian Ka also looked up and said, Perhaps he had some lingering attachment that made him unwilling to be laid to rest. Just then, a man with green hair stepped closer to the skeleton. As if with ill intent, Thian Ka immediately spoke up, offering a quiet warning. The dead deserve the greatest respect. One sword sect. It is improper to disturb a person's final rest like this. He was from the Righteous Alliance's One Sword sect, named Kiem Votain. He approached the skeleton, intending to take the ring from its hand. He smirked cunningly, his face filled with contempt, and scoffed at the warning. I never expected the founder of the Heavenly Demon sect to be such a coward, so afraid of a mere corpse. In a tomb like this, the master always hides their best treasures on their body. Just like this ring he refused to part with even in death. The more he spoke, the more excited he became, raising his sword, preparing to chop it off. He continued to boast smugly at the skeleton. This must be an immortal artifact. Suddenly, the skeleton's eye sockets began to glow, staring at him, radiating killing intent. Before he could even react, its bony hand shot out and clamped over Kiemvo, Then's entire face, lifting him high into the air as it began to absorb him into its body. He struggled, but there was no escape. Everyone screamed in shock. "The corpse! It's moving!" As his life force was being drained away, Jian Wusheng tried to scream for his master. "Master, save me!" An elder from the Righteous Alliance heard him and immediately rushed over, asking in surprise, "Votang, what's wrong with you?" Up on the main dais now, that skeleton has stood up. With one hand, it's grabbing Kim Votan's face, causing the disciples to cry out in terror. Holy crap. How did that dried skeleton stand up? The power radiating from the skeleton was incredibly dense. Up on the dais, it was pulling Kim Votan towards it, making the elders from the Righteous Alliance turn grave. One of them shouted, "Is this a reanimated corpse?" Elder Kim Mi, isn't that the head disciple of your esteemed sect, Kim Votan? Seeing this, the old man became furious and thought to himself, completely useless, more trouble than you're worth. This tomb is filled with countless dangers. Why didn't the One Sword sect keep its disciple in check? Could it be they want to get us all killed? Thien Ka, on the other hand, showed not a hint of panic. Instead, he arrogantly mocked the treasure before them. Of course, there will always be someone with a greedy heart who wants to take things for themselves, right? Kim Mi, the elder, heard this and couldn't hide his surprise, asking, "A treasure?" Then he looked up at the ring that the skeleton was wearing, and it suddenly dawned on him. He and the others couldn't help but be astonished, shouting, "A storage ring!" Elder Dianfeng now also spoke with a serious voice. This type of storage spiritual artifact is a true treasure. They are usually hidden within the tombs. It of important masters. Elder Kim Mi, standing behind them, now had a dark expression on his face. His eyes were bloodshot, and he was seething with killing intent. He couldn't help but think, this ancestor-disgracing fool. He saw such a prize and didn't report it to me first. Then he put on an act of being extremely concerned for his disciple, and lunged at the skeleton with his sword drawn. He screamed Wu Sheng's name. "I, your master, am here to save you." But in his heart he was thinking frantically, "That storage ring is mine." He thrust his sword fiercely at the skeleton's barrier, arrogantly shouting, "You're already dead, yet you've risen as a zombie. Today I will make sure that not a single piece of your bones will be left." When the tip of his sword touched that barrier, as well as the top of the skeleton's skull, Elder Jianmi's sword instantly broke into several pieces. This horrified him, freezing him to the spot. He stared blankly, thinking, "How can this be? My spirit sword, it broke?" Before he could even escape, the skeleton struck his chest with its palm, causing him to grunt in pain and fly backward with the hilt of his sword. After knocking Elder Jianmi away, the skeleton turned back and placed its hand on Jian Wusheng's head. It was absorbing his power, which caused Tiange's expression over here to darken. A chill ran down his spine. He muttered to himself, "Jianmai is an expert at the 8th level of the heavenly sovereign realm, and he was sent flying by a single palm strike?" After absorbing Jian Wusheng's power, the skeleton flew high into the air. It looked down at the people below and let out a continuous, sinister laugh. Then it unleashed an overwhelming power, sending the other elders tumbling to the ground. Tiange stood to one side, and upon seeing this, he couldn't help but exclaim, "They're from the Heavenly Treasure Holy Land." No wonder. I didn't see anyone from the Heavenly Treasure Holy Land earlier. It seems they secretly snuck off somewhere else. Elder Tianfeng wiped the sweat from his brow and cursed, "Damn this intelligence! It was mistaken for the tomb of a great emperor." Another elder from the Righteous Path Alliance stood behind him. "What do you think you're doing, you old miser?" Elder Dianfeng said grimly, "We just discovered a secret chamber. Unexpectedly, there was a magic formation inside. Most of our disciples are in there. Just now, they were thrown out by some nobody from inside." Elder Than Lam and the others looked up. A voice came from the main hall. "After all, the Golden Blade Master is at the Heavenly Venerate Realm. To suffer such heavy losses, I'm afraid this tomb is truly dangerous." Thienka and Zhao, Qi the Holy Maiden, upon hearing this, looked at each other. He said, "A great emperor is the most powerful expert in the Divine Emperor realm. But if this is his tomb..." The Zhao Qi Holy Maiden looked at him apprehensively, continuing his sentence, "Then it's not something we can handle." Just then, that skeleton began to exude its own dark power. Its bloodshot red eyes stared at Thienka, making his face turn pale. His smile stiffened. He stared back, thinking, "What the hell are you looking at me for?" It's probably not looking at us, right? But his fear came true the moment he thought it. because that skeleton unleashed its power, sending every dude on this side running for their lives. Tianka also struggled, running headfirst in a panic. He gritted his teeth, thinking to himself, "Holy crap! It really is looking at us." The elders of the Righteous Path Alliance flew up together. The one with the red aura shouted, "Fellow Taoists, this thing is incredibly strange." Different streams of power rushed toward it at once. "Let's all attack together, a quick battle for a quick victory." The 5 of them rushed forward at once, ganging up on the skeleton. But it was completely unharmed, merely raising a single finger. It shot out several beams of light, forming barriers, trapping each of them in a separate space. Even the Grand Elder had to brace himself. This barrier, that skeleton, it's so powerful. It seemed to understand human speech, for it opened its mouth wide and let out a smug, cackling laugh. The people down below couldn't escape their fate either. That pressure slammed him to the ground. It even made Tianka grunt. That power is too immense. He gritted his teeth, straining to take a breath. He tried to calm his mind and chanted, "Thien Than 6. A divine dragon quickly appeared. Tianka struggled back to his feet and yelled, "Break!" Then he shot straight forward, aiming that stream of power at the skeleton. He roared! The other heavenly talents, holy sons and their disciples, were stunned when they saw this, and one of them spoke up. "I can't believe a Grandmaster at the earthly king realm could have such fighting spirit." A competitive-looking guy in red robes raised his sword and charged forward, pointing it. The Holy Maiden was using her guqin to act as a guardian for Tianka. Another person was holding a divine treasure shaped like a gold nugget, also standing guard. He yelled, "I refuse to be outdone!" At this moment, all the elders were strangely in sync. They combined their powers to break the formation apart. Everyone, after shattering the formation, collapsed to the ground, panting heavily while Tianka, coughing violently, spoke. First, it trapped the 6 heavenly venerables. Then, it used its power to suppress us juniors. What is it trying to do? I don't understand its motive, but one thing is certain. It wants to kill us. Suddenly, the ring on the skeleton's hand slipped off. Dark spiritual energy emerged from it, giggling. Then a girl flew out from within. She appeared right in front of Tianka. She let out a few more laughs. Startled, he stared at her, his expression turning serious. The girl, with purple hair and a black cloak, wore a smile. She raised her hand and said, "You're very clever. I like you. Do try." The Holy Maiden saw the girl and immediately cried out, "What kind of demon are you, playing tricks and pretending to be a god here?" Hearing this, the girl burst out laughing. Then she sat down, floating in midair. Still looking cheerful, she said, "Welcome, challengers, to my tomb." The mysterious little demon Lee takes the stage. Tianka points out that she is the master of the tomb. Seeing how small and young she looked, someone scoffed loudly in contempt. She looks like nothing more than a little girl. Tianka, however, took this very seriously. He mulled over her choice of words. Challengers. She didn't call us grave robbers. She called us challengers. In other words, this place isn't just a tomb, is it? He watched her cautiously, his guard raised, and broke into a sweat as he continued to think. Furthermore, this tomb is actually a trap. She's been waiting for us for a long time. The Holy Maiden of Jiaotree looked up at the girl and introduced herself. This humble junior, the Holy Maiden of Jiaotree. "Jiao, I must ask, which esteemed senior might you be?" Hearing this, the girl found it amusing. "A child from Jiaotree? I never thought that after Jiao Tuyen. A new Holy Maiden would appear so soon." Hearing that, Elder Than Lam asked in shock, "How can you speak of the Great Emperor's formal name so directly?" "Senior Jiao Tuyen is the 3 Saints' Great Emperor." Tianka looked over, surprised. The Holy Maiden of Jiaotree was just as shocked as he was. The 3 Saints' Great Emperor, Jiaotree? The Holy Maiden began to explain about Jiao Tuyen, continuing from Tianka's question. The 3 Saints, Great Emperor, and Great Emperor Jiao Tuyen were powerhouses from the same era. He was also a close friend of Great Emperor Jiao Tuyen. Elder Than Lam grew even more confused and anxious upon hearing this, and quickly asked, 300 years ago? And didn't you ascend to the path of godhood, along with Holy Maiden Jiao Tuyen? So why did Holy Maiden Jiao Tuyen disappear, while you are still here? That is the very question I, the 3 Saints' Great Emperor, am asking myself, but stared into the void without a word. Why are you still alive? Elder Than Lam composed himself a little and said, this junior had no such intention. The 3rd Saint. Great Emperor lightly touched her lips. With a smile on her face, she said, the path to godhood, you say? It's more like the path of an emperor's destruction. So what if you cultivate to the emperor realm? The moment you step onto that path, you are guaranteed to disappear. The heavenly demon, Zhao Xuan, and all the others, they all ended up the same. She suddenly threw her 2 hands forward, screaming in panic. If you are Zhao Xuan's descendants, I will not stand by and watch you walk down that path of no return. Stop! A wave of power swept over all the elders and disciples from the various sects, here, causing all of them to freeze in place. Their thoughts on cultivation began to stray. That's right. All those powerful experts of the Emperor realm from back then, they all vanished. What's the point of our cultivation anymore? We might as well end things ourselves now and get it over with. Tian Ka stood motionless, but inside he was panicking, thinking, this is bad. This old monster is about to make her move. The moods of a great emperor are unpredictable. Their true thoughts are never revealed. Now all the elders are trapped. Instead of waiting for her to wipe us all out, I'd rather take a desperate gamble and seize this opportunity. Rather than wait for death, Tian Ka let out a loud laugh, his voice echoing throughout the tomb. The third saint, great emperor, looked at Tian Ka, her expression cold and stern as she asked, "What are you laughing at?" She was a bit surprised, thinking, an ordinary disciple with an unstable Tao heart, how did he regain his senses so quickly? Tian Ka slowly looked up at her and replied, "I just find the mistake made by senior third saint to be quite amusing." Hearing this, she unleashed the full might of a great emperor and terrifying power. A savage voice rose from her. "You've got quite the nerve. You dare say I'm wrong?" The supreme elder was worried. For the one he calls ancestral master. Then he reminded him that the three saints' great emperor's strength surpasses even the empress's. "Don't you go provoking her." Tian Ka, with his head lowered, gradually revealed a steadfast will. He chuckled and said that cultivators always go against the grain. "If the three saints senior truly thought that way, then you should have disappeared 100 years ago, along with the great emperor Zhao Tuyan. So why appear here now?" The three saints. Great emperor's eyes widened. Her voice, filled with a murderous intent, screamed, "You brat, how dare you speak so arrogantly!" It seemed as if she would lunge forward to fight to the death. But suddenly she covered her face and started laughing. "Ha! Ha ha!" She said, "Very good, very good. Such willpower. It's a bit like the great emperor's." Seeing this side of the three saints' great emperor, well, Tian Ka and the others were completely dumbfounded. Their minds were filled with question marks. Tian Ka looked at her in confusion and asked, "Like the great emperor? How am I—" Meanwhile, the holy maiden placed her hand on her chest, her expression turning serious as she thought, as expected of the old ancestor. He actually gained the approval of the three saints' great emperor. At that moment, the three saints' great emperor flew over to Tian Ka and said, "Boy, I find you quite to my liking. Today I shall bestow upon you a fortunate opportunity. I will improve this mortal body of yours." Hearing this, Tian Ka panicked and yelled, "Wait!" But before he could do anything, she had already lightly tapped one finger on Tian Ka's forehead, penetrating his spiritual consciousness. As she delved into Tian Ka's subconscious, his voice rang out. "Three saints, senior, and don't blame me for this." It's unclear what she saw before her eyes, but she was startled, her expression growing solemn as she exclaimed in awe, "Something this good? Isn't something just anyone gets to encounter." Suddenly she went silent for a moment. She was completely stunned, stammering, "This is a thunder dragon spirit vein." She looked at the thunder dragon's divine soul before her, so terrified she was in disbelief. He said he had a heavenly god physique. The three saints' great emperor switched to her overly excited mode. Her two hands curled up like cat paws. Her face also reddened as she said enthusiastically, "I'm just a passerby. I was just a little curious, so I came to take a look. Don't worry, I'll leave right away." But just then the thunder dragon moved, pushing her back, and she let out a grunt. The three saints' great emperor said in surprise, "This kid is too strange. Not only does he have a heavenly god physique, but the spirit vein in his body, it actually has energy that can suppress a soul body." At that moment, the system also displayed a notification. "You have astonished the three saints' great emperor. Reward, mind reading card. Mind reading card. See through everyone's heart. Hear their inner voice. Effective for 1 hour. Becomes void after use." Tian Ge, overjoyed, thought to himself, "There's hope." The three saints' great emperor was silent for a moment. Then she coughed a few times and praised, "Your physique is very good. This opportunity of mine isn't quite suitable for you." Hearing this, Tian Ge raised a hand to hide his smile, but he still deliberately let his thoughts be known, saying, "Found herself a nice little excuse." Hearing that, she crossed her arms, blushed, and shouted, "Shut up! Don't I have any dignity?" After saying that, she flew to the original skeleton. Then she turned and said to Elder Qinglin, 300 years ago, this venerable one was grievously injured and could not be healed. Ow. I am merely holding on as a small remnant of my soul, and this tomb was created so that my legacy could be passed on. Elder Qinglin heard this and asked in surprise, "The legacy of the three saints, great emperor?" A female disciple of the heavenly demon sect exclaimed in shock, This is a great hard-to-come-by opportunity." The three saint great emperors then created an orb in their hands. Its spiritual energy glowed malevolently. She looked at it and said, "The power of the spiritual energy just now was the first trial. Those who couldn't overcome the pressure are all losers." She suddenly let out a cold laugh. Her eyes glinted as she continued, "Losers have only one path." She released a dense killing intent, directing it at those who couldn't pass the previous test. Then with a shout of "Die," she made them explode. Their bodies turned to ash. Everyone, all at once, looked over at those who were hit by that one move and sent to their graves, unable to help but feel terrified. That holy son turned his head to look and couldn't help but be shocked, muttering to himself, "Fail the trial and you die." Senior is a bit cruel, isn't she? Meanwhile, the three saint great emperors calmly rested their chins on their hands, surveying everyone here, and then spoke. "The trial will now continue. Furthermore, this one wishes to remind you all of something. Only those who obtain the inheritance can leave this place alive." Hearing this, Tiange's face suddenly darkened as he broke out in a sweat. He thought, this woman is a complete lunatic. The profound saint trial began. The three saint great emperors raised their hands, manifesting the orb of power. A voice replied. "That's right, the little flowers of the Jiao? You all just wait here. My inheritance is not suitable for you, Jiao. Wait for the trial to end, and I will take you outside." Xing, Elder Lan, and the others were released, causing her to be stunned in surprise for a moment. Then she landed on the ground and immediately thanked the three saint seniors. However, she felt a sense of displeasure as she thought to herself, to wade through the filth of the Yao Qi yet remain unstained. Those other prodigies began to murmur among themselves. So he's the one who specializes in opening the Yao Qi. That's truly admirable, isn't it? I mean, what can you do? The man has a fateful connection with the three saints' great emperor. Just then, the Yao Qi scientess hesitated for a moment before calling out, "Senior three saints, I have a friend with me." As she spoke, she glanced over at Tiange, which made him instinctively look back at her. The three saints' great emperor, seeing this, rested her chin on her hand with an amused look and asked, "Oh, what's this? Is this little brat your husband? Or perhaps your sweetheart?" The Yao Qi scientess gave a small smile and immediately denied it. "Oh, no. He's not my husband, and he's certainly not my sweetheart. He's just the husband of the empress from the heavenly demon cult." Hearing this, her eyes went wide, and her jaw dropped as she looked at Tiange. He's so young and his strength is only at the Earth King realm, and yet he has a wife who's a great emperor-level expert? At that moment, Tiange finally spoke up, calling out, "Saintess, don't worry about it." "Yaohe!" The saintess turned to look at him, surprised, and stammered, "Ancestor?" Tiange gestured towards the three saints' great emperor, and gave a faint smile. "As for the inheritance of you, senior three saints, I'm actually quite interested." Hearing this, she laughed heartily. "Ha, all right. If you can obtain my inheritance, it will significantly improve your physique." She spread her arms, chuckled, and shouted, "The first trial!" As soon as she finished speaking, the skeleton behind her charged forward, its red eyes glowing as it raised its hand to strike. As the skeleton landed, the power erupting from its body, then combined with the three saints' great emperor's activation command, caused the surrounding doors to reveal shimmering portals. Like the gate of life and the gate of death, it struck terror into the hearts of the crowd, the threads of the spirit immortals. A black energy also began to entangle them, forcing them all to draw their swords. What is this? A storm raged as the floor of the holy temple began to crack in many places. It was as if the time for a choice had arrived. The three holy great emperors. From above, a voice explained the rules to them. "Enter the gate of death, and you will be trapped in a nightmare forever." A single finger gently touched her lips, her gaze intensely provocative. "Now all of you make your choice." Hearing this, the crowd below exploded with anger and retorted, "Is there even a choice to be made here? Obviously, we're choosing the gate of life. That's right. Being trapped in a nightmare forever and just dying. What's the difference?" But one man among them was suspicious of the three holy great emperors' words. He said, "Wait a minute. Why would she be so kind? She wouldn't use reverse psychology to trick us, would she?" The blue-robed chosen one spoke up, not caring. "I choose the gate of life." Another red-robed holy son struggled to stand his ground and said in a grave voice, "On the contrary, I want to see whether this great emperor is lying or not." When the others heard this, they also shouted, "Me too! I also choose the gate of life!" Meanwhile, Tiange was so silent that it made everyone wonder. He just intently observed the three holy great emperors. His face was covered in sweat as he thought, so it's a straightforward trial after all. I can't figure out what she's thinking. A difficult problem? The system will handle it. He quickly called on the system to use the mind-reading card that he had received earlier. Using mind-reading card. Usage successful. The mind-reading card is currently active for 1 hour. A cold look appeared in his eyes. Tienge looked over at the three holy great emperors who stood with their arms crossed. Heh. Living, dying. To live is not the same as being dead, and to die is not the same as being alive. Even in a cycle like this, death is still unavoidable. Tienge heard her inner thoughts, and his expression began to fill with alarm. He braced his feet against the shaking ground. His face contorted as he gritted his teeth. He thought, so whether it's the gate of life or the gate of death, they both lead to death. He looked at the stone slab, which was surrounded by an aura of power. It was so strong that it solidified his resolve as he thought, the only way to live is to shatter the gate of the dreamscape. The three holy great emperors saw this and realized Tienge's intention, unable to hide their surprise. They stared at him intently, thinking to themselves, this kid, he actually chose the tomb of the dreamscape. She was taken aback. She unleashed her terrifying power outward. She couldn't contain her amusement, and screamed in her mind, how interesting! As Tienge faced her power, he suddenly felt a bit dazed. He touched his head. In a haze, he mumbled, the smell of blood and gunpowder. He also wondered to himself, where is this place? Tianfeng City. He had fallen into an illusion. He saw himself standing before Tianfeng City. A disciple of the heavenly demon cult had been stabbed through the heart with a saber. Before he died, a glimmer of hope made him call out, Patriarch! Please, avenge us! Before Tienge could recover from the shock of the scene before him, another scream came from behind, making him freeze completely. That bastard Ye Leng was grabbing a female disciple of the heavenly demon cult by the hair. With his other hand, he was tearing off her clothes. He laughed lewdly like a beast. The girl screamed helplessly. Tears streamed down her face from her inability to fight back, and fell. She cried out over and over, Patriarch, save me! This only made Ye Leng more excited as he mocked her patriarch. The men of the heavenly demon cult are all useless trash. He couldn't even protect a woman. Tienge's gaze was as still as death, yet it was filled with a terrifying hatred. He spun around, grabbed Deep Lun by the neck, and lifted him high. His body trembled, but he couldn't even make it a sound, unable to resist. Tienge slammed him hard against the wall, leaving a cracked indent. Yet he seemed unafraid. Instead, he looked at him with defiant eyes and asked, What? Do you want to avenge your fellow disciples? By now, Tienge had completely lost his reason. He squeezed his neck so hard his veins bulged, and he gritted his teeth. He said furiously, You think I don't dare? Hearing this only made Deep Lun more excited. He was courting death, laughing loudly. His eyes gradually turned red as he said, Kill me. If you don't kill me, I will wipe out your entire heavenly demon sect. At that moment, countless vengeful spirits appeared behind Tienge, urging him to kill him. Kill him! Kill him! Kill him now! A deep crimson killing intent began to rise in Tienge's eyes. His face darkened. His mind was being controlled by those unclean things. Then his eyes shot open and he screamed, Yes! I must have my revenge! I must kill all of you! That's right, kill all of you! The vengeful spirits behind him swarmed around Tienge. Some grabbed his shoulders. Others clung to his body, laughing eerily as if they were about to possess him completely, watching him fall under their control. Finally, a voice spoke up, saying, Once you begin the slaughter, you will never stop fighting here. Suddenly the scene before him vanished. Only a stream of heavenly fire remained, burning before his eyes. It snapped him back to reality. Spiritual energy began to flow into his body from somewhere, and the fluttering red lights before his eyes caused him to come to his senses and say, That's not right, he's already dead. He's just one dead person. Why do I have to kill him again? Suddenly, his body felt like it was hit by an electric shock. It made him dizzy once more as he wondered to himself, What's happening? I'm suddenly so dizzy. A black shadow flashed by. Tienge woke from his dream with a shout. His body was completely bare. He wearily sat up. His hand touched his forehead as he looked around, asking, My room? Was everything just now a dream? Just then Lok Voting walked in, her face slightly flushed. She smiled brightly and said, You're awake, my dear. Tienge looked at her in surprise and called out, Wife? She approached the bed, gently touched his forehead, and asked with concern, Look, you're covered in sweat. Did you have a nightmare? Tienge was still bewildered. He looked at her and described what he had seen. I dreamed of a group of people training inside a tomb. His eyes stared blankly into space, still not over the shock. Then I entered the Gate of Nightmares, and Thienfong City was there too. Lac Voting looked at him and gently reassured him. You must just be tired. Let me help you relax a little, okay? Hearing this, Thien Ka let out a surprised, huh? Before he could even finish his thought, Lac Votin had already leaned in close. Her face blushing, she asked softly, her voice full of allure, "What do you think, my husband?" This sudden move from her left Thien Ka slightly stunned. Then his face turned bright red as well, and he was too flustered to speak. But just as her hand was about to touch Thien Ka's body, decisively grabbed her wrist quite forcefully. It made her cry out, "That hurts!" Spiritual energy began to radiate from her, growing stronger and stronger. Thien Ka's expression turned cold. His voice pointed out the most unconvincing part of her impersonation of Lac Voting. "I think you're overacting a bit. My wife is nothing like this." At first, she looked a little surprised. Then he lowered his head and smiled again. When he looked up, it was the holy maiden of Yaochi, her clothes already removed. She smiled and called out, "Come and play." The Queen Mother of the West had a seductive look on her face. She reached her hand towards him, calling, "Grandmaster, come and play." And the last person was the figure of Luo Wuqing, whose hand he was gripping tightly, looking at him bewitchingly. Thien Ka looked at all three of them and started to freak out, yelling, "What the hell? How did you two show up here as well?" Not knowing what else to think, he cursed under his breath. "Damn it! Who the hell has that kind of stamina?" "All three of you want to take on me, the Grandmaster?" Just then, Thien Ka asked, "Play what?" The Queen Mother of the West and the Holy Maiden of Yaochi both blushed. Their bodies grew restless as they looked at each other. Luo Wuqing looked at him suggestively and said, "Well, of course, it's a game that makes everyone happy." With that said, she snapped her fingers. The scene changed to a spirit spring. Thien Ka was sitting in the water, bare-chested. The dazed spirit spring user wondered to himself, "The immortal spirit spring? In front of us now is the rear of the Yaochi, Holy Maiden, pressed against the screen. With a body that had all the right curves, plus those sheer clothes, her face was flushed red. The corners of her eyes were welling up with tears. Standing before Thien Ka, she called out, "Grandmaster, this spring water is filled with your essence. I, Jiao Shi, come here to bathe every single day." She couldn't help but think of the majestic presence of the Grandmaster that day. As she spoke, she moved closer, pressing her ample chest against Thien Ka's body, causing him to blush and stare at her uncontrollably. She continued to lean closely against him and whispered, "If we dual cultivate here, it will be of great benefit to our cultivation levels." Just then, the Queen Mother of the West appeared, along with Luo Wuqing. From out of nowhere, they embraced Thien Ka's muscular body, calling out, "Husband, let's begin." Luo Wuqing gazed at Thien Ka with infatuated eyes. She whispered softly, "Let's you and I have a breakthrough together today." The spiritual spring water surged, carrying waves of pleasure for Luo Wuqing and the Queen Mother of the West. The Queen Mother's eyes were bewitching, her hand touching him as he kept his eyes squeezed shut, trying to calm himself. "This place may look like an ordinary paradise, but if I can't withstand this test, I will surely be lost to lust, and I could even die from having my essence drained." With that thought, his expression turned icy cold. He looked at the approaching Luo Wuqing without a single trace of emotion. His voice spoke again. "I've said it before. My wife is not your type." Hearing this, the three of them rushed forward at once to seduce Thien Ka. But this only made him more resolute as he told the Queen Mother of the West and the Holy Maiden of the Jade Pool, "The ones I know are nothing like you either." The moment he finished his sentence, they left Thien Ka's body, causing him to ask with a stern face, "Gone already? I've seen right through your old tricks." Luo Wuqing glared at Thien Ka, annoyed. She thought he was just putting on a righteous act and said, "I don't believe you can actually hold back." The Queen Mother of the West also stared at him intently and said, "That's right. Sisters, today we absolutely must show this little brat, who's still wet behind the ears, just how formidable we are." Luo Wuqing gave a cold laugh and summoned other female demonic apparitions. Thousands of them came to seduce Thien Ka. "Don't you remember me? Don't resist, it'll be all right. Just accept your own instincts." They swarmed Thien Ka, their numbers growing by the second. Yet Thien Ka remained calm, keeping his eyes open, which only made them call out more excitedly, "Husband, do you find us repulsive?
Why won't you dare look at me?"
Beads of sweat had formed on Thien Ka's face, but he still channeled the Six Paths Heavenly God Spirit, breaking through with a flash of light, like a bolt of lightning, powerfully sweeping away those female apparitions, a sinister glint in his eye. The surrounding aura was instantly illuminated by Thien Ka's six paths. When he opened his eyes, a door had appeared before him, leading to the outside. Thien Ka looked at the door with delight, murmuring to himself, It's finally over. The moment Tiancha emerged from the dreamscape, his clothes returned to their original state. He smiled, complimenting himself. I'm not the shallow kind of man that you think I am. Before him now was a raging river. His body emitted a spiritual aura. Tiancha slowly walked forward, wondering, am I still in a dreamscape? Or have I finally left that godforsaken place and returned to reality? Just then, someone from behind him shouted, "Grandmaster!" Instantly on guard, he quickly spun around. The two holy sons appeared again. They even approached Tiancha, pestering him with questions. "Grandmaster, you're out?" He turned to look at them. Then he immediately leaped backward, holding up a hand to signal stop. This shocked the two of them, leaving them utterly confused. Tiancha's face darkened, looking extremely grim. He kept his hand raised, watching the two of them warily. He thought to himself, I wonder if these two are just illusions. System, activate the mind-reading card. The cheeks of the two holy sons flushed red, their faces clearly showing their admiration. The one in red thought with a wide grin, "Grandmaster is so amazing! When will I ever be as powerful as him?" The one in blue was more reserved, merely thinking with a faint smile. "So this is the legendary Grandmaster of the Heavenly Demon Cult, huh? He really is quite handsome. I heard he's a true man's man. I wonder how I measure up against him." After reading the inner thoughts of these two holy sons, Tiancha felt that something was a bit off as his lips twitched into an awkward smirk. Beads of sweat trickled down his face and forehead as he thought to himself, why are the disciples of the Tianbao Holy Land so strange? He let his guard down. He walked toward them, thinking, but hearing their inner thoughts, I can confirm these two are real people. It seems I've finally returned to reality. He raised a hand toward the one in red and asked in a friendly tone, "Holy Son Lang now, when did you guys get out?" He was thrilled that Brother Tian was talking to him. He blushed slightly, staring at him intently as he replied, "Patriarch, we came out after you." Internally, he was screaming his head off and thought to himself, I got to talk to the Patriarch! Just then, from many different places and various doors, people who had passed through the dreamscape began to emerge. Brother Tian looked at them, then turned to ask the two holy sons, "You both came out from the gate of the dreamscape. So what kind of illusion did you two experience?" Lang now asked back in confusion. "What illusion?" Suddenly, Brother Tian's face darkened, and a chill ran through him. He looked at them and said, "Don't tell me. You two came here through the gate of life." Long Now and the Holy Son in Blue replied with wide eyes, "That's right." Then he briefly recounted what happened in the tomb. "After I entered, I ran into a few peak Earth King realm evil spirits. After killing them, I came straight here." Hearing this, Brother Tian was absolutely livid. Veins bulged on his face as he gritted his teeth. He slowly turned around, growling out each word. "You played me, system." Seeing Brother Tian lose his cool like that, it broke out in a light sweat. A placating message appeared on the panel. "Ho-host, please calm down. You can't blame this system for that. When you used the mind-reading card, the three holy emperors just happened to be thinking about other things." Hearing that, he calmed down a bit. He stroked his chin, thinking for a moment, then muttered to himself, "It seems that old man was planning to exploit me from the very beginning by taking advantage of how people think. It's truly difficult to guard against." After a moment, the two of them looked at Tiancha. Ling Ao then narrowed his eyes at him and asked doubtfully, "Grandmaster? You didn't actually come out of the dreamscape gate, did you?" Tiancha, lost in thought, unconsciously hummed in response to him. This took Ling Ao by surprise. He thought Tiancha had actually come from the dreamscape gate. The man in green looked at Tiancha with admiration and said, "That's an illusion set up by a great emperor-level expert. And yet Grandmaster saw right through it." Ling Ao also said seriously, "That's right. Our senior brother also chose the dreamscape gate. He still hasn't come out yet. I've heard that most people who enter the dreamscape gate never come back out. I'm afraid his chances are slim." Just then, a system notification sounded. "You have received a reward for shocking Ling Ao. Low-grade Earth rank martial art. Shadow-chasing sword art is being comprehended at 10 times the normal speed. Comprehension successful. Host's celestial physique has been upgraded to the minor success stage." Tiancha's body absorbed the martial art as light enveloped him. He looked at his body and couldn't help but think in surprise, "I've always found it strange. The celestial physique is supposed to be incredibly powerful, but its effect doesn't even seem to match the system's 10 times speed boost, or my Thunder Tribulation spirit veins. Perhaps it has nothing to do with leveling up." The system information panel appeared. Host, Ninteen, Strength, 4-star Earth King Realm. Physique, Celestial Physique, minor success. Cultivation method. God rank 6-armed Celestial, minor success. Martial arts, Wandering Dragon Steps and Heavenly Demon Palm. Heavenly assassination, swift movement. Shadow chasing sword art, cultivation speed, 10 times. Martial arts comprehension, 10 times. Spiritual chi absorption, absorption speed, 10 times. Thian-Ka remarked gravely, but this is the only way to level up. And the angelic physique. Lin Xiaoyao stood among the other prodigies, staring at Thian-Ka. His eyes were red with fury. He gritted his teeth and cursed under his breath. Damn it! How could this guy be so lucky? To think he didn't die inside the Gate of Dreams. Suddenly, the surface of the lake began to ripple violently, swirling with currents, causing everyone to look over in alarm and shout, "What's going on? What's happening now?" One of the men pointed to the tree with golden specks of spiritual energy in the middle of the lake. "Quick, look over there!" he shouted. "That tree over there is completely covered in spiritual energy." Upon closer inspection, they discovered rare and precious heavenly treasures. It made the others gasp in astonishment. There are even immortal artifacts! Seeing this, one man's mind was clouded by greed. He immediately rushed out onto the lake's surface. Using a movement technique, he flew towards the tree, laughing boisterously at the spiritual energy and treasures. "Ha ha! This old master wants all of those immortal artifacts!" Suddenly, at that moment, a female figure struck from above. She hit him with a palm strike that carried immense pressure and power, causing him to explode and die on the spot. The others over here were horrified by the sight. One of them's face turned pale, his eyes wide as if he were facing death as he spoke. That person just now was at least an expert at the Saint Emperor realm. And yet he was killed instantly with a single palm strike. The girl with white hair in her hand was condensing a sphere of spiritual energy. She looked down at the crowd. "You dare break the rules of us three saints?" she shouted angrily. "Are you looking for death? This must be the next trial from the three saint matrons." Hearing this name, the crowd's faces turned pale with fear. Their legs gave out as they stammered, The three saint great emperors? How can they be so much more powerful than imagined? Aren't the three saintly seniors outside?" The three saints. Great Emperor looked down with a cold gaze and told them, "What is outside is the remnant. Soul of this venerable one. This venerable one is the true examiner of this trial." Over here, Tian-Ka's face darkened as he looked at her and thought, "No wonder she looks a bit like that lolly." The three saints. Great Emperor waved her hand and solemnly declared, "The third trial is the ancient tree behind this venerable one. You will form teams of 10. On the ancient tree, orbs of light will form in a corresponding quantity. Inside the orbs of light are different weapons. Among them is one immortal weapon. The continuous appearance of such rare and exotic treasures made the crowd unable to hide the greed that was showing on their faces. Corresponding quantity, does that mean everyone gets one?" Another person replied, "That's right. If you're lucky, you might even get the immortal weapon." The three saints' great emperor, as if to show it wouldn't be that easy, materialized an hourglass, and added with a cold laugh, "Within the time it takes for one incense stick to burn, only the one who obtains the immortal weapon may live." Only then did the crowd start to panic, roaring furiously, "What is this? If you don't get the immortal weapon, you die? Doesn't that mean 9 die for 1 to live?" Hearing this, Tian-Ta remained calm, his face completely unflinching. He said aloud, "The path to godhood is the path of destroying emperors." So that's what it meant. The three saints' great emperor looked at him with amusement, touching her lip lightly as she asked, "Don't tell me you've already figured something out." Tian-Ka thought of the scene where those heavenly prodigies would slaughter each other for heavenly treasures. He didn't hesitate to state her objective in a cold voice, to fight over the seat of a god. Countless powerful experts have jostled and scrambled for that very goal. The previous wave, some of them haven't even returned from the war for the Godhead. The Godhead. You wish to recreate that period of conflict. Is that it? It's just that a divine item has been turned into an immortal artifact, that's all. The distance from the edge of the lake to its center is just over 10 miles at most. And yet you're only giving us the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, Thian-Ka said decisively. Besides watching us slaughter each other in that lake, there must be something else that you're very interested in. Seeing that he had guessed all her intentions, the three saints' great emperor laughed even more manically. Her face flushed as she covered her mouth and said, "You little brat, this exalted one is growing more and more fond of you." She laughed, then widened her green, eerie eyes. Her hands moved once more, unleashing streams of spiritual energy that surrounded everyone. "Then this third trial will begin with you." The sky suddenly turned an unnatural black, causing everyone there to freeze in bewilderment. After that, they were all simultaneously seized by some invisible force and forcibly lifted into the air. Thian-Ka was also among them, but he remained calm, observing the situation. He even took a head count, noting who was being controlled by the three saints' great emperor. Then he thought, 6 disciples of the righteous path and 3 powerhouses at the Saint King realm. They'll definitely be tempted to turn on me. I'll have to be careful. Just my luck, that guy Lam, Tu Dao, is also one of the chosen. He gave Thien Ka a sinister look from behind, gloating inwardly. He thought, heaven is finally giving me a chance. Oh, Nintien, Nintien, today you will die by my hand. The 3 saints, great emperor, laughed gleefully as she watched the group, and spoke up with a reminder. This exalted one has 3 things to remind all of you. First, after the trial begins, you will not be able to probe your surroundings. What kind of weapon is that light orb? She waved her hand at the immortal artifacts flying around her, and even that hourglass appeared along with them. Let me add a few more things. Second, once you touch the light orb, it will be locked to you. You can't pass it to someone else, nor can it be stolen. Third, if the hourglass runs out and you haven't touched it, it also counts as a failure. So make sure you don't waste any time. The 3 holy great emperors. Before he could finish, the countdown begins. Tianji and the other prodigies had already flown forward using the 9-step technique. A man in green even snorted arrogantly and said, "Become a god and slay an emperor? What a joke. Just a baseless rumor. This great one will now..." Just as he moved forward, a demon beast suddenly opened its massive mouth and leaped up, forcing him to dodge as he yelled, "What the hell is this?" The pitch-black demon beast shot high into the air and circled around in the sky. Just as it circled back, intending to attack Tiange, he quickly used the roaming dragon steps to dodge to the side, escaping the disaster. Having missed its bite, the demon beast dived back into the lake, making Tiange let out a sigh of relief, thinking in surprise, "I can't believe there's a demon beast in this lake." Unexpectedly, from behind him, hidden weapons came flying. Fortunately, Tiange sensed it in time and turned his head to the side, frowning as he thought, a sneak attack? After the hidden weapons, a blast of spiritual energy came, flying, forcing Tiange to do a flip in the air before looking back. A group of people was charging at him, radiating killing intent. They were shouting brazenly like thieves. "You actually managed to dodge 2 attacks. You've got some real tough luck, don't you?" One of Tiange's eyes was obscured by his hair, but his look of contempt was still clearly visible. He mocked them with a smirk, saying, "I thought it was an AI. Turns out it's just some filthy poacher pining for another man's wife." The man in purple pointed directly at him. He yelled arrogantly, saying, "You're nothing but a 4th-level Earth King Realm cultivator. A tiny little thing, the weakest among us, is at the 5th level of the Earth King Realm, and young Master Xiaoyao is at the 8th level of the Earth King Realm. Today we will definitely kill you right here." Hearing his name called, Lin Xiaoyao became delirious with pride. He raised his hand and spoke with vile words, saying, "Nintin, rest assured, after you die, I will take very good care of your wife." Hearing this, Thien Ka exploded with rage. His face turned dark. His eyes glared at Lin Xiaoyao as if he wanted to eat him alive. Without saying another word, he directly unleashed the divine fire within his body. "You're courting death. Over here, the 3 holy great emperors?" Were completely stunned by his power while watching the fight. This kid actually overcame the Thunder Tribulation Spirit Vein. Thien Ka had already activated the system, activating Sword Dao. He held his sword, which radiated a powerful blade aura, with a look on his face that said he wanted to kill that bastard right now, along with the formidable power radiating, blazing from within him. The Thunder Dragon Spirit Vein rushed forward. The sword intent mixed in with the attack, sent them stumbling backward. Unbelievable. How can this kid be so fast? Quick, circulate your spirit energy. But before they could even circulate their spirit energy to fight back, Thien Ka was already like the shadow of the Grim Reaper, flashing past each one of them. They couldn't even react before they were sent to their graves. Low-grade, Earth-level martial art. Shadow-following sword style, activating freestyle sword intent. The group of men were wounded one by the sword intent, and fell to his death, leaving a patch of the sky stained crimson. Lin Xiaoyao watched this, horrified by Tiange's sheer killing prowess. To think 5 people were killed in the blink of an eye. How could this kid be so powerful? Before he even had a chance to flee, Tiange was already behind him, his eyes glowing with a cold red light. He looked at him and spoke. "How can a forest bandit like you afford to get distracted in a fight?" Hearing this, Lin Xiaoyao was scared out of his wits, completely stunned with terror. Tiange didn't give him a chance for any last words. With one hand, he unleashed his technique. The heavenly demon palm struck Lin Xiaoyao on the head. A powerful wave of spiritual energy pierced straight through his body. Lin Xiaoyao's body collapsed. At the same moment, A demonic beast lunged forward and snapped him up in its jaws, chewing him with relish. Down below, the white-haired Holy Son was truly horrified by Tiang's power. He was stunned into a daze. He's too strong. And to think he killed 6 of them in an instant. Ling Ao, watching this spectacular fight, got goosebumps all over. He clenched his fist and praised, "The ancestor is on another level." Tianga saw that the other group had taken advantage of the chaos and taken a step toward the ancient tree. This made him think anxiously. This is bad. That Lin Xiaoyao stalled me for too long. They've already chosen. System, use the treasure-seeking card. Using treasure-seeking card. Use successful. The treasure-seeking card is now active. Duration 1 hour. After switching to serious mode, Tianga rushed forward anxiously. But then he saw a man reaching his hand for an earthly treasure, and he panicked even more. He thought to himself, this isn't good. That thing is the only immortal artifact. In the end, who will the immortal artifact belong to? Find out in the next episode. Just as that man was about to raise his 2 hands to take the immortal artifact from inside the glowing orb, Thian Ka suddenly shouted, "The immortal artifact is over here!" causing him to freeze. He looked over at Thian Ka, who was rushing towards another glowing orb containing a different magical artifact. This made him frown in confusion, wondering how does he know that's the real immortal artifact. He quickly turned, choosing to believe that Thian Ka's words were true. He then thought, this brat is the legendary founder of the heavenly demon cult. In his hands, he must have some method given by the Empress to find treasures. In that case, it must be the real immortal artifact. With that thought, he didn't hesitate. He launched a palm strike towards Thian Ka, laughing loudly. "Ha ha! Sorry about this." Thian Ka nimbly retreated, dodging the fatal blow. Then he clenched his teeth, feigning frustration, and shouted, "I saw that one first." While Thian Ka was staggering backward, the man touched the orb containing the other artifact. He replied arrogantly, "But I'm the one who touched it first." But his smile vanished instantly. When he realized he hadn't gotten anything, he roared in anger. "Damn it, he already took it!" The other men also discovered that the orbs they had touched were all empty, and they began to cry out. Hearing this, Thian Ka slowly raised a hand to his face. His expression darkened into a sinister look as he said, "Heh, if that's the case," he smirked victoriously, touching the orb that contained the real immortal artifact. He then continued, "I guess I'll just have to reluctantly choose the real one." Hearing this, the other man's face turned black with rage. His eyes widened as he stared at Thian Ka. "What do you mean by that?" The orb, containing the immortal artifact, began to illuminate the entire sky, releasing waves of immortal power everywhere. A peerless immortal ancient zither materialized, surrounded by spiritual energy. The ancient zither made Thian Ka gasp in awe as he touched it. Peerless mid-grade immortal ancient zither. The man from before was red with anger. He clenched both fists and shouted loudly, "You rotten brat, you set me up! That immortal artifact was originally mine!" Thian Ka, with a triumphant and somewhat arrogant expression, looked at the man and repeated his own words back to him. "But I was the one who touched it first." Hearing Thian Ka's words made him even more enraged, looking as if he was about to have a stroke right then and there. He pointed a finger at Thian Ka, his fury reaching its peak as he roared, "Well done, patriarch of the heavenly demon sect! You are so despicable and shameless. You have completely trampled upon the reputation of the heavenly demon sect!" Hearing this, Thian Ka shot back a few taunting words. "A tree without bark will surely die, but a person without shame is invincible in this world." The moment he finished speaking, the other man's blood pressure skyrocketed, and he started coughing up mouthfuls of blood. Cough, cough! However, the 2 holy sons over here saw it differently. They clenched their fists, filled with endless admiration. They looked over at Thian Ka and said, with just one sentence, he drove a powerful expert at the Saint Emperor realm to cough up blood from anger. As expected of the patriarch, he's the best. Truly, he's just too amazing. The Holy Son from the heavenly treasure Holy Land also chimed in with praise. If I had the patriarch's kind of shameless spirit, I could definitely lead the heavenly treasure Holy Land to become the 2nd wealthiest power in the world. The system immediately chimed in with a divine announcement. "You have shocked everyone with your shamelessness. Reward, the title, the Shameless One. Effect increases defense during confrontations." Hearing this, Thian Ka's face fell. He felt that something was just wrong. He called out to the system, "Hey, what the hell kind of title is this?" The system replied, "Host, there is no need to be surprised. There are only things you cannot imagine, not things the system cannot do." By now, the rage of the other group was soaring to the heavens. Each and every one of them unleashed their true chi and charged forward. "Tianca, you damn brat! Even if I die, I'm taking you with me." Meanwhile, Tianca still held the immortal-grade ancient zither, standing still, surrounded by its spiritual light, emitting a faint golden glow. But before that group of people could do anything, their entire bodies were struck by something sharp and sliced into two pieces. It all happened in an instant, so quickly that they could only let out wretched screams, completely unable to resist. It turns out, the one responsible was none other than the third Saint Great Emperor. The hourglass had run out of time. In her hand was a thread of deathly energy that had killed all those people, as she stated coldly. According to the rules, only one person can win. She looked over at Tianca with a calculating gaze and said, "To think you could actually find a true immortal-grade weapon. It seems I've underestimated you." Tianca, holding the immortal-grade ancient zither, asked provocatively, "What's wrong? Can't it bear to part with it?"
Before you...
"It never said we had to return the immortal weapon we chose." Hearing this, the third Saint Great Emperor flew into a rage. She clenched her fists and shouted angrily, "What kind of person do you take me for?" She flew high into the air, leaving this place and saying, "Before the others pass their trials, you can just wait here." Tianca held the immortal-grade ancient zither in his hand and watched her leave. With a serious expression, he speculated, she called it the third trial? But who knows what other tricks she has up her sleeve. With that thought, he released the immortal-grade ancient zither, letting it float in front of him. He touched a finger to his lips and thought, "I'd better make this immortal weapon recognize me as its master quickly. I need to be fully prepared." Tianca dripped a drop of blood onto the ancient zither, and to his surprise, it began to glow intensely, stunning him completely. He looked at it again and realized, so that's it. Lackdao. When an immortal artifact accepts a master, it connects directly to their soul. And not only that, its attacks can even cause the enemy to suffer soul damage, as expected of an immortal artifact. It enhances the wielder's perception of the way of music. Tianca raised his hand, about to play a tune, but he suddenly remembered something and thought, wait a minute. If an immortal artifact and its owner share a soul connection, then when I used the Jiaoji Saintess's zither just now, doesn't that mean I was making indirect contact with that young lady's body? Tianca suddenly imagined a scene of himself and the Jiaoji Saintess being intimate. She, being touched so intimately by the Grandmaster, kept panting. "Ah, Grandmaster, please don't," which made his face turn completely red. He shut his eyes and tried to calm himself down. It was just indirect. It wasn't real, it's fine, it's fine. 1 hour later, only 2 holy sons and the others were left. Emerging from that trial, the third holy great emperor looked at the 4 men before her and said, "To think that only a few of you are left." She floated in midair and said, "And yet 5 of you remain? That's even better than I predicted." Hearing this, the Tianbao holy son was so overjoyed that he clenched his fists, looked up at her, and said, "That's great, it's finally over." Lingao clasped his hands and asked cheerfully, "Can we leave now?" The third holy great emperor touched her lips and gave a cold smile. Her eyes gleamed with a charming yet treacherous light as she spoke. "Don't celebrate too soon, everyone. Next up is the final trial." Hearing this, the 4 of them yelled, "There's still more!" Tianca lowered his head and spoke in a calm voice. "Just as I expected. It really isn't over yet." The third holy great emperor waved her hand, conjuring the next trial stage. It was a rather magnificent-looking palace. That guy saw it, immediately recognized it, and shouted, "Void transposition!" Only a great emperor-level expert can one perform this method. The third saint. Great Emperor sneered down at them. "The benefits offered to the 5 of you for entering this trial, but not entering isn't an option either. As long as anyone can pass one stage of this final trial, the inheritance of this emperor and the countless treasures within the tomb of the great emperor will all belong to that person." The other 4 were so shocked when they heard this that they shouted in unison, "The great emperor's inheritance?" The black-haired guy clenched his fists, as ecstatic as if he'd won the lottery. Without hesitation, he shouted, "Great emperor, I accept!" The red-haired guy couldn't resist the temptation either and replied, "All right, whatever the trial is, we all agree to participate." The third saint. Great Emperor gently stroked a lock of hair and casually announced the trial's mission. "The final trial is to hunt me down." The other 4, along with Tianga, were stunned into silence. Perhaps the 5 of them no longer thought this mission was simple, just about killing and seizing heavenly treasures. Instead, it's about confronting a great emperor, whom no one has ever surpassed. The black-haired guy raised his clenched fists and yelled, "What?" Even Tiange couldn't keep his composure and asked her, "Third Saint Senior, Are you being serious with our level of power? Teaming up to hunt down a great emperor-level expert
Is absolutely impossible.
The third saint, Great Emperor, raised a finger with a tisk. Her eyes and smile turned dangerous as she said, "Wrong. You won't be teaming up. It's one-on-one. Let the Great Emperor hunt begin." Hearing that, the black-haired guy was so shocked he screamed, "How is that possible?" The red-haired guy also clenched his fists nervously and said, "That's right. Just what level of power do you possess?
And what level are we?
The third saint, Great Emperor, raised a hand, smiled lightly, and said, "Before this sovereign became a great emperor, I've always been unbeatable within the same realm. To deal with you guys, I will also suppress my strength to match your cultivation level. I won't take advantage of you." Hearing this, the attitude of the two men changed completely. They both cracked their knuckles, ready to use their true strength at the same realm. The red-haired man seemed to transform into a different person and said, "If that's the case, then it's not like we don't have a chance of winning." The third saint, Great Emperor, spoke up again, provoking them. "Youngsters who hesitate will lose to me, you know." Thian-Ka then looked at her with a calm demeanor and asked, "Why didn't you say that being impulsive is useless?" As he was speaking, the red-haired man, with a cunning look on his face and spiritual energy radiating from his body, approached and said, "Thanks to the words of Senior Third Saint, I, Luke Quan, am at the peak of the Saint Emperor realm." The third saint, Great Emperor, amused, raised her hand and replied, "In that case, this venerable one will assume the form of my 20-year-old self, who had reached the peak of the Saint Emperor realm." In a flash, she transformed back to her 20-year-old self, then majestically rushed forward, continuing, "To fight with you." Thian-Ka, watching from the side, looked at the third Saint Great Emperor in confusion and silently called out to the system. "Her age isn't that much different than mine, but she's already at the peak Saint Emperor realm. Can you explain to me why I'm only at the Earth King realm? 4 stars? The system, hearing him say this, offered some comfort. "Host, age doesn't really matter. Host, have you ever met anyone who, in just few months, has passed through 4 major realms? From a 1-star martial artist to a 4-star Earth King realm." Thian-Ka, hearing the system's sweet praise, his confidence surged. He said, "That's true." Over at the third Saint Great Emperor's fight, Luke Quan unleashed all his internal energy. As a result, a gust of wind formed around him. He shouted as it swirled, "My apologies!" But just as he unleashed an attack, the third Saint Great Emperor gracefully dodged it, causing him to exclaim, "So fast!" Then she suddenly appeared behind him and said with a contemptuous smile, "It's because you're too slow." Liu Kun's eyes widened in shock. Before he could even react, Sansheng had already landed a powerful palm strike on his back, causing him to spit blood and stumble forward. And that wasn't all. Sansheng then raised her hand forward, creating a fierce gale. Along with it, a swirling vortex of white spiritual energy enveloped Liu Kun. He had no strength left. He collapsed to the ground, unable to even breathe, let alone fight. Sansheng then landed, her spiritual power and aura completely unchanged. Ling Ao and the Holy Son of the Tianbao Holy Land saw this and their faces darkened, looking utterly grim. Ling Ao, completely stunned, said, "To think, she didn't even expend any effort. Just a single move, and she killed an expert of the same realm." The blue-robed Holy Son was also sweating. Her title of invincible within the same realm is truly no exaggeration. Meanwhile, Tiange was thinking about Sansheng's palm technique. He was dazed, muttering to himself, "The way of the palm. I can't believe that when she was still at the Saint Emperor realm." Her mastery of palm techniques had already reached such a profound level. Just then, Sansheng cheerfully asked, "Who's next?" causing the 3 of them to fall silent in an instant. The remaining 3 broke out in a cold sweat, so nervous they didn't even dare to breathe loudly. After all, no one wanted to go up there just to die. At that moment, the black-haired man seemed to go mad. He clutched his head, screaming, "No! I can't! I'll be killed!" This made Ling Ao and the blue-robed Holy Son look over at him. But they don't say it out loud, because they are the same way themselves. At this moment, when tensions were stretched thin, Thian-Ka raised his hand and spoke up. "Senior 3 Saints, allow me." The Great Emperor 3 Saints condensed 2 spheres of true chi in her hands, laughing excitedly as she said, "You little brat, I've been waiting for this moment for a long, long time." After she finished speaking, she immediately unleashed a palm strike of immense power, aiming to kill Thian-Ka. This caused Lang Gao's eyes to fly open in shock as he shouted, "That palm strike is so powerful. The Earth King realm of the 3 Saints is already this strong? Will the Grandmaster be able to get through this?" Facing what seemed like certain death, Thian-Ka remained as composed as ever. With a wave of his hand, he materialized an ancient zither and said with a calm smirk, "Senior Three Saints, although you claim it to be invincible among those in the same realm." Just as the great Emperor Three Saints rushed forward with overwhelming pressure, Tianka also began to play his zither. His body was instantly enveloped by his own true ki. He continued, "That's only because you haven't met me yet." The two of them charged at each other simultaneously, and the system announced, "The sound-shattering art has been activated." Tianka strummed the zither, causing its music to ring out, making the great Emperor Three Saints pause for a moment and mutter, "The sound-shattering art of the Jade Pool?" And it's accompanied by a spiritual soul attack. Host has shocked the great Emperor Three Saints. Reward, ultimate killing sound formation. Currently being comprehended at 10 times the normal speed. Ultimate killing sound formation comprehension complete. After a brief moment of shock, the great Emperor Three Saints regained her composure. Looking incredibly excited, she spread her arms, immortal energy swirling around her, and remarked, "Interesting. It's been so long. This venerable one has never needed more than a single strike to kill an opponent. Who would have thought? You actually forced me to strike twice." Tianka let out a smug laugh. His voice also grew more powerful. He first strummed the zither once more, creating a Tai Chi symbol as the surrounding spiritual energy thickened. Hey, the real surprise is still to come. After he spoke, he shouted, "Ultimate killing sound formation!" Its immense power swirled violently, sending the surrounding rocks flying everywhere. They scattered in all directions, forcing the third holy great emperor to use her hands to shield her face. She couldn't help but be astonished, thinking, "That's a martial art I created myself when I was at the God-Emperor realm. How could this brat possibly know it?" Before her shock could fade, Tianka had already raised his hand to unleash a divine soul attack. A ball of blazing spiritual energy had already formed in his hand. He yelled, "Soul suppression!" Tianka's technique began to overwhelm the third holy great emperor. All one could see across the sky were furious bolts of lightning striking down upon the third holy great emperor, causing her to scream endlessly. As the third holy great emperor weakened and began to fall, Tianka flew over to her, his face and smile, holding a hint of mischief as he looked at her and said, "Strike you down while you're weak." Hearing this, the third holy great emperor cried out, "Ah!" and demanded, "What are you trying to do?" After she spoke, she collapsed weakly. Fortunately, Tianka caught her by the waist, causing her to blush beet red. When the third holy great emperor glanced over, she saw Tianka with that dangerous, roguish look on his face. Then he raised his hand, and looking amused, smacked her hard on the butt, making a loud smack-smack sound. "You damn little lady. I've been wanting to spank you for a long time." It's fun toying with people, isn't it? Witnessing this scene was like having their minds blown. Every single one of them blushed, then broke into wide grins as they praised him enthusiastically. "So strong, Grandmaster is so damn strong." The three holy grand emperors were so embarrassed their faces turned as red as tomatoes. She glared at Tianka full of anger and cursed, "You rotten brat, how dare you!" Then her eyes lit up. She raised her hand, preparing a finishing blow, and uttered word by word, "You're courting death!" The holy grand emperor slammed the table. She threw a punch with all her might at Tianka, sending him crashing headfirst into the ground. This made the other two, who were just laughing, now look over in utter astonishment. Ling Aoran worriedly to Tianka's side and asked, "Grandmaster, are you all right?" Lying in the crater, Tianka gasped for a few breaths, and then slowly sat up. He raised a hand to check his face and cursed, "Holy shit! Don't you know you're not supposed to hit people in the face? I thought my face was ruined." The other two holy sons were speechless when they heard that, not knowing what to say. Their faces showed they were questioning their entire existence. They were worried about his life, but he was worried about his handsome face. The three holy grand emperors also had extremely grim expressions. One asked, "Brat, do you have some kind of high-level defensive immortal artifact on your face?" "My full-powered punch. Didn't even leave a scratch on your face." Tianka broke into a light sweat upon hearing the question. He hesitantly raised a hand to his face and stammered, "This..." Then he quietly called out to his system to ask about it. "The Shameless One title I just got, does it enhance the defense of my face?" The system popped up and replied, "Correct, for 1 billion points." Understanding now, Tianka stood up. With a heroic tone, he answered, "Of course, being shameless makes you invincible. What's wrong, you three holy seniors? I guess this means I win this match, right?" The three holy grand emperors grinned, laughing, "Ha ha." They spoke in a bizarre but satisfied tone. "Good. Very good." Along with their laughter, the ground began to shake. It trembled violently and small rocks started falling from above, causing the man with black hair to scream in panic.
He's moving!
Then a circle of celestial aura enveloped Tienka's body. He then flew up, causing everyone to shout in alarm. Over here, the founder, the three saints, great emperor, began to fade away. With a gentle smile on her lips, she said, "The legacy of the three saints, great emperor, finally has a successor." Finally, the great emperor passed on her power. A dazzling light filled the entire space, immensely powerful. Tienka had just been transported here. Standing before the inheritance, he looked at the sphere before him and asked, could this place be the great emperor's inheritance space? The three saints. Great emperor then appeared. She looked at Tienka and said, "You are very clever." She raised her hand as if controlling the spheres and said, "These are my inheritance spheres. Contained within is my entire life's work. Whoever receives this inheritance, it will be overcome with boundless joy." Hearing this, Tienka excitedly clenched his fists and asked, "Three saints, great emperor. Does that mean the legacy of the three saints, great emperor? It can allow me, your junior, to soar to the heavens in a single step?" The three saints. Great emperor thought for a moment, then replied, "That will depend on your own destiny." Tienka became serious again. He placed a hand on his chest and asked earnestly once more, "Then can it allow me to directly break through to the divine emperor realm?" The three saints, great emperor's face darkened slightly as she answered, "No." Tienka, still holding on to hope, asked again, "What about the heavenly venerate realm?" But the three saints, great emperor, still replied, "No." Tienka was 3 parts disappointed and 7 parts unimpressed as he picked his nose and said, "You can't do this and you can't do that. Your Majesty, you don't seem all that great, do you?" Hearing this, the three saints, great emperor, crossed her arms, her face scrunching up as she growled, "You little brat!" She then turned away, her expression utterly dark. She panted as if her blood pressure was skyrocketing, repeatedly trying to calm herself down. "Don't get angry, don't get angry. If I get angry to death, he'll get exactly what he wants. I'm a mature adult. There's no need to stoop to the level of a brat who's still wet behind the ears. I'll just swallow my anger." There, the three saints. Great emperor then turned around with a radiant face and said, "Giving a man a fish is not as good as teaching him how to fish. My inheritance is far more powerful than an inheritance of just strength," she explained with her hands clasped. "That's why this one's imperial title is 3. Saints is because this one achieved sainthood through the path. Sainthood through the path of the fist. Sainthood through the path of music." Hearing this, Tienge's face darkened a bit as he asked, "The path can lead to sainthood? The highest realm of the path. Isn't it the peak of creation? How can one achieve sainthood?" The three saints. Great emperor, with an eerie smile and glowing red eyes, quickly replied, No, that's not it at all. Surely no one actually still thinks that the highest realm of the path is merely the peak of creation, right? After hearing that, Tiange's face went pale as he thought to himself, "This old hag. Your bullshitting skills are terrible." The three saints, great emperor, got serious again and said, "All right, I'll stop teasing you." She began to sit down, unleashing the aura of her inheritance. A terrifying power shot straight up into the sky, forming an immensely powerful vortex. The three saints, great emperor, spoke as she displayed her abilities. "For those below the great emperor realm, the highest realm of the path is indeed the peak of creation. But the great emperor realm also has this level of saint. And for powerhouses of the god realm, there exists an even higher level above saint." Tienge looked up. In an instant, he understood what the three saints, great emperor, had just said. So that's how it is. Among opponents of the same realm, the thing being compared isn't just the intensity of their spiritual energy, but also on one's Tao attainment. The stronger the Tao attainment, the more likely one can become invincible within the same realm. He raised his hand and looked at it anew, then slowly asked the three saints, great emperor, "Senior three saints, you've reached the great emperor level. Your Tao attainment, could it have been promoted to saint level 3? The saint great emperor was lying leisurely in midair. "It's fine," she said. "This is my comprehension of the palm Tao and the fist Tao. Take it and have a look. Let's see what level you can comprehend." Tianka put on a bewildered face, looking at his cat and asking about the Tao attainment. "Where is this joyful Tao attainment of yours?" This caused the three saints' great emperor to be so shocked she nearly fell out of the sky at his audacity. Afterwards, she sat down cross-legged, folded her arms, and coughed. Trying to hide her embarrassment, she said, "Although I'm not willing to pass down my personal inheritance, your Tao attainment isn't worthy of it anyway." Tianca chuckled and said, "Oh, I get it. You're not that much better than me, so you don't want to take it out and lose face. Hearing that, she became so angry that she clenched her fists tightly, closing her eyes and thinking, "This brat is so infuriating." The three saints, Great Emperor, wasted no more words. With a direct wave of her hand, she threw the Great Emperor's inheritance over to Tiancha, huffing coldly. "This seat can't be bothered to waste my breath on you. Just comprehend it, you stinking brat." The power of the inheritance was enveloped by an emperor's might, thick and dense on the outside. It struck Tiancha's forehead. Instantly, he clenched both fists and shattered it. That power spread out in all four directions. I feel my entire body brimming with energy. Tiancha closed his eyes, focusing on sensing it. The inheritance entered every one of his meridians, and he absorbed it into his body, trying his best to comprehend it. The three saints, Great Emperor, looked at Tiancha with a bit of anticipation, wondering to herself, "I don't know, you little brat. Just how much will you be able to comprehend?" The howling wind of the fist, the roaring palm that kills from afar, surrounded Tiancha. The figures of the three holy emperors in their youth appeared, and the art she was demonstrating, move by move, had reached the absolute pinnacle of the Tao. He focused on comprehending them, these images appearing in his divine sense. He couldn't help but sigh in admiration. Such profound mastery. They are truly worthy of being called the three holy seniors. At that moment, a system notification also sounded, detecting that the host is absorbing and comprehending the Tao of the palm, comprehending the Tao of the fist, increasing comprehension speed by 10 times, successfully comprehending the essence of the Tao of the fist. Currently, your mastery of the Tao of the fist has reached the realm of entering the hall level 7. Comprehension of the Tao of the palm is successful. Currently, your mastery of the Tao of the palm has reached the realm of entering the hall level 7. After Tiancha successfully absorbed it, the powers swirling around him grew stronger and stronger. He slowly opened his eyes and let out a soft breath. The three holy emperors, full of anticipation, immediately asked, "How did it go?" Tiancha suddenly clasped his hands and said, "Many thanks to the three holy seniors. This humble junior is untalented." The three holy emperors laughed magnanimously and said, "It's no trouble." She then said, "To have comprehended it in just 1 hour. With your talent, being able to grasp it within a few months would already be considered very fast." Tiancha clenched his fist, looking somewhat disappointed, and said, "I only managed to reach the realm of entering the hall level 7. He also thought to himself, "I thought I'd be able to directly reach the pinnacle of perfection." One of the three holy emperors looked down slightly and said, "Don't be too discouraged." But when she looked at Tiancha, she asked in surprise, "What?" She landed in front of Tiancha and pointed at him, asking, "You've already comprehended it? And you even reached the realm of entering the hall level 7? Back then, for me to comprehend it to the entering the hall level 7 realm, it took me 3 whole years. And you managed to do it in just 1 hour?" Her expression suddenly turned cold, her gaze sharp as she thought to herself, "Never in history has it been heard of a genius, no matter how peerless, who could advance their understanding of the Tao of creation to such a level within just 1 hour." She looks at Tiancha, who is frowning at his own hand, and is certain, if this boy becomes a great emperor, he will surely reach the divine realm. The three saints, Great Emperor sternly warns Tiancha, "You brat, the fact that you in half an hour were able to achieve this realm must never be spoken of to anyone, even if you have a powerful expert or a great emperor protecting you." Tiancha asks in confusion, "Why?" The three saints. Great Emperor looks off into the distance and says, "This Tianquan world is not just composed of the 3 heavens and 9 spirit domains. There are many other vast expanses and unnamed territories. There are even forbidden zones, capable of killing even a great emperor." Hearing this, Tiancha asks, shocked and skeptical, "The Tianquan world? You mean there are other continents in existence?" The three saints. Great Emperor asks Tiancha, "Kid, do you know what your celestial divine body is?" Tiancha raises his hand and replies to her, "This junior truly knows very little." The three saints. Great Emperor explains about the celestial divine body and the power he now wields. Throughout history, most cultivators have relied on comprehending the fundamental laws of heaven and earth to cultivate. For example, wind, fire, lightning, and so on. But the celestial divine body not only comprehends the fundamental laws far beyond ordinary people, but later on it gains the ability to master the higher-level laws of heaven and earth. For example, the law of life. Tiancha, still not understanding, asks, "What is that?" The three saints. Great Emperor replies, "The law that controls life and death." It is said that at full mastery, the celestial divine body, with just a single glance, can strip the law of life from a person's body. The great emperor raised her hand and asked, "Now do you understand why I told you is not to let word of this get out?" Tianca said calmly, "If I haven't achieved great mastery, I would very likely face a calamity that would annihilate me." The three saints, great emperor, seeing that he was able to understand the dangers involved, said with satisfaction, "A teachable child." She waved her hand, producing a cultivation manual, and said, "This is a heaven-ranked technique that this venerable one created herself. It is perfectly suited for your cultivation." Tianca looked at the cultivation manual before him and hesitantly refused, "But I already have a technique." He also thought to himself, Heavenly God 6 is a fusion of the God-ranked techniques from the Heavenly God body. That also confirms that I cannot cultivate any other techniques. The three saints. Great Emperor then demonstrated the creation harmony Great Tao, which she had created on her hand and said, "What if I told you it contains 3,000 Great Taos, and all of them can be cultivated to become the saint of creation harmony?" Hearing this, Tianca asked in shock, "All of them?" The path to learning this new technique had just begun. Then she deduced, "If this venerable one is not mistaken, you intend to cultivate all 3,000 Great Taos one by one. Is that right?" Tianca replied with a serious expression. "That's right. But what does that have to do with this three saints technique?" The three saints. Great Emperor raised her hand to explain. There is a saying, a tiger that tries to swallow 8 deer won't be able to digest them. The more paths you walk, the harder it will be to advance later. At best, you'll reach a peak you can never break through. Tianca clenched his fists and asked with a serious face, "Senior, you have comprehended the Tao of the fist, the Tao of the palm, 3 Taos in total. Furthermore, you brought all 3 to the saint realm. Was it because of this technique?" The three saints. Great Emperor floated in midair. A spiritual light shone from behind, replying, "The words are not wrong. As the ancients said, the Tao gives birth to 1, 1 gives birth to 2, 2 gives birth to 3, and 3 gives birth to all things. Your constitution, combined with my three saints technique, can definitely elevate all the Taos you have comprehended to the saint realm, perhaps even higher." She tilted her face up slightly, then smiled faintly as she recalled the first-generation saint and continued. "Back then, a saint possessed all 3,000 Great Taos, achieving harmony. He even gave birth to an even more powerful successor, an entire heavenly Zhuan world. Wouldn't that be earth-shattering?" After hearing this, Tianca became lost in thought. He raised his hand as if wanting to touch the three saints technique scroll, and thought to himself, "It seems the three saints technique is like a supplementary cultivation method, more of a guide, and it won't conflict with Heavenly God 6. Seeing Tianca's continued hesitation, the three saints' great emperor spoke up first, saying, "Rest assured, I have no intention of harming you. I simply do not wish for this three saints technique to be lost to time. With your constitution, circulating 2 cultivation methods at once will be absolutely no problem." She tilted her head slightly and instructed, "Cultivate well, kid. Once you've mastered it, you will naturally be able to escape this place." With that said, she gradually faded away. Tianca also devoted himself to cultivating the three saints technique. With his eyes shut tight in deep concentration, he vowed, "Three Saints Senior, rest assured, I will definitely not allow the three saints technique to be lost to time." A moment later, the system's voice rang out again. "Detected that the host has accepted the comprehension method. The three saints technique is now being comprehended at 10 times the speed." Outside the trial grounds, the Chi Holy Maiden muttered impatiently, "Why haven't they come out yet? They couldn't have run into some kind of danger, could they?" The Grand Elder and the other elders were still trapped within the barrier of the three Saint Great Emperors. He was so worried sick that he blurted out, "Ancestor, you absolutely must not let anything happen to you. Otherwise, I won't have the face to see the Empress ever again," the Sword Elder said with disdain. "He's just one disciple. At the Earth King realm, and he expects to get out of there alive? He's dreaming." Just as he finished speaking, Lang Ao, the holy son of Tianbao Holy Land, and the others were thrown out of the trial. They were all screaming and crying. Then, the three Saint Great Emperors appeared before everyone and announced, "Everyone, the trial has concluded." Hearing this, the Yaochi Holy Maiden called out in surprise, Three Saint Seniors!" The three Saint Great Emperors said with a faint smile, "I have found a suitable inheritor." Hearing that, she became even more confused and asked, "Seniors, could it be that your successor is among these three? Then where is our ancestor? Could it be that the ancestor is dead?" The Grand Elder knelt in midair, completely despaired. In disbelief, he kept repeating, "No!
Impossible! How could the ancestor be gone?"
Elder Tianfeng crossed his arms and laughed loudly. "Ha ha ha," he declared. "I knew this would be the outcome. A worthless punk at the Earth King realm. How could he possibly keep getting this lucky time and time again?" The Grand Elder roared with fury, shouting, "You old hag, you just wait! If the ancestor is dead, we will definitely smash this tomb of yours, fish into a million pieces. And as for that bag of old bones of yours, the Empress will personally take it and grind it to dust." The three Saint Great Emperors' faces twisted and they froze on the spot, then asked him, "Did I say your ancestor was dead? That kid is currently receiving my inheritance." Hearing this, the elders panicked. The treasure of inheritance. The people below couldn't believe it. They asked the three holy emperors, "That can't be. Weren't these holy sons the ones who received the inheritance?" The three holy emperors once again refuted that statement and replied, "Of course not." Saintess Chi was happier than anyone. Looking at the three holy emperors, she asked, "Three holy seniors, do you mean to say the founder is still alive? And he has received his own inheritance?" High above, the three holy emperors responded with a simple, The Grand Elder was so overjoyed he stood with tears streaming down his face. He threw both hands in the air and cheered, "I knew it! Ha ha ha! I knew it! I knew our founder wouldn't die so easily." Elder Tianfeng was furious. He turned to question the three holy emperors. "Three holy seniors, since you have already found the inheritor, shouldn't you let us go now?" One of the three holy emperors raised a single finger and said lightly, "Before that kid finishes receiving the inheritance, none of you should even think about leaving." Hearing this, Elder Tianfeng asked angrily, "What kind of logic is that?" Elder Jianmi, equally agitated, continued, "What if that kid takes 158 years to comprehend it? Are we supposed to wait here that entire time?" The face of one of the three holy emperors darkened as he radiated the might of a great emperor, glaring at the man and asking, "And why not? Have you all forgotten who is in charge here?" The elder choked, barely able to stammer out the word "you." Just then, a surge of power, carrying a fierce gale from below, shot straight into the sky. The elders were terrified, crying out, "What's that commotion?" The three holy emperors looked on gravely, thinking to themselves, "It has only been an hour. Has he already succeeded in comprehending it?" From within the sphere of creation, cracks began to appear. Tiango was inside, his eyes still tightly shut. His clothes were renewed along with his cultivation technique. Then he slowly opened his eyes and said, "My thanks to the three saintly seniors." The three saintly seniors flew back, looking at Tianca. They spoke in surprise. "To comprehend my inheritance in just 1 hour, although you're still half a step away from the saint realm, that's still quite impressive." The blue-haired elder also broke into a light sweat. "A 9-star venerable Earth King, when you first entered my tomb, you were merely at the 4-star level?" The Yaochi Holy Maiden also exclaimed with a serious tone, "To leap 5 levels in just a few hours." Lin Xiaojiao gritted her teeth and looked up. Tianca thought angrily, "In such a short time, he's already only 1 star behind me. This kind of cultivation and leveling speed is just too heaven-defying." Then the Grand Elder clapped his hands, clap, clap, and shouted, "The Patriarch is incredible!" The three saints. Great Emperor waved a hand and addressed everyone. "Since someone has received my inheritance, then this emperor shall fulfill my promise. You may all leave here alive." She took out a spatial ring and said to Tianca, "Oh, right, little fellow. This ring contains all the treasures within the tomb. From now on, it belongs to you." Tianca took the ring from the three saints' great emperor. "Thank you, senior." Ling Ao clenched his fists and said admiringly, "All the money and treasures of the tomb." The white-haired holy son also exclaimed joyfully, "Oh, my heavens! Not just the inheritance, but the treasure, too." "Oh, Patriarch, you really hit the jackpot this time." The sword-browed elder thought, his displeasure obvious. The entire expedition of the righteous sects to find treasure has been completely wiped out this time. This patriarch of this heavenly demon sect is growing stronger at an extraordinary rate. In the future, he could very well become an unpredictable variable, and in our plans. Elder Tianfeng was also thinking to himself, the legendary founder of the heavenly demon sect. Not only did he receive the great emperor's inheritance, he also took all the money and jewels. What a complete and utter loss. The two of them simultaneously radiated killing intent, thinking, this guy absolutely cannot be left alive. Elder Tianfeng immediately cupped his hands and asked to leave. "We hope the great emperor will honor your promise and allow us to leave." But in his heart he was still plotting. "As soon as I get out of this god-forsaken place, that Ningtian will die a graveless death." The three saints, great emperor, agreed, speaking out, "That's right. The succession is complete. My remnant soul cannot hold on for much longer. When that time comes, this tomb will also be buried deep within the earth. You all should go now. Tian-ge cupped his hands with a calm demeanor and expressed his thanks. Senior Three Saints, thank you. Hearing this, the Three Saints' great emperor was so startled it sent a shiver down their spine. They looked at him and said, "You!" For this brat to suddenly be so polite, it makes my entire body feel uncomfortable. She then stated her final wish. "Oh, that's right. I have one more favor to ask of you. Could you bring my bones back to Yaochi? I want to be buried with her." "Yaochi?" The saintess's face turned serious as she asked, "Senior Three Saints, is the her you speak of great Emperor Zhao Xuan between you two?" And so, the Three Saints' great emperor's past began to unfold. Flashback. The Three Saints. Great Emperor was sitting beneath the spirit spring, cultivating. Just then, a persistent voice called out her name, Little Sheng Sheng. Great Emperor Zhao Xuan moved in close, pressing her ample chest against the Three Saints' great emperor's shoulder. Her arm wrapped around her neck, her hand wandering down to her chest as she asked cheerfully, "You're here at the spirit spring to cultivate again?" The Three Saints. Great Emperor glanced over coldly. But Great Emperor Zhao Xuan's hand wouldn't stay still. It continued down toward her chest, caressing her as she spoke. "Working so hard. Otherwise, let me help you relax a little." The Third Saint. Great Emperor was both surprised and blushing. "Zhao Shen, what are you trying to do now? An incense stick's time later?" The Third Saint. Great Emperor was lying on top of him. Great Emperor Zhao Xuan told her not to move. Then he said with a melancholic tone, "The heavenly Tao is about to open the path to godhood. You and I have been stuck at the Great Emperor realm for many years now. I must push myself even harder. I must obtain the divine guidance on the path to godhood and ascend to the God realm." Zhao Xuan looked over at her and smiled faintly. The Third Saint, Great Emperor, clenched her fists resolutely. "I absolutely must push myself harder to obtain the divine guidance on the path to godhood and ascend to the God realm." Great Emperor Zhao Xuan gently touched the Third Saint, Great Emperor's cheek and reassured her, "Don't worry." She gave a small smile, full of confidence, and said, "The path you're about to walk, I will walk it with you." Back in the present, the Third Saint Great Emperor lowered her head and continued. "After that, on the path to godhood, it was chaotic fighting everywhere. After Zhao Xuan and I were separated, I never even made it to the very end." The Holy Maiden of Yaochi called out regretfully, "Senior Third Saint." Just as the atmosphere was turning gloomy and somber, Tian-ge raised his hand and asked loudly, causing the others to blush, "Senior Third Saint, excuse me, but after that, how exactly did Senior Zhao Xuan help you? Relax." The Third Saint. Great Emperor, her mood completely shattered, growled, "Do you believe me, you little brat, when I say I'll make you stay in this tomb with me forever?" Tian-ge scratched his head and said sheepishly, "I was just trying to lighten the somber mood." The green-haired elder clasped his hands and spoke with a serious tone. "Senior Third Saint, please rest assured. This old man will definitely fulfill the Great Emperor's final wish." The Three Saint Emperors looked at Tian-ka and instructed him, "Young man, you must absolutely not be negligent with our legacy." Tian-ka clenched his fist, his expression serious as he replied, "Rest assured, I will definitely make your techniques renowned throughout the world." Tian Xuan. Hearing this, she closed her eyes with a satisfied smile. Her spirit form slowly faded away as she said, "Zhao Xuan, I'm coming." The Yaochi Saintess said to Tian's patriarch, "Since we have promised, are to bring the Three Saint Seniors back to Yaochi, would you like to take this opportunity to visit Yaochi for a bit?" Tianha hesitated slightly and asked, "Visit Yaochi as a guest?" He was also a bit troubled, thinking to himself, "If I don't go home after this is over, my wife will definitely throw a fit. But if it weren't for the Saintess's help, refusing like this seems a bit wrong." Seeing the hopeful expression on the Yaochi Saintess's face, the Grand Elder gave an okay hand signal. To help Tian-ka out, he coughed a few times and called out, "Patriarch, right now you hold the entire inheritance. To prevent anyone from causing trouble, it would be better to return to the Heavenly Demon sect as soon as possible." Tian-ka raised a finger to his lips and replied, "Right. The Grand Master is absolutely right." He turned around and said to the Yaochi Saintess, "I'm truly sorry. Next time I will—" Before he could finish, she blushed slightly, looking sad, and said, "It's all right." Just then, the tomb began to shake violently. The Yaochi Saintess, unable to keep her balance, fell towards Tianha. His eyes widened in surprise at what was in front of him, and then he quickly went outside with the Grand Elder to investigate. Saintesses, you all stay here and protect the tomb. What's going on? Grand Elder, let's go out and see. The Grand Elder replied, understood. The two of them landed in front of the tomb's entrance and saw the Black Dragon Knights falling from the sky, hacked to pieces. The Grand Elder said in surprise, the Black Dragon Cavalry? Who would be so bold? Up above, Elder Tianfeng saw Tiange and burst out laughing. Ha ha, he shouted. You stinking brat, you finally came out. He and Elder Jianmi unleashed their resentful auras. The Grand Elder asked Tianfeng in surprise, Jianmi, what do you two think you're doing? Are you planning to steal the ancestors' inheritance? Elder Tianfeng and Elder Jianmi's eyes were bloodshot. They charged forward at the same time, declaring, we don't just want your inheritance. We want your life too. The Grand Elder clenched both his fists. Releasing his spiritual power, he asked, just the two of you? You'll have to see if I'll let you first. Tianfeng looked at the powerful spiritual energy radiating from the old man in all directions and remarked, peak heavenly venerate realm, huh? So close to the divine emperor realm, you really are strong. Elder Jianmi gave a smug laugh. But your opponent isn't us. Just then, another figure flew up from behind them, with an incredibly formidable pressure. This stunned the Grand Elder. Damn it, what rotten luck. Why do I always have to run into these powerful experts? From the divine emperor realm? That man arrogantly unleashed his divine power and attacked, saying, are you even worthy of uttering this emperor's name? That stream of power split into smaller beams and struck with immense force. The Grand Elder was sent flying violently, creating a thick cloud of dust. Tienge rushed over in a panic to check on him. Grand Elder, how are you? He grabbed Tiange's hand and said with great effort, Ancestor, you must run. This man is a true powerhouse at the divine emperor realm. That guy looked down at Tianca with a stone-cold face. Are you the patriarch of the heavenly demon sect? Tianca didn't answer, but looked down and cursed inwardly. Damn it, what is this shitty luck? I'm always running into Divine Emperor Realm powerhouses. That Divine Emperor Realm guy let out a cold sneer. He raised his hand again, and unleashed a contemptuous ball of lightning. Humph, just a worthless trash in the Earth King realm. Old Man Jianmai and Dianfeng watched from the side, gloating. They were laughing hysterically in their minds. This brat can finally die. That ray of divine power shot straight towards Tianca. It was incredibly powerful. He just watched coldly as it drew closer. Then a fierce explosion erupted. As the smoke and debris began to fall, a youthful figure emerged from within, radiating an imposing aura. It left the two of them astonished, asking, how are you still standing? Spiritual energy lingered in the air. Tianca wiped some soot from his face. He spoke with contempt. One divine emperor and two quasi-emperors. And you still can't kill one person in the Earth King realm? Tianca felt his own face and asked the system in surprise, isn't my face's defense a little too high? The system replied matter-of-factly, it's normal, perfectly normal. It's just a few 100 million points higher than average. However, the host must be aware that if he attacks any other part of your body, you'll crumble like tofu at the slightest touch. The quasi-emperor hovering above spoke out, I refuse to believe this monster is really at the Earth King realm. You think this emperor can't do anything to you? With that, his anger flared. He raised his sword and charged forward with a killing blow. Tianca broke into a sweat, gritting his teeth as he thought, he can't expect me to lie face down. And take this sword with my face, can he? It's too fast, I can't dodge it. I'm out of options. Tianca had no choice but to summon a shield, to block his impending fate. The quasi-emperor charged, getting faster and faster. With its immense power, suddenly a brazen roar echoed out. Tianca was hit by the aftershock. This treacherous move's impact sent him flying backward. Amidst the lingering smoke, he struggled to push himself up, letting out a few coughs. At this moment, the Jiao Qi Holy Maiden ran over and asked worriedly, Ancestor Ningtian, are you all right? The quasi-emperor holding the sword widened his eyes in shock, thinking to himself, at such a close distance, a mere Earth King realm cultivator like him was caught in the aftermath. Yet he's completely unscathed? Tianca wiped away the bloodstain and replied to Zhao Ke, I'm fine. The system notification sound played. You have shocked the swordsman. Reward, 1 instant teleportation card. The teleportation card can be used to move a short distance. Its effect is consumed after 1 use. At that moment, the Three Saints' great emperor had also appeared. She clenched her fists, emanating an emperor's might as she scoffed in a low, contemptuous voice. Mere quasi-emperor. How dare you harm this seat's successor? The swordsman brandished the blade in his hand and said arrogantly, so this is the tomb of the Three Saints' great emperor. But so what if you were a great emperor? When you were alive? You're dead now. As a mere soul body, how many moves can you even execute? Be careful or I'll grind your bones to dust. The more the three saints' great emperor listened to him, the angrier she became, letting out a cold snort. You are truly arrogant. This seat can kill you in just a few moves. Her entire body glowed with spiritual light as she spoke to Thien Ka. Kid, watch closely. This seat will demonstrate for you one last time what the way of the palm and the way of the fist truly are. Thien Ka looked up at the three saints' great emperor and spoke. This junior awaits eagerly. The three saints' great emperor swung her palm back, unleashing the way of the palm and shouting, the aura of the way of the palm must be powerful enough to shatter mountains and rivers. Only when the way of the palm's aura is sufficient can it have the power to shatter mountains and rivers. Seeing this, the swordsman froze, breaking out in a cold sweat. He looked at the immense and overwhelming palm strike coming right for him. It made him say in a panic, what powerful pressure. But he quickly regained his composure, immediately using his technique, the myriad sword shield, to block the attack from the great emperor of three saints. The two streams of power clashed violently, but the swordsman was at a disadvantage. Gritting his teeth, he cursed, Damn it! Is this the power of a great emperor expert? She's just a remnant soul and I still can't stop her. Suddenly, another immense power shot down from the sky. The ground shattered upon impact. The great emperor of three saints also fell back, wondering, this aura. The moment the swordsman saw this, he was overjoyed and shouted, Alliance leader, you're finally here! The holy maiden of Yaochi recognized this person and said, Great Emperor Zhengtian. Brother Tian, blocking with one hand, looked up and said, I can't believe this old geezer came too. Old geezer? That great Emperor Zhengtian held a sphere of power in one hand. With the authority of the Great Ascension Realm, he commanded, You are merely a remnant soul. Disperse. The great Emperor of three saints was suppressed by his overwhelming pressure. Enraged, she yelled, Damn it! If I were still alive. The holy maiden of Yaochi raised her hand and screamed, Don't! I haven't brought senior three saints back to Yaochi yet. The weakened great emperor of three saints fell, saying sadly, What a pity. Just as she was saying sorrowfully, In the end, I still can't be buried with her, can I? Suddenly, Brother Tian instantly flew parallel to her and caught her. He landed on the ground, creating a powerful shockwave. Brother Tian held the great emperor of three saints in his arms. She looked over at him and asked, Kid, thank you. He looked at her and replied, It's nothing. Just a life for a life. His eyes suddenly sharpened as he thought to himself, Fortunately, the system just rewarded me with a few teleportation cards. But even if all of us combine our strength, I'm afraid we're still no match for this guy. What are we supposed to do now? Great Emperor Zhengtian looked down. Tienge thought, a bit surprised. His cultivation is so low. Yet he managed to save someone right under my nose. There's definitely something up with this kid. Just then, a system notification sounded again. You have shocked Great Emperor Zhengtian. Reward Great Emperor Summoning Card. Great Emperor Summoning Card. Can be used to summon a designated Great Emperor. Ignores space and teleportation. Discarded after one use. Tienge thought with a smirk. The Great Emperor Summoning Card. I'm saved. He stood up, stepped forward, and said confidently, Three holy seniors. Leave the saintess to me from now on. Great Emperor Zhengtian asked scornfully, A mere Earth King realm cultivator? Who gave you the courage to challenge me? Tienge smirked smugly and said to him, In a moment, when you're running for your life, you'll find out who gave me this courage. After saying that, he clenched both his fists, unleashing the power in his body and silently calling upon the system. Use the Great Emperor Summoning Card. Summon Luo Wuxian, the Queen Mother of the West. Now using the Great Emperor Summoning Card. Summoning Luo Wuxian, Queen Mother of the West. Summon successful. A stream of aura flowed down from the sky. The three holy seniors asked in surprise, This is the aura of a great emperor. And two of them at that. The Yaochi Saintess also wondered, How strange. Why does one of their auras feel so familiar? It feels like the Holy Master. Just as she said that, Queen Mother of the West and Luo Wuxian were teleported to the scene, completely dazed and confused. Bah. The Queen Mother of the West was still wearing a stunningly sleek swimsuit. Luo Wuxian stared at the Queen Mother of the West, dumbfounded, and asked, Just now, a rather irresistible force pulled me into the void. The Queen Mother of the West said in a daze, Me too. I was just about to take a bath. The great Emperor Zhengtian looked at the two in surprise and said to Luo Wuqing, The Queen Mother of the West was also wondering to herself, What kind of trick did this kid use? To think he could summon the two of them here in an instant. At the same time, the two of them, just as Luo Wuqing was wondering, she suddenly glanced over at Tienge. Seeing him behind her, she frowned and asked, Who hurt you like this? When Tienge saw his wife had arrived, he immediately pointed forward and tattled, Wifey, it's that guy. He used his strength to bully the weak. Great Emperor Zhengtian's face darkened with anger as he muttered, "You rotten brat." Luo Wuqing exuded a chilling, killing intent as she glared at him. She asked Great Emperor Zhengtian for a great emperor to strike a boy at the earthly king realm. Isn't that a bit improper? Great Emperor Zhengtian said, "Queen Mother of the West, your Jade Pool sacred land claims to be neutral, never involving itself in the struggles of any faction. Are you telling me you're taking his side now?" The Queen Mother of the West gave him a faint smile and said, "I'd advise you to think of a way to atone for your sins first." Great Emperor Zhengtian asked, "What do you mean by that?" "This emperor is the dignified Great Emperor, the leader of the Righteous Path Alliance." He was suddenly crushed by an immense pressure, leaving him stunned. Luo Wuxing was so enraged that her killing intent took physical form. She screamed, "I don't care who you are! You harmed my husband, so I'll take your life." Luo Wuqing's power erupted, like lightning and a drawn sword. He angrily questioned Zhengtian, "Do you really think your pathetic Righteous Path Alliance can provoke my heavenly demon cult?" Seeing this, Great Emperor Zhengtian shouted in shock, "A divine weapon! Luo Wuqing, have you really thought this through? You and I are both great emperors. If they make a move, this entire gloomy wind mountain range will be leveled." Luo Wuqing's attacks grew more and more ferocious, Sword Dao reaching the saint level. It created torrents of power that surged everywhere, questioning him. "So what does that have to do with me?" Tiange broke out in a cold sweat. He looked up at the woman and said, "Sword Dao reaching the saint level." The three saint great emperors behind him also followed every action from above and said to Tiange, "Kid, watch this battle between great emperors closely. A clash between great emperor-level experts is not something you see every day. Your lady's strength is nothing to be trifled with." Tiange looked up at Luo Wuqing and that immense power. He thought with a sigh, "Luo Wuqing has never used her full strength. In front of me, my lady truly hides her power well." The sword Luo Wuqing raised carried with it an ancient and formidable power. The Zhengtian Great Emperor refused to show any weakness. He struck at the same time. The two immense powers collided with each other, causing the very air to tremble violently. Small orbs of power also began to rain down everywhere from the impact. That power was about to fall, causing the faces of the three Saint Great Emperors to darken. Fortunately, right at that moment, the Queen Mother of the West flew in from behind with a shield. Facing the power that was falling towards Tiange, she quickly moved to block it. Then she played a suppressive melody. The Queen Mother of the West smiled faintly and said to Tiange, "See, your lady is truly angry now." She looked up at the battle again and said to Luo Wuqing, "Be careful, Emperor. Your aura is reaching your precious husband." Up in the battle, the two were still pitting their strength against each other. But it seemed Luo Wuqing was gaining the upper hand. Her power began to overwhelm the Zhengtian Great Emperor. She glanced down and called out loudly, "Luo Qin, since you're here, let's get down to business," she said coldly, pointing her sword forward before continuing, "Protect him well. I won't be holding back anymore." After speaking, she unleashed her power, gathering it in her sword, and thrust forward decisively, leaving Emperor Zhengtian no time to react. He could only use a shield that was formed. Hastily from spiritual power to block in front of himself, he cursed, "Damn it!" Continuous waves of sword energy struck, causing the entire scene to tremble violently. Tiange watched the battle, thinking to himself, "One day I'll be that strong too, or maybe even stronger." One of Luo Wuxing's strikes landed on Emperor Zhengtian, knocking him backward as he coughed several times. His body, pierced by that one sword strike, began to fade. Before he collapsed, he spoke with fury. "Luo Wuxing, for the sake of some brat, you've made an enemy of the Righteous Path Alliance. You will regret this." With those words, he collapsed. Behind her, Tiange exclaimed in surprise, "My wife, you won!" Luo Wuxing, her expression still stern, replied, "But that man Zhengtian, he's always been afraid of death. This time, it's certain. That wasn't his real body." She raised her sword, looking at the dissipating corpse, and added, "Just a mere phantom of an emperor, and he dared to be so insolent." Elder Jianmai and Tianfeng, seeing this, quickly turned to flee in terror. "The empress is so powerful. Even Emperor Zhengtian was defeated." Jin Ren, drenched in sweat, yelled, "Run!" Luo Wuxing raised a hand, unleashing her power, chasing after the three of them and declaring, "Did you really think you could escape?" That stream of power was like a hand, piercing straight through their three bodies. All that was left were their helpless screams of "Ah!" After dealing with those three annoyances, Luo Wuxing landed in front of Tiange. She then walked closer, gently touching his face and asking with deep concern, "How are you feeling now?" Tiange took her hand, smiled gently, and said, "Thank you, my dear wife. You're so good to me." The two of them pressed their foreheads together, looking incredibly happy. Overjoyed, This made the Queen Mother of the West, who was standing nearby, darken her face and cough pointedly. A reminder. You two, show some restraint for me. Stop with the public displays of affection here. She blushed slightly, pointed to herself, and asked the Grand Ancestor, "A moment ago I was about to take a bath when I was pulled here. Was this some kind of trick you pulled?" Hearing this, Tianga glanced to the side, with an innocent expression on his face. "Huh? Taking a bath?" he asked. The Queen Mother of the West replied, "That's right. If I had been in the middle of bathing, what would you have done then? Today, you owe me a reasonable explanation." Tianga suddenly broke out in a cold sweat. He couldn't form a complete sentence, stammering, Luo was trying to come up with an excuse, thinking to himself, "I can't just say, and I have a great emperor summoning card, can I?" Before he could say anything, Luo Wuqing stood up and explained on Tiange's behalf. "Ningtian has his own ways. All right, that's enough. For now, let's drop this matter. No one is to mention it again." Tianga, having been saved by his wife, immediately turned into a little puppy, wagging his tail and fawning over her. "Luo Wuqing, thank you, my dear wife, for getting me out of that." She also blushed as she looked at him. The Queen Mother of the West observed this from the side. This made Tiange even more certain in his speculation. This Grand Ancestor is becoming more and more complicated. Just then, Zhao Shi's panicked voice rang out. "Three holy seniors, what's happening to you?" The three holy great emperors were fading away, but they spoke calmly. "In the end, we are merely remnant souls. Ultimately, our fate has run its course." Zhao Shi looked urgently at Luo Wuqing and reported, "Holy Lord, the three holy seniors wish to be buried in one place, together with great Emperor Zhao Xuan. We need to bring her back immediately." The Queen Mother of the West spoke, her gaze lowered. "This place is very far from Zhao Qi. I'm afraid the condition of the three sage seniors is—" The remnant souls of the three sage great emperors floated upwards. They looked content, saying, "It's all right. To be able to ascend to the heavens a step sooner to meet Zhao Huyan is also a blessing." She looked down once more before disappearing and called out, "Grandmaster?" Tianga also clasped his hands respectfully to reassure her. "Rest assured, you three sage seniors, this junior will carry on your legacy. I will definitely not let you down." The remnant souls of the three sage seniors replied with satisfaction, "Thank you." Everyone wore a sorrowful expression. But as for Tiange, his resolve only hardened as he thought, "I must become an existence that can fight side by side with a great emperor." Scene change. Tianling Domain, Central Continent. Inside Secret Chamber 7 of the Righteous Path Alliance, Great Emperor Zheng Tian was affected by his illusory projection's destruction, and coughed up a mouthful of blood. He sat on his throne, and so furious that he clenched his fists, forcing out each word, "Luo Wu Xing," that detestable man. He dared to destroy my strongest illusory clone, and Zhao Qi too, daring to help the heavenly demon cult. They truly have no regard for my Righteous Path Alliance. Just then a voice rang out. Such a fiery temper. "It seems this emperor has come at a bad time," Great Emperor Zheng Tian said in surprise. "Great Emperor Shu Shen." His eyes narrowed dangerously as he looked at him. Great Emperor Shu Shen asked, "When on earth are you finally coming out of seclusion?" Recently, the Queen Mother of the West of Yaochi and the demon cult have been getting very close. If they truly join forces, won't our plan be ruined? After hearing this, Great Emperor Shu Shen burst out laughing. "Ha ha!" He told him not to worry. "Zheng Tian, you've already vaguely touched that realm." Hearing this, Great Emperor Zheng Tian was astonished. At the same time, he asserted, "Impossible. There is no path to godhood, and I haven't participated in the fight for a divine position either. How could you possibly reach the god realm? The void." God Great Emperor raised a finger to his lips, replying with an unreadable expression, "Although I haven't truly stepped into the god realm, the power I possess is even stronger than that of a powerhouse, at the peak of the Great Emperor realm by half. I call it a pseudo-god. Just you wait. That ancestor from the Jiaotri heavenly demon sect, all of them will become spirits crushed beneath my feet." The scene changes to the heavenly demon sect. In the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. Inside a room, Lac Voting was examining Thian Ka's wounds and said, "Your injuries are much better now." Thian Ka took Lac Votin's hand, gently calling her, "My dear wife, you care for me so much." He leaned in and whispered suggestively in her ear, "How should your husband repay you?" Lac Votin's face turned completely red. Before she knew it, Thian Ka had already flipped over and pinned her down. Lac Voting raised a hand towards Thian Ka's mouth and said, "You braggart, didn't you say before that the three saints left you a storage ring?" Thian Ka's eyes widened. "All right," he said. "She told me that all the treasures are inside that ring." Thian Ka sat up straight, took out the storage ring, and wondered, "I wonder what's inside." Lac Voting also looked at the storage ring, and said, "Since it's that guy's stuff, you'd better prepare yourself mentally." Hearing that, Tianka asked in confusion, "What do you mean?" Suddenly, the storage ring emitted a powerful force, sending them both flying up. They both exclaimed, "Huh?" in confusion. Before he could understand what was happening, Tianka was sucked into the storage ring. He fell inside. Landing hard on his knees, he wondered to himself, "This is the inside of the storage ring? It's completely empty. There's nothing here at all. That old crone couldn't have lied to me, could she?" Just as he finished speaking, Tianka saw that there was near him. The chest shone with a dazzling light. He approached it, making a guess. A chest this big must have a treasure inside. Tianka opened it and see. But inside, shining just as brightly, was another smaller chest. It was another blood chest. Tianka broke into a sweat and said, "Let's try again." Unexpectedly, inside that chest was yet another chest. It drove him crazy, and he started opening them one after another, and another still. In the end, all that was left was a tiny little chest. It left Tianka with a terribly ugly look on his face. That old hag, the Three Saints, had set up a collection of Russian nesting dolls, with more than 10 of them. After cursing her out, he finally opened the tiny chest. From inside, the remnant soul of the Three Saints' great emperor flew out. She hovered in the air, laughing loudly. "Ha ha ha! Young man, you shouldn't be so endlessly greedy. The most precious treasure in this tomb. It is my own legacy." Tianka was so shocked his jaw went stiff. He pointed a finger and yelled, You damned old hag!" The Three Saints' great emperor took out a scroll. She said magnanimously, "Oh, forget it. Consider this a little gift from an elder to a junior." Tianka raised both hands to receive it and asked happily, "What is this?" The moment he grabbed it, he was ejected from the storage ring. Lakvoting was lying on the bed, waiting. Seeing Tianka, she immediately asked, "How did it go?" Tianka asked suspiciously, "Honey, did you know all along that there was nothing inside this ring?" Lakvoting didn't hide it and explained, "I've heard that the Three Saints wasn't just the poorest great emperor, but also an incredible cheapskate. If you were hoping for gold, silver, or treasures, or maybe some immortal artifacts or cultivation techniques, then you were bound to be disappointed." Tianka looked at the scroll and lamented, "There's only this one sheepskin scroll." Lakvoting looked at the scroll and said in surprise, "I can't believe the Three Saints actually left behind something this good." Hearing that, Tianka was also surprised and asked, "Something good?" Luo Wuying unintentionally opened the scroll and read through it a bit. "This prescription, if it's refined into a medicinal pill, it should be able to help you reach the mid-stage of the minor completion heavenly god physique," Tianka asked in surprise. "This prescription can actually be useful for the heavenly god physique?" Luo Wuying frowned and added, "The heavenly demon sect has all the necessary medicinal pills. Only the thunder core fruit and the 9 phoenix frozen grass. I'll have to go to a faraway place to find them." After hearing this, Tiange clenched his fists. He resolutely thought to himself, "If I want to grow up quickly, I can't always rely on my wife's power." With that thought, he said to Luo Wuying, "You don't need to worry about finding the ingredients for me." Luo Wuying said, "But if I help you, you'll be able to get the pill much sooner." Tiange leaned in, gently touched her face, and coaxed, "Right now, the heavenly demon sect is in a very precarious position. If you go looking for them and start a fight, it's bound to attract unwanted attention. In short, this is something I can handle. I won't trouble you with it." Hearing these words, Luo Wuying thought in a daze, "This man seems to have become less reckless." Tiange grabbed her shoulders and said, "However, I'm still not very clear on the details of this prescription." He pulled her into his arms and said softly and affectionately, "Why don't you, my dear wife, help me study it a little more carefully?" Luo Wuying's face turned completely red. "Like this? Study the prescription like this?" Impatient, Tiange pushed her down. Luo Wuying was startled and cried out, "Ah, you reckless fool!" And so it began. The next morning, the scene shows 2 birds courting on a branch. Tiange stepped out of the room, his face still as red as a tomato. He was still thinking about last night. My wife was quite satisfied with last night's prescription research session. I should arrange more activities like that next time, heh. He then got serious, clenched his fist, and said, "Right now I have mastered 3 martial arts: music, sword, and palm. Only the way of the fist. I have yet to master a single one. A powerful fist-based martial art. I should go check the scripture pavilion." Scene changed to the scripture pavilion. Elder Gu Han's pavilion. He senses something and turns his head. Tiange lands and approaches with an imposing air. He cups his hands and says, "Greetings, ancestor." The moment he looks up, his eyes widen in astonishment as he thinks, it's only been a few months, and the ancestor is already a 9-star Earth King. The system announces, "You have shocked Elder Gu Han. Reward, martial arts completion function. Martial arts completion, a function to supplement the missing parts of incomplete martial arts. Completion can be achieved through comprehension. Tiange thinks to himself, martial arts completion. Elder Gu Han cups his hands and asks Tiange, Ancestor, which floor do you wish to go to this time? With his hands behind his back, Tiange walks forward and replies, the 5th floor. The elder turns to his disciple and urgently orders, hurry! Clear out everything from the 1st floor to the 5th floor. That disciple replies, yes, sir. Tiange gives Elder Gu Han a dark look and says, I'm just here to practice a martial art. Elder, why are you acting like a disaster is about to strike? As if I'm the king of destruction. Elder Gu Han strokes his chin and says, Ancestor, please forgive me. This old man is just taking precautions. He invites Tiange to enter the 5th floor. His eyes scan the rows of books as he reads the titles aloud. Demon God Fist. Magma Fist. To unleash the fist intent. The tyrannical and violent aura of the 3 Saint Great Emperors. I need to find a fist martial art. And that's compatible with it. Mid-grade Earth rank martial skill. Tyrant Flame Fist. Analysis indicates that Tyrant Flame Fist is incomplete. Based on the host's comprehension of the way of the fist, it can be fully repaired. Repair it? Tiange holds the Tyrant Flame Fist manual in his hand and says joyfully, the peerless spirit of a scorching divine flame. This is it. Repairing. Repair successful. The complete version. Comprehending the piercing flame fist at 10 times the normal speed, Tiange begins to absorb it. The piercing flame fist with its terrifying power. He is surrounded by a powerful scorching technique. Tiange's entire body emits a formidable aura. Tyrant Flame Fist comprehension successful. The ferocious flames shot high into the air, causing a commotion in this place once again. The disciples pointed, panicking as they spoke. The scripture pavilion isn't going to be destroyed this time, is it? The flames grew fiercer, spreading everywhere. Elder Gu Han also came to see what was happening. But he didn't seem very surprised. Instead, he let out a sigh and said, thank goodness, this time the founder only shook the tower, and not the main hall. A male disciple below pointed upwards and shouted, quick, look! The 5th floor is on fire! The flames are raging! Then another surge of power shot straight into the sky, with a spiraling aura twisting around it. It made that power seem even more terrifying to behold. Elder Gu Han froze, his expression grim. No, that isn't fire. He broke out in a sweat and said gravely, that aura is the Tyrant Flame Fist. Wait a minute, why is the founder cultivating that technique? I remember, the Tyrant Flame Fist was just a tattered old manual. At that moment, the system announced, you have astonished Elder KuBI and Elder Gu Han. Tiange normally absorbs the spiritual energy of the sun. Do you wish to share the sun's spiritual energy? To become the divine core of the Tyrant Flame Fist? Yes or no? Tiange's body was unceasingly radiating the power of the Tyrant Flame Fist. He looked at the power in his hand, contemplating. The Tyrant Flame Fist requires the fusion of tyrannical aura and the spiritual energy of fire to unleash its maximum power. What if I use the intense spiritual energy of the sun as the divine fire energy for my Overlord Flame Fist? I wonder what effect that would have. Beginning to absorb the spiritual energy of the light. Just then, a thick layer of clouds formed in the sky. A beam of light shot up into the sky, shining down on the scripture pavilion where Tiange was. In a flash, Tiange's figure flew out. Startled, Elder Gu Han shouted, amazing! Is the ancestor about to ascend? The light of the holy radiance shone down. I can't believe it. The ancestor is actually using spiritual energy manifested from sunlight to cultivate. The golden light figure clenched its fists, as if it were cultivating high in the air. It made the female disciples below blush as they said one by one, wow. The ancestor's 8-pack abs are so perfect. I really want to use his abs as a pillow and fall asleep. The flames are burning stronger and stronger. The ancestor will be okay, right? How could anything happen to someone as amazing as the ancestor? Under the sunlight formed from spiritual energy, Elder Gu Han gritted his teeth, not even blinking as he thought to himself. The spiritual energy of the sun and moon is something that ordinary spiritual energy cannot compare to. It's incredibly difficult to absorb and utilize. It can even backfire on the user. No matter how heaven-defying the ancestor is, he's still only at the Earth King realm. If something goes wrong, as the heat from the sunlight's spiritual energy grew more intense, Lua Wushan arrived just in time, quickly flying in front of him. Elder Gu Han clasped his hands. Greetings, Your Majesty, the Empress. He couldn't help but feel a surge of relief in his heart. The Empress is here. The ancestor and the scripture pavilion are saved this time. The golden light figure of Tiange behind her was absolutely enormous. A terrified male disciple asked, What
What monster is that?
Elder Gu Han stared, dumbfounded, and said, I can't believe the ancestor. Luo Wuxian also looked at it and said, It's a great Tao Dharma body. Elder Gu Han stepped forward, raised his hand, and added, I've heard that only when the great Tao transforms to its highest level does the great Tao Dharma body appear. Could it be that right now, the Grandmaster has already mastered the Tyrant Flame Fist to its absolute peak? Luo Wuqing, remaining calm, knew better and said, Ning Tian's mastery of the Fist Tao has not yet reached its peak. Not at all. He is merely pursuing that highest level, deducing the great Tao. While deducing the great Tao, one can form a great Tao Dharma body. This can elevate this level of one's great Tao to its highest state. Channeling 30% of her power, Lo began to deduce the Fist Tao martial art. Brother Tian squeezed his eyes shut. As his aura flowed continuously, he suddenly snapped his eyes open. Together, he and his Dharma body slashed a hand across the scripture pavilion, causing Elder Gu Han to let out a terrified, gut-wrenching scream.
What is the Grandmaster doing? The scripture pavilion can't take it anymore.
As he was screaming his head off, Luo Wuqing remained calm. Raising a hand to cast a spell, she said, It's all right. She took control of all the cultivation manuals inside the scripture pavilion and moved them outside, instructing, Elder Gu Han, secure these cultivation manuals for now, and inform the disciples of every hall to prepare their defenses. Elder Gu Han clasped his hands and replied, Yes. Meanwhile, Brother Tian once again directed his Dharma body to strike the scripture pavilion, smashing it to smithereens. He declared, I am currently in a state of deduction. I cannot be disturbed, and I absolutely cannot be interrupted. Otherwise, I'll likely lose all the cultivation power I've amassed. Brother Tian took a stance again. Then he gathered his power, creating numerous afterimages, and went on a wild rampage. Earth and stone flew everywhere with the force he generated. It was utterly terrifying. The elders couldn't stop shouting the names of the halls that Brother Tian had destroyed. The Heavenly Demon Hall, Sword Hall and Fire Hall, Blade Path, they've all collapsed. The Patriarch really is a demolition fiend. Unlike the other elders, Luo Wusheng just smiled cheerfully and said, If they're broken, they're broken. We can just build new ones later. Right now, Ning Tian is deducing the Way of the Fist. It also contains the Way of Fortune. Why aren't you all hurrying to comprehend it? The disciples clasped their hands and replied, Thank you, Empress, for your enlightenment. Then they immediately sat down to comprehend. Luo Wusheng flew up and reassured them. There's no need to be anxious, everyone. His Way of the Fist is anything but ordinary. If you can use his Way of Fortune to step into the Way of the Fist, then it would be a great opportunity for you. An incense stick's time later, Tiange was still diligently cultivating. His eyes were shut tight, his peerless, domineering aura radiating. With divine fire burning, he threw a punch, full of might and power. One punch also controlled the Dharmakaya, which performed a fire dance, sweeping away the divine thrones. The power of the Dharmakaya became even stronger. The deduction of the Fist Art's martial way is complete. The great Tao Dharmakaya dissipated. After a moment, Tiange landed on the ground and said, Finally, I've perfectly merged the domineering aura of the Tyrant Flame Fist with the divine fire. Perfectly.
Yeah.
You have astonished the entire Heavenly Demon cult. Reward, immortal grade item, the Viantine Gauntlets. After being equipped, they can become invisible on your hands, achieving the effect of appearing as if you're not wearing them. Equipped Viantine Gauntlets. Tiange looked at the gauntlets. The power coming from them was just as formidable. He said happily, This is great! Whether it's the exclusive gauntlets or this immortal grade item, the power unleashed from a single punch of mind has gotten much stronger. Luo Wusheng approached and asked cheerfully, How does it feel? Tiange replied, It's not bad. I still feel like I haven't thought this through enough. He looked behind him and discovered a dizzying scene of utter ruin. He stepped forward, wondering to himself, This wasn't my doing again, was it? Luo Wuqing said calmly, It's nothing. As a member of the Heavenly Demon Sect, your cultivation is more important. Hearing these words, the disciples in the scripture pavilion looked like they were about to explode with anger. Elder Gu Han was also extremely displeased, thinking to himself, Go on, your majesty, just keep spoiling him. Just then another voice spoke up. How strange. The Empress is here in the Heavenly Demon Sect. Who could possibly cause such a huge disturbance here? Tiange and Luo Wuqing looked over. It was the Holy Son of the Heavenly Treasure Sacred Land. He clasped his hands and greeted the Empress. The Heavenly Treasure Sacred Land invites Ancestral Master Ning Tian to Shenzhou Luo City to participate in the annual Heavenly Treasure Auction. Surprised, Tiange pointed to himself and asked, An auction? Inviting me? Scene change. Tingyu Pavilion, Heavenly Demon Sect. Luo Wuqing, sitting on the main seat, spoke up. The Heavenly Demon Hall needs to be repaired. We have inconvenienced you, Holy Son of Heavenly Treasure, by having to discuss the Heavenly Treasure auction here. The white-haired Holy Son said, It's no problem at all. Whatever arrangements the Empress makes are surely the most appropriate. Tiange looked over at him and asked, What is this Heavenly Treasure auction you just mentioned? The Holy Son placed a hand on his chest and answered with enthusiasm, It's an event that our Heavenly Treasure Sacred Land organizes. It is the largest auction in the entire Heavenly Spirit domain. All the treasures of the Heavenly Spirit domain will be auctioned off there. It's truly a sight to behold. With a thoughtful expression, Tiange said, So that's how it is. I can understand why the Heavenly Treasure Sacred Land would invite Her Majesty of the Demon Sect. I can understand. But why was I specifically invited to come along? The white-haired Holy Son clasped his hands and said frankly, Of course, it's because the legendary Grandmaster's fame spread far and wide, especially after the battle at the great Emperor's tomb. This little brother's admiration for you, Grandmaster, is like a mighty surging river. That's why I continuously begged my master to come here and invite you. My sincerity can be witnessed by the sun and the moon. Tiange was getting a headache from listening to him. He quickly raised his hand, telling him, Stop! Cut the flattery and get to the point. The white-haired Holy Son stiffened, a light sweat breaking out on his brow. Then he started to tear up, looking at him and saying, Grandmaster, you're so heartless. Everything I said was true. You were the first person I thought of. Tiange was completely exasperated with him, but the guy just gave a sly grin, leaned in closer, and added, Besides, I heard that every single girl in the Divine Continent is absolutely captivating, with the Grandmaster's charm radiating in all directions. If I'm with you, I believe this little brother can also quickly escape being single, heh. A cold sweat dripped down Tiange's back as he sized him up. Luo Wuqing, sitting above them, looked at Tiange and said, The Tianbao auction has always been famous for the quality of its treasures, the very highest quality. You could indeed go there and try your luck. You might just find the medicinal herbs you need. Tiange smiled lightly in response. If my wife holds the auction in such high regard, then I really must go and take a look. Luo Wuqing stood up and spoke again. Although the relationship between the Supreme Divine Kingdom and the Heavenly Demon cult isn't exactly bad, they probably won't make a move against you. She walked forward, saying, But just to be safe. Luo Wuqing stared intently at Tiange. It made the white-haired Holy Son blush without even realizing it. But she suddenly grabbed Tiange by his shirt. He was completely startled. Thinking he was about to get beaten up, he cried out, Wife! Wife, calm down! But Luo Wuqing unexpectedly kissed Tiange. Left him rooted to the spot, staring at her. The two kissed passionately. It even made the white-haired Holy Son get a nosebleed as he wondered to himself, Whoa, am I even allowed to be watching this? Between Luo Wuqing and Tiange's lips, a golden light suddenly burst forth. Luo Wuqing then gently explained, I have planted a protective formation inside your body. At a critical moment, it will block a blow for you. Furthermore, I will also be alerted. She then summoned a mask and continued, There is some NDT0 in the storage ring. When the time comes, don't hesitate to buy whatever you want. And there's also this silk mask. Tiange took it and asked, A silk mask? Luo Wuqing explained again. Wearing it can change your appearance. It can also conceal your original aura. That way, you won't have to worry about your identity being exposed. Tiange put on the silk mask. A light emanated from it as well. Luo Wuqing and the white-haired Holy Son watched intently. Tiange opened his eyes again with his face. Transforming, the white-haired Holy Son took out a magnifying glass, tilted his head, and called out, Grandmaster, your current appearance. Tiange wondered, How do I look? He looked into a mirror to check. The result revealed an incredibly ugly face. It shocked him so much that he turned and shouted, Wife! Do I really have to wear this thing? Luo, for better or worse, I'm a member of the Heavenly Demon Sect. I can't tarnish the image of the Heavenly Demon Sect. Luo Wuqing countered, If you wear this, other people won't know that you are the legendary Grandmaster of the Heavenly Demon Sect. Therefore, it won't affect anything. Her eyes suddenly glinted with anger as she questioned him. Or are you saying that you two want to go around seducing the maidens of the Divine Continent? This made Tiange frantically deny it. Absolutely not. Meanwhile, the Holy Son felt helpless about the situation. Tiange suddenly rushed towards Luo Wuqing. He gracefully wrapped an arm around her waist. His other hand took hers as he asked flirtatiously, Wifey, you didn't give me this mask because you were jealous, did you? Luo Wuqing tilted her head and said, Who's jealous? I'm just afraid your natural charm will cause some huge trouble again. The two of them continued acting all lovey-dovey. causing the white-haired saint nearby to practically turn to stone. He lamented that he was counting on using the Grandmaster's charm to escape his loneliness. But now, it seems he can't even compare to me, the saint himself. If I had known, I wouldn't have come. Several days later, Tienge had departed from the heavenly demon cult and arrived at Shenzhou City. As he walked, he praised admiringly, "Your Gale Shadow technique is truly incredible. I can't believe we made it to Shenzhou City in just over half a day." The white-haired saint also praised his own sacred beast profusely. "My sacred beast. Don't look down on it just because it's a level 2 demonic beast. It can travel 10,000 li in a single day. This is the prized treasure of our heavenly treasure sacred land." As soon as they arrived, they saw the local prodigies in an uproar, all rushing off somewhere. "Hey, has everyone heard? The 9-level wind and thunder platform is open again." Tienge quickly placed a hand on a man's shoulder to ask about the situation. "Hello, excuse me, what is the 9-level wind and thunder platform?" The guy turned around and exclaimed, "The 9-level wind and thunder platform? You don't even know about that? You must be from out of town, right?" His face flushed as he recalled the details, and he said, "Legend says that within the 9-level wind and thunder platform of Shenzhou City lies the divine thunder Tao, the most mysterious of the 3,000 great Taos. Although it only has 9 steps, very few people since ancient times have managed to reach the top. If you set foot on the 8th level, you can even earn the opportunity to have dinner with the princess." The moment the white-haired saint heard this, he instantly flashed over to ask, "The princess? Do you mean Princess Yueling? One of the 3 great beauties of Shenzhou?" Causing Tienge, who was standing to the side, to feel embarrassed for him. The other guy was also taken aback for a moment. Then he crossed his arms and replied proudly, "That's right, it's her." Without another word, the white-haired saint's son led the sacred beast at a whirlwind speed and said, "Grandmaster, let's hurry up too, don't waste any time." Tienge asked in a panic, "Shouldn't we find a place to stay first?" In the blink of an eye, the 2 horses were tied to a tree in front of the Taoist temple. He clenched his fist and asked again, "A place to stay? How can that compare to Princess Yue Ling? Ah, no. What's more important than the divine thunder Tao?" He dragged Tienge and the group along as he ran inside, saying, "Let's go, we should join in too." The 2 horses looked at their 2 masters, their faces utterly speechless. Inside a room, a girl was peeking out. She covered her mouth with a delighted smile and said, "A 1,000-mile horse delivery? The Tianbao Holy Land. This young lady will gladly accept." Scene changed to the Supreme Divine Kingdom. The vast square was now packed with people, but soldiers were still on strict duty. Tienge looked around, observing everything, and then said, "A public square, yet it has so many soldiers on guard. Shenzhou City security is truly stringent." The white-haired saint's son, also excited, looked around and said, "After all, the Supreme Divine Kingdom is the center of the Tianling domain, and Shenzhou City is under the rule of the Supreme Divine Kingdom." "It is?" Tienge asked him in surprise. "Is the Supreme Divine Kingdom that powerful?" He held up 3 fingers and said with a confident smile, "Of course. Compared to the Supreme Divine Kingdom, the Dongheng Kingdom is, at best, a 3rd-rate power. The heavenly demon sect in the Western continent, they seize territory with their power without any restrictions. Shenzhou City also has countless sects, but behind all these powers there is official backing. Even great Tao experts who get involved must also depend on the power of the state." Tienge's eyes widened in surprise. "So that's how it is." The white-haired saint's son reminded him again, "So when you cultivate, be a little more careful here." At that moment, a purple-haired girl stepped out onto the city wall. Her face was obscured, and with only her cold eyes visible, she announced in a powerful voice, "The wind and thunder. Platform's 9th level is open once again. I hope you all will strive to reach the top." The white-haired holy son excitedly clenched his fists and said, "It's Princess Yueling!" As expected of one of the 3 great beauties of the divine continent. Even her voice is like celestial music. Another man, blushing, also said, "If I could have dinner with Princess Yue Ling and see her true appearance, I would die with no regrets." Tianka voiced his confusion, asking, "Then wouldn't it be fine if you just reached level 8? Hearing this, they scowled and retorted, "Do you think this wind and thunder stairway is that easy to climb? With each step, the difficulty doubles. It's like trying to ascend to the heavens. But because of the heavenly treasure auction, which is happening soon, many powerful outsiders have appeared in the divine continent city. Who knows? Someone might be able to seize this opportunity." Tianka broke into a light sweat, staying completely silent, not daring to utter another word. Yueling asked again, "I wonder which fellow cultivator is willing to be the first to make an attempt?" A man stepped forward and introduced himself. "This humble one, Jia Cat Vu, is willing to be so bold as to try." The women in the crowd all swooned at his beauty. They started cheering.
It's the holy son of the Xiaoyao Holy Land, Jia Cat Vu. Young Master Jia Cat, I love you. You're so handsome. Is there any man in this world more handsome
than young Master Jia Cat? Hearing this, the white-haired holy son's face turned as red as a boiled shrimp with anger.
Humph, a bunch of naive women who've never seen the world. Grandmaster, hurry and take off your mask. Show them what a true master looks like.
Thien Ka broke into a sweat and shushed him.
Keep your voice down.
Yueling spoke, inviting him.
Xiaoyao Holy Son, please.
Jia Cat Vu channeled his spiritual energy, which manifested as lightning beneath his feet, causing the surrounding wind to swirl into a vortex as he spoke again. I've long heard of the great reputation of the 9th-level Wind and Thunder platform in Divine Continent City. Today I shall see for myself just how powerful it is. He knelt on the ground, as that lightning power gradually intensified. Over here, the white-haired holy son was stroking his chin. He even frowned as he sized up the situation. Although these 9 azure stones look ordinary at first glance, the power hidden within them is indeed the Divine Thunder Tao. What a reckless fool. On this 9th-level Wind and Thunder platform, a single moment of carelessness could get you blasted into smithereens. Hearing him say that, Thien Ka became curious. How do you know so much? He grinned sinisterly. Glancing over at Thien Ka, he answered, Actually, I've tried it before, but I only made it to the 7th step. Because just as I was about to step onto the 8th, the lightning power within the stone suddenly surged. I was lucky I desperately summoned my life-saving magic treasure several times. Otherwise, the 5 thunder strike would have killed me on the spot. Just recalling it made him hug himself grimly. He sighed, that feeling of my entire body going numb. I never want to experience it a second time. Thien Ka looked him over, sizing him up with endless speculation. The group of girls over here were already blushing, and they were all cheering him on non-stop.
Look! Young Master Jia Cat has already reached the 7th step. Young Master Jia Cat is at the Saint King realm. He can definitely climb to the 9th step.
Go, young Master Jia Cat. Jia Cat Vu took another step forward, his face grim as he felt the pressure. With every step he ascended, he could feel the pressure increasing relentlessly. This 9th-level Wind and Thunder platform is truly something else. The old woman standing beside Nguyet Lin looked down at him and said, Princess, perhaps this Jia Cat Vu can... But Nguyet Lin cut her off, asking, Really? The moment she said it, Jia Cat Vu was already faltering. Sweat poured off him like rain, and his eyes widened with grave intensity. Then he turned around, clasped his hands, and said, This humble one's talent is lacking. You've gone and disappointed the 7th princess, Yueling said softly. It's all right. The Xiaoyao Holy Son was already very strong. It's just a little bit of a pity. Over on his side, Thien Ka couldn't hold it in any longer. Genuinely interested in testing his strength, he stepped forward and said, How interesting, I want to give it a try. The white-haired holy son beside him had a grave expression. He warned, Ancestor, don't be so reckless. Zhu Jiu is a holy emperor realm expert after all. If something happens to you, how will I explain myself to the female emperor? Up on the city wall, Yue Ling asked once more, Is there anyone else? A fellow cultivator who dares to give it a try? With a burst of momentum, Thien Ka stepped forward and shouted, Me! A profound aura radiated from his feet as he added, Let me try. The group of women outside immediately looked on with disdain. Who is this guy? I don't know, he looks completely ordinary, nothing special about him. And he dares to challenge the level 9 Wind and Thunder platform? He's not very good-looking either. Completely inferior to the Xiaoyao Holy Son, Yueling asked Thien Ka. Excuse me, who might this fellow cultivator be? Before he could answer, the white-haired Holy Son shouted an introduction. This is the renowned and cool-as-hell young master Ning Chu, a good friend of mine, Zhou Yuanbao. Thien Ka looked over at him, fucking speechless. The cultivators outside were dumbfounded by the cool part. He really dares to boast. No matter how you look at him, he doesn't fit the word cool. But if he's a good friend of the Tianbao Holy Son, he definitely can't be weak, but so what? Didn't the Tianbao Holy Son also get electrocuted, till he was burnt on the outside and tender on the inside? Yueling also looked toward him and asked, Tianbao Holy Son, long time no see. It seems you've been living quite well recently. As she spoke, his eyes turned into hearts. He scratched his head sheepishly and said, Not at all, not at all. Thien Ka was starting to really wish he didn't know this guy. Yueling spoke again, If you are a friend of the Tianbao Holy Son, yeah, then please step forward and give it a try. As Thien Ka took a step, a powerful spiritual energy erupted from him. I must obtain the Divine Thunder Tao. He took one step onto the Wind Thunder platform. A profound spiritual energy was released, but in the next moment his expression grew heavy. He wondered, what's happening? A powerful force surrounded Tiange's body. I still can't move an inch, he thought. Why is it that as soon as I stepped on this stair, I felt my body become completely paralyzed? Tiange's body continuously gathered power, but he remained standing perfectly still. This confused everyone, and they started discussing it. What happened to him? Why isn't he moving? The spiritual pressure on the first level is extremely weak. Don't tell me he can't even get past that? Hearing this, Saint Son Tianbao looked like he was about to explode. He furiously roared at them. What do you people know? There's no way my friend would get stuck on the first step. At that moment, the system's voice sounded. Host, this 9-level Wind Thunder platform is reversed for those with a celestial physique. Is reversed for those with a celestial physique. Hearing this, Tiange looked down at his feet and understood. Reversed? Does that mean my first level is actually the 9th level? The system's notification rang out again. The host can now immediately begin to absorb the comprehension method of the Divine Thunder Dao. However, during the comprehension process, the host must withstand the pressure of the 9th level. Absorb, yes or no? Tiange's face contorted as he thought to the system, absorb it! The system received the command. It immediately announced a check. Measuring. The host is absorbing the comprehension method of the Divine Thunder Dao. Comprehension is proceeding at 10 times the normal speed. Dreams of Thunder Dao descended. The system added a few more words. Please endure, host. Following that, another blast of wind thunder from above violently roared down and struck Tiange. The people outside, witnessing this unprecedented scene, he gasped in horror. The wind lightning transformation. Isn't this the legendary phenomenon? Something that should only appear when one reaches level 9? How could a situation like this possibly occur at the first level? Whitling frowned, looking down. She asked Master Nam Yen, what in the world is happening? Nam Yen also spoke with uncertainty. I'm not entirely sure myself. Until this day, a situation like this has never occurred before. Below, within the wind lightning transformation, the storm continued to violently surge around Thien Ka, who was at its center. He slowly released a stream of lightning, an incredibly dense, golden raging lightning spirit vein. As it merged with that lightning storm, he thought, luckily I've endured a lightning tribulation before. My body contains a lightning tribulation spirit vein. Otherwise, there's no way I could have withstood this. Then, with blazing red eyes, he unleashed the lightning dragon spirit vein shield behind him, roaring, "Ah!" watching the wind lightning transformation and the lightning veins within it. Growing stronger and stronger, the people standing around could now barely keep their footing. One of them said, this raging lightning, I'm afraid even an expert at the heavenly sovereign realm would perish in there. And yet he's not dead. His defensive power is terrifying. Ancestor Master, you absolutely must be okay. As lightning dragons circled outside, the system's voice chimed in again. Astounding the Divine Continent City. Cultivation 10. Reward 3 lightning resistance pills. After consumption, can resist a portion of lightning damage. Reward swift recovery elixir. After consumption, can rapidly recover from injuries. Thien Ka reached out and took the 2 pills. Full of fighting spirit, he commanded, System, use a lightning resistance pill, and use the swift recovery elixir for me. At this moment, with every step Thien Ka took, it was as if he were wreathed in the very way of lightning. The wind lightning transformation was also dispersed by more than half, and so Thien Ka placed his foot on the next step. He ascended 1 step at a time. Thien Ka was completely unaffected. He just kept climbing as if it were nothing. The system announced again, Divine Thunder Dao comprehension successful. The current level of comprehension has begun to unlock. Thien Ka stood before the final step of the staircase, lost in thought. Step 8, which is as hard as ascending to the heavens, was so easy this time. Does that mean step 9 is... The continuous voices from below rang out, causing Thien Ka to glance down. The 8th step? He made it to the 8th step. He's not done yet. Quick, look! It looks like he wants to keep going. What the 9th step? That's impossible. Just who in the world is he? The shock system rang out again, shocking everyone. Reward? Wind Thunder Dao Comprehension Point +1. His Wind Thunder Dao has already achieved initial success. Thien Ka heard the announcement and thought grimly, there are too many eyes here. Since I've already obtained the comprehension method for the Wind Thunder Dao, I don't necessarily have to step onto the 9th step. It'll save me from troublesome explanations. With that thought, he turned and walked back down. Seeing Thien Ka's action, the people below were quite disappointed and started talking amongst themselves. See, I told you so. His cultivation, no matter how you look at it. It didn't seem like he could make it to the 9th step. But another person asked, confused, but he still made it to the 8th step, didn't he? Besides, except for the first step, which was a bit weird, he went through the next 7 steps with ease, right? The other guy was left speechless. At that moment, the Tianbao Holy Sun excitedly jumped out and shouted. He made it to the 8th step. Doesn't that mean he gets to have a meal with Princess Yueling? The guys standing behind him went into a frenzy when they heard that. He roared with a flame of resentment. I will not allow it. I absolutely will not allow it. For Princess Yueling to eat a meal with a man as ugly as that is unacceptable. It's truly like putting a beautiful flower on a pile of cow dung. This is infuriating. I'm going to die from anger. Tiange headed downstairs, intending to leave. This made a bewildered Saint Son Tianbao ask, Commander Zuning, you're just leaving like that? Aren't you going to have dinner with Princess Yueling? Tiange smiled faintly, thinking of Luo Wuqing. Then he said, She's not as beautiful as my wife. Why should I have dinner with her? Hearing this, Saint Son Tianbao stammered in utter shock and said, Your wife's peerless face must truly be... Before he could finish, the men behind them immediately began to rage together. Each roared out an angry comment. How absurd! How dare he say Princess Yueling? One of the 3 great beauties of the divine continent is inferior? He's just a boor who can't appreciate true beauty. Just how beautiful could his wife possibly be? This is utterly ridiculous. Don't tell me his wife is the empress of the heavenly demon sect. The recognized #1 beauty of the heavenly spirit domain, is she? Just then, Princess Yueling's voice rang out. This fellow Taoist, I respectfully invite you to my humble pavilion. To have dinner with me, Yueling? Tiange continued to walk away nonchalantly, stating, I'm busy. Yueling showed no sign of anger. She simply smiled lightly and asked, Then when will you be free, fellow Taoist? Tiange kept walking without turning his head and said, We'll see what my mood is. Hearing this, her expression turned grim as she thought, Countless saints' sons and princes follow me around like a flock of ducks. And yet this ugly brat dares to reject my invitation. Interesting. From behind, within a distorted space, someone appeared, surrounded by an immense aura of power. It was an incredibly oppressive presence. He was the 3rd royal prince of the supreme divine kingdom. He slowly walked out, calling in a deep voice, Yueling, just now someone came up here. Level 9 of the Wind and Thunder platform, the 9th step. Don't worry, the conversation we have here, no one outside will be able to know, Yueling replied. No one can reach the peak of level 9, but someone did manage to step onto level 8. The 3rd prince frowned slightly, thinking to himself, Just a moment ago. I clearly felt it. The Wind and Thunder platform had some kind of reaction. A strong one. The 3rd prince then said, Level 8 is nothing surprising. Never mind. Yueling turned to Master Nam Yen beside her and said, Master Nam Yen, help me investigate this friend, Tianbao, the Holy Sun. Master Nam Yen replied, Of course. On a road heading down the mountain as dusk fell, the voice of Tianbao, the Holy Sun, rang out steadily. I don't get it. Grandmaster, why did you reject Princess Yueling? Are you an idiot? Tiange spoke up to explain to him. You reached the 8th step. She's the princess of an entire country, and she was immediately willing to have a meal with you. How could things be that simple? Hearing this, Tianbao's eyes widened in surprise. He asked, Are you saying, Princess Yueling has ulterior motives? Tiange said, Whether she has ulterior motives or not, I don't have time to play games with her. Tianbao, the Holy Sun, voiced his admiration. He exclaimed, As expected of the Grandmaster. To even think of something like that, I truly am. Tiange, getting a headache, cut him off. Enough with the flattery. Hurry up and find an inn for us to stay at. Tianbao, the Holy Sun, struck a cool pose. He said, Don't worry, Grandmaster. I already spotted an inn earlier. They even have a hitching post for horses here. But when he looked back, the horse that was tied there had vanished into thin air, causing him to gasp in shock. Where's my horse? He ran over and hugged the hitching post, bursting into tears and screaming his lungs out. My horse! My horse! That bastard stole my horse! You won't get away with this! Tiange, who was standing to the side, was stared at by all the passers-by. Feeling utterly embarrassed by him, he walked right over and dragged the man inside. Stop it! Let's go back and get ready for the auction. After that noisy commotion, evening finally fell. Tian was in his room sitting on the bed and cultivating. A brilliant golden light shone throughout the entire room. After a moment, he let out a weary sigh. He looked at his hand, which was enveloped by a powerful surge of lightning, and said happily, Not bad. With just this wind and lightning path, this trip won't have been a waste. If tomorrow's auction has the 2 medicinal ingredients I'm looking for, that would be even better. At the Tianbao Pavilion, crowds of people were bustling inside. The Holy Son of Tianbao also walked in with Tiange, saying, Although in Shenzhou City, there are often auctions, both big and small. When it comes to heavenly treasures,
None can compare to the Tianbao Pavilion auction. Ning Shuai, look at the first row. It's almost entirely filled with the top powers of the Tianling region. On the second floor, there are also some seats, reserved only for certain special individuals. The Holy Son of Tianbao then said confidently, Grandmaster, based on your status, you'll definitely be sitting in the first row. Tiange wasn't very concerned about the seats he mentioned, and simply said, my only purpose is to acquire some good things. It's all the same no matter where we sit. When the Tianbao Holy Son heard him speak, his eyes immediately filled with admiration. He said, as expected of the Grandmaster, to think you've been hiding in a city like this. It's truly admirable. Meanwhile, Tian Ka appeared calm on the outside, but he was sweating bullets, thinking, if my identity gets exposed and I'm hunted down again, what am I going to do? At this time, the seating arrangements were made, and Tian Ka and the Tianbao Holy Son found their seats. Tian Ka sat down, looked around, and said, I didn't expect there to be so many factions big and small in the supreme divine continent. The Tianbao Holy Son rubbed his chin thoughtfully and replied, that's right. But as for factions with a great emperor-level expert, as far as I know, there's only the Xiaoyao Holy Land, the Supreme Divine Nation, and the Sword Immortal Sect. But if we're talking about hidden sects, then it's impossible to say for sure. Just then, an announcement rang out. Princess Yue Ling has arrived! At that moment, Yue Ling, Master Nanyan, and the white-haired girl entered. The Tianbao Holy Son looked at Yue Ling in surprise, then covered his hand and whispered to Tian Ka, I can't believe the representative from the Supreme Divine Nation this time is actually Princess Yue Ling. Just then, Yue Ling walked past Tian Ka. Her expression was cold. She clearly saw him, but walked right on by. Master Nanyan and Yue Ling went to the seats above. After sitting down, Master Nanyan looked down at the rows below and whispered to her, Princess, the intelligence was correct. That brat is indeed at the auction. Why don't we go greet him? Yue Ling remained composed. No rush, she said. Let's see how things play out first. At that moment, a pair of long, slender legs in a red dress stepped out. She had a captivating figure, and with a sweet voice she said, Sorry to have kept you all waiting. Hearing her speak, the crowd below couldn't help but roar with infatuation. We haven't been waiting long, not long at all. Sister Tian Mei is hosting the auction. Of course we can wait for her. Sister Tian Mei is getting more and more beautiful. We'd wait forever for Sister Mei. Even the Tianbao Holy Son was blushing. He started drooling and panting as he spoke. She's the #1 auctioneer of Tianbao Pavilion. Her name is Tian Mei. We all call her Sister Tian Mei. Tiange looked at Tian Mei and couldn't help but fall into deep thought, thinking to himself, even the auctioneer is a Tianzhen-level powerhouse. The power of Tianbao Pavilion is certainly no small matter. Just then, Tian Mei spoke again in her alluring voice. Since all of our honored guests have arrived, I hereby declare the 328th Tianbao Pavilion auction now begins. She gestured towards the first item for auction and said, Let's bring out the first auction item. The moment Tiange saw this first item, he was startled and thought, This is... Tian Mei then introduced it. An Earth-rank, mid-grade martial technique. The Wind and Thunder Divine Palm. The starting bid is 1 million Spirit Jade. Each increment must be no less than 50,000 Spirit Jade. As soon as the price was announced, the people below immediately started bidding one after another. I'll bid 1 million, 1,050,000, 1.1 million. Meanwhile, Tiange took out the ring that Luo Wuxin had given him before he left, thinking, it really is a cultivation technique for the path of wind and thunder. But this 1 million Spirit Jade? Before I left, my wife gave me a storage ring. She said there were some Spirit Jade inside. I wonder how much there is. With that thought, Tian Ji sent his divine sense into the storage ring. A blinding flash of light from within shot straight into his eyes, causing him to shield his face with his hand and exclaim, Whoa, what's so bright? He squinted his eyes to look and couldn't help but sigh in admiration. You're amazing, wifey! Right before my eyes is a mountain of spirit crystals, all piled up. It makes me so excited. You really are my sugar mommy. System, help me do a quick inventory. Just how many spirit crystals are in here? The system responded, tallying in progress. The value of the spirit crystals is approximately 1 billion. The weapons, cultivation methods, and martial arts combined are worth roughly several hundred million. He scooped up a handful of spirit crystals, overjoyed. Thank you, my dear wife, he said. Today, I'm going to experience the joy of throwing money around like it's nothing outside. The bidding continued to escalate amidst the lively atmosphere. 1,300,000! 1,600,000! The Tianbao Saint Sun took a sip of tea and said, This auction, the competition is truly fierce. Meanwhile, in the seats belonging to the master of the Blade Tyrant sect, a subordinate yelled out a bid.
The master of the Blade Tyrant sect bids 1,600,000. Is there anyone else who wishes to bid? Over here, the Tianbao Saint Son took a sip of his tea, his face covered in sweat as he spoke. The Wind and Thunder Divine Palm. Even though it's an Earth-rank, mid-tier martial art, its cultivation requirements are extremely strict. You must have mastery over the power of wind and thunder. Otherwise, its true power can't be fully unleashed. A price of 1,600,000 is already its limit. He looked over at Tiange, who was sitting there with an air of complete indifference, which he found puzzling. "Brother Ning, what are you spacing out for?" he asked. "Don't tell me you were scared off by the auction price, were you? You can rest easy on that front. If the ancestral master fancies it, how could we possibly lack the funds? My Zhongyuan treasury will certainly lend its full support." Tiange suddenly called out a price. 1,650,000. This shocked the Tianbao Saint Son so much that he spat out all the tea in his mouth. "Commander Ning," he stammered. The man from the Saber Tyrant sect glared behind him. Unwilling to back down, he shouted a price of 1.8 million. Tiange crossed his arms nonchalantly, bidding 1.885 million. The man from the Saber Tyrant sect craned his neck and bid 2 million. Tiange calmly bid again, 2.05 million. The man from the Saber Tyrant sect slammed his hand hard on the table. As aggressive as he was, the next moment, 2 streams of tears were flowing down his face. As he turned his empty coin purse upside down, he said, "Forget it, this Wind and Thunder Divine Palm is yours." Seeing that no one else was bidding, Tianmei also spoke up. "If none of you have a higher price, then this young master wins the bid. Everyone, the first half of the auction has now concluded. In half an hour, we will begin the second half." The Sky Treasure Holy Son looked at Tiange at this moment and exclaimed in admiration, "Brother Ning, quite impressive, huh? I didn't realize you were hiding your strength so well." Tiange, still with his "I have nothing but money" attitude, said, "The Sky Treasure Auction House really lives up to its name." The Sky Treasure Holy Son replied, "Don't worry. This is just the first half, just to warm up the atmosphere a bit. All the better items are saved for the finale in the second half." Tiange went, "Oh," and then said, "So that's how it is. It would be even better if the 2 medicinal herbs I need are there." Just then Yueling was walking past. She glanced at Tiange's table and stopped. She looked at him and said, "Fellow cultivator, I was wondering if you are free tonight. Could we have dinner together?" Hearing this question, everyone there immediately turned to look, unable to hide their surprise. As for Tiange's face, he wore an expression of sheer exasperation. He bluntly said, "I'm not free." This reply left Yueling completely stunned. She froze on the spot. As for the people around them, they erupted in an uproar like a disturbed beehive. Refusing the princess again? Although Yueling was a little embarrassed, she still spoke up and asked, "So, fellow Taoist Ning Shuai, when will you be free?" After asking, she thought to herself, his performance on the level 9 Wind and Thunder platform was extraordinary. And now he's even set his sights on the Wind and Thunder Divine Palm. This Ning Shuai can definitely help me get to that place. I must win him over. Tian Ka then said nonchalantly, "When you're not free, I'll be free." Hearing this answer, Yueling was choked with anger. Her blood pressure shot up. The people around them, of course, couldn't stand this arrogant reply from Tian Ta and started gossiping loudly. "Who the hell is this guy? He's not even giving the princess any face. Hey, but wait a minute. Isn't he the one who reached the 8th floor of the Wind and Thunder platform? The level 9 one? It's really him! Holy shit! He actually rejected Princess Yueling twice." Just then, the system's notification rang out. "You have astonished everyone in the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion. Reward, Aura Replication Card." Aura Replication Card? It can hide your own aura while copying the aura of the first person who perceives you. Tian Ka heard the system notification and thought, "An aura replication card, huh?" He stroked his chin, looked at Yueling, and thought it was a little interesting. If I can use this well, it might have some unexpected effects. Yueling watched Tian Ta stroke his chin and then smile to himself. It made her even more furious. After that, her expression turned cold. She just turned to leave and replied, "Young Master Ning, you really know how to joke. Another day I, Yueling, will trouble you again." As she spoke, she secretly held a grudge against Tian Ta. "Ning Shuai, is it? You just wait." "I refuse to believe I can't handle you." The Tianbao Holy Son sat at a table behind them, sniffling continuously. He bit his handkerchief, cursing silently. What a waste, such a complete waste. Some guys don't even get to touch her breasts. And yet someone else gets to refuse a feast served on a platter. And he refused it twice. Tiange was rendered speechless by his behavior. He ignored him. A subordinate approached and bowed before the Holy Son. From the Tianbao Holy Land, he said, "Your Holiness, my master invites you." Tiange glanced at the Tianbao Holy Sun as if giving a signal. After a moment, they both followed that subordinate into a private room. The man gestured them in and said, "You two young masters, please enter." A hand shot out directly and forcefully pinched the Tianbao Holy Sun's ear. A loud voice shouted, "How dare you sneak out? Does your master know about this?" The Tianbao Holy Sun cried out in pain, "Ah, ow, 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 Tianmi!" Still pinching his ear, she said angrily, "Oh, so you can still feel pain, huh? I swear you're getting more and more audacious." With tears in his eyes, the Tianbao Holy Sun cried, "Sister Tianmi, I came down the mountain to train and improve my cultivation. Master will understand." Tianmi, still fuming, retorted, "It looks to me like you just came out to fool around." As the two of them carried on, letting them do as they pleased, Tiange simply stood to one side, completely unconcerned with the world. "Tianmi?" Suddenly turned to Tiange with a gentle look and asked, "And you brought a little brother along with you? I don't believe we've met." The Tianbao Holy Sun quickly introduced him. "This is a friend I met on the road. His name is Ning Shuai. He wants to see our Tianbao auction." So we became traveling companions. Tianmeier smiled lightly, turned, and said, "Since that's the case, you all can use this booth." Hearing this, the Tianbao Holy Sun asked, "Really?" Tianmi spoke again. "This is the Tianjia private room, but in a little while, you all shouldn't feel too much pressure, all right?" Tiange and the Tianbao Holy Sun sat down and started talking. What did she mean by that last part? Is there something special about these second-floor private rooms? I have no idea. Even though this is the best private room on the second floor, there's nothing about it that would make anyone feel pressured. In the auctions, before, the highest level present was only the heavenly venerate realm. As they were talking, Tianmi's voice rang out from the stage again. "Everyone in the second half. We will have a few esteemed guests arriving." The crowd below was also wondering who these esteemed guests Tianmi mentioned could be. Suddenly, a heavy, oppressive aura appeared out of nowhere. The Tianbao Holy Sun couldn't withstand it. He nearly fell out of his chair, stammering in fear. What? This is... Tiange, however, was able to withstand it, but a cold sweat had already broken out on his face. The people around them were forced flat onto the ground, exclaiming, "It's the aura of a great emperor. Great emperor expert has actually come to this auction." Tianmi let out a laugh and announced loudly, "Everyone, there's no need to be alarmed. The great emperors are also here to bid on treasures. They will not interfere with the rest of us. If a treasure you want comes up, you may all still bid for it freely." The Tianbao Holy Sun's voice cried out, "It's over! We're doomed!" The seats next to us are all filled with great emperor-level experts now. He looked back at Tiange in a panic and said, "Grandmaster!" "What do we do now?" A certain young woman remained silent, her expression grim. Tiange was completely unfazed, sitting there with his chin resting on his hand. The Tianbao Holy Sun looked at him, completely astonished. "Who said that in the Gia rank room? It seems we don't have a great emperor expert among us." Then, Tiange thought to himself, to make 4 great emperors take interest at the same time. The next auction item must be something extraordinary. If I want to compete with them, I'll definitely face some threats. But right now, this seat just so happens to help me conceal my identity while I use the aura replication card. Tianmeier, down below, raised her hand again to introduce the next auction item. The first auction item of the second half, an immortal herb that takes 900 years to mature. The 9 Phoenix Icy Cold Grass. The starting bid is 30 million spirit stones. Each increment must be no less than 500,000. The price had just been announced when a voice rang out. 30 million. This emperor wants this 9 Phoenix Icy Cold Grass. The bids continued to ring out one after another. Room D! The great emperor expert from Room D has made a move! 30 million, and it's something a great emperor wants. Who would dare to bid against him? But then Tiange spoke in a low voice. His bid, however, caused the Holy Son of Tianbao sitting beside him to be utterly shocked. 100 million spirit stones. So sorry. But I want this 9 Phoenix Icy Cold Grass. Hearing this price, Tianmeier couldn't help but think, isn't the Holy Son of Tianbao his friend? A man down below couldn't help but say in surprise, what a bold move. Jumping from 30 million straight to 100 million. Meanwhile, Tiange was deep in thought. The aura replication card can only replicate the aura of the first person who senses my aura. I have to make them sense me on their own initiative. In order to replicate their auras, I need to shock them. The system's notification rang out again. You have shocked everyone. Received 1 divine sense transfer card. Tiange chuckled softly to himself. Excellent. Another noisy psychic message. All the more reason for me not to reveal myself so easily. Inside room ding. Geyu, who was observing from the side, called out, "Master! The Tianbao Pavilion forbids any inquiries into the guest's information. So we have no idea who the other party is?" He snorted and said, "I'd like to see." He slammed his hand on the table and roared, "Who in the world dares to snatch my prize?" A surge of spiritual power from that other room poured out. It was incredibly powerful. The Tianbao Holy Son stood up, furrowed his brow, and called out, "Grandmaster!" Tiancha raised his hand and took out a card. He silently commanded, "System, use the aura replication card." The system responded. An announcement also rang out. Using aura replication card. Use successful. Detecting the Great Emperor's aura of the carefree Sacred Lord. Selecting for replication. Successfully copied the Great Emperor's aura. Duration 1 hour. Tiancha waved his hand, creating several waves of pressure. A powerful Great Emperor's aura shot back in response to the old man. A panicked Geyu stumbled backward, crying out, "Master!" The old man remained seated, but he couldn't help but feel shocked, thinking to himself, "To think, he's also a Great Emperor-level expert. This 9-Phoenix icy grass? I only intended to bid on it for my collection. If I become his enemy because of this, the losses will surely outweigh the gains." He gritted his teeth, glared, and growled, "If you want it that much, fellow Taoist, then take it." Tiancha laughed triumphantly, but he also withdrew his oppressive aura and said, "The 9-Phoenix icy grass is mine." Just then, another laugh rang out with a bid, 500 million. Hearing the price, the Tianbao Holy Son said in shock, "It's just a single immortal herb, and it's already at 500 million. Tiancha frowned, glancing over as he thought, "Wait a minute. That voice is..." System used the Divine Sense Transmission card. The system announced once more, using Divine Sense Transmission card. Successfully used. Tiancha sent a psychic message to the other person. "Wangmu, show me some respect. Otherwise, next time, I'll specifically choose a time when you're bathing, and I'll summon you over here." A blush appeared on Wangmu's face. Realizing who was sending her the message, she thought to herself. Grandmaster Zhao Shi, standing behind her, still didn't understand what was happening. He asked, "Grandmaster?" Wangmu rested her hand on her chin, playfully twirling a lock of her hair. She said with a light laugh, "Oh, if you say so, Grandmaster. And then I'll be waiting eagerly for your summons. The two of you want to set a time like that?" She transmitted her voice back to Tiancha, saying, "It's perfect timing, really. I can finally change into those alluring ice silk robes that I've been saving for so long." Tiancha was stunned silent by her response. He thought to himself, "This woman, Wangmu, is really..." His eyes blazed with anger as he growled, "Just you wait!" Wangmu burst out laughing. "Ha! Ha!" She laughed until tears streamed down her face from having successfully teased Tiancha and said, "All right, that's enough. I'm afraid Luo Wuqing might draw his sword and come all the way to Yaochi to kill me. I'll let you have this 9-Phoenix frozen soul grass." The Holy Son of Tianbao looked at Tiancha, who had suddenly deflated. Seeing his weary face, he asked, "Grandmaster, what's wrong?" He let out a long sigh and said, "It's nothing. The spiritual herb is mine now." He was crying on the inside. A single thought ran through his mind. "It just cost a few $100 million more, my dear wife." "My goodness." The Holy Son of Tianbao clenched his fists, marveling at Tiancha's wealth. He said, "Grandmaster, I never imagined you were so wealthy." Tiancha paid him no mind, already busy, calculating in his head. The Thundercore fruit hasn't appeared yet. At this rate of spending, even $1 billion would be hard to stomach. The Tianbao Holy Son suddenly broke out in a cold sweat. Shivering, he said, "It's so cold. I don't know why the temperature suddenly dropped." "Grandmaster, do you feel it too?" Brother Tian felt it as well and just grunted in agreement. He unconsciously furrowed his brow, looking toward a certain direction. An ancient coffin was being carried onto the auction stage by 6 people. A mysterious spiritual energy enveloped the area around it. It was impossible to see through. The people in the crowd, seeing for the first time an auction item, "That was a coffin," began to stammer. "A coffin? How could they bring out something so inauspicious?" A deep, chilling, murderous aura penetrates to the very bone. The material this coffin is made from is truly a thing of great evil. The ancient coffin was brought up and placed behind Tian Mei. Only then did she begin to speak. "Distinguished guests, the auction item before you. It is called the Guiyin Soul-Locking Coffin. The Tianbao sacred land found it deep within the forest of darkness. We had to dig 1,000 meters deep to bring it back out into the world. Although we do not know what grade of treasure it is, we speculate that it is very likely an item left over from the ancient path to godhood." Now the auction begins. The starting price is 100 million spirit coins. Someone immediately raised the bid to 200 million spirit coins.
The holy son of Tianbao rested his chin on his hand and said, "The path to godhood is the path that countless cultivators have spent their entire lives training for, yearning to ascend to the next realm. Those few great emperor-level powerhouses? They are certainly not ordinary people. Could it be that they're aiming for this item?" Hearing the holy son of Tianbao's words, Brother Tian also glanced back, lost in thought. It seems the Tianbao sacred land also couldn't comprehend the secrets of the KuBI Yin. Soul-locking coffin. It's better to put it up for auction than to just let it sit there while others covet it. It's better to let others remember it forever than to keep it hidden. By auctioning it, they can earn a huge sum. If I can win this auction and give it to my wife, perhaps it will be useful for her cultivation and her realm. With that thought, he spoke up seriously. "I bid 300 million. As soon as Tian Mei heard the voice, and she immediately looked in Tian Gei's direction. She thought, is he a friend of the Tianbao Holy Son? The Queen Mother of the West, on the other hand, rested her chin on her hand and knitted her brows slightly. She thought to herself, "Grandmaster, this guy is here to join the commotion again. Doesn't he really fear death, Tianbao?" The Holy Son was so scared he cried out, "Grandmaster! Is it really appropriate for you to do this today? You just snatched the spirit herb from the Xiaoyao Holy Lord, and now you're planning to compete with him again?" Tianga calmly crossed his arms and said, "What's there to be afraid of? Besides, he doesn't even know who I am." A voice transmitted a message to him, "Grandmaster, I know your purpose, but if you want to break through to the divine realm, only the path to godhood is truly effective." Tianga asked in surprise, "What do you mean?" The Queen Mother of the West's eyes were serious, but she seemed troubled. She said, "I need it, but definitely not to break through to the divine realm. Although I don't know where you got that emperor's aura, I hope that you won't get yourself involved in this conflict for something unnecessary." Hearing this, Tiange didn't reply, but thought to himself, "The Queen Mother of the West has helped me a few times already. It doesn't sound like she's lying." After thinking it over, he replied, "All right, I'll listen to the Queen Mother of the West then." Hearing this, the Queen Mother of the West laughed. "Ha," she said, "how obedient. Grandmaster, the next time you come to Jiaoji, I will definitely give you a secret reward." Hearing her words, Tiange gave her a speculative look. Xiaoke, on the side, spoke up. "Did the Grand Master agree not to compete with us?" The Queen Mother of the West hummed in affirmation. "No matter how much it costs, I must obtain this extreme yin soul-locking crown. I just hope this terribly ominous coffin. The troubles of the Jiao, Qi Holy Land can be solved." Night falls. Tianca and the Tianbao Holy Son also returned to their rooms. The 2 items Tianca won at the auction today were also placed on the table inside the room. He stroked his chin, looking at the 2 items, and said, "This was quite a good haul. Besides a suitable cultivation technique, there's a medicinal powder that enhances an immortal's physique. Now all that's left is the Thundercore fruit," he thought again. "But the problem is, I don't have a single clue about this Thundercore fruit. It's giving me such a headache." He looked at his own hand and said, "Oh well, I'll just have to look for it slowly. For now, I'll just cultivate the Wind Thunder Divine Palm." After saying that, Tian Cha sat down and began to cultivate again. Streams of lightning Tao energy enveloped him. The shock system's notification rang out. Analyzing absorption capability of the host's Wind Thunder Divine Palm cultivation method. You are comprehending at 10 times the normal speed. Comprehension successful. Wind Thunder Divine Palm Mid-Earth Tier. A hand knocked lightly on the door. Tian Cha opened his eyes, dissipated the lightning, and asked, "Who is it?" He opened the door and, surprised, asked, "Why are you here?" It was Shi Wangmu and Zhao Shi. She casually walked into the room and said, "Before you talk to me, take off that mask, it's really ugly." Zhao Shi also chimed in, "That's right. The Patriarch's followers are strongly against it." Tian Ka scratched his head, Then he gently peeled the mask from his face, revealing an incredibly handsome face. Shi Wangmu stroked her chin and said, "This face is still much easier on the eyes." Zhao Shi blushed and said, "Patriarch, it's been a while." At that moment, Tian Cha spoke up and asked Shi Wangmu, "What are you 2 doing here?" Shi Wangmu wrapped her arm around the back of Tian Cha's neck. She said in a soft voice, "Naturally, I'm taking advantage of the fact that Luo Wuqing isn't here." Tian Cha's face flushed red as he let out a surprised, "Huh?" The Queen Mother of the West pushed Tian Ka onto the bed, pretending to force him. Allows the Grand Master to do things that he normally couldn't do. Zhao Ke blushed and covered her eyes when she saw this, but she still left a small crack to peek through. The Queen Mother of the West and Tian Ka made eye contact. Both of them suddenly felt shy. She abruptly let go of... Tian Ka laughed loudly and said, "I was just joking. I didn't expect the Grandmaster to be so innocent. Tianca, flushing with anger from the embarrassment, shot up and yelled at the Queen Mother of the West. You just wait. When I get stronger, I'll definitely beat you until you see stars. The Queen Mother of the West turned slightly and said, I'll let you hit me right now. Do you dare? Tianca put on a very brave face. But of course his mouth said, I don't dare. Then he suddenly lunged forward, completely startling the Queen Mother of the West. Tianca pinned her down, his hand already raised, and said, Since you were so forward about it, how could I possibly refuse? Naughty girls get spanked. The Queen Mother of the West was utterly stunned. Then she blushed and stammered, You actually dare? There's nothing I wouldn't dare. Tianca raised his hand and spanked the Queen Mother of the West right on her bottom. Just then a system notification chimed. You have startled the Queen Mother of the West. You have startled the Saintess of Jiao Qi. Reward, spiritual cultivation energy plus 300. After a moment, Tianca stopped, smiled faintly, and said, It was the Queen Mother of the West's request, after all. And I am a man. How could I not fulfill it? Inwardly, he rubbed his chin with a lustful thought. Wow, that felt amazing, so satisfying. The Queen Mother of the West looked at Tianca, her voice turning coy. Grandmaster, you hit me. She propped herself up and pinned Tianca down once more. She sat squarely in Tianca's lap, acting coquettishly. You have to take responsibility for me now. How about tonight, Tianca kept his cool and asked with a smile, What am I supposed to be responsible for? Or how about I let you hit me back? He raised both his hands, showing he wouldn't resist, letting her hit him again. As for the Queen Mother of the West, he didn't expect this situation at all, and froze, stunned. Zhao Si, standing behind them, felt so embarrassed for her that he coughed loudly, breaking the awkward atmosphere. Saint Lord, please stop messing around. How about we get to the main topic first? The Queen Mother of the West got off of... Tianca huffed and grumbled. You boring man. Ka didn't waste any more time and asked, Let's talk first. Why did you two come looking for me? Zhao Si cupped his fist and said seriously, Grandmaster, we came to find you for just one item. The Queen Mother of the West continued, The root of the 9 phoenix icy grass. Tianca's eyes widened in surprise as he looked at the two of them, calculating inwardly. I need the leaves of the 9 phoenix icy grass. As for the root, I can just play along and give it to them. With that in mind, Tianca didn't refuse. He took out the 9 phoenix icy grass and told them to take it. He swung his hand, slicing the 9 phoenix icy grass, separating the root from the rest of the plant. The Queen Mother of the West held the 9 phoenix icy grass in her hands. Zhao Si couldn't help but say joyfully, Thank you, Grandmaster. Tianca rested his chin on his hand and began to reproach the Queen Mother of the West. During the auction, You made me waste several 100 million RMB for nothing. How do you plan to compensate me? The Queen Mother of the West was still as bold as ever as she asked, Tianca, how do you want to be compensated? I don't have RMB, but there are 2 beauties here. Do you dare to take us? Tianca stared at the Queen Mother of the West's full chest. So red-faced he couldn't say a word. The Queen Mother of the West leaned in close and blew softly into Tiange's ear. She looked at him again, smiled, and said, Or, how about I blow a wisp of immortal energy into you as compensation? Although Tiange was blushing, he was still clear-headed enough to say, Compensation for what? The Queen Mother of the West shrugged indifferently and replied, Well, what can you do? I don't have any money. You don't want any special compensation, so this is the only option left. Exasperated with her, Tiange said seriously, All right. Just answer one question for me and that will be enough. Have you ever heard of the Thunderheart fruit? The Queen Mother of the West touched her chin, thought for a moment, and said, The Thunderheart fruit? Yes, I know a little about it. Tiange asked, Where is it? The Queen Mother of the West replied, In the forbidden land of the 7th Prince, within the Supreme Divine Kingdom. You can't get in, and neither can I. Tiange frowned and clicked his tongue, muttering to himself, The 7th Prince's forbidden land, what a hassle. Suddenly, he clapped his hands together. Thinking of Yue Ling, he said, That's it! Don't I have a perfect candidate right here? He cupped his fist, saw them both to the door, and said, Thank you. The Queen Mother of the West happily waved goodbye. Tiange said, Goodbye, Grandmaster. The Queen Mother of the West replied with a light smile, I'm glad I could help you, Grandmaster. Well then, we'll be going now. We'll probably be staying in Shenzhou City for the next few days. If you need anything, come find us. The two of them finally left the room and closed the door. Tiange chuckled softly and took out a mask. That guy. Then changed his face again and thought to himself, But how am I supposed to get into the 7th Prince's forbidden land? Should I go through Princess Yue Ling, or should I charm her?
I'm afraid that might be a little difficult with this current face of mine. Just as he was thinking, Yuling's voice from outside echoed into the room. Fellow Taoist Nin Soai, are you there? Tiange was also surprised for a moment, thinking, this voice. Speak of the devil. The door had just opened. Yuling's expression was a little sad. She looked at him seriously and said, no matter what. I have to say this, please don't be so quick to refuse. Tiange calmly said, come in and we'll talk. Yueling, huh? She just realized she was still standing outside the door. A blush crept onto her face as she thought joyfully to herself, I thought he would just slam the door in my face without any hesitation. I can't believe he actually invited me in. It must be my sincerity and effort. That moved him. Yuling walked in and sat down. Tiange didn't beat around the bush and said, please speak. Yuling began to speak. I came here this time hoping that you, fellow Taoist Nin Soai, would come with me to the Imperial Palace's forbidden ground. The Moonlight Pavilion. Tiange asked in surprise. The Imperial Palace's forbidden ground, you say? His voice was stern, his expression more serious than ever as he said, Princess Yueling, you've asked me repeatedly. This matter must be very important to you. If I were to refuse again, it would be improper. Therefore, I will go with you this once. Inwardly, he thought with a smug satisfaction, I'm just being enthusiastic about helping people. Just happy to do a good deed, that's all. Yueling was overjoyed, bowing slightly as she said, that's wonderful. She glanced at Tiange and paused, thinking, actually, after looking at fellow Taoist Nin Soai a few more times, once you get used to him, he's quite handsome. She stood up and said again, fellow Taoist Nin Soai, why don't we head to the Moonlight Pavilion right now? Tiange readily agreed. All right. That night, when the moon was high in the sky, a white-haired girl walked over, stroking her horse, and said, oh, horsey, horsey, I find you so adorable. As she spoke, she drew a knife and held it to the horse's neck, causing it to break out in a cold sweat. But senior sister said that some distinguished guests were about to arrive. You are the phantom swift-winged horse that I went through so much trouble to find. She raised the dagger high and said, if you want to blame someone, blame those distinguished guests. With that, she stabbed down without mercy. Tianhe and Yueling stepped out of the room. Just in time, this scene was witnessed by Tian Bao. The Holy Sun's eyes blazed with fire as he rushed forward. He pointed a trembling finger and stammered, You two, a man and a woman alone in the dead of night? Tianhe waved his hand, trying to explain to him. Princess Yueling had a matter she needed help with. Holy Sun Tian Bao was still suspicious and said, but didn't you say she had bad intentions? Tianhe couldn't be bothered to talk to Holy Sun Tian Bao anymore. He ran over and clamped a hand over his mouth. His face was ice cold as he shot him a murderous glare. He told him to stop with the useless talk. Holy Sun Tian Bao was so scared he broke out in a sweat. He immediately nodded and replied, mm-hmm. From behind, Yueling called out, fellow Taoist Ning Shuai, let's go. Tianhe didn't object and replied, all right. Holy Sun Tian Bao suddenly grabbed Tianhe's hand. He was confused. Looking back, he saw Holy Sun Tian Bao, pointing to himself and saying, I want to go too. We came here together, after all. A bead of sweat dripped down Yueling's face awkwardly. She had no choice but to say, it's all right. Let Holy Sun Tian Bao come with us. The three of them then walked outside. Walking behind them, Holy Sun Tian Bao sniffed the air and asked, what's that smell? It's so fragrant. Yueling smiled faintly and replied, my junior sister has prepared a delicious feast to treat you two. Please come in. The door was opened for the three of them, and they stepped inside. The white-haired girl excitedly called out, Senior sister, have you brought the distinguished guests you wanted to entertain? She suddenly stammered, She tried to get a good look at the people in front of her and thought, I'm screwed. Why is it them? Whitling walked over and asked her, what's wrong? With a long face, she mumbled, no. It's nothing. Whitling introduced her to the two people behind them. Fellow Taoist Ning Shuai, Holy Sun Tian Bao. This is my junior sister, Yu Cam. Whitling Tan turned to her, with that foul look on her face, and introduced them. Cam, this is fellow Taoist Ning Shuai and Holy Sun Tian Bao. They are the distinguished guests I told you about. Yu Cam stiffly returned their greeting. Brother Tian greeted her back without any particular expression. Meanwhile, Holy Sun Tian Bao couldn't wait any longer. As he stared at the table laden with food, he asked, what is this delicious dish? It smells amazing. I've never seen anything like it before. I've never smelled a dish this fragrant. Hearing this, Nguyen smiled faintly. This is an all-horse banquet, she said, specially prepared for you two by my junior sister. It's made from the rare after-image Swiftwind horse. Holy Sun Tian Bao was holding his chopsticks, about to take a bite, when he froze completely. Then he dropped his chopsticks right onto the floor. Holy Sun Tian Bao? Petrified with shock, he asked again, after-image. Swift-wind horse? Nguyen still didn't understand what was happening and asked Holy Son Tianbao, "What's the matter?" Brother Tian helplessly explained to her, "A few days ago, he lost his 2 after-image swift-wind horses in the city." Nguyen looked over and saw Yukam dashing outside. She called out, "Yukam, where are you going?" Yukam didn't stop, running and stammering. I have urgent business to attend to." Holy Son Tianbao blocked her path, his face dark as he asked, "Tell me, where exactly did you get your after-image swift-wind horses?" Yukam scratched her head, looking dazed. About that," she mumbled. Holy Son Tianbao's eyes blazed with fury. He pointed a finger and roared, "No wonder my horses went missing the moment I arrived in Shenzhou City. So it was you, you horse thief!" Yukam, becoming fierce and defensive, clenched her fists and snarled back. No holds barred. "You tied your horse on the side of the road. How was I supposed to know it was your horse?" The Tianbao Holy Son and Yu Qin, neither was willing to back down. "Still shouting and trying to make excuses, I see. What, you want to fight?" But suddenly, the Tianbao Holy Son looked at Yu Qin's 2 hills, blushed and stammered. Yu Qin snorted, tilting her head up smugly and said, "Coward!" Yueling, standing behind them, her face darkened as she called out, "Yu Qin! You've gone too far." Tianga also stopped standing by and angrily walked over. His tone was arrogant and dismissive. No remorse at all. "You stole our horse, so you have to face the punishment. Princess Yueling, you don't mind if I discipline this thieving junior sister of yours for you, do you?" Tiange reached out, then grabbed Yu Qin and pulled her back. He raised his hand, about to do something which made Yu Qin scream in anger. "You ugly freak, how dare you!" But ignoring her words, Tiange brought his hand straight down. It made Yu Qin blush and cry out, "Ah," from the sharp pain. Yu Qin ran over to hug Yueling, crying, "Boo-hoo. Senior sister, he touched my butt. I can't get married anymore." Yueling patted Yu Qin's shoulder and said, all right. You were the one who did wrong first. Go and apologize to the Tianbao Holy Son. If you don't, I'll have to punish you with confinement." Yu Qin walked over meekly, with 2 streams of tears running down her face. She said to the Tianbao Holy Son, "I'm sorry, I shouldn't have stolen your horse." The Tianbao Holy Son didn't know what to say and just sighed. Scratching his cheek, Tiange suddenly spoke with a serious tone, asking Yueling, "Princess, now can you tell me what exactly you need my help with?" Hearing his question, Yueling replied, "Commander Ning, I want you to help me become an empress in my own right." Tiange asked, confused, "An empress? Isn't that treason?" Yueling quickly said, No. It's not that. There are things you two don't know. What I want to contend for is the right to inherit the throne. What I crave and long for is not just to break through to the great emperor cultivation level, but to become the empress of the Supreme Divine Kingdom, to help the Supreme Divine Kingdom become a peaceful nation, where the people can live in stability. Tiange then asked, "So, what do you need me to do?" Yueling replied, "The Supreme Divine Kingdom has a forbidden land, called the Supreme Mystic Realm." Tiange said in surprise, "Is that the place Shi Wangmu mentioned?" Yueling continued, "It was designed by the first ancestor of the Supreme Divine Kingdom, specifically for the disciples of the Divine Kingdom to cultivate in. There is something in that place that I desperately need, but to obtain it, I must pass through the region of lightning. The power of that lightning storm is equivalent to the 8th level of the 9-stage wind and thunder platform. I've tried for several years already, but I still haven't been able to get through." Stroking his chin, Tiange understood. He said, "No wonder. All this time, you've been searching for someone who has reached the 9-stage wind and thunder platform." Yueling sincerely grabbed Tiange's hand and continued, "In 2 days, the Supreme Mystic Realm will open. I'm asking you, fellow Taoist Marshal Ning, to go with me. Whether or not I can successfully win the right of succession, it all depends on you." Tiange didn't refuse. Instead, he said, "I can agree to your request. But shouldn't the princess say something about my payment?" Hearing this, Yueling hastily replied, "Of course. Whatever request you have, fellow Taoist Marshal Ning, just name it." Tiange thought to himself, "I wonder if this Thunderheart fruit is something important, or just a common fruit in the mystic realm." Yuling's face suddenly flushed slightly. Looking at the exceptionally handsome Tiange before her, she abruptly let go of his hand and said haughtily, "Fellow Taoist Marshal Ning, as for that, I hope you won't even think about it. It's impossible." Tiange made a goofy face and asked himself, "What thing?" The Tianbao Holy Son pouted and said, "Perhaps she's thinking along those crude lines." Tiange didn't let the misunderstanding drag on, saying that the payment I want is very simple, just 1 Thunderheart fruit. Tiange was suddenly startled when he heard the system's notification sound off. "What's going on?" The system announced, "You have," startled Princess Yueling. Reward, spiritual chi cultivation plus 100. Yuling's expression turned serious, but the corner of her mouth curved into a faint smile as she said softly, "Fellow Taoist Nin Shuai, you're really naming a sky-high price." Tian Ge, still looking confused, asked, "Princess Yuling, what do you mean by that?" Yuling replied, "The Thunderheart fruit tree only produces a few dozen fruits every 1,000 years. It is extremely precious. Even our imperial family cannot use it lightly. However, if this is fellow Taoist Nin Shuai's request, then I will do my utmost to obtain a Thunderheart fruit." Tianga, given an inch and ready to take a mile, said, "How about adding a heaven-tier martial art and 10 billion yuan?" Yuling blushed and asked, "Do you need me to throw myself in as well?" Tianga put on a serious face and said, "That won't do. My wife would charge over here and kill me." Yuling was a bit stunned and asked blankly, "Wife?" She excitedly rushed forward and bombarded him with questions. She asked fellow Taoist Nin Shuai, "Do you really have a wife?" "Who is your wife? What does she look like?" Tianga proudly and firmly declared, "My wife is the empress of the heavenly demon cult." Hearing this, Yue Ling burst out laughing so hard she couldn't close her mouth. Not believing him in the slightest, she said, "Fellow Taoist Nin Shuai, you should stop daydreaming. If the empress of the heavenly demon cult is your wife, then the legendary founder of the heavenly demon cult is my husband." Tianga found this amusing. He asked, "The founder of the heavenly demon cult is your husband, is he? How could I not know?" Whitling crossed her arms and asked, "Well then, how come you can say the empress of the heavenly demon sect is your wife, but you won't let me say it just for fun?" She put on an admiring expression and said, "The ancestor was both handsome and had so many legendary stories. He is the idol worshipped in the hearts of thousands, upon thousands of young women. Who wouldn't want a husband like that?" Thian Ka was brimming with confidence. He clenched his fist and praised himself. "That's right. The ancestor of the heavenly demon sect was indeed very handsome, just like me." Hearing Thian Ka's words, Nguyet Lin gave him a sidelong glance. "A man needs his pride as a tree needs its bark. Taoist brother Ning Shuai, you truly are unrivaled in this world." She took out a token and said, "This is the token to enter and exit the forbidden grounds of the imperial palace. With it, Taoist brother Ning Shuai can come and go as he pleases. Tomorrow at noon, I will be waiting for you at the Moonlight Pavilion." "Got it!" Thian Ka glanced over and called out, "Holy Sun, let's go." Meanwhile, the Tianbao Holy Sun and Yu Qin had, in a short time, come to see each other as soulmates. They were enthusiastically clinking their glasses like bosom buddies. "So, Tianbao Holy Sun, this horse meat is delicious, isn't it? This is the most delicious meat I've ever eaten." The Tianbao Holy Sun's face was beet red, and he was drooling as he said, "Another day? I will. Bring all the horses from the Tianbao Holy Land for you. We'll open a restaurant named..." The two of them hugged, singing and dancing happily. Meanwhile, Thian Ka, who was outside, was utterly speechless at the sight of these two. Annoyed, Thian Ka grabbed him by the collar. He dragged the Tianbao Holy Sun out, saying, "Time to go home." The drunk. Yu Qin waved goodbye and said, "Honored guest, please come again soon." After placing the Tianbao Holy Sun on the bed, he immediately fell into a dead sleep, snoring loudly. Thian Ka's face darkened as he said, "This guy sure is sleeping soundly." Thian Ka paid him no mind and focused on his cultivation, thinking, "Tomorrow I have to go to the Supreme Mystic Realm. I must seize this time to cultivate. I have to improve myself." A great pillar of light erupted, shooting up into the sky, making it visible to the entire city. That immense power. In the sky-reaching imperial palace, the first prince, Qin Haran, looked up from his residence. He saw it and said, "The divine moon vision. I can't believe the supreme legend is real." According to the supreme legend, the great emperor once left a treasure within the mystic realm. The divine moon vision is the very omen of that treasure's appearance. As long as I obtain this treasure, let's see how they'll dare to compete with me. For the throne, then. The next morning, Tian Ka also made his way to the imperial palace, but he was stopped by two guards at the gate. "Halt! Unauthorized personnel are not allowed inside." Tian Ka didn't say much, but simply held up Princess Yue Ling's token. The guard immediately recognized it and responded, "So you're an esteemed guest of Princess Yue Ling. My apologies for the offense. Please enter." After saying that, they made way for Tian Ka, who walked in confidently. He walked inside and looked at the people before him, thinking, "Why are there so many people?" Yue Ling and Yu Qin came out to greet him, saying, "Taoist friend Ning Shuai, I've been waiting for you for so long." Yu Qin hid behind her. Yue Ling, still mischievous, teased, "Nya, you bad person." One man looked at Tian Ka and wondered who he was. Another girl voiced her guess. "An esteemed guest of Princess Yue Ling?"
Why does he look so ordinary? There's nothing special about him. Over here, Yueling explained to Tianca, today is the day the Supreme Mystic Realm opens. So any of the princes and princesses who can compete for the right of succession have brought their people here. Tianca rubbed his chin and said, so that's how it is. The snorting of a horse. The arrogant Qin Horan and Qin Yueme whip their horses and ride inside, yelling, "Get lost! Out of my way!" A horse's hoof stomps down, causing the people there to stumble backward in fear. Qin Yueme looks contemptuously at the man on the ground and says, "You can't even dodge a horse? Useless trash! Hurry up and scram!" Don't be an eyesore to my dear brother. Tianca quietly asks Yueling beside him, "Oh? Who are they to be acting so arrogant?" Yueling covers her mouth and whispers to Tianca, "That's the first prince, Qin Horan, and his younger sister, Qin Yueme. They're full-blooded siblings, especially Qin Horan. He is the first son of the Lord of the Divine Kingdom, and he's just a single step away from the heavenly venerable realm. He is also one of my strongest competitors. Until we get that item, we should not engage in a direct conflict with him." A wave of immense pressure flashes across the area, causing it to tremble. A female disciple, Yukam, clutches her throat and stammers, "Senior sister, I'm having trouble breathing." Yueling turns around and says, "That's the third royal uncle, Qin Feng. He's a master of the Divine Emperor realm. It's only natural that you can't withstand." In his oppressive aura, she looks over at Tianca, confused. "That's a Divine Emperor master over there. How come you're not reacting at all?" Hearing her question, Tianca pretends to clutch his head and says with mock fear, "So scary, I'm so scared." Inwardly, however, he casually picks his ear and thinks to himself, "I'm surrounded by masters of this level all the time. Is there really any reason for me to be scared?" An oppressive presence slowly descends from above. Qin lands and asks, "Is everyone here now?" Qin Horan speaks up, replying to the third royal uncle, "Almost everyone has arrived. We can begin opening the Supreme Secret Realm." Hearing that, Qin also took out a dazzling golden stone. He raised it high and announced loudly, "Origin Spirit Stone." Tianca finally found something worth his attention. He looked at that Origin Spirit Stone and thought, the Origin Spirit Stone contains an immense amount of spiritual energy. They are incredibly rare and precious. Yet the Supreme Divine Kingdom actually possesses a huge piece. Like this, the cost to open the Supreme Secret Realm is no small feat at all. That Origin Spirit Stone transmitted a massive surge of spiritual energy, opening a portal right in the sky. A glowing blue portal opened up. Tianca looked up and thought, the Supreme Secret Realm is open. Holding the Origin Spirit Stone, Qin said coldly, "Push this gate open and enter the Secret Realm." Qin continued, "Oh, right. The time limit in the Secret Realm is 2 days. When time is up, you will be teleported back here. While inside, there is no need to push yourselves to go too deep. Just focus entirely on how to become stronger, and that is enough." Qin Horan and Qin Yueme also slowly walked inside. She snorted arrogantly and scoffed, "A bunch of trash. You actually think you can get stronger? Keep dreaming." With that, the two of them stepped inside together. Yuqin watched the two siblings, sticking her tongue out at them to blow off some steam. Tianca also crossed his arms, watching them, with an annoyed look in his eyes. He said, so arrogant, "Hurry up and go steal his horse!" "I see that precious horse of his is quite a catch." Yuqin spat on the ground and retorted, "Although the jerk's idea is pretty good. I, Yuqin, am still an intersect disciple of the floating kite sect. How could I possibly do petty things like stealing horses and snatching sheep?" The heavenly treasure. Holy Sun's face darkened when he heard that, thinking, "Hold up. Whose horse did you steal back then?" Tianca crossed his arms, looking at her in confusion, and asked, "Floating kite sect? I've never heard of it. Is Princess Nuit Lin from there as well?" Hearing his question, Nuit Lin answered and began to explain. "That's right. But the ethereal sect isn't located in the heavenly spirit domain. It's in the sky frame domain, right next to the heavenly spirit domain. It's very far from the Supreme God Kingdom, so it's normal that you don't know about it, fellow Taoist So-I." Tianca went, "Oh," and replied, "I see." Whitling turned to go inside, saying, "Let's go. It's time for us to enter." Tianca frowned slightly, watching her back as he thought to himself, she's clearly the princess of the heavenly spirit domain, so why did she join the ethereal sect in the faraway skyframe domain? He started walking, following her. As the two of them entered the secret realm, he thought, oh well, I'll find out eventually anyway. The moment he stepped 1 foot into the secret realm, he was quite surprised. He looked around and asked, "This is the Supreme Secret Realm? Whoa, why am I floating?" He flailed his arms and legs, yelling, "Holy crap!" Then he fell straight down to the ground, kicking up a huge cloud of dust.
The two sisters, Nguyen Lin and her companion, flew down slowly. Yu Cam saw Thien Ka sprawled out, having face planted, and called out, "Senior sister!" This jerk didn't just fall to his death, did he? Nguyen Ling looked at him and just said, "What a pity." She hugged her knees and squatted down, looking at him with a mournful gaze. She said, "Fellow Taoist Nin Soai, although you've fallen before the battle has even begun, out of respect for the help you've given me, once this secret realm ends, I will definitely burn some pretty paper, wives for you." Thien Ka suddenly shot up, sighing in relief. I suddenly lost my sense of gravity. I couldn't react in time. That scared the hell out of me. Yu Cam's face went pale as she screamed, "Ah, the corpse is rising!" Thien Ka touched his dirt-covered face and thought, good thing my face broke the fall. Otherwise, I would have been smashed to bits. Yu Ling, still in disbelief, asked while breaking out in a sweat, "Fellow Taoist Nin Soai, are you all right?" Seeing his dazed expression, she thought to herself, from a height of several thousand meters, I barely managed to stabilize my body. At the very last moment, someone at his level, the Earth King realm, smashed straight into the ground. And he's completely unharmed? The system displayed a notification. You have caused Princess Yue Ling to be astonished. You have caused Yu Qin to be astonished. Reward, beast taming proficiency has leveled up. You can now tame level 4 demonic beasts. Hearing the notification, Tianga thought to himself, a level 4 demonic beast is equivalent to a master at the Earth King realm of humans. To be able to tame and command them, this fall was totally worth it. With that thought, he laughed out loud and answered her, "I'm fine. I'm fine." As expected of the Supreme Mystic Realm, the spiritual energy is obviously much denser than outside. Yue Ling also let the matter drop and said, "That's right. So this is also a very suitable place for cultivation." He suddenly looked up, wondering, what is that? A little dragon person? Before the three of them stood an incredibly large and majestic statue. Standing there, Yue Ling covered her mouth, laughed, and said, "A little dragon person, really? This is a demon general that the founder of the Supreme Divine Kingdom slew several hundred years ago. Afterward, it was carved into a stone statue and placed here." Tianga said in surprise, "A demon general?" He then silently said to the system, "How come I didn't know this world also had a demon clan? Aren't there only the human clan and the demonic beast clan?" Hearing the question, the system appeared and said, "Host, your original body was just a minor character. The information about the Tianshuan world in his mind. Of course, it won't be comprehensive." Yuling then said, "Fellow cultivator Ning Shuai, you're friends with the heavenly treasure saint. You must have some kind of background yourself. Could it be that you don't even know about the demon generals of the demon clan?" Yu Qin also said doubtfully, "That's right. After all, are you even from the heavenly profound world?" "No way." Tianga awkwardly scratched his head and said, "I usually just focus on my cultivation. I rarely pay attention to worldly affairs." So upon hearing that, Yue Ling didn't doubt him. She continued, "In the heavenly profound world, countless races exist side by side. It's just that after the dark unrest, the current situation with major powers like the human clan, the Yao clan, and the demon clan was formed. Each clan protects its own territory. For example, the heavenly spirit domain is held by the human clan, while the heavenly sky domain is mostly occupied by the Yao clan. As for the demon generals of the demon clan, they are beings comparable to the masters at the divine emperor realm of the human clan." Yu Qin sighed and spoke up. "I really admire you guys from the heavenly spirit domain. It's nothing like our heavenly sky domain. Every few days we have to go out and accept sect missions to hunt down and kill the Yao clan. It's so incredibly annoying." Tiengo was beginning to understand and asked again, "So that's how it is. Then what is the dark unrest?" Yue Ling scratched her head and said, "I'm not too clear on that myself. That's just what the ancient texts say." Yu Qin also said, "It was a very long time ago. I heard it's a story from millions of years ago." Yue Ling and Yu Qin ran ahead. She pointed and said, "Fellow cultivator Ning Shuai, past this street of demon statues. The lightning cliff is just up ahead. The thing I'm looking for is in there." The three of them arrived at a place where countless thunderbolts gathered and struck down with deafening roars. Yu Ling stopped in her tracks and said, "Fellow cultivator Ning Shuai, this is the absolute closest we can get." Tianga put his hands on his hips, looked up, answered with a and then asked, "So what should I do?" Yu Ling spoke again. "Taoist friend Ning Shuai, you just need to pass through this lightning area and this thunder. Take the item inside that purple halo and you'll be done." Just as she said that, a bolt of lightning struck the ground at the three's feet. Tianga frowned as he looked over. He was told to walk into an area of continuous lightning, on barren land, and he also had to defend against that purple lightning. He thought to himself, no wonder Princess Yue Ling couldn't succeed. Just this dry, lightning-scorched land alone. This barren place is enough to give a Saint Emperor Realm Master a hard time, not to mention that terrifying purple lightning, which is even worse than the thunderbolts above. Lei Guang trembled, hugging herself at just the sight of it. Tears welled up in her eyes as she asked her senior sister, "Do we really have to do this? What if that bad man gets electrocuted into a piece of black charcoal? That would be so scary." Yueling also lowered her eyes helplessly and said, "Although Taoist friend Ning Shuai showed extraordinary skill on the 9th rank Wind Lightning platform." "In the 9th rank? In the end, he's only at the Earth King realm. Just do your best. Even if you don't succeed, I will still give you the Thunder Heart fruit that I promised you." But when the two of them looked over, they saw Tiange radiating a dominant aura. Walking right in, he spoke up. "I don't like owing people favors. If I made a promise, I have to fulfill it first." Yuling blushed shyly as she watched him, and Tiange, looking as cool as possible, glanced back with a proud expression. "Where'd this cool guy come from?" The two siblings, Qin Haran, flew over and sneered. Qin Yemi spoke up. "I was just wondering, who was that sounding so bold? Wanting to fight for the treasure at Thunderlight Precipice. Turns out it was you, Imperial Sister." She gracefully linked arms with her brother, looking at Yue Ling and calling out, "Imperial Sister!" "Why, sister? And did you find a mere kid at the Earth King realm to be your assistant? He's not that pretty boy you're keeping, is he? Bringing him to such a dangerous place. Aren't you afraid he'll get himself killed here, sister?" "Yui." Ling couldn't stand her words and retorted, "Me, what nonsense are you spouting?" Suddenly, Tianjia, without a word, his eyes began to glow. He shot forward. Xin Haoran quickly turned his head, his face already covered in a cold sweat. He stared right at Tianjia and thought, "So fast." Tianjia rushed forward, raising his hand, and said, "Spreading rumors only takes a mouth, but refuting them will run you ragged. Don't you understand that principle?" Xin Yuemi's eyes widened in surprise as she looked at Tianjia. He then decisively struck her with his palm. A powerful, domineering aura erupted everywhere. Veins popped on Qin Haoran's forehead as he roared, "You dare to strike right in front of me? I see you have a death wish." Qin Haoran's face twisted with killing intent as he unleashed his attack. But Tianjia remained standing there, completely composed. With his hands behind his back, he shifted backward, watching him. Tianjia had dodged his attack, the very technique that he considered his fastest and strongest. He frowned and thought, what? He then thought, how did he manage to dodge from such a close distance? Even Yu Ling couldn't believe it. As she stood watching from behind, Tianjia thought, "I never expected that I could move so freely under Qin Haoran's attack." The system's voice rang out. "You have astonished the Grand Prince Qin Haoran. You have astonished Princess Yue Ling. You have astonished you, Qin. Reward, musical Dao talent, a song to transcend the lightning tribulation. A song to transcend the lightning tribulation uses a musical Dao performance to absorb the divine lightning's Dao rhythm from within a lightning tribulation." Tiange exclaimed in his mind, "Oh, I didn't expect such a pleasant surprise." Qin Yemei's face was bruised and swollen. He pointed at Tiange and cried out, "Imperial brother! Brother, look, he turned my face into a pig's head! Hurry up and kill that guy for me!" Qin Haoran paid no attention to her words. His expression remained grave, as he stared intently at Tiange, speculating. This kid is definitely no simpleton. The treasure hasn't been obtained yet. Fighting him recklessly will surely exhaust my own strength. Let's just let him scout out Lightning Glow Cliff and see if he can find any trace of the treasure. Having thought it through, he cleverly called out to Yue Ling. "After all, you and I are siblings. Since this brat is your person, I don't mind giving you some face. If he can cross Lightning Glow Cliff by himself, then we'll consider this matter dropped. What do you think?" Tiange went along with it. Having no intention of causing more trouble, he said, "All right, I agree to your terms." He then thought to himself, "After all, you're the Grand Prince of the Supreme Divine Kingdom. If I wasn't worried about offending the Supreme Divine Kingdom and causing trouble for my wife, who the hell do you think you are?" Qin Haoran said again, "If Tiange can cross Lightning Glow Cliff by himself, we'll drop this matter. What do you think?" His face twisted into a cunning expression. He schemed in his heart, "You're dead meat, kid. It doesn't matter what secret techniques you have. In the end, you're only at the Earth King realm. The power of Lightning Glow Cliff is enough to kill you thousands, even tens of thousands of times over." Tiange said nothing more, and walked straight up ahead. Tianka stepped one foot inside, but his demeanor was still very relaxed. Tukam watched in astonishment and said to Tianka, "That scumbag seems awfully calm." Tan Hao Nian snorted contemptuously. "This is just the beginning, that's all," he said.
the central area of the Scorched Earth Thunder Zone, contains the powerful attacks of the Supreme Primogenitor. Tianka walked step by step into the zone, while silently calling upon the system. Is there really a divine thunder Dao charm in this place, left behind by the Supreme Primogenitor? The system's voice rang out, affirming, "Of course! Host, use your music Dao talent. One performance of Crossing the Thunder Tribulation is all it takes to sense and absorb it." Tianka thought, "I thought it would be something difficult, but this is too simple." He raised his hand and took out the immortal-slaying ancient zither. Seeing Tianka take out the instrument, Yu Cam spoke again, confused. "Are you still in the mood to play music?" Nguyet Ling smiled faintly, seeming to have understood something as she said, "To think that fellow Taoist Nin Soai would bring out an immortal artifact. He truly is no simple man." The immortal-slaying ancient zither floated above Tianka's hand. He looked at it and said, "Begin playback of Crossing the Thunder Tribulation." As he spoke, a column of explosive power shot straight into the sky. Incredibly oppressive. Looking inside, Nguyet Lin's jaw dropped as she shouted in shock, "It's the Divine Thunder Dao Charm!" He activated the Divine Thunder Dao Charm that the Supreme Primogenitor left behind in the Thunder Tribulation. Witnessing this scene, the Xiaoyao Holy Son also hurriedly dodged away. After retreating, he still had a faint smile on his lips and offered some praise. Using the music Dao to control a thunder dragon, not simple at all, truly formidable. The Xiaoyao Holy Son slowly descended, landing where Nguyet Lin was standing. Nguyet Ling took a step forward and spoke. "I didn't expect even the Xiaoyao Holy Son to be drawn here." He turned his head, still smiling faintly as he looked at her and replied, "Model, the might of the Thunder Dragon is immense. It's possible that it's related to the legendary treasure, Divine Moon. Of course I won't miss this." A despicable look spread across Qin Haren's face, as he thought to himself, "If a legendary treasure truly appears, then don't blame me for being ruthless." The melody of the absolute immortal zither continued to resonate. Massive streams of divine thunder Dao rhyme all surged towards Tianga. At this moment he was playing the zither, while looking at the streams of divine thunder Dao rhyme and thinking, these bolts of lightning are being drawn in by the sound of the zither, and are all gathering in one place. He raised his hand and let out a soft chuckle. He said, "Perfect, I can catch them all in one go." With that, he unleashed a technique, Thunder Tribulation Passage. The streams of thunder Dao that Tian unleashed flew out, surrounding the divine thunder Dao rhyme. Meanwhile, Yu Qin asked, puzzled, "How strange. Why do those lightning bolts look like they're getting smaller?" The Xiaoyao Holy Son recognized it at a glance, and said, "He's refining the Tribulation Thunder Dragon." Qin Haren also said in disbelief, "He wants to absorb the divine thunder Dao rhyme. Left behind by the Supreme Ancestor?" Yueling also frowned, a little doubtful. "Could it be like what my third royal uncle said? Has he really reached the 9th level of the 9-stage Wind and Thunder platform?" Tianga remained focused, striking out with sounds from the zither that carried a surging power. Tiange's streams of thunder Dao also gradually grew stronger and continuously gnawed away at the divine thunder Dao rhyme. This was the moment he was waiting for. Tianga played a rippling note on the zither, creating a resounding shockwave. System notification appeared. "Congratulations, host, for absorbing the divine thunder Dao rhyme. Your Wind and Thunder Dao has reached a new level. Your mastery of the Wind and Thunder Dao is now progressing steadily. You can now wield the most powerful lightning attack skills. You have shocked the Grand Prince, Qin Haren of the Supreme Divine Kingdom. You startled me. You have shocked Princess Yue Ling. You have shocked Yu Qin. You have shocked the Holy Son, Ji Yu of the Carefree Sacred Land. You have shocked the crowd. Achieved high-grade achievement, a tune of Thunder Tribulation. Everyone is dumbfounded. Reward, Heavenly Venerate Experience Card. Heavenly Venerate Experience Card. After use, you can obtain the power of the Heavenly Venerate Realm. Duration is 2 days. The card is consumed after use. Tianga retracts his power. He briefly praised the reward. Not bad. He then looked up, wondering to himself, so that's what Princess Yue Ling wants, huh? With that, he wasted no time and used the roaming dragon steps to fly upwards. Tianga reached out to grab that thing, but it seemed to resist him, dodging away. Tianga let out an, "Oh," and looking at it, he said, "So you know how to resist, huh?" He wasn't intimidated by it and clenched his fist, muttering, "Got it." Looking at the Heavenly Thunder art scroll in his hand, he said with some surprise, "A high-grade Earth-tier cultivation technique, the Heavenly Thunder art. So it turns out, Princess Yue Ling wants to cultivate the Divine Thunder Path as well." Holding the cultivation scroll, Tiange flew down. He called out loudly, "Princess Yue Ling, I've gotten the thing you wanted for you!" Suddenly, just as Tiange landed,
He sensed a powerful aura emanating from behind him, forcing him to whip his head around. Yuling's eyes widened as she shouted a warning. "Ninshuai, be careful!" Shin Haran looked on with excitement, thinking to himself, could it be that the legendary treasure has finally appeared? Tiange, however, showed no expression of alarm, but slowly turned back to assess the situation. A ray of golden light was accompanied by an immense power radiating outwards. A voice spoke up, "It's been tens of thousands of years!" The supreme first ancestor flew out from within. Stroking his beard, he added with an air of authority, "Someone has finally awakened the Emperor's soul that I left behind in the supreme secret realm." The four of them, including Yue Ling, all knelt down. In unison, they shouted, "Greetings, Supreme First Ancestor!" He looked over and saw one person still standing there, refusing to kneel. This annoyed the old man, and he demanded, "Why do you not kneel upon meeting the First Ancestor?" Tiange showed no signs of yielding. He just stood there, looking at the old man with a faint smirk as he spoke. "A mere remnant soul dares to put on airs in front of me? Are you dreaming, old man?" The brilliant golden light continued to radiate all around. Yuling kept her head bowed, her brow slightly furrowed as she thought to herself, "I can't believe it. Fellow Taoist Commander Ning has awakened the First Ancestor's divine soul. Just what kind of powerful figure is he?" Shin Haran's eyes widened as he said to himself, "I never expected this. A remnant soul of the First Ancestor still remains in this place. He must be connected to the legendary secret treasure of the Divine Moon. The legendary secret treasure of the Divine Moon." After hearing what Tiange said, the Supreme First Ancestor huffed and retorted, "Such arrogance from a mere little brat!" But suddenly he paused and thought, "Wait a minute. This kid has the aura of a great emperor on him." He watched as Tiange casually picked at his ear in front of him, forcing him to reevaluate the young man. To have the protection of a great emperor expert. It seems the later generations of the Supreme Divine Nation have not been slacking in their cultivation. The nation's strength must be growing more powerful by the day. The Supreme First Ancestor let out a breath. He decided not to press the matter and said, "Fine. Since you were the one to awaken this ancestor, then this old man will not pursue the matter further." Tiange's eyes went wide. He refuted the statement, questioning the old man in return. "When did I wake you up?" The Supreme Primogenitor suddenly asked. You don't know? The legend of the Divine Moon that this old man left behind thousands of years ago, sweeping away the lightning tribulation, summoning my remnant soul." Tan Hao Nian seemed to realize something and thought, could it be the legendary treasure? The Divine Moon is the true inheritance of the Supreme Primogenitor? What? Tian Hao replied to him, "Never heard of it." The Supreme Primogenitor spoke again, "Little brat. I see that your inherent talent is superb. You're a rare martial arts prodigy, the kind that's hard to find. I happen to have a secret manual here." Tian Hao suddenly burst out laughing. "Ha ha!" He pointed straight at him and said, "Oh man, that whole spiel of yours is so outdated." The Supreme Primogenitor looked at Tian Ka, who was clutching his stomach and rolling with laughter, completely baffled. He asked, "What's outdated?" He raised a hand, took out the technique manual, and said, "This is a mid-level heaven rank palm technique, the Supreme Primordial Palm." Tian Ka crossed his arms and said doubtfully, "A mid-level heaven rank palm technique? Old man, you're not trying to set me up, are you?" Hearing Tian Ka's question, the Supreme Primogenitor replied, "I, the Primogenitor? How could I possibly deceive a descendant of the Supreme Divine Kingdom? Now I will entrust the Supreme Primordial Palm into your hands. The future of the Supreme Divine Kingdom is yours to command." Tian Ta reached out to take the cultivation manual, the Supreme Primordial Palm. He then said, "Primogenitor, rest assured, with this Supreme Primordial Palm, I will definitely protect at our Supreme Divine Kingdom." The voice of Tan Hao Nian suddenly rang out, "Great Ancestor! This brat is not a descendant of our Supreme Divine Kingdom. How can he possibly receive your inheritance?" Qin Yumei chimed in, saying, "That's right. He's just a wicked little brat with an unknown background, that's all." Hearing this, the Supreme Progenitor frowned and asked, "What?" Tian Ta didn't give him a chance to process the story. He quickly snatched the cultivation manual into his hand. He said, "Thank you." The old man looked at Tian Ta furiously and said, "You shameless little thief! How dare you deceive this progenitor?" Tian Ta didn't bother to hide it and said, "I never said I was from the Supreme Divine Nation, but since you said you wanted to give it to me, you can't go back on your word, right?" The cultivation manual glowed and floated up. The system also announced, "Detected host absorbing an intermediate-grade heaven-tier martial art. Supreme Primordial Chaos Palm, comprehending at 10 times the normal speed. Supreme Primordial Chaos Palm comprehension complete. Tian Ka gradually floated up, absorbing the cultivation manual into his body. The Supreme Progenitor had no other choice but to say, "So be it. Although you are not a descendant of the Supreme Divine Nation, the two of us are still bound by fate. Everything is created by destiny." After saying that, he slowly faded away. The moment the Supreme Progenitor vanished, Qin Hao immediately rushed forward. He rolled up his sleeves and threatened, "You little brat! Hand over the Supreme Primordial Chaos Palm!" Yu Qin, hiding behind Yueling, called out, "Senior sister! What do we do? The first prince has reached the peak of the Saint Emperor realm. That bad guy is no match for him." Yueling pursed her lips, feeling a bit helpless, and said, "The Supreme Primordial Chaos Palm is the signature technique. That made the Supreme Progenitor famous. Qin Hao will definitely not let this go." Tianca scratched his head and asked him, "Is your brain full of water? Only an idiot would spit out something they've already eaten." Qin Hao threatened once more, "You little brat. In that case, don't blame me for not going easy on you." With no other choice, Nguyen Lin tried to reason with him. "Fellow Taoist Nin Soai, you should just hand over the item. If you don't, even I won't be able to protect you." Tianca chuckled, completely certain. "It's fine. He can't do anything to me." Tan Hao Nian didn't waste any more words and erupted with power. He praised Tianca. "My, what big talk." Yu Cam covered her mouth in fear and said, "He's done for. That scoundrel is about to get beaten to a pulp." Nguyen Ling was also affected by the aura of Tan Hao Nian, pushed back several steps as she spoke. "An aura like this. Eldest Imperial Brother's strength is truly far beyond mine." Tan Hao Nian gathered power into his fist, raised it to strike at Tianca, and roared, "Die!" Tianca frowned and called out to the system, "Use the Heavenly Sovereign Trial card." The system's voice rang out. Now using the Heavenly Sovereign Trial card. Heavenly Sovereign Trial card used successfully. You have obtained this power of a 1-star Heavenly Sovereign. Usage time countdown 2 days. A flash of light burst forth, causing Tan Hao Nian's eyes to widen. Tianca's power exploded violently, like a shield surrounding his body. Tan Hao Nian tried to gather his strength and strike that shield, but no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't even manage to touch a single hair on Tianca's head. He simply raised a hand and uttered a single word, "Scram." The man was immediately sent flying by Tianca's power, flung several hundred meters backward, and slammed into a large boulder. Tan Hao Nian's eyes rolled back as he coughed violently, the realization dawning on him. Heavenly Sovereign Realm. Wasn't he in the Earth King realm? The system's voice rang out. "You have astonished everyone. Reward, plus 100 spiritual chi cultivation." Tianca looked at his own hand, surprised. He thought, "I never expected the Supreme Primordial Palm to be this powerful. I only used 1/10 of my power, and it's already this powerful." The corner of Tianca's mouth slowly curled up as he thought again. "Doesn't that mean I can take over this entire Supreme Mystic Realm?" Outside the Mystic Realm, everyone was gathered, waiting and talking amongst themselves. "I wonder who will manage to shine this time. In my opinion, it must be the first prince, Qin Horan. His Highness is the strongest among those who entered the Mystic Realm. I'm not so sure about that. After all, inside the Supreme Mystic Realm, opportunity is also very important." At the entrance to the Mystic Realm, Xinfeng looked on, confused, and asked, "What's going on?" Tianca's figure walked out from inside majestically. Everyone stared, their shock turning into surprise, as they asked, "Who is that?" Tianca stepped out confidently. Streaks of light also shot out from within the Mystic Realm. They flew out at an uncontrollable speed. A shout rang out, "Move! Don't you dare compete with this prince!" Those streaks of light were none other than the group that had entered the Mystic Realm, including Qin Haoran. They were piled on top of each other, groaning in pain. Their faces were bruised and battered. "Ouch!" Yueling and Yu Qin also came out from inside the Mystic Realm. Qin Feng watched them rush outside, confused by their injuries. "What happened to you all? Why did you all come rushing out together and injured at that?" Qin Haoran stood up. His eyes never stopped glaring at Tianca. He stood up angrily and pointed at Tianca as he accused him. "That brat deceived the remnant soul of the Supreme Ancestor and obtained the Supreme Primal Chaos Palm." Xin Feng frowned. He repeated, "The Supreme Primal Chaos Palm?" The others were also furious. Acting indignant, they all chimed in with their own complaints. "Third Prince, he also swept up all the treasures in the Mystic Realm." "That's right. We were stopping him from killing the goose that lays the golden eggs. He even got beaten to a pulp, Your Highness. Hurry up and teach that rotten brat a lesson." Tiangi's face remained nonchalant. He spoke while nonchalantly rolling a booger on his finger. "I cleaned up all the trash in the secret realm. A supreme favor for all of you. I even gave you all the free facial massage. Why are you all so ungrateful?" Hearing this, Chin Horan exploded with rage. He pointed his finger and yelled, "If you've got any guts, stay right there and don't move. I'm going to kill you right now and take back the secret manual." The guy behind him chimed in, "That's right, get him. I want to turn his face into a pig's head too." Tianga wasn't foolish enough to just stand there and let them gang up on him, so he immediately bolted. He didn't forget to taunt them as he left. "Do you think I'm an idiot like you?" Those guys and Chin Horan immediately gave chase after Tianga. The scar-faced man looked at Chin Feng and called out, "Your Highness! What should we do now?" Of course, Chin Feng wasn't going to pass up the opportunity to pick up a treasure left by the Supreme Ancestor. An item left behind by the Supreme Ancestor. How could it possibly fall into the hands of an outsider? Chasing after them, Yujin frowned and whispered, "Senior sister, what do we do? If that scoundrel gets caught, he's definitely done for." Yuling couldn't just abandon Tiange. She said to Yujin, "After all, we are acquaintances. If fellow Taoist Ning Shui gets captured, then I will definitely do everything in my power to protect him." Tianga stomped his foot hard on the ground, shattering it. He shot past, flying swiftly over the heads of the people below, escaping from Chin Horan behind him. The people below, seeing this dramatic chase scene, couldn't help but exclaim in shock, "Who is that? There's a whole mob of people chasing him. A lecherous fiend? The way I see it, he must have done something to anger both gods and men." Several beams, the colorful lights from behind, latched on and wouldn't let go, determined to chase after Tianga, who was flying ahead. While flying, Tiange got curious and turned his head to look back. But what he saw made him exclaim, "Damn it! Have the people from the Supreme God Kingdom gone mad? Why are more and more of them chasing me?" An apple flew out from somewhere. The voice of the heavenly treasure, Saintly Sun, shouted out, "Ning Shui, catch!" Tianga caught it and looked back. The heavenly treasure, Saintly Sun, added, "Replenish your stamina a bit." Tianga brought it to his mouth for a bite, but he didn't forget to thank him. The guy chasing from behind saw Tiange running away, while also casually holding an apple and taking a bite, which made him furious. "To think you're still in the mood to eat an apple! You really don't take us seriously at all." As he was speaking, the apple core was thrown straight at his head by Tiange. Tiange also didn't forget to provoke him, sticking out his tongue tauntingly. "Come on, chase me! If you catch me, I'll make you..." An hour later, Tiange landed in a certain place. He was surrounded by those guys. Thien Ka looked at the crowd before him and grumbled, feeling a little scared. "This brutish style of theirs. Really, you guys don't have to be so reckless." As he spoke, he silently called upon the system. "How much time is left on the Heavenly Venerate trial card?" The system reported back, "Heavenly Venerate trial card. 1 hour remaining." Finally, the guy, Chin Horan, along with his buddies, weren't looking so good either. He put his hands on his knees, panting as he yelled, "Go on, keep running! Is this guy born in the year of the dog? How can he run so damn well?" "So what now? You ugly bastard, you've been caught. What was all that hey-hey nonsense about?" Not letting the moment pass, Chin Horan led the charge, throwing a punch as he lunged forward. "Ugly bastard, now I'll make sure you can't hey-hey anymore." Tiange's expression turned dangerous. He simply tossed out one phrase, "Get lost." Immediately, Tiange's power erupted like a storm. He knocked back all the guys who rushed at him. Tan Hao Nian stammered as he looked on, "Heavenly Sovereign Realm." Thien Ka raised his hand, gathering a stream of power. He looked at them and said, "Now it's my turn." He raised his hand and began to chant, activating his power. Then, with a wave of his hand, he unleashed a wind and lightning divine palm. That stream of power flew towards and surrounded Tan Hao Nian's men. Suddenly, Imperial Censor Liu rushed out from nowhere, blocking the attack for Tan Hao Nian and shouting, "You dare, you little brat!" He dispersed that stream of power, frowning. "How dare you disregard the laws of the divine continent city, assaulting and injuring others right here? Are you bullying the people of the Supreme Divine Kingdom?" Tan Hao Nian called out, "Imperial Censor Liu!" This little thief came out of nowhere and stole a treasure from the Supreme Mystic Realm. You absolutely must not let him escape. Imperial Censor Liu said, "This old man is responsible for monitoring order in the Divine Continent City. Anyone who disrupts the order..." His eyes filled with killing intent as he lunged forward, saying, "This old man will show no mercy." Thien Ka dodged the old man's attack. "Humph, I can even fight against a great Emperor Realm Master. An old geezer like you at the Heavenly Sovereign Realm? Why the hell would I be afraid of you?" With that, Thien Ka also gathered a ray of power. A massive hand appeared. He launched the attack directly at the old man. Imperial Censor Liu's face turned pale as he recognized the aura. "This is Supreme Chi." Tan Hao Nian, scared out of his wits, also shouted, "How can this be? Just yesterday,
And you just obtained the supreme primordial palm. How could you have cultivated it to this level already? Just then, the system's voice rang out. You have astonished hundreds of princes and princesses. You have astonished the cultivators of the divine continent city. You have astonished Imperial Censor Liu. Reward, Berserk Battle Will skill card. Activating the Berserk Battle Will card. Tian-Ka grew even more smug as he gathered his technique, saying, "Sorry, but something like that is impossible for you. It just proves that for me, anything is possible." Tian-Ka blasted that technique straight at Imperial Censor Liu. The system announced again, Berserk Battle Will card. Once used for 1 hour, combat power is doubled. After use, this card will become invalid. Naturally, Imperial Censor Liu couldn't withstand it, and was sent flying backward, even crashing through countless houses, with absolutely terrifying power. Qin Feng approached from behind and spoke up in praise. "This little friend's abilities are truly formidable." Tian-Ka's face darkened. He clicked his tongue and thought to himself, "In the end, I still alerted a master of the God-Emperor realm." Qin Feng spoke again. "How about you come with me for a trip to the Imperial Palace's forbidden ground? Tell me, what do you think?" Kinhaonian crossed his arms, propped up one leg, and said smugly, "You rotten bastard. My third Imperial uncle is a master of the God-Emperor realm. Once you fall into his hands, even if you grew wings, you couldn't escape." But Qin Feng's attitude did a 180-degree turn as he bellowed, "Kinhaonian, shut your mouth! This little friend has come to our Supreme God Kingdom as a guest. We should be treating him with courtesy." Tian-Ka snorted. He also unleashed a powerful wave of spiritual energy. "Go back with you say? I'm afraid I wouldn't even be able to keep my life intact." But this time, luck was not on Tian-Ka's side, as the system's voice suddenly rang out. "Ding, ding! Time's up. The Heavenly Sovereign trial card has expired." Tian-Ka's eyes widened in shock as he thought, "This is bad." Qin Feng unleashed his power, the power of his God-Emperor realm. His aura pressed down heavily on Tian-Ka as he said, "Let's go, little friend." Tian-Ka was pushed back by that oppressive aura until he was on his feet. But he couldn't even lift them, cursing inwardly, "Damn it!" And right at that very moment, a pillar of power descended from above, causing the two oppressive auras to collide. It forcefully pushed back everyone present. Qin Feng, with some apprehension, spoke up. "I wonder which great emperor has made a move. Would you be willing to come out and meet us?" Kinhaonian clutched his injured arm, his face stunned in disbelief. A great emperor expert came in person? The surrounding people also spoke out in fear. It's not just one expert. A divine emperor realm expert arrived. And now another great emperor expert has come. What is with today? Why is it so chaotic? The Queen Mother of the West descended from above. Her laughter echoed, a cheerful tinkling sound as if she was watching a very amusing scene. Qin Feng's face darkened. His voice became soft as he said, "Holy Lord of Yaoqi." Tian-Ka walked over and asked in surprise, "Why are you here? I thought you had already left." The Queen Mother of the West said nonchalantly, "Since you haven't left, of course I haven't either." Qin Feng looked at the two of them in silence, but he thought cautiously to himself, "The Holy Lord of Yaoqi is a true bona fide great emperor. Her power is in no way inferior to the sovereign of a divine kingdom. Just what is this kid's background? And to have a figure of this caliber backing him?" With that thought, he didn't dare to be careless. He clasped his fist and said, "Greetings, Holy Lord of Yaoqi. May I ask what this young friend is to you?" The Queen Mother of the West, who had been smiling cheerfully at Tian-Ka a moment ago, turned to glare at him, her voice cold. "What business is it of yours?" Upon hearing this, Qin Feng felt a chill and immediately said, No. I, Qin Feng, am merely a two-star quasi-emperor. I wouldn't dare interfere in the Holy Lord's affairs. I was merely afraid of causing some sort of misunderstanding." The Queen Mother of the West spoke up, gently reminding him, "Sometimes being too curious isn't a good thing." The Queen Mother of the West chuckled lightly, turned around and said, "You only need to know that I am helping your supreme divine nation, that's all." Qin Feng asked in surprise, "Helping us?" Question marks appeared over Tian-Ka's head. He had just turned his head when he slammed face first into the Queen Mother of the West's chest. He gently stroked the head of Tian-Ka, whose face was still buried in her chest, and continued, "If you hurt him, the monarch of the divine nation might not be able to protect you." Tian-Ka wasn't paying attention to her words. He was just intently thinking, "Hey, don't use this as an opportunity to grope me." A voice echoed down from above. The pressure it carried was incredibly terrifying. "Sacred Master of Yaoqi, why must you bully a junior?" The Queen Mother of the West also. Tian-Ka recognized the voice and looked up at the same time. As everyone looked up, they couldn't help but exclaim joyfully, "It's the Nation Lord! The Nation Lord is here!" Our nation lord has arrived! I guess it's time for the sacred master of Yaochi to behave herself, huh? The Queen Mother of the West looked up and asked, so the nation lord of your divine nation has arrived as well? The nation lord also spoke up. I have a general understanding of the situation. Queen Mother of the West, I recall that the Yaochi sacred land does not have any male disciples. This matter shouldn't have anything to do with you, right? The Queen Mother of the West understood the nation lord's intention, but her expression remained mocking, and her voice was firm. Although he is not a disciple of Yaochi, I will definitely protect him now. The people around began to whisper amongst themselves. I can't believe he made a great emperor-level expert protect him. Just what is this guy's background? Yu Cam and Guit Ling also arrived at the same time. Yu Qin joyfully called out, Senior sister? This name, it seems it's not ordinary at all. Guit Ling was also shocked as she looked at the situation before her, and said, Fellow Taoist Ninsuai, just who in the world are you? The ruler frowned, flying above and asking the Queen Mother of the West, Your provocation. Are you trying to declare war on the supreme divine nation? Hearing this, the Queen Mother of the West simply said, Divine Lord, I seem to recall that your nation is currently at war with the barbarians outside the divine continent, isn't it? Or do you think that the supreme divine nation, in its current state, can afford to offend two great emperors? The ruler's face turned cold as he looked at her. What are you trying to say? The Queen Mother of the West simply reminded him in a soft voice. Behind him there is still an empress, and she's known to be very protective. Upon hearing this, the ruler froze, immediately thinking of Luo Wuking, the one known as the Empress. Could it be her? The Queen Mother of the West looked over at Tiange and said with a light smile, Grandmaster, you can take that thing off now, can't you? Tiange let out a helpless sigh. I was trying to make a humble entrance and a humble exit. Tiange raised his hand and removed the mask from his face. Too bad reality won't allow it. The moment Tiange took off his mask, Qin Horan was utterly shocked and blurted out, That kid is that handsome? The nearby girls didn't even hesitate. They immediately fainted, one after another. They were completely losing it over Tiange's stunning looks. Truly a man as flawless as Jade, a young master unparalleled in this world. Who in the world is he? I must marry him. Tiange just smiled faintly. Just by standing there, he was already making all the girls around him swoon. Then someone realized it. I know. He's the legendary Grandmaster of the Heavenly Demon Sect. What? Yue Ling also blushed, her skin tingling. She couldn't believe it. He is the legendary Grandmaster Ning Tian? Yu Qin was also dumbfounded, calling out to her senior sister. So the legendary Grandmaster is this handsome? Because of these reactions, the system's voice rang out. You have astonished the princes and princesses. You have astonished the cultivators of the divine continent. Reward talent, imparting knowledge and resolving doubts. Imparting knowledge and resolving doubts. Teaching ability has been enhanced. The next imperial tutor is you. Thian Ka looked at them and couldn't help but be shocked himself. His face was covered in sweat as he thought, Aren't I just a little bit handsome? Is there really a need to get this worked up? The nation lord flying above was also stunned by this unprecedented scene. He thought about the last time. The sword ring of the first sword sect injured Nin Thien, and they faced the disaster of having their entire sect annihilated. The heavenly demon sect alone was already hard enough to deal with, and now we have Zhao Qi on top of that. Right now, the supreme divine kingdom is in chaos, facing threats from both within and without. I absolutely must not cause any more trouble. The nation lord took a deep breath to calm himself. He composed himself and spoke up. Fine then. Since the Grand Master has graced us with his presence, all the opportunities within the supreme mystic realm shall be considered a welcoming gift for you, Grand Master. I will not pursue this matter any further. Thian Ka's expression became a bit puzzled upon hearing those words. The Queen Mother of the West covered her mouth and whispered to Thian Ka, Grandmaster, you've already gained so much. Since you've already learned that technique, just return it to them. Thian Ka rubbed his chin and said, That's true. Judging by the look on his face, if I don't give it back, he might just go crazy. With that, Thian Ka took out the cultivation manual and said, All right, you can have it back. The nation lord accepted it and replied, Many thanks, Grandmaster. The moment he received it, he immediately opened it to take a look. But to his surprise, his brows furrowed and his eyes widened. He threw it back at Thian Ka and roared, Nin! At Thien, what kind of trick are you trying to pull? The contents, they're gone. Hearing this, Thian Ka just stared back with a blank expression. Can't figure out what's going on either. Thian Ka crossed his arms, looked at the monarch, and asked, Your Majesty, Senior,
Do you really think I'm capable of tampering with a relic of the great emperor? So why are you still holding on to that cultivation manual, your majesty? And huffed. But his words firmly accused Tianxia of having played some kind of trick. Everyone knows. You've learned the supreme primordial palm. So how do you explain this wordless celestial scripture? Tianxia answered honestly. When I got it, it was already like this. How about we make a bet? The nation lord frowned and asked, a bet? Tianxia gave a slight smile and said, if within 3 days, a disciple from your divine kingdom can figure out how to cultivate the supreme primordial palm, then I will return every single item I obtained from the supreme mystic realm. The nation lord's brows furrowed. Still in disbelief, he asked again, are you being serious? Tianxia clenched his fist, assuring him, of course, everything I said is true. But if the disciples of the divine kingdom can't figure it out, within 3 days then, let me teach one of them. The more the nation lord listened, the more confused he became. He continued to ask, you'd be kind enough to willingly teach one of our people? Of course, Tianxia wasn't that kind-hearted. He spoke bluntly. Naturally, it won't be free. Tianxia started to list an astronomical tuition fee, 10 billion spirit coins, and 3,000 essence stones for the tuition fee will do. The men outside immediately flew into a rage upon hearing this. They furiously roared, 10 billion? Why don't you just rob us instead? How dare you name such an outrageous price? The nation lord, however, did not get angry. He simply explained to Tianxia, we are currently at war with the Manji. The national treasury cannot be used carelessly. Tianxia crossed his arms, feigning a difficult situation for him. Is it that difficult? After a moment, Tianxia lowered the price himself. Then how about 5 billion spirit coins and 5,000 essence stones? Tianxia rubbed his chin, looked at the monarch, and chuckled. Then, in the slick tone of a salesman, he asked, so, how about it? A very sincere offer, wouldn't you say? The monarch and his group were left speechless seeing this side of Tianxia. They couldn't utter a single word in response. After a moment, the monarch finally spoke up, but it was to praise Tianxia, as expected of the legendary founding master of the heavenly demon sect. Your fame has been spreading recently. As for this bet, I accept. Tianxia and the Queen Mother of the West were also pleased with the outcome and flew into the air. Tianxia turned back and replied politely, then in 3 days, we will be waiting with great anticipation. I do hope your majesty won't go back on your word. Watching Tianxia fly out of sight, Qin Haran seethed with anger. He roared, Royal Father! That brat is incredibly treacherous. Do you think he's setting a trap for us? The monarch, far calmer than him, replied, it's fine. I refuse to believe that in this vast, supreme divine kingdom, we cannot find a single disciple is capable of comprehending a heaven-tier martial art. Within 3 days, Tianxia and the Queen Mother of the West landed somewhere else. She looked at Tianxia curiously and asked, if they actually find someone who can comprehend it, are you really going to give back all the treasures? Tianxia replied with a faint smile. Everything is going according to my plan. The supreme primordial palm is a wordless, heavenly scripture. There isn't a single character to guide a novice. To grasp it, one must rely completely on a single concept, enlightenment. Achieving enlightenment in 3 days is truly as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Yuling's voice rang out, fellow Taoist Ning Shuai. Yuling approached with Yu Qin. She then said, no, that's not right. I should be calling you Founding Master now. The Queen Mother of the West covered her mouth, chuckled in amusement, and repeated, Founding Master? While Lakvo Tin isn't here, are you out charming the young ladies again? Tianxia felt helpless against this person who, at every opportunity, teases him, but he didn't answer. But when this conversation reached Nguyen Lin and Yu Cam's ears, they both blushed and stared intently at Tianxia. Tianxia flared up, pointing his finger as he yelled, Queen Mother of the West, you are a wicked woman. If you keep spouting such nonsense, do you believe I won't teach you a very cruel lesson? The Queen Mother of the West, on the contrary, seemed to be looking forward to the cruel punishment that came out of Tianxia's mouth. She retorted, come on over. I'd like to see just how you plan to cruelly teach me. In the end, Tianxia was completely helpless against this woman. He waved his hands to shoo her away, quickly admitting defeat. All right. I'm a decent man, all right? Now hurry up and go. The Queen Mother of the West flew up, looking down at Tianxia with a laugh. Ha ha, how amusing. A decent man, you say? Hurry up and finish your business. I'll be waiting for you at the inn. Nguyen finally spoke up at this moment. She said, her face red. I never realized the relationship between Grandmaster and the Queen Mother of the West was so intimate. Tianxia's eyes widened as he replied, of course not. That woman from morning till night finds joy only in making fun of me.
Cam also walked over with her hands on her hips, saying, I never knew your ugly appearance was a disguise. The real you is actually very handsome. Ka puffed his chest out with a flashy pose at the handsome comment. He asked her, So? Don't tell me you've already fallen for this face of mine, have you? You know, one has to be a little humble in public. Hearing Ka say this, Cam was rendered completely speechless by his arrogance. Pfft, give me a break. This lady just got used to your ugly face. I'm still not used to you being handsome, that's all. Meanwhile, Nguyen Lin took out a wooden box. She handed it to Ka and said, This is the lightning heart fruit that I promised you. But Grandmaster, you must be careful. The lightning heart fruit contains an extremely powerful lightning essence. He had to use a wooden box made of ancient insulation wood, just to avoid injuring others. Tiange placed his hand directly on the box and said to her, It's fine. Tiange opened the box. The thunder heart fruit from inside flew out right in front of Tiange. He looked at it and let out a snort with an unreadable smile. With an expression that showed he thought nothing of the thunder heart fruit, he summoned his divine thunder Dao rhyme and said, This pathetic bit of thunder intent isn't even worth mentioning. The divine thunder Dao rhyme flew over and snatched the thunder heart fruit right into its mouth. Cam looked at the mini divine thunder Dao rhyme in Tiange's hand and asked with fascination, Grandmaster, what is this adorable little thing? Tiange replied to her, It's nothing. Just the divine thunder Dao rhyme. Cam's eyes widened in disbelief as she exclaimed, Heavens, the divine thunder Dao rhyme? And you say it so casually. Tiange just smiled lightly without responding and retracted his divine thunder Dao rhyme, thinking, I have the thunder heart fruit. Now I'm just missing one more ingredient. He turned back and said, Thank you, both of you. If there's nothing else, I'll be leaving now. Ling quickly spoke up. Wait, she continued. Back then, Grandmaster, you had already reached the 9th of the 9 stages of wind and thunder, right? Tiange, who had already started to leave, replied, Whether you have set foot there or not, doesn't really matter all that much. Cam waved her hands repeatedly, saying, Grandmaster, when you get to the Celestial Vault domain, remember to come find me at the Misty Sect. I'll take you out to eat all kinds of delicacies. Tiange turned his head and gave a curt reply. Let's not make promises for the future. We'll see how it goes. If we're fated to meet again, we will. Arriving at Onmuk Inn, Ka opened the door and stepped inside. He had barely entered when he heard someone call out, Grandmaster! Came the graceful, echoing voice of the Queen Mother of the West. Ka froze, his eyes widening. The Queen Mother of the West was lying languidly on the bed, using her alluring physique to seductively say, Want to try something? A little different? Ka was caught by her alluring physique and stood there completely frozen. The Queen Mother of the West walked over, caressed his face, and asked, Tell me, why do you want to blackmail the Supreme Divine Nation? Ka removed her hand, his eyes still lifeless, and said, Suddenly, a wicked grin spread across his face as he stared intently at her. He scoffed, grabbing the Queen Mother's hand, and smoothly spun her around. Then he spoke. Queen Mother, it seems the lesson I taught you last time wasn't enough. Realizing she'd been tricked, the Queen Mother of the West furiously cursed at Nin Hien. You rotten brat! Let me go! Ka gave the Queen Mother of the West a firm slap right on her butt. With both her hands held tight, she could only blush and let out a yelp. The Queen Mother of the West managed to break free and immediately launched an attack at Ka. Ka dodged, frowning as he looked at the Queen Mother, thinking, Oh crap, by spanking her 2 times in a row. Did I make her really angry? Zhao Kei isn't here today. If she really loses it, there's no one to stick up for me. The Queen Mother of the West crossed her arms over her body and silently cursed. Damn it, to be hit by that brat twice? And yet, I felt a strange sense of pleasure. At that moment, Ka cleared his throat. His eyes went wide, and he pointed at the Queen Mother of the West, changing the subject with a righteous expression. You want to know why I want to make a bet with the Supreme National Master? You should have just asked me directly. Why did you have to test me like that? The Queen Mother of the West didn't beat around the bush either and said, Then tell me, why do you want to extort them? 5 billion RMB. How could you even say something like that? Tianha then said, A great emperor like you thinks 5 billion is a lot? Don't think I don't know you and my wife are the same. You're both incredibly wealthy. The Queen Mother of the West replied, If it were 5 billion RMB, it truly wouldn't be much to me. But 5,000 spirit essence stones are a different matter. Spirit essence stones contain immense spiritual energy. They are extremely rare. Their value far exceeds mere currency. So for you to need so many spirit essence stones, what exactly are you planning to do? Ka explained to her. I think perhaps the heavenly demon cult can cooperate with the Jade. Pool Holy Land. Then, build a small-scale teleportation pillar between the heavenly demon cult and the Jade Pool Holy Land. The Queen Mother of the West frowned. A teleportation pillar? Tianca continued to explain. I've heard that large-scale teleportation pillars can cross the great continents of the heavenly spirit domain, but their energy consumption is far too great, so usually no one can even activate them. They're just left to gather dust. But a small-scale teleportation pillar is quite convenient. It can teleport you across the distance of an entire region. Right now, the relationship between the Jade Pool Holy Land and the heavenly demon cult is quite good. If we can build a teleportation pillar like this, it will be much more convenient to support each other in the future. The Queen Mother of the West touched her chin. She said thoughtfully, "This matter, I believe that throughout history, alliances between two major powers are not uncommon. But to build a teleportation pillar together, that is tantamount to exposing your back to your rival. If our interests remain aligned, it's fine. But if we were to turn on each other, the teleportation pillar would become a sharp blade to stab us in the back. Furthermore, the Jade Pool Holy Land has always remained hidden from the world. We do not meddle in mortal affairs, but this is the Grandmaster's invitation. I don't want to refuse you just like that." Tianca laughed, looking at her and said, "It's all right. I was just bringing it up. If it's not possible, I won't force it." Taewoong Mao didn't outright refuse Tianca either. Instead, she told him that this was a major affair for the sect. The collective still needs to be considered. I will return to ask for everyone's opinion. Then I will give you my answer. Of course, Tianca casually replied. That's fine. When that time comes, if your sect has made a decision, just inform the Heavenly Demon sect. After discussing the main business, the two of them fell silent again. The atmosphere was incredibly awkward. Taewoong Mao looked up and called out, "Grandmaster!" "We." Tianca suddenly rushed forward and grabbed her hand. Tianca held her hand and led her straight outside. A bewildered Taewoong Mao asked, "Where are you taking me?" With one swift motion, Tianca opened the door. He unceremoniously threw Taewoong Mao outside, but facing Taewoong Mao's surprised expression, Tianca said, "Our business is concluded. I must cultivate now. Queen Mother of the West, please take your leave." He then sighed in relief, thinking to himself, her enchanting and seductive constitution. If I have to deal with that a few more times, I'm really not sure I'll be able to withstand it. Tianca. The door slammed shut, causing the bewildered Taewoong Mao to let out a little huh? Taewoong Mao chuckled lightly and said, "Very well, Nin Tien." After saying that, she alluringly floated into the air. She licked her lips lightly, as if reluctant to leave, looking down at the room below as she spoke. "Sooner or later the day will come when I will make you my loyal subject," kneeling beneath my skirt. 3 days later, the disciples, along with Nguyet Lin and Tan Hao, were all present in the main hall. The State Master, in a foul mood, said loudly, "To think that the great supreme divine kingdom and doesn't have a single person who can comprehend the wordless scripture? You of the Heavenly Tome Pavilion have disappointed me greatly." Yuling spoke up. "Royal Father, please calm your anger. Although your daughter could sense a faint aura, I was still completely unable to comprehend it." Shinharan clenched his fists in anger and said, "Damn it! I don't know how that so-called Grandmaster managed to learn it. Speak of the devil, and he shall appear." Tianca walked in from outside. The smile on his face was brighter than a flower. He clasped his hands behind his back and asked them, "So how did it go, Kingdom Lord? Have any disciples of the Divine Kingdom managed to comprehend it yet?" The Kingdom Lord was quite the gentleman and said to the Grandmaster, "You've won." He took out a spatial ring and continued, "Everything you wanted is in this ring." Tianca raised his hand, retrieving the spatial ring. He then said with satisfaction, "The Kingdom Lord is truly a man of his word. Well then, next up is the matter I promised. Now who should I choose to pass this on to?" With just that one sentence, all the disciples inside the hall immediately surged towards Tianca in unison, all vying for the spot. "Pick me, Grandmaster!" "If you pick me, I'll burn incense and pray for your good fortune every single day." "Grandmaster, we've admired you for so long." "Pick me!" But Tianca simply pointed directly at one person, as if to say they weren't even on the right level to be speaking with him. Tianca pointed at Yue Ling, who was standing quite a distance away, and said, "I choose Princess Yue Ling." Shinharan, still seething with bitter resentment, pointed his finger. Suspiciously, he said to Yue Ling, Wait a minute. Yue Ling, you were the one who led him into the Supreme Secret Realm? Don't tell me you two were colluding with each other." "Were you hearing him make such a vile accusation?" she angrily shouted. "Shinharan, When I led the Grandmaster into the supreme secret realm, I still don't even know his true identity, let alone inside a secret realm. Weren't you also unable to recognize the patriarch? Tianharan was speechless but still snorted and said, the circumstances were misleading. How could anyone have known for sure? Just then, Tienge interrupted them. Princess Yueling's aptitude can be ranked in the top 3 among all the princes and princesses. You are a promising talent. We also have a past connection. He put on an infuriating expression and said to Tianharan, if I don't choose her, am I supposed to choose you? A grand prince who opposes me at every turn? Tianharan couldn't retort and just stammered, you. Tienge couldn't be bothered to say more to him and turned to Yueling, asking her, Princess Yueling, are you ready? Yueling replied softly, Hearing this, Tiange immediately raised his hand, directly imparting the technique to her, activating the knowledge impartation talent. The system's voice rang out, activating talent, knowledge impartation, activation successful. Yueling slowly began to float. She was surrounded by a dazzling circle of light. Tienge turned to leave and said, all right. In a moment, she'll be able to grasp it. The Supreme Primal Chaos Palm. I'll be taking my leave now. Tianharan heard Tienge speak so casually and asked in bewilderment, the Supreme Primal Chaos Palm is a heaven-ranked technique. How could anyone possibly master it in just a moment? The sovereign frowned and said to Tiange, hold on. Don't tell me you're planning to run off. What if Yueling fails to grasp it? Tiange scoffed, stating the obvious. Of course, you couldn't do it. But if I'm the one teaching her, then she will definitely be able to grasp it. Tianharan snorted and said such arrogant words. Seeing how talkative he was, the sovereign had to interject. Hao Nian, that's enough out of you. At this moment, Nguyen Lin's eyes shot wide open. Her body began to glow as she screamed, ah! A dense aura of energy surrounded Nguyen Lin, and she gradually began to float into the air. Everyone was astonished and couldn't stop talking. The supreme chi is so immense! Could it be that the Grandmaster really taught Princess Nguyen Lin in just a single moment? Thien Ka remained indifferent, his hands clasped behind his back, without even turning his head. It was as if he already knew everything that would happen. He said to everyone, I'll be taking my leave. Tan Hao Nian, with his usual hot-headed nature, pointed his finger at Thien Ka, who was slowly walking out of the hall, and called out, Royal Father! Are you just going to let him leave like that? What if he tricked us? The king, of course, had already considered that possibility. But he cleverly said to him, the legendary Grandmaster of the Heavenly Demon Cult is extremely intelligent. Right now, the relationship between the Alliance of the Righteous Path and the Heavenly Demon Cult is incredibly tense. He wouldn't be foolish enough to provoke animosity for the Heavenly Demon Cult. Nguyen Ling slowly opened her eyes. Then she landed back on the ground, as the flow of true energy around her gradually dissipated. The king, sitting above, looked at her anxiously and asked, Nguyen Lin, how did it go? Nguyen Ling bowed and replied, reporting to you, Royal Father, I have grasped the highest form of the Supreme Primordial Palm. The moment those words were spoken, everyone else present in the hall was stunned into silence before asking in unison, the highest form? Tan Hao Nian's expression turned as foul as if he'd been bitten by a dog. His mood naturally couldn't have been worse. In a bitter, resentful tone, he said, but it's only been a moment. To go from a novice to the highest realm just like that. How did I not realize this before? So you're a peerless genius too, huh? As he spoke, he couldn't help but feel worried. Nguyen Ling has always considered me a powerful rival. Now that she has learned the Supreme Primordial Palm, I'm afraid my position will be seriously threatened. The Kingdom Lord still seemed unable to believe her. With a probing look on his face, he called out to Nguyen Lin. Are you telling the truth? Nguyen Ling raised her hand, gathering a stream of power. She answered curtly, more words are useless. You can all see for yourselves. She raised her hand high as if preparing to do something. The power she was gathering grew larger and larger. With one powerful palm strike, she slammed that stream of power into the ground. Just from this pressure wave alone, it caused everyone nearby to lose their footing. They staggered, their limbs trembling as if they were about to collapse. This one palm strike also directly but shattered the doubt in the Kingdom Lord's heart. His eyes flew open as he recognized that stream of power. It was indeed the highest form of the Supreme Primordial Palm. The Kingdom Lord spoke, then burst out laughing, unable to contain his joy. Our Supreme Divine Kingdom, after all these years, has finally produced a peerless genius. Everyone else echoed the sentiment. They immediately clasped their fists to congratulate the Kingdom Lord. This is truly a joyous occasion. Truly joyous. Just then, Nguyen Lin spoke softly, saying, no. The boisterous atmosphere suddenly fell silent. She continued, "This has nothing to do with me, and I am certainly no peerless genius. Everything is due to the founder's achievements. The founder has tens of thousands of ways to comprehend the supreme primordial palm. Every single method is recorded in detail, from the introductory level to the highest mastery. As long as you are an ordinary person and follow the founder's records, you will easily reach the highest form." The kingdom lord, bewildered, slammed the table and shot to his feet. He asked in disbelief, "Thousands? Tens of thousands?" But he only managed to learn the supreme. It only took the primordial elder a few days. How is that even possible? As expected of the legendary patriarch of the heavenly demon cult. The kingdom lord, overjoyed, rushed down. He grabbed her hand and called out, "Yue Ling, is what you said true? Then, does that mean you can—" Yue Ling understood what he meant, but she just smiled gently and said, "Imperial father, I know what you want to ask, but the patriarch must have used some kind of special technique. After I chose one comprehension method, the rest of them all vanished." Hearing this, the kingdom lord fell into thought, but after a moment he said, "So be it. As long as one of the divine kingdom's disciples can inherit the ancestors' treasure, that's all that matters." With that, he turned and addressed everyone present. "Hear my imperial decree. From this moment forward, no one is to provoke the heavenly demon cult. Any who defy this order will have their entire clan executed." Everyone responded in unison. "We shall obey the kingdom lord's decree." But Qin Horan refused to accept this. He cupped his fist and said defiantly, "Imperial father, there's no need for this. If word of this gets out, won't people say that the formless divine kingdom is afraid of the heavenly demon cult?" The kingdom lord turned and snapped at him, "You're so short-sighted. The empress of the heavenly demon cult is the Yaochi Holy Master. Do you really want the supreme divine kingdom to make an enemy of them and invite their wrath? This legendary patriarch is far more difficult to deal with than we could have ever imagined." Meanwhile, Tiange was walking down the road. As he walked, he grumbled to himself, "I went way overboard with the showboating. So much so that I forgot the most important thing. I should have stayed behind to savor the looks on their faces. Who knows, I might have even gotten a reward out of it." Just then, the Tianbao Holy Sun came running out of nowhere. He was panting heavily as he called out, "Patriarch! I finally caught up to you." Tiange asked in confusion, "Waiting for me? What for?" Tianbao's Holy Sun urgently pulled Tiange's hand, dragging him away. He informed him in broken sentences, "Sister Tianmi is looking for you, Brother Yuan. Hurry to the Tianbao Pavilion with me." Tiange looked confused, but still ran along and asked, "What does she want with me?" Arriving back at the Tianbao Pavilion, a group of subordinates was already waiting outside. They bowed and said, "Greetings, Grandmaster." Tiange clasped his hands and looked inside. He showed no expression, only offering a single word of praise. "Quite grand, isn't it?" Upon entering, he found Tianmi had been waiting for some time. As was her habit, she held a pipe in her hand, smiling lightly. She stepped forward and said, "I have long heard of the Grandmaster's great name. Meeting you today, you are truly as handsome and magnanimous as they say, with an extraordinary and otherworldly air. Having such an esteemed guest visit us makes my Tianbao Pavilion shine even brighter. I am Tianmi, the master of the Tianbao Pavilion. Greetings, Lord Grandmaster." Without any hesitation, Tianmi walked over and placed her hand on Tiange's shoulder, adding, "I never would have guessed that the mysterious great emperor from the auction that day was actually the legendary Grandmaster. You truly are remarkable, Grandmaster." Tiange looked at her as well, replying that he was also surprised. The top auction master of the Tianbao Pavilion turns out to be the master of the Tianbao Pavilion herself. You're not so simple either. Seeing that Tiange remained calm while speaking to her, her expression turned serious as she thought, "Very few people are unaffected by my intoxicating fragrance. How can he be so composed?" She then smiled faintly again and said, "With only the strength of the Earth King realm, you managed to bully all the great emperors present. That courage alone is enough to earn anyone's admiration." Tiange had no interest in playing these cat-and-mouse games with her. He asked bluntly, "So, Pavilion Master Tianmi, why were you looking for me today?" Tianmi reached a hand into her cleavage and took out a storage ring, speaking again to Tiange. "This is the 0 yuan that the patriarch paid at the auction a few days ago. Tianmi is returning it all. I only hope that the patriarch will consider a cooperative partnership. A business partnership between the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion and the Heavenly Demon Cult." Tianhe gave a faint smile, not rushing to agree or disagree. "Tell me the specifics." Tianmi immediately elaborated. "The Heavenly Demon Cult is vast. It must require a great deal of cultivation materials, such as medicinal pills and weapons. The Heavenly Treasure Pavilion is willing to supply these things. As for the price, we will give the Heavenly Demon Cult a 30% discount.
Tianka then asked, "And what are your conditions?" After asking, Tianka stroked his chin, calculating. With such large quantities, a 30% discount could indeed save the considerable amount of expenses. But why would this Tianmi woman be so generous? Tianmi leaned in and whispered into Tianca's ear. Her tone was incredibly suggestive. "There are no conditions. It's simply that I admire you, Patriarch. I wish to befriend you and the entire heavenly demon cult." Tianka refuted her words in a cold voice. "There's no such thing as a free lunch." He stepped back and gave her a deferred answer. "Regarding this matter, I will wait until I return to discuss it." Before making a decision, Tianmi laughed. "Ha ha, of course. When the time comes, if the Patriarch has any plans, you can find Zhou Yan and have him notify me at any time." Tianka turned to leave with the Holy Son of Heavenly Treasure. He just said, "I'm leaving," and started to walk away. Tianmi called out to the Patriarch and asked about the 0 yuan in the storage ring she was holding in her hand. Tianca slightly turned his head, signaling for her to keep it. "I don't need it. I don't like being indebted to others." Having said that, Tianca left. Old Tuo came out, still not understanding, and asked the pavilion master, "Was it really necessary to treat him so well?" Tianmi cut him off with a serious expression. "Old Tuo, say no more. I'm already I misspoke. I'm a merchant, so I know how to be selective. The more you're willing to risk, the more you stand to gain. It's as simple as that." At the Heavenly Demon Cult, inside Heavenly Spirit City, West Continent, Luo Wuting spoke up, asking the Grand Elder, "Lately, have the members of the Righteous Alliance stood down?" The Grand Elder cupped his fist and replied, "Not at all. I've heard that recently. The Righteous Alliance has a new peerless genius. That's why they've been so arrogant. Even a bit more audacious than usual." Luo Wuting turned her head slightly, letting out a cold snort, with a look of disdain. "Send word to our people. If you encounter any of those scum from the Righteous Alliance, show them no mercy. Strike without holding back." The Grand Elder cupped his fist and replied, "Understood." He then added, "Oh, right. I've heard that recently, over at the Supreme Divine Nation. They've been troubled by a person named Ning Shi. He's been wreaking so much havoc that no one can get any peace. Not only were all the treasures in the secret realm looted, but I've even heard that interfered with the selection of the Divine Nation's successor. I don't know if it's true or not." The moment Ningshu's name was mentioned, Luo Wuting immediately blushed and thought to herself, "Come to think of it, calculating the time, it's already been several days. I wonder how he's doing now." Outside, a sudden strong gust of wind blew, and with it came a voice. "Everyone, it's been a while." Surprised, Luo Wuting looked up. Tiange descended majestically, riding a flame bird. As soon as everyone saw him, they shouted loudly, "It's the Patriarch! The Patriarch has returned!" Tiange leaped from the back of the flame bird, landing on the ground below. The moment he landed, he eagerly asked, "Wifey, did you miss me?" Luo Wuxin stood there, putting on a cold facade. She only replied with 2 curt sentences. But unlike her, Tianka rushed forward and embraced Luo Wuting tightly, saying, "But I missed you so much." The Grand Elder was helpless against this newlywed-like couple. He coughed, ahem, to break the atmosphere, and asked awkwardly, "Ancestor, did you gain anything from your trip this time?" With one arm around Luo Wuting's waist, Tianka took out 3 whole storage rings with his other hand. "Of course I did," he said. In an instant, all the spirit coins, spirit source stones, and all sorts of technique manuals were piled up before them like a mountain, making the Grand Elder exclaim, "Whoa!" He couldn't believe his eyes. Luo Wuting looked at the incredibly smug Tianka and asked, "Technique manuals, 0 spirit coins, and even spirit source stones? Ning Tian, did you go rob someone?" The Grand Elder also said in disbelief, "Let's not even talk about those 5 billion spirit coins. Just those spirit source stones alone? Their value is already beyond imagination." Ding! The system chimed. "You have surprised Luo Wuting. You have astonished the Grand Elder. Reward, cultivation talent, belief has leveled up. From the previous 10-something meters, it has expanded to a distance of 100 meters. Tianca said seriously, "Wifey, calm down, let me explain." An incense stick's time later. Luo Wuting, who had now finished listening to Tianca's story, rubbed her chin and said, "So, you won the bet against the Supreme Emperor. And all of this was what you 2 wagered." After hearing the story, the Grand Elder couldn't help but exclaim, "Oh, my God, to actually make a bet with that great emperor. That's something this old man wouldn't even dare to dream of in my entire life." He pointed and said, "Ancestor, the Supreme Emperor. You didn't anger him to death, did you? But what about Divine Province City over there? Are you looking down on my heavenly demon cult?" Tiange chuckled lightly and replied, "It's not that serious. He should be thanking me. After all, I found him an outstanding successor." Tiange's eyes had dark circles under them. He pointed at the Grand Elder and said, "It's getting late.
The air is getting a bit chilly, too, Grand Elder. You all should head back and rest. Luo Wuxian glanced at Tiange, puzzled, and said, Chilly? It's not even nighttime yet. Besides, the weather is quite cool today. Tiange wrapped his arm around her waist and whispered, A reunion is sweeter than a wedding night. Why should we have to wait until dark? Luo Wuxian blushed with embarrassment and said, You! Without another word, Tiange used the roaming dragon steps, swept Luo Wuxian into his arms, and flew away. He called back a few words to the Grand Elder. Help me gather these items for now. We'll divide them tomorrow. The Grand Elder was at a complete loss for words, but replied, Yes, Grandmaster. Tiange threw the door open. Carrying Luo Wuxian, he flew straight inside. Tiange pushed Luo Wuxian down onto the bed. She blushed and quickly said, Let me go! There are so many people watching. How could we in broad daylight? Tiange leaned in close and asked, In broad daylight what? Wifey, are you thinking about something naughty? Luo Wuxian looked at him and quickly retorted, I am not. Tiange sat up straight and said, All right. I'll stop teasing you. I have something important I want to discuss with you. Luo Wuxian, her face still beet red, asked, What is it? Tiange held up 2 fingers and told her, 2 things. First is about the Tianbao Pavilion. They want to cooperate with the Heavenly Demon cult. They've also agreed to provide us with resources at a 30% discount. Second, and they want to use 5 billion yuan, along with 5,000 primordial essence stones and the sacred land of Yaoqi, to build a teleportation pillar, Luo Wuxian said, looking at him. In terms of cultivation, it's true that the Heavenly Demon cult consumes quite a lot of resources. If we could cooperate with the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion, the remaining resources could be used for other things. We could try a temporary cooperation for now. It's just that Tiange weighed the pros and cons, then said to her, Right now, the Righteous Alliance and us are like fire and water. If we really end up fighting in the future, then having one more ally is for the better. As of now, the Yaoqi Holy Land is probably the most trustworthy among the factions. In Tianling City, Luo Wuxian hesitated slightly and asked, The Yaoqi Holy Land has always been neutral. Are you so sure they will agree? Tiange replied, Don't you worry. I can tell. The Queen Mother of the West doesn't object to my proposal. She will persuade them. Luo Wuxian spoke again. Since the founding of the Heavenly Demon cult, we have never allied ourselves with any other faction. But if it's your proposal, then perhaps it's worth considering. Tiange jumped up joyfully. My wife is brilliant! Luo Wuxian pushed Tiange's perverted face away and said, The reason you're so happy is because it'll be more convenient to meet that bunch of fox spirits from the Yaoqi Holy Land. Isn't that right? Tiange chuckled sheepishly. How could that be? Tiange suddenly stared at her for a moment. Luo Wuxian's expression was a little sad as she fell silent. Tiange moved closer and asked, Are you jealous? Luo Wuxian huffed proudly and said, Ridiculous, as if I, the Empress, would ever get jealous. Tiange pushed her down onto the bed, calling out, Wifey! Now that we're done with official business, shouldn't we move on to discuss? A few deeper issues have arisen, haven't they? I was away for so long. Did you really not miss me? Luo Wuxian suddenly pulled him down. Then she kissed him directly. It made Tiange blush in surprise. Luo Wuxian looked at him, smiled softly, and asked, Well, what do you say? The two looked at each other for a moment, and then he was utterly speechless. Meanwhile, the Queen Mother of the West and the elders were trying to suppress the true demon. Below them was the entity known as the true demon. It had an incredibly terrifying head. With only a few scattered teeth, it spoke with a threatening voice. I am a true demon. You think you alone are enough to suppress me? Yuling refused to back down and shouted at it, Insolent beast. I refuse to believe you can escape from this soul-locking coffin. Soul-locking coffin. The soul-locking coffin was enveloped by a surge of power and gradually descended upon the true demon. Realizing it was about to be suppressed, it let out a threat. Sacred land of Yaoqi, as long as you cannot kill me, sooner or later I will return to bathe Yaoqi in blood. The suppressed true demon was gradually pushed down below. 3 elders descended and knelt before the Queen Mother of the West. They called out, Holy Master. Yaoqi has been suppressing that true demon for hundreds of thousands of years. But from the very beginning, we have never been able to kill him. Now the power of the seal is gradually weakening. I'm afraid. The Queen Mother of the West turned to reassure them. It's all right. This soul-locking coffin is a treasure of the great demon-suppressing emperor. He won't be able to stir up any trouble. Regarding the matter I spoke of earlier, about forming an alliance for Yaoqi, what are all of your thoughts? The silver-haired elder just hemmed and hawed, saying, Well, this! The black-haired elder suggested to her, How about we hold a grand assembly?
Let's hear everyone's opinions. The Queen Mother of the West also agreed with this idea. She waved her hand, ordering them to inform those below. Immediately, summon all disciples to the main hall for a discussion. The great matter. Tianka sits high atop Moonlight Cliff, focusing on his cultivation. Down below, at the foot of the mountain, the disciples are also sitting and cultivating at the same time. The currents of spiritual energy around this place are incredibly dense. The system chimes in, absorbing faith energy. Absorbing faith energy, +3. Absorbing faith energy, +3. Current faith energy stored, 950 out of 1,000. After cultivating for a moment, the female disciples blush and call out, "Grandmaster, my chest hurts so much. Grandmaster, my legs hurt so much. Tianta." Hearing the whining from the female disciples below, his mind couldn't find any peace. His eyes snap open as he angrily shouts down at them. "Behave yourselves for me. I will punish anyone who doesn't train properly. You hear me?" However, this tactic had the opposite effect. It only made the female disciples abandon their cultivation even more. "Ah, Grandmaster has so much masculine charm. So handsome. Grandmaster, punish me harder. Don't spare me just because I'm a delicate flower." Hearing this, Tianta looks down at his disciples with a helpless, deadpan expression. He silently complains to himself. "Damn it. Recently, my wife said she's tired. She told me I have to train these disciples to become outstanding. Only then am I allowed to return to our bed. But these kids have no motivation whatsoever." Tianca strokes his chin as if thinking of something. After a moment, he takes out his storage ring and says, "I've got it." He takes out the cultivation techniques and weapons he possesses, displaying them before the disciples' eyes. Then he announces loudly, "Here I have some Xuan-rank martial arts techniques, and a number of treasured artifacts. Take your pick. Your Grandmaster wants to help you become the elites of the heavenly demon sect." Upon hearing Tianca's words, the disciples were overjoyed. They asked the Grandmaster again, "Is this for real? I'm not dreaming, am I? Martial arts, cultivation techniques, and even treasured artifacts. Are they all for us? The Grandmaster is mighty. The Grandmaster is so generous." At this moment, the system in Tiange's mind chimed in again. "You have astounded the disciples. Reward, divine craftsmanship talent. Divine craftsmanship can be used to forge weapons." Hearing the notification, Tiange was a little surprised and thought, "Forging my own weapons, huh? Although I don't need it right now. It will be very convenient later when I have good materials." A male disciple opened a technique scroll, looking confused. He asked, "Grandmaster, how do I cultivate this iron palm technique?" Tiange flew down, touched the technique scroll, and said, "Let me see." The system chimed in again. "Using talent? Imparting knowledge, usage successful." Tiange touched the disciple's forehead and asked, "Do you understand now?" That disciple clenched his fists joyfully and replied, "So this iron palm is actually this simple." This disciple was foolish. "I'm so lucky to have the Grandmaster's guidance." The other disciples crowded around, each one clamoring, "Grandmaster, you're amazing!" "Grandmaster, I don't understand either." "Teach me, and me!" "Me too!" Tiange raised his hand to calm everyone down, saying, "Calm down. Calm down, one at a time." Another half-day passed. Following Tiange's guidance, all the disciples were able to cultivate the techniques they had chosen. Tiange hovered in the air and asked everyone loudly, "Have you all completed your training?" The disciples bowed in unison and replied, "Thank you for your guidance, Grandmaster." The system chimed in again, absorbing faith energy. Faith energy +1. Faith energy +2. Faith energy +3. Current faith energy stored, 1,000 out of 1,000. The power of faith is ready. Suddenly, a sweet fragrance drifted past Tiange's nose, causing him to freeze for a moment. He looked up and saw Lac Votin flying toward him from a distance. Tianca spoke up, "Wifey, are you here to take me home?" Lac Voting landed and said, "We'll deal with that later. First, you need to come with me to the medicine hall. The medicine elder is looking for you." Tianca chuckled softly. "The medicine elder is looking for me?" Could it be that the pill refinement was a success? The two of them flew off together. Tianca carried Lac Voting in his arms and said, "All right then, let's go." At the medicine hall of the heavenly demon sect, the medicine elder seemed to be in a hurry, constantly pacing back and forth in front of the hall. As soon as he saw Tianca and Lac Voting flying over, he exclaimed joyfully, "Empress, Ancestral Master, you two have arrived!" Lac Voting and Tianca landed. She asked, "Medicine elder, how is the pill?" The medicine elder shook his head slightly. His face filled with disappointment as he replied, "Ancestral Master, forgive this old man's incompetence. I have studied it for over 2 days. But I still dare not act rashly." He put a hand to his forehead and continued, "This medicinal pill requires numerous ingredients, and on top of that, they are incredibly precious.
The required ratios are extremely strict. The slightest mistake will risk an explosion in the cauldron. If it fails, these ingredients will be completely destroyed. Thien Ka frowned, his expression turning serious as he thought, if it fails, these ingredients will be completely destroyed. The medicine elder then said to Thien Ka, in all of Heavenly Spirit City, there is only one person with this ability. Thien Ka didn't beat around the bush and asked directly, who is it? The medicine elder remained silent, but Lak Voting spoke up. That would be the medicine emperor Lin Feng. Thien Ka looked over at her and asked, Medicine Emperor? Lin Feng? Who is he? Lak Voting smiled softly and said, your love rival. Thien Ka frowned and turned to her. Huh? A love rival? Lak Voting crossed her arms in front of her chest. Judging by Tiange's expression, he seems to be sulking. I just asked you if you had a few rivals for my affection. Isn't that a perfectly normal thing? Tiange hurriedly waved his hands, forcing a smile as he quickly answered. No, that's not it. He walked over, using his one unbeatable move, coaxing his wife. He spoke to her softly and sweetly. My wife is as beautiful as a goddess, a beauty that could topple nations. If you didn't have 7 or 8, or even 90 rivals, now that would be a problem. But who exactly is this Lin Feng? Hearing Tiange's question, Luo Wuting also said, Lin Feng is the sect master of the spiritual medicine sect. It can be considered an emperor-level power, neither too large nor too small. The medicine elder continued her story for Tiange, but because he's a quasi-emperor-level master, and also possesses supreme alchemy skills, he is known to the world as the Medicine Emperor. That's right. With Lin Feng's pill refining arts in this Heavenly Spirit City, if he claims to be number 2, I doubt anyone would dare to claim they're number 1. After Tiange listened to the two of them, his expression didn't change much as he asked the elder, so according to you, this medicinal pill can only be refined by him? Although Luo Wuting's expression was calm, he silently cursed, damn it, I can't let my wife go and beg someone else for help because of my problem, can I? Luo Wuting, knowing what he was thinking, stepped forward. She told him, don't overthink it. We're not going to beg him. We are simply going to pay him to help refine the pill. Tiange looked at her, smiled gently, and asked, my dear wife, how did you know what I was thinking? Tiange pressed his face into Luo Wuting's full bosom, acting playfully spoiled as he asked, what if Lin Feng doesn't accept the deal? That's what he asked. But his face was one of pure ecstasy. He sighed, you smell so good. Luo Wuting then stated her solution. I refuse to accept this, even a quasi-emperor's child. Then we'll just have to beat him until he agrees. Thien Ka looked up and asked, honey, is that spirit herb sect really that rich? Lak Voting replied, that? They don't have much money. But they have no shortage of medicinal herbs. Thien Ka grinned slyly and said, to an alchemist, money is just a worldly possession. Medicinal herbs are the real treasures, heh. Seeing the look on his face, Lak Voting asked, what are you planning to do? Thien Ka propped up his chin and said nonchalantly, oh, nothing. He put his hands on his hips, brimming with energy, and announced to her, tomorrow we depart for the spirit herb sect. The medicine elder's face was covered in sweat. He glanced over at Lak Voting and said, your Majesty, the Empress, the spirit herb sect is in for some bad luck, aren't they? Lak Voting just smiled faintly and hummed in agreement. Outside in the courtyard, the disciples were gathered. Thien Ka held Lak Voting's hand affectionately and asked, my love, are you sure you want to come with me to find the Medicine Emperor? Lak Voting replied, also explaining her reason for accompanying him. If his medicinal pills can only be refined by Lam Fong, and no one else, then if I, the Empress, make a personal appearance, he surely won't refuse. Thien Ka smiled happily and replied, you're the best, my dear. You think of everything for me. Thien Ka turned his head and called out to the Grand Elder, if anyone from the Jade Pool Sacred Land or the Heaven Treasure Pavilion arrives, you are to receive them. The Grand Elder clasped his fist and replied, yes, Patriarch. Like a child, Thien Ka threw himself onto Lak Voting, hugging her tightly and saying, I'm counting on you, my dear. Lak Voting smiled indulgently and said, hold on tight. With that said, Lak Voting leaped into the air, carrying Thien Ka away. In a flash, they arrived at the Spirit Herb Sect in the Western Province. The disciples were walking around, patrolling, when one sighed in boredom and said, patrolling over and over again every single day is so boring. The guy next to him said, you can say that again. All the people who can come to the Spirit Medicine Sect, who among them hasn't had to beg everywhere else? Who would dare to be so insolent at our Spirit Medicine Sect? Suddenly, a voice rang out, making all three of them freeze. Huh? What a huge statue. Luo, Wuxin, and Tiange were standing on top of that massive statue. Tiange spoke up with a sigh. I didn't realize Lin Feng was such a narcissist. The guys below pointed up to where Tiange was sitting and shouted insolently, "Who are you people? Not only are you spouting such disrespectful words, but you're also trampling on the statue of the revered medicine saint, the master of our spirit medicine sect. Get the hell down from there now! If you don't, then don't blame our spirit medicine sect for being merciless." Luo Wuxin didn't even bother arguing with these nobodies who posed no threat. With a cold expression, she used her spiritual pressure to project her voice and call out to Lin Feng, "Get out here for this, Empress!" Her spiritual pressure swept through, making all the disciples within the sect unable to sit or stand still. They all collapsed and scattered before her aura. Yet Lin Feng appeared, completely unfazed, and laughed heartily. He descended with an extraordinary air about him and said calmly, "Wuxin, it's been a while." The disciples were stunned when they heard this. "What? She's the female emperor of the heavenly demon sect?" From above, Tiange jumped down, a look of anger on his face as he yelled, "Who gave you permission to call her that? Are you even worthy?" Lin Feng frowned as he watched Tiange land and asked, "And who are you, kid?" His voice was laced with anger as he retorted, "The Empress and I are friends. It's not your place to stick your nose into how we address each other." Luo Wuxin followed, landing, and standing beside Tiange, asking Lin Feng, "When did you and this emperor become friends?" She wrapped her arm around Tiange's and asserted her claim. "Furthermore, this man is this emperor's husband. Of course, I have the right to be displeased with how you address him." "By you." Lin Feng felt like he'd been struck by lightning, clutching his head and crying out, "What? You're married?" His face was still dazed, unable to accept the truth. "I was only in seclusion for a short time, and yet she's already married? No, I don't believe it. There's definitely more to this. This brat must have pulled some kind of trick." He opened his mouth to speak, but he couldn't stop trembling. "So, you're the Empress's husband. My respects, my respects. Grandmaster is truly handsome and extraordinary." Tiange was extremely humble, but his words were still like a slap to the face. "Not at all, not at all. I'm just a little bit more handsome than you, that's all." Hearing this, he turned purple with rage and thought to himself, "This guy is completely shameless." As I thought, I was completely fooled. Lin Feng spoke up, feigning calmness with a laugh. "Ha! Grandmaster, you're quite the joker. Grandmaster, your power is only at the Earth King realm. I advise you to be a little more humble. Stop with the tricks. Otherwise, it won't be good if you get hurt in the future." Tiange's face was completely emotionless as he replied, "Emperor Luo Yu is right. My abilities are indeed too weak." "Too weak?" Lin Feng snorted and said, "It's good that you know your place." Tiange walked over to his wife, put his arm around her waist and said, "I trained too late last night. My shoulders and neck are sore. Wifey, can you rub my shoulders for me?" Luo Wuyo understood his intention immediately and let out a soft sigh. She thought, "Nice one. This guy always knows how to hit where it hurts." Luo Wuyo played along, then places his hand on Tiange's shoulder. After that, the two of them sit down in a corner. Receiving a massage from Luo Wuxing, Tiange's face is one of pure bliss as he says loudly, "Ah, nothing beats a massage from my wife's small hands." The disciples present are once again shocked, scratching their heads in disbelief. One of them exclaims, "Oh my God, I can't believe it! He's a legend, just like the rumors said." In front of him, the Empress is like a demure little woman. Lin Feng freezes on the spot seeing this, thinking to himself, "Damn it, the woman I love is acting like a little bird, nestling into another man's arms right in front of me." Meanwhile, Tiange continues the act, putting his arm around Luo Wuxing and calling out, "My love, I've wronged you. Going from a martial artist to the peak Earth sovereign realm, it took far too long." Luo Wuxing plays along, replying to Tiange, "To achieve this in just 2 or 3 months, it already makes you a genius among 10,000 geniuses." As she speaks, she glances at Lin Feng and raises her voice. "As far as I know, even the Pill Emperor, starting as a 1-star martial artist and reaching the peak Emperor realm, took a full 15 years. Lin Feng frowns, looking at Luo Wuxing and thinking, "I can't believe Wuxing is cooperating so perfectly with that kid. Could it be that she really thinks his talent is that outstanding? That she's already married him? Ugh, whatever." Arguing with her further is pointless. He speaks up, getting to the point. "I wonder, Empress and Ancestral Master, what business brings you to my spiritual medicine sect?" Luo Wuxing also stops the act and says to him seriously, "This Empress has come to ask you to refine a pill." Lin Feng, a bit surprised, looks at her and asks, "What pill does Her Majesty the Empress wish to have refined? Do you have the ingredients?" Tiange tosses a box to Lin Feng, saying, "The ingredients are all in here." Lin Feng took the box in his hand and said, "Based on these ingredients, refining this pill shouldn't be very difficult." Then Tian Ka took out 2 more herbs and said, "Wait, there are also these 2 stalks.
The moment Lam Fong saw them, he immediately recognized them and was stunned. He said, "This is 100-year-old 9-Phoenix frostgrass and 1,000-year-old Dowheart fruit." He thought to himself, this kid is clearly only at the Earth King realm. Why would he need such high-grade ingredients? What's even stranger is, I can't even identify what kind of pill this is. The system's voice rang out at this moment. "You have provoked the Pill Emperor." Lam Fong was shocked. Reward, alchemy proficiency. Current alchemy proficiency, slight understanding. Reward, Saint-level alchemy experience card. Saint-level alchemy experience card. After use, you can obtain Saint-level alchemy proficiency. The experience lasts for 1 hour and becomes invalid after use. Thien Ka let out a light laugh and offered a compliment. As expected of the Pill Emperor, you have a sharp eye for quality. Lam Fong clasped his hands behind his back, turned and walked straight inside without looking back, saying, "My apologies, I cannot refine this pill." The disciples, looking utterly bewildered as if this was the first time they'd ever heard such a thing, said, "How is that possible? Is there really a pill in this world that the Pill Emperor cannot refine?" Lac Votin's brows furrowed slightly. Her voice turned ice-cold as she said, "Lam Fong, you'd better not be making excuses." Lam Fong stopped and told her bluntly, "The ingredients you have provided are far too precious. A pill of this type, if successfully refined, would be at least an immortal-grade pill. The slightest mistake risks a furnace explosion. This one does not see a way to guarantee a perfect outcome." Thien Ka exhaled, but the corner of his mouth curled up into a smirk. He held the 2 ingredients in his hand and spoke up. "If the Pill Emperor can't do it, then I guess I'll just have to do it myself." Upon hearing this, Lam Fong asked in bewilderment, "What did you say?" As soon as the disciples of the Spirit Herb sect heard him, an uproar erupted among them. "What are you bragging about? If you could actually refine it, then why would you even come to our spirit medicine sect? Yeah, that's right, a pill that not even our medicine emperor can refine. I'm afraid no one in this entire heavenly spirit realm can refine it. You'd better watch out. Bragging so outrageously might get you into trouble." Luo Wuting was also quite surprised, calling Ningtian dear. She secretly wondered to herself, since when did he start practicing alchemy? Tian gently lifted her chin and said, "Don't worry, my dear." Luo Wuting hummed softly in reply, "I trust you. You always manage to turn the impossible into the possible." Lin Feng, with a neutral expression, spoke up. "I can't sense any level of alchemy skill coming from you. Grandmaster? Grandmaster, how do you plan to refine this medicinal pill? The 9-Phoenix frozen grass and the Thundercore fruit are extremely rare. If you waste these top-tier ingredients, Grandmaster, it would be a terrible shame." The same confident look remained on Tian's face as he spoke. "Don't worry, I know my limits. Please find me a cauldron, Medicine Emperor. One that can refine an immortal pill." Lin Feng took out a cauldron and said, "Of course, my spirit medicine sect has a cauldron that can concoct immortal pills." He enlarged it and then said, "Grandmaster, this is one of my prized treasures, a low-grade immortal artifact, the 3-legged golden crow cauldron." Tian smiled lightly and replied, "Thank you, Medicine Emperor." Tian walked over to the cauldron and called out silently, "System, use the Saint-level alchemy experience card." The system's voice immediately rang out. "Using Saint-level alchemy experience card. Use successful. Host has received 1 hour of experience at the Saint level of alchemy." Tian's eyes lit up. He raised a hand, a triumphant smirk on his face. He thrust his hand forward. Tian began. The spirit herbs flew into the cauldron. The abundant spiritual energies also flew into the furnace. Lin Feng watched this display by Tian Ta and said in a daze, "The sacred flame of the Pill Dao? Has he already reached the saint realm of the Pill Dao?" Every alchemist who steps onto the path of the Pill Dao will possess the ability to conjure a pill flame. The higher the quality and color of the pill flame, the higher the level it represents for the alchemist within the Pill Dao. The flame he is currently wielding is one of the most powerful pill flames in the Pill Dao. Tian Ta frowned, trying to concentrate as he raised his hand to perform the technique, guiding the medicinal ingredients into the alchemy furnace. He thought, the explosive flame is yang. After removing 3 parts yang, add 7 parts yin. The 3 parts yang and 7 parts yin will complement each other. The flickering of the flame is the signal to remove the 3 parts. Tian Ka saw that the time was right and continued to add another type of herb into the furnace. The alchemy furnace accumulated more and more power and levitated high into the air. Lin Feng didn't blink for even a second as he stared at the alchemy furnace floating above. He said, "What an incredible ability to balance yin and yang. This kind of flame control technique is truly magnificent." Just then, several bolts of lightning struck down from the sky. Lin Feng recognized it instantly. "This is a phenomenon of heaven and earth. Could it be?" Is the Grandmaster forging some kind of high-grade immortal pill? The lightning Dao erupted and immediately struck down. Lin Feng frowned and said, "This is bad. If the heavenly thunder strikes the pill furnace, it will definitely explode. The medicinal pills inside will be destroyed, too." The lightning Dao struck the alchemy furnace head-on. Tianca showed no sign of worry as he formed a hand seal and shouted, "Condense for me!" The streams of power channeled by Tianca, combined with the lightning Dao, caused the alchemy furnace to shake violently. A great burst of light erupted, so bright that no one could open their eyes. Luo Wuxin shouted, "Ning Tian!" A sense of regret rose in Lin Feng's heart as he spoke. So the furnace still exploded after all, huh? The white smoke gradually dissipated. To his surprise, the alchemy furnace was still completely intact. That pill was also successfully refined. Looking at that pill, everyone was utterly shocked. The furnace didn't explode at all, and it's even emitting a 6-colored holy light. What in the world kind of immortal pill is this? One of them called out, "Honored Master Lin Feng! Is this medicinal pill successfully refined?" Lin Feng's expression remained tense as he said, "Not yet. It's not over yet. The Grandmaster has no intention of stopping. This medicinal pill isn't finished." Tianca, his face covered in sweat, muttered to himself, "Just one final step, and the heavenly pattern divine pill will be a success." The pill was enveloped by the lightning Dao. From out of nowhere, and several hands appeared, intending to snatch the pill. An immortal pill like this should rightfully belong to us. Luo Wuxing instantly appeared, blocking the hands. He roared, "Which despicable coward are you? You dare launch a sneak attack to steal the pill? Show yourself!" Two enormous old men, referring to themselves as this emperor, appeared. Their voices were incredibly unsettling as they spoke. Luo Wuxing, why don't you just hand over an immortal pill like this to us, If you don't, then don't blame this emperor for starting a massacre today. Lin Feng looked at the situation with a grave expression and said, "If he's disturbed at this moment, at best, the pill refinement will fail. At worst, the pill will be destroyed and its creator will perish." Luo Wuxing shot directly into the air. Without any compromise, he declared in a loud voice, "Whoever dares to harm him, this emperor will ensure their very soul is scattered to the winds." Luo Wuxing soared high into the sky, coming face to face with the two great emperors. Luo Wuxing frowned, looking at the two old men. "Eighth Tribulation Great Emperors?" he asked. "Who in the world are you two?" Lin Feng looked up and wondered to himself, besides Wuxing, are there any other Eighth Tribulation cultivators in the Heavenly Spirit domain? Are they masters from outside the Heavenly Spirit domain? Luo Wuyu let out a cold snort. "How dare outsiders like you trespass here?" She took the initiative, rushing forward and yelling, "You don't know your own strength." Down below, Tiange was still maintaining the pill refinement process. He kept trying, but his heart was incredibly anxious. He cursed, "Damn it!" This was the final turning point of the pill refinement. "Wife, you have to hold on up there!" Luo Wuyo directly drew her treasured sword. She looked at the two people before her and spoke in a cold voice. "When this empress's frigid bone is unsheathed, blood is certain to be spilled. Today I will use the blood of Eighth Tribulation Great Emperors to consecrate it." One of the old men shot forward at his fastest speed. He huffed coldly, not taking her seriously at all. "If we were fighting one-on-one, perhaps we wouldn't be your match." The other old man continued his partner's sentence as he rushed forward at the same time. "But unfortunately, there are two of us, Luo." "Wuyu." With a majestic air, she also thrust her sword forward and said coldly, "You two little runts, dare to speak so arrogantly before this empress?" Several streams of sword chi shot out, directly attacking the two old men. The third brother retreated, clutching his chest, and said, "Second brother!" That woman really has some skill. What do we do now? The second brother frowned and said, "An immortal pill that can evoke a phenomenon from heaven and earth is definitely not of a low grade. Our cultivation has been stuck at the Eighth Tribulation for a long time. We absolutely cannot give up so easily." The alchemy furnace down below was still being personally tended to and refined by Tiange. Tiange frowned as the system's voice also rang out. "Transmuting grade, final sacred transformation for the heavenly pattern. Divine pill. Please wait patiently, host. A notification. Transmutation successful." A 5-colored beam of light from above. The shot straight down into the alchemy furnace. The disciples over here were all buzzing. They pointed at the alchemy furnace and said, "The medicinal fragrance is so strong. What in the world is this pill?" Lam Fang's eyes widened as he stammered. "A 99-colored holy light with such miraculous properties. This has never been seen before. This pill, it surpasses anything I have ever seen in this lifetime. Grandmaster, from this day forward you are Lam Fang's eternal god." I sense a huge commotion down below. Lac Voting immediately flew down swiftly. She raised a hand toward Thien Ka and asked, "Are you all right?" Thien Ka looked at her and quickly replied, "Don't worry, wife. I'm fine." The heavenly pattern. Divine Pill is now a success. He bent his knees slightly and flew up, pulling Lac Voting into his embrace. He declared, "I won't let you be bullied ever again." The third brother looked down and scoffed. "A mere Earth King realm relies on himself and thinks he can be so arrogant just because he has a little talent for alchemy?" The second brother seemed to realize something and said, "Wait, third brother. Look over there." The two old men froze, looking at the bewildering wisps of fragrance surrounding their bodies. This strong, rich medicinal aroma has healed our injuries. Not only that, I feel like my cultivation is about to have a breakthrough. The second brother laughed loudly, mocking Lac Voting. "You worked so hard to injure the two of us, but the holy fragrance of the pill that your husband refined has healed us. What a complete waste of your effort." The old man formed a hand seal and said, "Third brother, an aroma like this shouldn't be wasted. Let's absorb it." Lac Voting's power flared as she roared, "If I can injure you once, I can do it a second time." Thien Ka stopped her, smiling faintly as he said, "Wife, don't be angry. Just wait and enjoy the show." Just as Thien Ka said, the medicinal fragrance began to radiate from the two old men's entire bodies as they clutched their chests in pain. He said, "Second brother, what is happening? Why is this pill lightning attacking us?" "I don't know either." In just a moment, the two old men were overwhelmed by the pill lightning, screaming in pain as their bodies were about to explode. Luo Wuding looked over, confused, and asked, "Was this your doing, my dear?" Tian Ta chuckled. "Heh, I'm not that foolish. Why would I let my wife's attack go to waste? I knew that once the divine pill was successfully created, its medicinal fragrance could also heal external injuries. Those two old geezers would definitely try to absorb all of the pill's aroma into their bodies. So I was extremely kind, and added a little something extra for them." Above, the two old men were continuously struck by the pill lightning, suffering endlessly. Finally, unable to bear it any longer, they collapsed to the ground. The second brother, with his last bit of strength, looked up weakly and asked, "What trick did you pull with the medicine?" Tianca smiled innocently and said, "I specially added a perfect 10-gram tonic pill for you two, reinforced by my own alchemy arts. The pill's effect is at least 1,000 times stronger than normal, killing two birds with one stone. Not only can it heal your external injuries, but it can also nourish your 5 internal organs. How about that? Don't you feel a few hundred years younger right now?" The second brother staggered to his feet, cursing, "You bastard! The fragrance of the sacred. A pill was already enough to heal our injuries, but with this unknown tonic added, the excessive energy backfires and causes harm." The third brother clutched his chest, coughing up blood non-stop as he called out, "Second brother, I feel as if inside my body there's a fire burning." Tian Ta walked over, taking the opportunity to lecture them. "This is what you get for being so bottomlessly greedy, absorbing all of the medicinal fragrance. You're great emperors, for crying out loud. Yet you let yourselves get so full of energy that you almost exploded. What a joke." The second brother roared in anger, "An Earth sovereign realm! And you dare to drug us?" He lunged forward at his fastest speed, shouting, "I'll kill you!" Voting shielded Tianca, blocking the attack for him. How insolent. The system interface lit up with a notification. "You have astonished the 8-life Great Emperor. You have astonished the Empress. You have astonished the Medicine Emperor. Reward received. Realm swap card." Realm swap card allows you to select one person. With the other party's consent, you can swap powers for 1 hour. The second brother turned to his third brother behind him. "This man is Lac Voting's weakness. All we have to do is attack him with our full strength. Force her to burn through her chi and blood." As he spoke, he circled behind her again. By making Lac Voting focus her attacks to protect Thienka, it will reduce the risk of her own body exploding from the power overload. Once I get my hands on that pill, we can force him to refine a new one for us. One that can cure our condition. Focusing his attack on Lac Voting, the third brother replied, "Got it, second brother." Suddenly, another old man appeared out of nowhere from above. Gritting his teeth, he struck viciously at Lac Voting. She was caught off guard by the palm strike, which landed squarely on her body. She was thrown backward. Even Thien Ka couldn't withstand the impact. Both of them were knocked back together. The great emperor floated down, crossing his arms as he spoke. "I have long heard of the renowned Empress of Sky Spirit City. I never expected to have the pleasure of meeting you today. There have been a few things that have exceeded this emperor's expectations." Lumfang rushed forward, angrily shouting, "What despicable villain are you? How dare you harm Voting?" That great emperor merely raised a hand and effortlessly seized Lumfang. He sneered. And what the hell are you? Then, without bothering to say another word, he struck out forcefully. Lumfeng was slammed straight into the ground. Tianka caught Lak Voting, asking with concern, "Wife, are you all right?" Luo Wuting struggled to stay on her feet, crying out, "Nin Thien, go, hurry! He's a Nine Tribulations great emperor, even if we can fight him." But Thien's eyes sharpened as he said to her, "From now on, just leave everything to your husband." Luo Wuting looked at him, stunned. "Nin Thien?" Nin Thien clenched his fist, smiling with absolute confidence. "System, use the Realm Swap card." The system's voice immediately rang out. "Using Realm Swap card? Please select a target for the swap host. Transmitting swap data." As soon as the system's notification ended, Thien called out in his mind, "Queen Mother of the West! I have an emergency!" At that moment, the Queen Mother of the West found that she couldn't move. She was frozen in place. What is happening? Her expression darkened for a moment as she called out, "Grandmaster?" Thien's voice echoed in her mind once again. But this time his tone was frantic. "There's no time to explain. I need your power right now. Please swap your power with me." The Queen Mother of the West didn't hesitate. On the contrary, her cheeks flushed slightly as she answered, "Of course you can. But how do we swap?" "Grandmaster, where are you?" As soon as she asked, the spiritual power all over her body seemed to have been completely swapped away. She clutched herself, screaming, "Ah, my spiritual power!" She collapsed to the ground, still completely baffled. "Peak Earth King realm? Is this the swap that Grandmaster was talking about? Back on the battlefield?" That old boss was still looking down arrogantly at Luo Wuting. "After I take care of that useless piece of trash you call a husband, how about you remarry and become my wife, I promise I'll take very good care of you." Hearing that old bastard's arrogant words, a murderous aura flared in Thien's eyes as he snarled, "You dare to desire my wife?" All the old boss had time to do was widen his eyes in shock and let out a single gasp. "If you're too fast, Tian Cha will just flash step over and punch you," slamming a punch right into the old man's face as he roared. "Die, you old dog!" The boss was sent flying straight down, his body slamming hard onto the ground. Tiangi unleashed his killing intent and glared at the two remaining old men. "There are still two of you left. There's no need for you to live any longer." Having said that, she also shot forward, unleashing a technique to send the two old men on their way. Activating Fist Dao, Hegemon Flame Fist, and Palm Dao, Wind and Thunder God Palm. Tiange created a massive hand and slammed it down on the two, shouting loudly, "Supreme Primordial Palm!" The two old men froze, unable to move a muscle. They could only raise their hands to defend themselves. The third brother cried out for help. "How does he have so many techniques, boss? We can't hold on any longer. Hurry and save us!" Without waiting for them to prepare themselves, Tiange's hand had already crashed down. The agonized screams of the two old men echoed, piercing the heavens. Lin Feng watched this scene unfold, unable to hide his shock. Killing two 8th Tribulation Great Emperors in the blink of an eye. Could it be that the Founder's cultivation has already reached the level of a 9th Tribulation Great Emperor? The boss, though injured, still struggled, and flew over, calling out to his brothers. When he saw that his two brothers were already dead, the boss roared in fury. "You dare kill my second and third brothers? Your crime is unforgivable! This emperor will take your life!" Tiange's expression remained completely unchanged. He raised his hand, summoning his sword, and said decisively, "Anyone who harms my wife dies." The system's voice rang out, "Sword Dao!" Activating low-grade Earth-tier martial art, shadow-following sword style. The boss struck down with a powerful move. Tiange also slashed out with his sword, blocking the technique. The boss stared at the sword strike that Tiange unleashed. "And you dare to be so contemptuous? You with your paltry sword intent dare to be so insolent before this emperor?" Tianca asked him back with a faint smile. "Do you really think that things are as you imagine them to be?" The great emperor frowned, asking in confusion, "What do you mean?" At that moment, the system chimed in with an announcement. "System, activating the complete Dao of Luo Da Triet Kai Quin, initiating the Dao of Palms, channeling the Dao of Wind and Lightning. All 5 types of Dao revealed their true forms before the great emperor. He was so shocked he stammered. F5 types of Dao, plus the Dao of Alchemy. One person wielding 6 types of Dao? This is the first time I've ever heard of such a thing. Impossible, absolutely impossible." The system chimed, "You have shocked a 9 Tribulations Great Emperor. Current martial arts damage is doubled." The old man gritted his teeth and asked through a strained voice, "Who in the world are you?" Tianca's eyes narrowed, his killing intent surging higher and higher. A dead man doesn't need to know too much. At the same time, all 5 Daos descended upon the great emperor. He shielded himself in shock, thinking, "This is bad. This kid is too strong. I have to get out of here now." He used his phantom steps to dodge the attack, intending to flee. Tianca glared after him and asked, "Trying to run? System, activate the power of faith." The system immediately announced, "You are using the level 1000 power of faith." As soon as Tianca heard the announcement, he unleashed an incredibly powerful technique. He yelled, "Activate!" and the technique shot towards the Great Emperor. The attack flew forward and pierced right through the Great Emperor's body. He clutched his chest, staggering, but he still managed to tear open a portal to another space, saying, "You little brat, I'll remember you!" With that, he fled into that other space. Tianca frowned, wondering to himself about Great Emperor's son. "So you really just came here to steal the pills I refined? Is that all? Never pursue a cornered enemy. I need to check on my wife first." Down below, Luo Wuting. Her injuries had worsened, and she was coughing up blood continuously. Tianca rushed down, calling out, "My love! What's wrong with you?" Luo Wuting clutched her chest, struggling to say, "There was poison in that palm strike. I was too careless." Tianca worriedly supported her, calling, "Honey!" Lin Feng walked over, looked at Luo Wuting, and said, "A dark energy is swirling around her like clinging vengeful spirits. Grandmaster, the Empress has likely been afflicted with the vengeful spirit poison." Tianca repeated, "Vengeful spirit poison?" Lin Feng handed a pill to Tianca, saying, "As it happens, I have the antidote right here. The poison should be neutralized within half an hour of taking it." Tianca snatched the pill and replied, "Many thanks." Without delay, Tianca gave the pill to Luo Wuting. Lin Feng called out again, "Grandmaster!" But he hesitated, unable to get the words out. Tianca turned his head confused. "What is it?" Lin Feng knelt down decisively and replied, "Grandmaster, please accept me as your disciple. From now on, I, Lin Feng, vow to follow you with all my heart and dedicate myself completely to you, Master." Lin Feng pleaded earnestly, "Although I am the alchemist emperor, I have never been able to truly comprehend the Tao of alchemy. But now, Grandmaster, you have reached the saint level in the Tao of alchemy. I hope you can set aside our past grudges and help me." Holding Luo Wuting in his arms, Tianca said with a blank expression, "You are very strong. I can't teach you." But he thought to himself, this saint-level Tao of alchemy trial card, once it expires, what saint level will be left? At best, I'll be back at the novice level. Hearing this, Lin Feng's determination only grew, and he added, "Grandmaster, you don't need to spare my feelings. I know I'm ignorant, and perhaps you don't even think I'm worthy of being taught, but I will continue to work hard to make the Grandmaster willingly accept me as his disciple." Tianca flew off directly, saying, "Suit yourself. I'll take my wife back to the heavenly demon sect first." With that, Tianca also flew off in a whoosh, arriving back at the holy pool in the heavenly demon sect. Tianca gently laid Luo Wuxin down. Just then, the system's notification sound also rang out. "Realm swap card. Time has expired. The swap card is now invalid. Everything is returning to normal." Tianca let out a strained grunt. At that moment, the Queen Mother of the West also sent a telepathic message to the Grandmaster. "My power just returned. What's happening on your end?" Tianca replied to the Queen Mother of the West, "I'll tell you the specifics later. Thank you very much." Luo Wuxin was gasping for air, her expression pained. Tianca immediately looked at her with concern and said, "That's strange. Logically, half an hour has already passed. Why hasn't my wife woken up yet? Could it be that bastard Lin Feng tricked me?" The system chimed in to explain to its host, if it were an ordinary person who took that antidote pill, they would naturally wake up after half an hour. But the Empress is no ordinary person. She possesses the holy Yang constitution, which reacts to the poison. Therefore, even though she took the antidote pill, it was useless. Hearing this, Tianca asked it, "The holy Yang constitution? Then how can the poison be neutralized?" The system replied, "Place the Empress in the pool and have her circulate her spiritual energy. This will activate the properties of her holy Yang constitution. Then, in coordination with the healing currents in the pool, the poison can be neutralized." Hearing this, Tianca also remembered, "So that's how it is. Last time, I think my wife also healed my injuries in this very place." Tianca picked Luo Wuxin up and said, "My love, just hang on for a little longer." Placing her into the pool, Tianca asked the system, "Is this right?" System, "All right. Host, all you have to do next is wait." Seeing Luo Wuqing gradually recovering, Tianca also examined the pill in his hand. This heavenly pattern divine pill wasn't easy to obtain. "Once I take this pill, I should be able to break through to the Saint Emperor realm." Just then, the system's voice chimed in. "Host has consumed 1000 level faith power. The faith power will now automatically upgrade. It can now store up to 10,000 level faith power." Tianca thought to himself, Before, when I exchanged cultivation levels with the Queen Mother of the West, combined with the 1,000-level faith power, I could almost instantly kill a 9th Tribulation Great Emperor. If it were 10,000 level, he would have probably been blown to bits, huh? It's a pity I let him get away. I still haven't figured out who on earth those 3 great emperors were. Tianga suddenly remembered and asked, "Oh, right. System, what exactly is this saintly sun physique?" The system replied, "Host may explore this on your own." Tianga scoffed. Luo Wuqing suddenly frowned. She coughed, and poisonous qi escaped from her mouth. Tiangu rushed over, calling out, "Honey, you're finally awake." Luo Wuqing looked over and called out, "My love?" Leaning into Tiange's embrace, she blushed and asked, "Have you been by my side this whole time?" Tianga lifted her out of the pool and said, "All right, let's get your dress off." Luo Wuqing clutched herself shyly and said, "Wait, what do you want to do? I just woke up, and my health hasn't recovered yet. Besides, this is the sacred pool. How could we in broad daylight?" Tianga chuckled lightly and said, "I just want to help you check, and to see if you have any other external injuries." He lifted her chin, teasingly asking, "So what did my wife think I wanted to do?" Luo Wuqing stammered, I wasn't thinking anything." Tianga held her in his arms and said, "If my wife needs it." The husband helped her rub medicinal wine on her body to ease the discomfort. "Then I am willing to dedicate myself." After saying that, Brother Tian also picked her up and jumped into the lake. Luo Wuqing hesitated and said, Don't tell me the secret agents of the Righteous Path Alliance are over here." Zheng Tian asked impatiently, It's said that by stepping onto the pseudo-god path, one can reign as a 9th Tribulation Great Emperor. But what exactly is the pseudo-god path? The Void God Emperor sneered. "Zheng Tian, don't be so hasty. You'll find out when the time comes. The most important thing right now is to deal with those 2 women, the Queen Mother of the West and Luo Wuqing." Did you know that within the Yaoqi sacred land there is a true demon? Or not? Zheng Tian said in surprise. "What, a true demon? From the demon clan? Could it be that Yaoqi is colluding with the demon clan?" The Void God Emperor said again, "No. It's not entirely unknown to the outside world, but I have investigated it. For some unknown reason, the Yaoqi in sacred land is suppressing a true demon. If we can release him, Yaoqi will have a hard time protecting itself." Zheng Tian asked again, "But you also said that true demon is being suppressed in Yaoqi." The Void God Emperor said, "Rest assured. My 3 Vice Palace Masters are already on their way. 1 9th Tribulation Great Emperor and 2 8th Tribulation Great Emperors. With this lineup combined with the demon summoning and art of the Void God Heavenly Palace, they won't have the luxury of worrying about the heavenly demon cult." At this moment, a struggling Shen Shu landed. The Void God Emperor frowned and asked Shen Shu, "Why are you so heavily injured? Where are the other 2? Veins bulged on Shen Shu's face as he shouted in resentment, "They're dead!" "That brat, Ning Tian. He killed my 2nd and 3rd brothers." The Void God Emperor said in disbelief, "2 dead, 1 injured?" Zheng Tian also said, "That's absolutely impossible. How could that brat have the ability? But there's no way he could be the 9 Tribulations Great Emperor." Shen Shu clutched his chest and continued his account. "That guy not only has saint-level alchemy skills, but he also wields 5 types of Tao. In the end, he used a surge of golden light energy to severely injure me." Zheng Tian said excitedly, "Could it be that brat was just pretending to be weak to catch a bigger prey? Hiding his true strength from the outside world? In reality, he wanted to lure our righteous alliance into making a move, so he could conveniently wipe us all out in one go." Great Emperor Void Spirit pondered for a moment, then said, "The plan to confront the heavenly demon cult. We'll put it on hold until Shen Shu's injuries have healed." Zheng Tian asked him, "Then what about the heavenly demon cult?" Great Emperor Void Spirit frowned and said, "It seems I'll have no choice but to use the Void Spirit's backup plan, the Heavenly Palace." Early in the morning, at the heavenly demon cult's Moonlight Cliff, Tianga was cultivating with the disciples. Just then the system's voice rang out, absorbing faith energy. Faith energy +1. Faith energy +3. Current faith energy, 2,300 out of 10,000. Tianga slowly opened his eyes and thought, the events that happened not long ago, they must have caused a huge stir throughout the entire heavenly spirit domain. Everyone probably thinks I'm the 9 Tribulations Great Emperor now, even though I just borrowed the power of the Queen Mother of the West. This is good too. At least they won't dare to act rashly against me. But this is all a lie, and sooner or later it will be exposed. The urgent matter right now is to find a way to increase my strength. He took out a pill and said, "Once my wife recovers, I'll ask her to stand guard for me, Luo Wu." Just then, Qing flew over and asked him, "Stand guard for what?" Tianga looked up and called out, "Wife,
How are you feeling now? Luo Wuqing walked over with her hands behind her back and said, much better. Are you planning to break through, my love? Tianxia replied, yes. I want to use this divine pill to break through to the mid-stage of the lesser celestial body. Luo Wugen sat down next to Tianxia and said, at noon, one's vital energy is surging. It's the perfect time to break through. Let's start right now. Tianxia sat down but still said with some hesitation, now, but what about your health? Luo Wugen looked at him reassuringly. I have more than enough strength to stand guard for you. The surrounding female disciples all blushed and swooned. It smells so good. It's the Grandmaster's spirit pill. Is the Grandmaster about to break through? Oh my God! We get to witness the Grandmaster's breakthrough. We are so lucky. Tianxia held up the pill and called out, honey, I'm starting. Luo Wugen gave a slight nod. Tianxia put the pill into his mouth. At that moment, the system's voice sounded. Host has been detected receiving a powerful spiritual energy. Preparing for breakthrough. Host is currently in the process of breaking through. Saint King Realm 1 star. Saint King Realm 2 stars. Saint King Realm 3 stars. The sky suddenly started to rain, accompanied by a strange phenomenon. The disciples looked up, confused. Isn't it noon right now? Why did the sky suddenly go dark? What on earth is going on? Luo Wugen looked up and calmly said, it's the night-cursing thunder rain. I never expected that my husband's breakthrough would trigger this phenomenon. Although it's not extremely rare, this phenomenon's lightning strikes can easily cause harm. There are quite a few ordinary disciples watching right now. Even if it won't kill them, injuries will be hard to avoid. Just as Luo Wugen finished speaking, a lightning bolt struck down. The disciples panicked and started to run. Why is it striking us? We're doomed, we're doomed. This time he's dead for sure. Charred on the outside, tender on the inside. That guy covered his head, bracing himself. But he didn't get struck by lightning? It seems he wasn't hit by the lightning strike. Up above, Tianxia has cast a barrier, protecting the disciples below. Everyone was a little shocked, but they quickly began to cheer for the Patriarch. The Patriarch saved us! Heavens, the Patriarch's mastery of lightning has already reached a godlike level, hasn't it? The Patriarch is magnificent. Tianxia also thought, this is perfect. This time, hiding my true strength will be much more convenient. The system's voice rang out, you have successfully astounded the disciples of the heavenly demon sect. Received chaotic aura. Chaotic aura conceals your own presence. No one will be able to probe your aura and abilities. Tianxia looked up at the sky and said, right now, with this flashing lightning, is the perfect opportunity to break through to the celestial god body. Tianxia shot upwards, grabbing the lightning and yelling, Tribulation Lightning Dragon! The dragon charged towards the orb above. The system's voice rang out at this moment, currently absorbing all medicinal properties of the heavenly pattern divine pill. Celestial god body has advanced to the minor success middle stage. Celestial god body has been enhanced. Received celestial god enlightenment +6. Received power of the celestial god. Wrathful thunder. Wrathful thunder. In a mere instant, this unusual storm has given birth to wrathful thunder. Celestial God Enlightenment +6 has been upgraded again. Entering the Ascending the Hall level. Spiritual veins can be activated once more. Tianxia smirked and said, Wrathful thunder? Let's give you a try. Tianxia raised his hand, clenching his fist around the lightning dragon. He flew straight up. Luo Wugen thought in astonishment. Such incredible power. What kind of technique is that? Tianxia soared into the air, raised his hand high and declared, Open spirit meridians! Countless bolts of lightning, like true dragons, swirled around Tianxia. The female disciples below couldn't help but swoon at the sight. The Grandmaster is incredible. He'll always be a god to us. The Grandmaster is so amazing. The Grandmaster is so cool. Even Lak Vo Tin couldn't help but be surprised. To think he'd actually open his spirit meridians. Clasping her hands, she thought, I wonder what realm he's broken through to. Lak Vo Ting opened her heavenly eye. She looked at Tianxia in disbelief. How is this possible? I can't gauge his true strength. But that's actually a good thing. If I can't see through it, then no one else can either. Still, my husband truly is becoming more and more incredible. And so a full day and night passed. A disciple below, who had been cultivating, let out a huge yawn and said, It's been a whole day and night already. Grandmaster still isn't done? He truly lives up to his name. Even his breakthroughs are on a different level than ordinary people. Just then Tianxia stretched and spoke. Heavenly Dragon, return to your throne! He descended from above, calling out, My love! You watched over me for a whole day and night. That must have been hard on you. Lak Vo Tin asked, How do you feel? Tianxia flexed his muscles and replied,
I feel completely refreshed. I've opened thousands more spirit meridians. I even managed to advance my celestial physique to the middle stage of minor completion. I'm now a 5-star Saint Emperor. Hearing this, Lok Votin simply said, "Impressive." Just then, the Queen Mother of the West flew down, asking with a slight smile, "Grandmaster, you still do things with such incredible flair, just like always." Tianka was stunned as the Queen Mother of the West threw her arms around him. Queen Mother of the West? "Why are you here? My wife is right here. Let go of me!" But the Queen Mother of the West kept her arms wrapped around his neck and said, "I came to ask you, Grandmaster, about the matter of you being able to transfer my power." Hearing her words, Lok Votin immediately understood the situation. "So that's it. It's my husband's 9 tribulations great emperor power." The scene shifts from her location. He doesn't want to talk. "I advise you not to ask." The Queen Mother of the West laughed out loud and said, "Luo Wuking, you're in no position to boss me around." Tianga, caught between the two, awkwardly tried to mediate. All right, my wife is right." "Queen Mother of the West, this matter concerns my privacy. It's really not convenient." The Queen Mother of the West raised a finger and pressed it to her forehead. Tianga said, "Fine then. In that case, I'll just see for myself what on earth you've been up to." Luo Wuqing's eyes blazed with fire as she lunged forward, shouting, "Insolent!" Unexpectedly, the person that Luo Wuqing attacked was actually Tiange. She wrapped her arm around Tiange's neck and said firmly, "How could you possibly think you can lay your hands on this Empress's husband?" The Queen Mother of the West fell silent, her thoughts turning grim. Clearly, his cultivation was previously at the peak of the Earth King realm. How is it that now I can't see through his cultivation level at all? The system's shocking notification rang out. "You have astonished the Queen Mother of the West. Reward 1 suppressive aura card. Duration 3 minutes. Tiange's eyes widened as he heard the system's announcement. "Another suppressive aura card? That duration is way too short." The Queen Mother of the West giggled softly, cupping her face and speaking coyly. "Ha ha. It's all right if the Grandmaster doesn't want to reveal his secrets. But Grandmaster must help me rub my butt." Luo Wuqing frowned, her killing intent flaring. She asked, "What do you mean by that?" Tianga stammered, You can eat whatever you want, but you can't just say whatever comes to your mind." The Queen Mother of the West touched her chin and said, "Why don't you take a guess?" Luo Wuqing tossed Tiange high into the air, her brow furrowed. An astonishing power erupted from her. "Making up stories to bewitch people?" The Queen Mother of the West was not to be outdone, unleashing her own oppressive spiritual pressure. 2 streams of spiritual energy, 1 purple and 1 gold, shot straight into the sky together. The disciples below watched in astonishment. "The Queen Mother of the West and Her Majesty the Empress are fighting." Don't tell me they're fighting over the patriarch. They must really admire him. Not only is he powerful, but he's also being fought over by 2 emperor-level beauties. The Queen Mother of the West and Luo Wuqing are in an extremely tense standoff. Meanwhile, Tianta is lying unconscious off to the side. Tianta clutches his head as he slowly sits up. "If I let them keep fighting like this, I'm afraid the Heavenly Demon sect will be completely flattened." System, use the 3-minute aura suppression card. The system announces activating the aura suppression card. Activation successful. Tianta speaks up, calling out, "You too!" Luo Wuqing turns around, startled. The Queen Mother of the West's eyes also widen as she turns her head. "What's going on?" Tianta clutches his chest, grits his teeth, and commands, "Both of you, stop it for me, now!" Tianta's power erupts, a suppressive force greater than even the Queen Mother of the West and Luo Wuqing. Tianka's face darkens as he advances step by step, saying, "You knocked your own husband away. You really deserve a spanking for that." Luo Wuqing backs away, asking, What are you planning to do?" As she asks, she thinks in a panic. "My body, I can't move." Before she could react, Tianta had already circled behind her and slapped her on the butt. Smack! Tianta's action makes her blush as she says with teary eyes, "Ning Tian, you? How dare you?" Tianta scoffs and says, "Luo Wuqing, your good husband, and is very skilled at spanking people, you know." Luo Wuqing retorts, "You still have the nerve to talk? You're the one who started all of this." Having said that, Tianta dashes off again. He circles behind the Queen Mother of the West, and then he gives her a hard smack on the butt, too. The disciples who witnessed this looked like their eyes were about to pop out of their sockets. Am I seeing things? The patriarch. He just spanked the Empress, and the Queen Mother of the West, too. Holy shit, he's living the dream. The 2 great beauties of the heavenly spirit domain. And yet I still got caught by the Grandmaster. Tiango rubbed his nose and said with a laugh, "This is righteous punishment. Is there anything we can't discuss properly?" Why must you resort to using your hands and feet? After saying that, Tienge rubbed his chin and thought, the aura suppression card really is useful. Otherwise, I would have never known, based on the feeling, that my wife's butt is a whole level better. The card's usage time was up. The system also chimed in with a notification that the card's usage time had ended. Aura suppression. The moment that notification sounded, two spiritual energies erupted powerfully. Tienge froze, not daring to turn his head. Both the Queen Mother of the West and Luo Wuxian were looking at him with loving eyes, gazing at Tienge. Ning Tian. Tienge was trapped with his head held tightly by both Luo Wuxian and the Queen Mother of the West as he screamed, "Help me!" On the way back, Tienge followed along with his arms crossed, explaining to the Queen Mother of the West, "Queen Mother, there are some confidential matters that I'm not at liberty to discuss. You must believe that I hold no ill will towards you." "Okay, Luo?" The Queen Mother of the West snorted and said, "You're the only one with so many secrets." "All right then, let's talk about the teleportation matter." Hearing her, Luo Wuxian asked, "Has the Jiaoji side agreed to the construction of the teleportation array?" The Queen Mother of the West hummed in agreement. "All the elders in the sect have agreed to this." Hearing this, Luo Wuxian turned to Tienge and said, "Since Jiaoji has agreed, then, my husband, take out the materials for the teleportation pillar." "All right," Tienge replied. Tienge took out a few yellow square blocks and placed them on the ground. Luo Wuxian looked at them and said, "From what I know, the stability requirement for a teleportation pillar is extremely high. It must be built by a master architect. Otherwise, the teleportation pillar will be prone to errors. Should we invite a master craftsman?" Tienge casually said there was no need. "I can build a teleportation pillar. It's simple. Just gotta smash a few things together and it's done." Xiwangmu was surprised to hear him say that. "You can even build a teleportation pillar? Are you some kind of omnipotent king?" Tienge's ego swelled from the praise, his nose practically touching the ceiling. Just then the system's voice sounded again. "You have amazed Xiwangmu. Reward, teleportation pillar companion function." A teleportation pillar companion function reduces the consumption of spirit origin stones by 2 to 3 for each use of the teleportation pillar. Hearing this, Tienge laughed and said, "This is great. Now we can teleport between the two places." A few more times. Without wasting any more time, Tienge raised his hand and said, "Activate talent skill. Divine Axe Demonic Work." The system voice rang out again. Activating talent skill, Divine Axe Demonic Work. Activation successful. A massive stream of power gathered above Tienge's raised hand as he said, "Step back a bit. I'm about to start smashing." With that, Tienge slammed his hand down. Xiwangmu watched Tienge's lion dance, feeling a bit skeptical. What kind of crafting method is this? Just randomly banging and hammering away. Luo Wuting, of course, understood Tienge perfectly. She spoke up to reassure her. "Don't worry. If he said he can do it, he definitely can." After a while, Tienge was still banging and piecing things together. Luo Wuting looked on and exclaimed, "It's a success!" Xiwangmu was also shocked. It's huge!" After some time had passed, Tienge had finally completed the teleportation array. Xiwangmu found it quite hard to believe. As she looked at the scene before her, she asked again, "Is it just done like that?" Tienge looked at this teleportation array and said, "It's not finished yet. Right now, the teleportation pillar is just a conduit. I still need to inscribe runes on it for it to work." After that, Tianka began to activate the godly ghost forging technique, comprehending the runes of the teleportation array pillar. The system also sent a continuous stream of notifications. The godly ghost forging technique is comprehending the ancient runes of the array pillar. The inscription method of the teleportation array, comprehending. The inscription method of the ancient rune array. Comprehension of the teleportation pillar is successful. After a few moments of comprehension, Tianka had finished the task, but he found it to be surprisingly simple. He leaped high into the air, preparing to draw the array runes. Then he shouted, "Heavenly God's power, activate!" Seeing this, the Queen Mother of the West was completely startled, exclaiming in shock, "My God, he can control lightning so effortlessly?" The system announced again, "You have astounded the Queen Mother of the West. Reward, flowing scribe technique, dragon and phoenix dance. The speed of array inscription has increased tenfold." Tianka moved in a single relentless flow, continuously drawing runes and forming the array. With one powerful strike, he hit the teleportation array directly, carving complex runes onto it. The final step was complete, and the teleportation array at the Heavenly Demon Sect was finally a success. The crystal pillars were linked together, forming a massive and magnificent teleportation array. Tianka then turned to the Queen Mother of the West and said, "A teleportation pillar is useless with only one side. I still have to go to the Jiaoqi Holy Land.
to build another teleportation pillar. The Queen Mother of the West wasn't surprised to hear this and nodded in agreement. After that, Thien Ka handed a thought stone to Luo Wuxing. My wife, this is a spirit jade thought stone. Once I get to the other side and finish building the teleportation pillar, I'll use this thought stone to call you. Then you just use an essence stone to activate the teleportation pillar, and I'll be able to return. His wife understood and said, all right, then please be safe and come back soon. With that said, Thien Ka and the Queen Mother of the West also bid farewell to Luo Wuting, and then flew straight back to the Jiaoji Holy Land. After some time, Thien Ka arrived at the Jiaoji Holy Land. Right now, Thien Ka is working with all his might to complete the transportation array on this side. Seeing this, the Jiaoji Holy Maiden exclaimed in shock, he built a transportation pillar in less than 2 hours. Already? After finishing it, Thien Ka was utterly exhausted. He couldn't even stand up straight. He was panting heavily as if he'd been completely wrung dry. But that very sight made the women of Jiaoji go absolutely wild. They were completely smitten. Because of his handsome face and powerful physique, they all surrounded him, whispering passionate words of love, wanting to bear his children right then and there. With such admiration from a group of disciples in Jiaoji, the value of Thien Ka's faith constantly increased. Currently, that faith value has reached 3,300 out of 10,000 points. After that, Thien Ka took out the communication stone to call Luo Wuting. Honey, the transportation pillar on my end is finished. Let's test it out now. You use 300 primeval spirit stones to activate the transportation pillar. On the other end, Luo Wuting heard the signal and replied, understood. The Queen Mother of the West approached at this moment and commented admiringly, activating a small-sized transportation pillar? Doesn't that normally require at least 900 primeval spirit stones? Thien Ka? Hearing her praise, which carried a deeper meaning, he didn't mind, telling her that he had modified it a bit to save on activation materials. Hearing this, the Jiaoji Holy Maiden couldn't help but marvel. This is a transportation pillar we're talking about, and you just modified it a bit? And saved nearly 600 spiritual origin stones. Wow, Ancestor Master, you truly are a Grandmaster-level craftsman. Hearing her say that, Thien Ka became extremely smug and struck a super cool pose. And because of that, the system made another announcement. You have endlessly astonished the people of Jiaoqi. Reward 1,000 spiritual qi cultivation points. After that, Thien Ka also handed over the teleportation array to the Jiaoqi Holy Master and reminded her that to activate the teleportation pillar, besides needing the energy from Essence Origin Stones, it still requires a massive amount of spiritual qi. Queen Mother of the West, I'm counting on you. The Queen Mother of the West also understood this, so she gave a gentle nod in place of words. As soon as he finished speaking, the Queen Mother of the West also began to channel her spiritual power to activate the teleportation pillar. After a moment, the teleportation array finished activating completely. Above those array patterns, a teleportation portal appeared. Seeing this, the Holy Maiden of Jiaoqi said happily, Ancestor Master, it seems the teleportation pillar is a success. Hearing that, Thien Ka did some calculations in his head and said, right now it seems that way. But as for the spatial stability, I still need to confirm it first. Hearing this, the Queen Mother of the West also stepped forward and spoke. I will go with you. Thien Ka was quite taken aback by her words. The man was so startled he clutched his chest, his face turning red. His hands trembled as he said fearfully, You're not going to do anything improper to me, are you? But the Queen Mother of the West wasn't the least bit shy. In fact, her eyes lit up. I absolutely guarantee that I won't. Seeing this, Thien Ka turned away and said, Fine, I'll trust you this one time. The two of them then quickly flew into the teleportation array. The Holy Maiden of Jiaoqi, who was below, was extremely worried and called out a reminder. Ancestor Master, Holy Master, you two must be safe! After stepping into the teleportation portal, it was pretty dark inside, which made the Queen Mother of the West a little scared, and she pressed closer to him. At this, Thien Ka broke out in a sweat and said, Queen Mother of the West, didn't you say you wouldn't pull anything funny? She timidly retorted, I'm not doing anything funny. I'm just scared of the dark, that's all. Hearing this blatant lie, this completely untrustworthy excuse, Thien Ka turned back and asked suspiciously, You're a 9-tribulation great emperor? And you're telling me you're afraid of the dark? Only a ghost would believe that. The Queen Mother of the West realized her little trick. Hadn't fooled Thien Ka, and she laughed cheerfully, saying, Haha, Ancestral Master, let's just hurry and move forward. After that, the two of them continued on. Thien Ka explained, When I built the teleportation pillar, I set the teleportation speed to its slowest setting. After confirming there are no issues, next time getting from Zhao, Qi to the heavenly demon cult will only take an instant. But the Queen Mother of the West had something else on her mind. She asked, "Tell me, where do you think this starry sky is?" "Is it the same as the starry sky we normally see, Tian?" Hearing her question, Tiancha could only reply, "I have no idea either. There are some special places in this world that perhaps only masters at the God realm, or even higher, are able to explore." Then she asked thoughtfully, "Ancestral Master, although I don't know what method you've used, to prevent others from seeing your cultivation. Level. A Luowu King can't protect you forever. If you want to protect the people you care about, you have to become stronger yourself." Their eyes met, as if there was something unspoken between them, but the words remained unsaid. Understanding what she meant, Tiancha replied, "Don't worry, I know what you mean." He had barely finished speaking when suddenly the space around them began to tremble violently. A colossal face appeared, its eyes no different from those of a titan. Tiancha looked up at it, his face turning pale. As he asked what that thing was, Tai Mao also recognized the creature and said, "That's a demon god." A towering, colossal, and imposing figure stepped forward, causing everything here to fall into silence. The two of them were like ants before this demon god. Tai Mao then explained to Tiancha, "The demon gods of the demon clan are equivalent to the god realm of the human clan. We absolutely cannot let it discover us, or else we're done for." But their worst fear came true. That demon god had spotted the two of them. It looked down, asking in confusion, "Why are human cultivators here?" The two panicked when the demon god discovered them, unable to hide their terror. After being discovered, the demon god reached its hand down, intending to snatch the two of them. Tiancha and Tai Mao witnessed this terrifying sight. Tai Mao panicked and shouted, "You have to run now!" Hearing this, Tiancha asked doubtfully, "Didn't you just say that we're no match for it?" Before he could finish, Tai Mao cut in. "So what if it's on par with the God realm? I can at least hold it off for a little while. It should be enough time for you to get away." Hearing these words, Tiancha couldn't help but be surprised, and more than that, deeply moved, by Tai Mao's actions. And so, in this desperate moment, Tiancha resorted to a reckless measure, grabbing Tai Mao's hand. She gasped in alarm, having no idea what Tiancha was doing. Suddenly, he pulled Tai Mao towards him and into a deep, passionate kiss. This sudden action from Tiancha was intended to conceal Tai Mao's aura. Because Tiancha's own cultivation was enveloped by a chaotic aura, ordinary people wouldn't be able to see through it. By simply having the chaotic aura envelop the Queen Mother of the West's entire body, it might just be possible to fool that demon god. But as for the Queen Mother of the West, she had other ideas, because at this point, death was unavoidable anyway. So, she might as well go for a kiss. Consider it a final farewell before they part ways. The system also urgently announced, "You have made," the Queen Mother of the West astonished, "award 1 intimidation card." With the notification sounding like a savior's arrival, Tiancha couldn't help but feel overjoyed. The demon god's eyes showed that he was quite startled upon witnessing the two of them being intimate, because at that moment the demon god had noticed something that wasn't quite right, because those two mere humans somehow made it so he couldn't sense their auras at all. A thought then arose in his heart, that these two, could they possibly be all-powerful beings from the human race? Just then the demon god shrank his body down and gradually descended. He approached and said, "Forgive my rudeness for intruding upon your intimate moment." Before he could even finish his sentence, Tiancha turned around and shouted loudly, "Who are you among the demon race? How dare you interrupt this god's good time?" Although he was shouting so arrogantly, it was only because Tiancha was making a life-or-death gamble on the current situation, because he figured that the more powerful someone is, when facing an opponent of unknown origin, the less likely they are to act recklessly. Hearing this, the demon god didn't appear agitated. Instead, he replied quite calmly, "I am the demon god Qi Yan, a patriarch of the Hanba clan of the demon race. May I ask which all-powerful being of the human race you might be, senior?" Hearing these words, Tian, he didn't dare to answer, because if he answered, it was a certainty that his identity would be exposed. So he thought, if you're going to put on an act, you might as well see it through to the end. System using threat card. The threat card was instantly used. At that moment, Tiancha's aura began to change. It became powerful and oppressive. Then Tiancha said to the Crimson Flame Demon God, "This god's title is not something a fledgling demon god like you can invoke. Tell me, do you think you're worthy?" On the other side, the Crimson Flame Demon God witnessed,
the powerful radiance of Tianka's revered divine manifestation. That proved this was indeed the mighty one he had thought him to be. And so he spoke humbly, "You are truly a mighty one of the human race. Forgive my rudeness." Seeing this, Tianka began to question the demon god. "This place belongs to our human race's heavenly spirit domain. What are you doing here?" The Crimson Flame demon god didn't hide anything and explained, "The reason he came to this place. I was for a lost item of the Hanba clan." Hearing this, Tianka said, "Your lost item? How could it have been lost in the heavenly spirit domain? Be gone." These words slightly startled the demon god, but he didn't act rashly, instead thinking, "I never expected someone so formidable to be in the heavenly spirit domain. But I still haven't found the item yet. I shouldn't cause any more trouble." He was extremely cautious with his every thought. Once he made his decision, he swallowed his pride and said to Tianka, "My apologies, Great One. I will no longer disturb you, Senior. This one will take his leave immediately." After speaking, the demon god leaped into a void vortex and disappeared. "Over here!" Tianka let out a sigh of relief, his heart still pounding. Luckily, that guy was a bit of a coward. Otherwise, I'm not sure I could have fooled him. The Queen Mother of the West, who had been silent at the side, now asked with curiosity, "Patriarch, how did you do that?" To think he actually scared a demon god into running away. When she asked, Tianka didn't know how to answer her correctly, so he had to come up with an excuse about an illusion. "I just used an illusion technique." The Queen Mother of the West heard this and immediately splashed cold water on his excuse. "Do you take me for an idiot?" Faced with that question, Tianka broke out in a cold sweat, knowing that he couldn't fool the Queen Mother of the West. He also couldn't think of any other reasonable excuse. The atmosphere was tense, but the Queen Mother of the West didn't press him, saying, "All right, fine. If you don't want to talk about it, I won't force you." After that, the two of them returned to the topic of the demon god. At this point, she was a little curious, because that demon god had said it was looking for something. "You said it so confidently, that the item is not in the heavenly spirit realm. Do you know what it is?" Hearing this, Tianka replied, "How would I know? After all, it's something from the demon clan. It definitely isn't some ordinary item. If it had fallen into the heavenly spirit realm, it would have stirred up a storm of blood and chaos long ago." The Queen Mother of the West fell into thought upon hearing this, but this was also an explanation, the most logical one at the moment. Then she moved closer to Tianka and brought it up again. "Master Ancestor, how about we continue what we were doing?" Tianka's face turned completely red as he said, That was an emergency situation just now. We were just acting according to the circumstances." "Queen Mother of the West, please calm down. Don't eat me alive. If my wife finds out, she'll kill me." He then pushed her hand off of him. After that, he quickly changed the subject, looking up. "Oh, right, Queen Mother of the West. Hurry and look." "What is that?" The Queen Mother of the West told him. "That is a void vortex. In the teleportation space, things like this will occasionally appear. Perhaps that demon god also ran into a vortex, which is why I appeared on this teleportation path." But at this moment, Tianka had an idea. He said to the Queen Mother of the West, "If I explore this void vortex, can I comprehend the power within it?" Hearing this, the Queen Mother of the West frantically said to the Grandmaster, "What are you trying to do?" "The void vortex is incredibly dangerous. Once you get close, you'll be sucked in and get lost inside." But Tianka was very confident in himself and shot forward like a flying arrow. Standing before that void vortex, he reached out his hand and touched it. The vortex immediately began to change. From behind, the Queen Mother of the West anxiously called out, "Grandmaster!" Tianka replied, "I'm fine." Then he unleashed his wind and lightning Tao to begin his comprehension. The system also began to announce, "Alert! The host is absorbing the Tao of the void. Beginning comprehension. Comprehending. Comprehension successful." Currently, the host's comprehension level of the Tao of the void is initial glimpse of the gate. At this moment, Tianka was immersed in his enlightenment of the Tao of the void, thinking, "I was just giving it a random try. I can't believe I gained a power that I can use at will." Then Tianka's eyes suddenly flew open, because at that moment, he was being sucked into the void vortex. In an instant, Tianka was completely pulled in, causing the Queen Mother of the West below to shout in panic, "Grandmaster!" She broke into a cold sweat and said, "This is trouble. If that wench Lakvotin finds out that this kid got sucked into the void, there's no telling what she'll do." Meanwhile, outside the teleportation array, at the Jiaoqi Holy Land, the Holy Maiden of Jiaoqi asked Elder Thanlam, "Are you sure there's nothing wrong with the teleportation? The teleportation should have been completed in an instant. I'm sure that by now, they've already reached the heavenly demon cult." Just as those words were spoken from above, Tianka appeared out of the void, startling everyone. After that spectacular entrance, Ka turned to greet everyone present, but surprisingly, he was sucked back into that void again. Following that, he repeatedly popped in and out of the Tao of the void uncontrollably. The Jiaoji Holy Maiden watched this scene, confused. She had no idea what the Grandmaster was doing. What kind of game is he playing? I have no idea. While she was still confused, the Queen Mother of the West emerged from the teleportation array and came out. She immediately asked the people there if they had seen the Grandmaster. Just as she finished her sentence, Ka once again jumped out of the Tao of the void, hurtling straight towards the Queen Mother of the West. She turned to look, her eyes wide with astonishment. What followed was a physical collision that left them both stunned. With that momentum, it was impossible to stop. After a few breaths, Ka lamented that this void power was more troublesome than he had imagined. For now, it seems, I can only teleport within a distance of about 10 meters. To master it and have it under control will probably take some time. In response to those words, he was met with the dark, furious expression of the Queen Mother of the West. She said in a low voice, "Grandmaster, aren't you going to move your hand?" Hearing that, Ka froze, because at that moment his hand was touching the full round breasts of the Queen Mother of the West. Realizing his awkward collision, Ka jumped back, sweating profusely. "I'm sorry, that was completely unintentional." It was definitely an accident. Amidst Ka's shock and tension, the Queen Mother of the West sashayed forward to question him. "Is a simple sorry all I get?" "You bastard, you groped me in front of everyone! You should use a more practical action to express your apology, don't you think?" As soon as she finished speaking, the Queen Mother of the West pressed forward, using her melon-sized weapons to make contact with Ka's body while speaking honeyed. "How about we go somewhere else to discuss the meaning of life a bit further, shall we?" Hearing this, Ka's face turned beet red and he was completely flustered. But then he remembered the image of his wife at home, holding a weapon, with eyes radiating a menacing aura, and he turned pale with fear. His reason won out over his momentary feelings, causing Ka to hurriedly push her away. He immediately came up with an excuse. "I have to go home for dinner right now. Let's discuss this another day, okay?" Hearing this, the Queen Mother of the West just stammered, not understanding a thing. Ka then changed the subject to the demon god and warned the Queen Mother of the West not to run her mouth about what happened, to avoid causing a public scandal. As soon as he finished speaking, Ka shot off like a rocket and disappeared without a trace. He left the Queen Mother of the West standing there, completely stunned, unable to say another word. She suddenly felt a pang of hurt and thought to herself, could it be that in his eyes, I'm just not that attractive? Meanwhile, Ka was in the void, on the teleportation path back to the heavenly demon cult. While he was traveling, the system made an announcement. "You have astonished the Queen Mother of the West. Reward received, Shadow Clone Skill Card. 1 Shadow Clone Skill Card. It can create 1 clone. The effect lasts for 3 hours. Once its duration is over, the skill card will become invalid." Hearing those words from the system, Ka felt extremely puzzled. It was the fact that he had astonished her. Since when? The system didn't hesitate to tell you. It was from the moment you launched a surprise attack on the Queen Mother of the West's 2 great mountains. Hearing that, he thought back on it with a bit of glee. "My hands felt absolutely amazing. They were bouncy, soft, smooth, and even fragrant." At the heavenly demon sect in front of the teleportation array, the great elder asked with a puzzled look. "Your Majesty, the female emperor, the founder has been gone for so long. Surely nothing has happened to him, right?" Hearing this, Luo Wuqing fell silent for a moment. A moment later, there was a stir at the teleportation array. Tiange stepped out from within. When she saw her husband's figure return, the tension on her face eased, replaced by a look of joy. He walked towards Luo Wuqing and called out, "Wifey, I'm back." Seeing Tiange return safely, she immediately asked about the teleportation pillar. "How did it go?" "Of course, it's complete, and the essence stone consumption has been reduced from 900 to 300. Hearing this, she said, "That's great. This way, you can save a lot of essence stones." Then Tiange moved closer and said, "That's right. There's one more thing." Feeling like something was off, she blushed and asked, "What is it?" But when he looked behind him, he saw that everyone was watching him, which made him break out in a cold sweat. He suddenly swept Luo Wuqing up in his arms with a triumphant grin. "We've been apart for so long. When newlyweds reunite, their passion burns even brighter. Let's go back to our room to talk." The young woman, blushing with embarrassment, immediately scolded him. "You're shameless!" Witnessing this scene left the disciples of the heavenly demon sect in awe. They praised him, as expected of the founder, showing off the heroic posture of a true man. "I admire Her Majesty the Empress so much. Her Majesty the Empress is so happy." Returning to her room, Lok Vo Tin was on cloud 9 as she spoke. What are you trying to do in broad daylight? Hearing this, Thien Ka crawled over to her and said, Of course it's time to get down to business. This made her blush. She found it even more thrilling than she could bear. But she didn't forget to remind Thien Ka, Go take a shower first. Who could stand you when you stink like a skunk? But he suddenly flopped down and said, It feels so good to be home. This made her fume with anger. Then came a blow to the head hard enough to leave a smoking lump. He immediately wailed, Honey! Can't I even rest for a little while? She retorted angrily, If you have something to say it. If you've got to fart, then let it out. Don't you dare waste my time. Thien Ka also got to the main point and said, While the Queen Mother of the West and I were checking the stability of the space tunnel inside the teleportation pillar, we ran into a demon god. As soon as she heard this, she became frantic with worry, asking, A demon god? Are you okay? Were you hurt anywhere? Seeing his wife so concerned, Thien Ka broke into a cold sweat and said, Don't worry, wife. Didn't I come back in one piece? She was still a bit suspicious, because although the heavenly spirit domain is small, it's the only spirit domain among the 9 domains that is entirely populated by the human race. A demon god wanting to enter the heavenly spirit domain, but those almighty beings of the human race would never let him in so easily. Thinking of this, she gasped and said loudly, Could it be that someone deliberately paved the way for him? Thien Ka asked. Are the almighty beings of the human race in the heavenly spirit domain? Black Voting sat opposite him and replied, No. Those demon gods and beast gods are not in the 9 domains. Thien Ka asked with a grim face. If they're not in the 9 domains, then where are they? Black Voting didn't know either. So what is the divine domain really like? No one has ever explored or researched it before. Thien Ka lifted her chin and said, Don't worry about it. When you have your breakthrough, I'll go to the divine domain with you. Luo Wuxing blushed and said, You're being ridiculous. She suddenly remembered something and said, Oh, right. Why did that demon god appear in the teleportation channel of the heavenly spirit domain? How did you manage to escape from him? Thien Ka thought back for a moment before answering her. I think he said something about a clan treasure that was lost in the heavenly spirit domain. But since he couldn't see through my cultivation level, I managed to trick him and send him away. Luo Wuxing said cheerfully, What a relief. Thank goodness. If that demon god knew he'd been tricked, he'd probably cough up blood from rage, wouldn't he? Thien Ka grinned, baring his teeth, and said, It's nothing. Don't worry, I do this kind of thing all the time. I'm used to it. Luo Wuxing laughed as well and said, You braggart. She touched her lips, deep in thought. Still, I should probably tell the sect elders to be on the lookout. I wonder what that treasure the demon clan is looking for really is. Thien Ka looked down, his voice growing serious. That's a matter for another time. We don't need to worry about it needlessly. He looked over at Luo Wuxing. My dear, do you know what I discovered inside the teleportation channel? Luo Wuxing's eyes widened as she asked, There was something else? Thien Ka activated the Tao of the Void and answered, The Tao of the Void. Luo Wuxing asked in astonishment, You comprehended another new Tao? My dear husband, right now. Just how many types of Taos have you mastered? Thien Ka raised a hand, tapping his fingers as he counted. The Tao of the Sword, the Tao of Luo, the Tao of the Fist, the Tao of the Palm, the Tao of Wind and Lightning, the Tao of Alchemy, and the Tao of the Void. 7 types. Luo Wuxing asked in shock. 7? 7 types? Her hand went to her chin as she sighed in amazement. You're truly a monster. An ordinary person? Who could possibly master so many Taos at once? Thien Ka wrapped his arm around her waist, pulling her into his embrace as he asked, Who are you calling a pervert? Black Voting was pushed down by me and cried out, Can you be a decent gentleman for just 3 minutes? Thien Ka whined playfully. Oh, my dear wife, your words break your husband's heart. I'm serious, I just want to give my wife a relaxing massage. After saying that, he moved his hand down. Black Voting let out a yelp, calling him shameless. Thien Ka let out a sly little laugh. The next morning, he was still asleep. A female disciple approached from a distance and asked, Grandmaster, are you awake yet? Thien Ka sat up and asked, Is it morning already? Where's my wife? The female disciple, wringing out a towel, blushed and lowered her head as she answered, Her Majesty the Demon Empress is in a meeting at the Heavenly Demon Hall. She said that when you awaken, Grandmaster, you should go to the Heavenly Demon Hall. She stepped forward, holding out the towel, and said, Grandmaster, let this disciple wash you. Thien Ka stared at her blankly for less than 3 seconds, before snatching the towel and rushing outside, saying, No, that's not necessary. I'm going to find my wife. The female disciple was ecstatic. She recalled his strong physique. I got to touch the Grandmaster's strong chest today. I'm so happy I could die. Meanwhile, in the meeting room, an elder bowed. Your Majesty, the Demon Empress,
Right now, the various powers are all sending formal requests to our heavenly demon sect. They are hoping the Grandmaster can refine elixirs for them. In your opinion, should we form close relationships with these people? No, Thiensa's voice called out from outside. Why should we form close relationships with them? He entered, raising a hand as he continued. In the past, the heavenly demon sect was always a thorn in their eye, a thorn in the flesh of the other powers. Now they've surely heard that we have a close relationship with Zhao Qi. That's why they've simply come to ask for favors. Now that the heavenly demon sect is rising again, they are all clamoring to show their goodwill. In the future, if another power becomes stronger, they will just turn their backs on us and side with them. Lac Voting thought it over for a moment, then said, "What you say makes perfect sense, husband. Then go reject those people." Elder Luo clasped his hands and replied, "Yes." Tiange approached her and called out, "Wifey, what did you call me here for?" Luo Wugen asked, "Husband, do you remember Lin Xiaoyao?" Tiange hummed, "The 3 princes of the Dongxing nation are dead." "What about it?" Luo Wugen explained. "The ruler of Dongxing nation has always had his eyes on our heavenly demon sect. I think that instead of waiting for them to make any moves, it would be better to crush them first." Tiange turned serious and asked, "Wifey, what do you want me to do?" Luo Wugen frowned and said, "The empire is in chaos. I'm worried the people won't be able to endure it and will start to riot. Therefore, I hope you will go and stabilize the hearts of the people." Tengi's eyes widened as he asked, "Are you telling me to go be the emperor?" He touched his chin, amused, and said, "Being emperor sounds great. A harem of 3,000 beauties." Luo Wugen's face darkened. In an instant, she released a murderous aura, staring at him as she asked, "Is that so?" This made a frantic Tiange immediately deny it. "No, no! No, I was just kidding. My body and soul belong only to my wife." He crossed his arms and called out, "Wifey! I heard that Lin Ba is also a master at the God Emperor realm. Do you want to go with me?" Luo Wugen replied, "He's just a mere 1-star quasi-emperor. I'll have the Grand Elder go with you." Tiange turned and said, "Oh, right. Where is the Grand Elder? Why don't I see him?" Just as he finished speaking, a powerful tremor came from outside. Tiange walked forward and asked, "What was that noise?" Luo Wugen said, "The Grand Elder is breaking through to the God Emperor realm." Perhaps something happened. A formidable beam of power shot straight up into the sky. Nearby, a group of people saw this and were astonished. Such dense spiritual energy, how wonderful. It seems our heavenly demon sect is about to have a master at the God Emperor realm. Tiange watched as the stream of power grew more and more explosive. Swept up by the energy, he said, "I never imagined that breaking through to the God Emperor realm. Requiring such immense spiritual energy?" Luo Wuxing retorted. "Compared to when you cultivated the heaven-destroying, earth-annihilating technique, this is still a far cry." Tiange was stunned and said, "What a pity." Luo Wuxing looked at him and asked, "Why?" Tiange called out, "Wifey, take a closer look at the Grand Elder's aura. Although it's higher than a heavenly venerable's, it hasn't reached the God Emperor realm yet. The spiritual energy of this land is already showing signs that it can't maintain his power, like it did at the beginning." Hearing this, Luo Wuxing couldn't help but be impressed. "I can't believe he's so perceptive." She frowned, looking up at that immense power. "It seems the Grand Elder is about to fail this time." Just then, Tiange released his power and said, "Don't worry. I have a way to help him break through." At that moment, an overwhelming spiritual energy burst forth from Tiange as he spoke. "Wifey, this small amount? Is this spiritual energy enough for the Grand Elder to break through? If it's still not enough, I can add more." Below, the first elder watched in utter shock. He couldn't help but ask in disbelief, "Grandmaster, why do you possess so much spiritual energy?" Tiange replied with a calm expression, "Is this not enough? If my spirit sea were to be fully unleashed, it could probably only cover an area the size of 3 heavenly demon sects." As soon as he finished speaking, all the disciples were left gaping in shock, absolutely horrified. Every single one of them was shaken, because the spiritual energy he released was equivalent to that of 3 entire heavenly demon sects. At that moment, a system notification popped up. "You have astonished the disciples of the heavenly demon sect. You have terrified the disciples of the sect. Reward, Emperor Realm Comprehension. After absorbing it, you will easily break through to the God Emperor Realm model. With a reward like this, even Tiange would turn it down. Because in my eyes, this reward isn't worth a single cent." Down below, Luo Wuxian also sighed in amazement and said, "This spiritual energy is already enough for the Supreme Elder to break through." Tiange didn't say another word and rushed toward the treasure. "Supreme Elder, let me help you!" As he finished speaking, he also erupted with a fierce spiritual energy to supplement the Supreme Elders.
The spiritual energy grew stronger and stronger, twisting into violent torrents. Within, the Supreme Elder was also trying his absolute best to break through. The spiritual energy swirled violently, but in his heart, the old man was worried. I don't know if my cultivation level is still too low, or what, but the speed at which I'm absorbing spiritual energy is slowing down. At this rate, my ascension to the Divine Emperor realm, I'm afraid I'm going to fail again. As he was wallowing in his thoughts, Tiange's spiritual energy suddenly surged in, giving the old man the shock of his life. Strange, what's happening? Why all of a sudden is such a powerful surge of spiritual energy rushing in? It formed a pillar of spiritual energy carrying the pressure of the Divine Emperor realm, shooting straight into the sky. Following that was the triumphant smile of the Supreme Elder. The old man roared wildly like a madman because he had finally succeeded in his breakthrough. Below, the disciples saw this and cried out in shock. That's the aura of a one-star quasi-emperor. So the Supreme Elder has successfully broken through. Our heavenly demon sect has another powerhouse at the Divine Emperor realm. At the same time, although the Supreme Elder was overjoyed, he didn't forget the kindness he was shown and quickly flew down to say, "Many thanks to the Patriarch for lending a hand. Only then was I able to break through." Seeing this, Tiange walked over with a warm smile. He said, "There's no need for formalities. Congratulations, Supreme Elder, on your successful breakthrough." Meanwhile, the old man broke out in a cold sweat from the shock. He had already broken through to the Emperor realm, yet he still couldn't see through the Patriarch's true strength. This proves the Patriarch is a hidden ninth tribulation great emperor. Luo Wuxin, who was at the side, also said, "If the Grand Elder has successfully broken through, then you should all rest for a few days, and then prepare to head to the Dongxing Kingdom." After that, she also spoke to Tiange. "If you want to bring disciples with you, you can choose from the disciples who have been following you to cultivate." He pondered this, lost in thought. The Dongxing Kingdom is quite populous. If I turn those people into followers of the heavenly demon, wouldn't my power of faith increase much faster? This is worth a try. Tiange had no doubts about that suggestion. He immediately told his wife, "Rest assured, I won't disappoint you on this trip." The scene changes to the great hall of the Dongxing Kingdom. 3 days later, the eunuch at his side said, "Your Majesty, after the death of our 3 princes, you have been consumed by revenge, neglecting the affairs of the state. Right now, the people in the kingdom are suffering, and their resentment is immense." The kingdom lord snorted coldly. "So what if their resentment is immense? If they aren't satisfied, then kill them. They're just a bunch of worthless commoners. How could they possibly be more important than my grand plan?" As he spoke, his hands trembled with anger. "It's all because of that bastard Ning Tian! He's clearly a ninth tribulation great emperor. Yet he dared to attack a group of juniors, causing my son Xiao Yao to die a miserable death. How could I possibly not avenge this?" Finishing his words, he roared in fury. "Guards! Summon the first prince, Lin Shang, to see us immediately." A moment later, Lin Shang arrived, his face filled with anxiety. The kingdom lord, holding a golden crown, then said, "I feel it is time to step down. We now pass the throne to you. From this day forward, you will be the king of the Dongxing Kingdom." Upon hearing this, Lin Shang hastily knelt and exclaimed, "No, royal father, why would you want to abdicate? How could that thing possibly rule this eastern Xing nation? I still hope that you, royal father, will reconsider." Hearing Lin Shang say this only made the king furious. He couldn't help but curse. "How can you be so weak? You're nothing like your 3 younger brothers. If only they were still alive." The eunuch beside him also spoke up. "Your Majesty, what are you planning to do?" The old man was filled with silent rage, but he had no other choice. To deal with the heavenly demon cult, he could only rely on the Righteous Path Alliance. "We plan to seek out the people from the Righteous Path." He looked down and commanded, "When I tell you to do something, you do it. Is that clear? Tomorrow at noon in the Royal City Square. I will personally make the announcement to the world." Lin Shang had no other choice but to accept it. Outside the city, the commoners were all abuzz. "I heard the king wants to abdicate and pass the throne to Prince Lin Shang." "That's right, the decree has already been issued. But the king is still young, and Prince Lin Shang is so weak. He's not fit to inherit the throne." At that moment outside, the old king took off his golden crown and handed it to Lin Shang. He said, "From this day forward, you are the ruler of the Eastern Fragrance Nation." And that's that. Seeing this, Lin Shang was left speechless. The civil and military officials below also erupted into an uproar. "Is it over already? That was far too perfunctory. Even though we don't think much of Prince Lin Shang, to do it like this is utterly disrespectful." Lin Shang felt the same way. So he turned and asked the old king,
Royal Father, isn't this a bit too careless? The old man paid him no mind and said, so what if it is? I have other matters to attend to. You handle it yourself. After saying that, the old man quickly flew away. He vanished without a trace. The people watching below were too bored to even comment. Was that supposed to be a succession ceremony? Let's just disperse. Since the founding of the Donghung Nation, this has to be the most half-assed ruler ever. But suddenly, something crashed down hard onto the square, right where Lam Thuong was standing. He was terrified, having no idea what was happening. The ruler lay on the ground, heavily injured, struggling to sit up. A voice drifted down from the sky. Where do you think you're going, ruler? Hearing this, Lam Thuong was filled with fear. He didn't recognize the voice. Up above, a figure slowly came into view. Thien Ka and the Grand Elder had appeared. Down below, the ruler on the ground shouted in fury, "Who is it? Which bastard dares to ambush this king?" Just as he finished his sentence, Thien Ka and the Grand Elder landed. He clicked his tongue a few times and said, "Ruler Lamba, you're pretty resilient, aren't you?" Seeing Thien Ka, Lamba's face darkened as he called out, "Legendary Patriarch." The old man thought to himself, what does the heavenly demon cult want? To think that even a harbinger of death like him would come here. Lamba put on a polite facade and said, I wonder, Patriarch, what business brings you to my Donghung Nation? When asked, Thien Ka answered without hesitation, Oh, it's nothing, Major. I just feel that the Donghung Nation should change its owner. Hearing this, Lamba broke out in a cold sweat and asked the Patriarch, What do you mean by that? The moment he finished speaking, several subordinates ran in frantically, shouting, Ruler, this is terrible. Thousands of elites from the Thien Hung army were attacked by an army in black armor that shoots lightning. They've all been wiped out. Hearing this, Lam Qua was just as horrified and said, Have you investigated where that army came from yet? While the old man was still panicking and in a state of confusion, the ground suddenly began to tremble. Rows upon rows of soldiers marched in, causing the others to cry out continuously in fear. They thought a battle was about to break out. Just then, the leader walked forward and said respectfully, Grandmaster, the armor you crafted for us is truly incredible. Not only does it have area of effect attacks, but it can also unleash a devastating electrical discharge over a wide area. We had only just clashed with them, and their soldiers have already broken ranks. At this moment, Lam Thuong spoke up timidly. Grandmaster, is this your army? In response to that question, Thien Ka just chuckled lightly and replied, What army? They're merely disciples of the heavenly demon cult. But the disciple named Fan over there quickly shouted, That's not right. We are not just disciples of the heavenly demon cult. We are also the Grandmaster's disciples. We are the Thunder Armor Army. Finishing his sentence, he and the other disciples raised their swords and roared. Thunder Armor Army. Nation Lord Lamba, now growing anxious, demanded loudly, Ninteen, even if you are the Grandmaster of the heavenly demon cult, suddenly leading an army to attack the Eastern Xing Nation, isn't that going too far? Or is this Luo Wuxing's idea? You damned couple! If you dare to lay a hand on my Eastern Xing Nation, the Righteous Alliance will not spare you. Hearing these threats, Thien Ka remarked, For this guy to speak with such nerve, his shamelessness is so thick I almost have to applaud him. After that, his voice turned cold as he questioned Lamba. You don't need to waste your breath. The fact that you've been secretly colluding with the Righteous Alliance, while pretending to show goodwill to the Heavenly Demon Cult, did you really think we wouldn't find out? The disciples of the Heavenly Demon Cult, being repeatedly hunted down by the Righteous Alliance. That was all because you were leaking information, wasn't it? Hearing these words, which made Ruler Lam panic. How could you possibly know? Then Thien Ka's voice boomed, echoing loudly. Everyone, I have no intention of starting a war. It's just that the seventh prince of the Lam family deliberately and willfully stirred up conflict between the Righteous Alliance and the Heavenly Demon Sect, likely hoping for chaos in the world. He is not worthy of being the ruler of the Donghung Nation, I can guarantee. As long as you all remain peaceful once this is over, the Donghung Nation will remain as peaceful and stable as ever. Lamba grew anxious and lunged forward to attack, wanting to destroy the seventh prince of the Lam family. What, in your dreams? He maintained his powerful momentum and charged toward Thien Ka. But Thien Ka remained perfectly calm, completely unfazed. He unleashed his wind lightning heavenly dragon technique. Seeing this scene, a thought flashed through Lamba's mind. Is this the power of a ninth tribulation great emperor? If I get hit by this lightning, I'll probably be turned to dust. With that profound and dreadful thought, he struck his own body to burn his blood essence. A single drop of blood essence was drawn out, containing immense energy. He then dodged backward,
leaving that drop of blood essence behind, to materialize into a clone of himself, meant to block Tian Ka's attack. Lamba retreated, and upon dodging the attack, he laughed triumphantly, because he believed that he had successfully evaded the technique of the ninth tribulation great emperor, Tian Ka. Seeing this, Tian Ka was puzzled. Is this guy crazy or something? He thought to himself, Lamba is, after all, a one-star divine emperor realm expert, dodging an attack from a saint emperor. Realm cultivator is completely normal, but he immediately recalled what that guy had said. He said ninth tribulation great emperor. After a moment, he understood everything. It was because he couldn't see through my cultivation level. Coupled with the previous rumors, he thought Tian Ka and his wife were both ninth tribulation great emperors. That's why he wanted to run away before they even fought. Tian Ka chuckled to himself and decided to put on an act for him. He spoke to Linba with a completely serious face. I didn't expect you to have some skill to be able to dodge this emperor's attack. Linba replied, struggling quite a bit. Ancestor, I admit your power is immense, but just by using this kind of attack to deal with me and the Imperial... Lin clan, you must be dreaming. Tian Ka then pretended to be angry and said, this emperor doesn't believe it. If you can dodge all of this emperor's attacks, then I will spare your life. The old man felt like he had just clutched a life-saving straw. He immediately took the deal. Meanwhile, Tian Ka was quite pleased that this guy, Lin Ba, had taken the bait. The two of them then leaped into the air, preparing to make their moves. Tian Ka unleashed the supreme primal chaos palm towards Lin Ba. He used the same old trick again, taking out another drop of essence blood. While the battle raged fiercely above, down below, the Grand Elder was a bit confused. The ancestor can clearly kill him instantly. Why does he want to toy with him like this? The clash of attacks created a rather large explosion. At this moment, Linba was struggling, but a thought occurred to him. I've heard that only a fated one can contend with a ninth tribulation great emperor when the gap in cultivation realms is so vast. Ha ha! I can't believe it. I, Linba, am the fated one. But while he was lost in thought, Tian Ta was already preparing another attack, saying, Linba, now, all over your body. There's not a single drop of essence blood left. You can't even use your spiritual energy. This next and final attack of mine, how do you plan to handle it? Linba just laughed arrogantly and said, the worst that can happen is death. But for a legendary grandmaster like you, it's different. You're a nine tribulations great emperor, yet you're being toyed with by a one-star quasi-emperor like me, who has dodged so many of your techniques. This will be the shame of your entire life. Although he said that, he still believed that as long as he could dodge this, he would be able to escape. When that time comes, I'll pay you back 100-fold. Tian Ta played along, saying, that's right. It seems a bit humiliating, but what can you do now? As soon as he finished speaking, he used the Way of the Void and vanished instantly, which scared the hell out of Linba. One moment he was gone, and in the very next instant, Tian Ka appeared right in front of the old man, causing Linba to scream in terror, what the hell? A single step, treading upon the void, and then a thrust of sword chi pierced straight through Linba. The attack was so sudden that the old man had no way of dodging it. Before he died, Tian Ka decided to correct him. Actually, my true power is only at the Saint Sovereign realm. You were just overthinking things, you know? Linba's eyes shot wide open when he heard this. He couldn't die in peace, because an emperor of his generation had been played like a fiddle by a mere Saint Sovereign. Just then, Ning Tian took his sword and plunged it deeper into the man's body. Then he yelled, why don't you try to feel it a little more carefully? Following that, a wisp of smoke began to peel off his body, accompanied by Ning Tian's eerie laughter. Witnessing the scene before him, the old man became terrified. You really are only at the... Ning Tian put on a scornful expression and retorted, Sovereign Lamba, you are mistaken. As a Saint Realm cultivator, you couldn't even land a single blow on me. I'm thoroughly disappointed. What a true humiliation. And just like that, he held his sword, hovering high in the air, watching the old man fall slowly to the ground. In the end, he crashed to the ground with incredible speed. The earth and rock around him shattered, creating a thick cloud of white dust. He lay sprawled motionlessly on the ground. His body was covered in blood, and his face was contorted in extreme agony. Ha! So this is the patriarch of the demonic sect. Cough, cough. Just as Ning Tian landed, the man forced himself to finish his sentence. You're very good at scheming. Standing on the ground and staring down at him, Ning Tian began to speak. It's not that I schemed against you, it's just that you were too foolish. To kill a great emperor, must one also be a great emperor? Faced with this scene, Lam Thuong slowly emerged, his body trembling. Royal father is dead. Then Lam Thuong's face turned ashen with fear. The dignified sovereign of Dongxing, a one-star quasi-emperor, was so easily defeated. At this moment, the great elder of the demonic sect came forward and asked the patriarch, "What are your orders now?" He glanced back slightly and replied, "Annihilate the entire Lamb Royal family. As for the common people, if they do not resist, their lives will continue as normal." Upon hearing this, the leader of the Thunder Armor Army came forward in disagreement. "Patriarch, isn't complete annihilation a bit too cruel?" Hearing this, he turned his head slightly, his eyes glowing menacingly. "Do you realize that your compassion right now will in a few years become a sharp blade that will kill your own sect brothers, huh? The Lamb family and the Righteous Alliance are in deep collusion. Remember the massacre at Qingfeng City? This is also their doing." After hearing this story, the leader of the Thunder Armor Army clutched his chest in sorrow. "I was the one with a woman's heart." Then, standing in the middle of this place, he shouted, "Listen closely! Although we are not absolute villains, we are not absolute saints either." The soldiers listened intently to their leader. The Thunder Armor Army replied, in a loud, clear voice, "Yes, Grandmaster!" Following that, a series of people standing around came forward to argue. "Our ruler, is he just going to die so mysteriously and unjustly like that? To be honest, Linbo, he hasn't really done anything for the Dongxing Kingdom. It doesn't matter who becomes the emperor, as long as ordinary people like us can survive, that's all that matters." "Right? That's right! Besides, this Grandmaster has a very good reputation. He also said he's not targeting us." Seeing them like this, Ningtian's face remained cold, but he was inwardly surprised. "I never expected these ordinary commoners to be so reasonable and understanding." Just then Chen Gajiang appeared from somewhere, and flourishing his fan, he spoke up. "I have long admired the Grandmaster's great name. Seeing you today, your aura is truly extraordinary." Staring at him, Ningtian asked cautiously, "Who are you?" Upon hearing this, the great elder of the heavenly demon sect rushed over to report, "Grandmaster, I cannot see through this person's cultivation level." On the other side, Chen Gajiang held his fan and smiled cheerfully. "This one is Chen Gajiang, a wandering poet on the Tianshuan continent, and I once heard Tian Mi speak of you, old ancestor. Therefore, I compiled what I knew about you, wrote it into a story, and told it here in the Dongxing Kingdom." After hearing these words, Ningtian's gaze turned sharp and cold as he glanced over. No wonder. It seems these people don't harbor any major ill will towards us. Now that he's gone, you can speak. You just mentioned Tian Mei. Are you from the Tianbao Holy Land, or the Tianbao Pavilion? Come here. Hearing this, Kejong revealed a friendly smile and replied, "It's true that Tian Mei and I are friends, but I'm not from the Tianbao Pavilion. I'm just a humble poet who knows how to recite verses, that's all." Still not believing him, Ningtian's face grew darker. His voice also deepened as he said, "Tell me, what is your purpose in spreading my story everywhere?" Hearing this, he maintained his smile and replied, "I simply feel that the patriarch's deeds are very suitable to be adapted into a work of art. That's why I did it." Then, amidst the crowd, the man turned to leave. "Legendary patriarch of the celestial demon sect, if fate allows, we shall meet again." Seeing him about to leave, he raised his hand to stop him. "Wait." But just as he spoke, the man also turned into a streak of light and departed. At that moment, seeing that he wanted to hold the man back, the Grand Elder of the Celestial Demon Sect took a step forward. He asked, "Patriarch, should we have detained him?" Hearing this, he immediately raised his hand to stop him. "Forget it. Although this person is mysterious, for now I don't sense any malicious intent from him. The priority right now is to sort out the affairs of the Dongxing nation and ensure stability first." Then, in front of everyone, Ningtian turned slightly and added, "You select some people of upright character to quickly take over the Lin family's affairs. The lives of the common people of Dongxing must not be affected. If there are any acts of corruption or depravity, they must be dealt with immediately. Show no mercy." After hearing this, he also replied loudly, "Understood." Just then, a person ran over from a distance to report, "Patriarch, in the underground prison of the Dongxing nation, we have discovered a demonic beast we've never seen before. Its aura is immense and it's incredibly ferocious. So you're somewhat interested in that beast after hearing the news? Take me to see it." At that moment, from a distance, he saw the two of them fly away. Ji Jiang stood holding a fan in a nearby forest. Observing from a distance, he couldn't make out his true power. But he's definitely not below the Divine Emperor realm. To be able to kill a one-star quasi-emperor, this founder of the heavenly demon cult is truly extraordinary. Just then, Tian Mir, who had approached from a distance, spoke up. To be able to stand before the pavilion master of the heavenly secret pavilion, one of the major powers in the heavens vault domain, and be evaluated like that, it seems he is truly no ordinary person. And then she added, Pavilion Master Chen, what are your thoughts on him? Hearing this, he remained leaning against a tree and replied, I have my thoughts, yes. However, I wouldn't dare make a move on someone from the heavenly demon cult. The Empress, after all. I am merely a free-spirited poet. Hearing these words, Tian Mir broke into a nervous sweat and replied, All right, you're a 9 tribulations great emperor, so you can stop being so modest. He then started fanning himself. As it happens, my art of heavenly secrets has yet to find a suitable successor. If it's this founder, then I might give it some thought. Upon hearing this, Tian Mi was rather surprised. You want to pass the art of heavenly secrets to him? Isn't that the highest technique? Of the heavenly secret pavilion, one that is never passed to outsiders? Hearing her say that, he looked down below with a contemplative gaze. First, we'll have to see if fate allows it. Thank you, clan head Tian Mi, for being willing to share such an interesting story with me. Rest assured your contribution will not be in vain. After speaking, he vanished, leaving only a streak of light behind. Standing there, only now did Tian Mi dare to pass judgment. What a strange man. He's clearly the revered master of a major power, yet he prefers to roam the mortal world instead. The man standing behind her, who had been silent the entire time, finally spoke up. Clan leader, although recently, we have had some business dealings with the heavenly demon cult, but the ancestor never participated directly, so we never had any opportunity to make contact. Hearing this, she rested her chin on her hand. We can't act rashly. The Empress is incredibly powerful. If we act too aggressively, then our identity as people from another realm will be exposed. Let's just wait and see for now. Oh, right. Then, her 2 cheeks blushed as she turned her head. That's right, Elder Du. The 2 Outer Realm emperors who died at the hands of the ancestor some time ago. Have you found out who they were yet? Hearing this, he replied, Clan leader, my apologies, but we still have no leads for the time being. Hearing that, she also looked straight ahead. Continue the investigation, but be careful not to startle the snake. The old man behind her placed a hand on his chest and replied, Understood. Meanwhile, in the prison, a colossal and extremely bizarre demonic beast was locked inside a cage. Ningtian was quickly led to this place. Seeing his confusion, the system displayed a notification for the host. This is a 4th-tier demonic beast, the Wind Flame Lion King. However, within its body exists the bloodline of an ancient royal demonic beast. It is recommended that the host capture it. After reading, he stared intently at the beast, then spoke with a look of disappointment. Just a lowly 4th-tier beast? Nah, forget it. Still, your aura is at least passable. I'll reluctantly accept you, I guess. Then, upon seeing this crowd of people, it unleashed its power and attacked the cage head-on. Witnessing this scene, he started to find it interesting. Quite a fiery temper, huh? Open the cage. Hearing you give that order, the old man standing behind him was terrified. Master, the origin of this demonic beast is unknown. If we open the cage, it's all right, all of you step back. Following that, a soldier also came forward, placing his hand out as if preparing to open the cage. Immediately after, the cage's mechanism was released. Finally, this demonic beast was let out, and it charged straight at Ningtian. Looking at its form, Ningtian remained completely cold, a curious smile on his face. At the same time, the system's voice rang out, Demonic Beast. Ningtian took out the zither, preparing to attack with a look of utter confidence. Absolute immortal zither, he said. Then he raised his hand and struck the strings, unleashing its power. The attack was swift, and it spread towards the other beast. Gradually, the circles of power originating from him spread out, growing larger. The beast stubbornly continued its attack. Then Ningtian reached out and struck the strings a few more times. From them, several fireballs shot towards the beast. Blocked, it now stood still and let out a roar, creating a powerful gust of wind. Witnessing this scene, the great elder of the heavenly demon cult was a little surprised. With just a single move, he had subdued this ferocious demonic beast. At the same time, the leader of the Thunder Armor sect shared that same surprise. He added, as expected of our Grandmaster, over there. Ningtian had stopped his hands, letting the zither float in the air, emitting sparks, and the demonic beast now lay down obediently. In this quiet moment, Ningtian, with a cold expression, asked, "Why did Linba want to capture you?" Hearing the question, the demonic beast roared a few times as if to answer. As if understanding its thoughts, he spoke again. "So that's how it is. That guy wanted to offer you to a beast-taming sect in the Righteous Alliance." After that, Ningtian walked over and reassuringly stroked its nose. "Consider yourself lucky to have met me, Muddle. Will you agree to return with me to the Heavenly Demon Sect and become the divine beast that guards our gates?" So there wouldn't be any confusion later. Upon receiving the invitation, it let out another cry. Hearing the Grand Elder of the Heavenly Demon Sect praise him continuously, He can even talk to demonic beasts. The founder is truly incredible. Over there, Ninthian took out a gourd. A small orb radiating power flew out from its mouth. He called out, "Come here!" After he spoke, the streams of power from the demonic beast immediately flew towards the mouth of the gourd. Seeing this, the demonic beast's eyes widened in surprise. Once finished, Ninthian glanced back and said, "Grand Elder, regarding the position of ruler of the Donghung Nation, you should choose someone capable from among the disciples of the Heavenly Demon Sect. I'll be heading back to the Heavenly Demon Sect first." As soon as he left, the Grand Elder of the Heavenly Demon Sect stepped forward and replied respectfully, "Yes." Luo Wuxian was sitting in a large, dark room. Suddenly, a hand appeared right next to her neck, reaching out from a magic circle. Then, Ninthian stepped out with an infatuated look on his face. "Luo Wuxian, wifey, I'm back." She was a bit bewildered by this. After regaining her composure, Luo Wuxian, her cheeks slightly flushed, replied, "Your way of the void is getting more and more proficient, isn't it?" Being praised, Ninthian acted modestly. "It's just okay." The distance just wasn't that far. But then, finding him too close, Luo Wuxian used one hand to push Ninthian further away. "If the distance were greater, I'm afraid you might sneak off to the Jiaoji Holy Land, wouldn't you?" Hearing this, Ninthian answered, somewhat flustered, "Wifey, what nonsense are you talking about? I only came to be by your side." But just then, Luo Wuxian realized something. Her eyes widened as she cried out, "And it flies out." With one hand, she grabbed Ninthian by the collar. After grabbing him, Black Voting pushed him, still sitting in his chair, closer to her. Seeing this, Ninthian got the wrong idea and immediately blushed with embarrassment. "Wifey, why are you being so forward today? If you keep this up, your husband won't be able to take it." Realizing he was letting his imagination get the better of him, Lac Voting, her face still red, shouted as if giving a command, "Shut up!" With that, she splayed her hand open and touched his chest. When she was done, Lac Votin stood facing him and began her questioning. "The aura of the 9 lifetimes great emperor. Who did you meet in the Eastern Prosperous Nation?" Upon hearing the question, Ninthian brought a hand to his chin. He tried to remember before answering. That wandering poetry-reciting poet? He's the 9 lifetimes great emperor? Hearing an answer like that, Lac Voting became even more alarmed. "What wandering poetry-reciting poet? Explain it to me in more detail." At her request, Ninthian got up and began gesturing with his hands and feet as he recounted the story. As he did, all the events of that time came flooding back to his mind. "It was like this, and then like that and that." After hearing the story, Lac Votin grew a bit suspicious and speculated. "If what you're saying is true, then this person named Tran Koch Zhang must be a great emperor from an outer realm." Ninthian, sitting in his chair, looked a little worried. "These great emperors from the outer realms, do they have a lot of free time on their hands?"
Running all over the place all day.
Lac Votin's eyes narrowed slightly as she continued. "It seems he bears you no ill will." At the same time, Ninthian cheerfully agreed,
He's just a little mysterious.
Then Ninthian's hand snaked around Lac Votin's waist. He wrapped his arm around her waist and pulled Lac Votin in closer to him. Caught off guard, Lac Votin immediately asked, "What are you doing?" He then pushed her down onto the bed before answering. "You gave me an idea just now. In fact, I think we could open up some new battlefields." Lac understood the meaning behind his words. Embarrassed, Lac Votin glanced away and scolded him. "Shameless, this is my office." But he didn't care. Ninthian reached his hand even deeper. Then he lightly bit Luo Wugen's ear and said, "Then isn't this the perfect time?" With her in this state, she couldn't resist and let out a moan. A while later, a naked Ninthian was putting his clothes back on. From a distance, Luo Wugen threw his shirt at his head and yelled, "Get dressed and get the hell out!" Still wearing a mocking expression, Ninthian turned back to tease her. "Wifey, you put your pants on and suddenly you don't recognize me anymore?" That's what a fickle woman would do. Luo Wugen, on the other hand, propped her hands on the table, trying to endure it. One more word and I'll throw you out right now." Suddenly something happened that made Ninthian's eyes widen in surprise. At that moment, the spiritual energy in Ninthian's body went out of control, gushing outwards. Seeing this, he panicked and shouted, "Why did my spiritual energy suddenly go out of control?" Looking over with a confused expression, Luo Wugen wondered to herself, "Why is this guy suddenly having a breakthrough?" And right after... Meanwhile, where Ninthian was, a system interface appeared. "Congratulations, host, on your breakthrough. Current strength 6-star Saint Emperor Realm." Luo Wugen was astonished. Reward. Mission reward card. Use of the Enlightenment Fist. After sleeping with 5,000 people, the Enlightenment Fist will disappear. Host has received this mission reward. Additional explanation for Enlightenment. Fist. punching someone, can slightly raise their enlightenment. At the same time, it replenishes a certain amount of spiritual energy cultivation for the host. After reading the information, he stood there, stunned and helpless. So this is true power. Luo Wuding quickly arrived. He raised his finger and pointed it straight at Ning Tian's head. Could he have secretly learned some kind of dual cultivation technique? With the way things were, he was in constant pain, so he explained, "Wife, as heaven and earth are my witness, that kind of technique only requires you to train. And from then on, everything just gets weaker. I will never practice that kind of heretical art. It must be the spiritual qi. Too much of it had accumulated in my body before. Now my mind is finally clear, which is why." Then he turned and rested his head against Lok Votin's soft chest, calming down. "Wife, don't you worry. Between having one full meal and being full for every meal, your husband can still tell the difference." Hearing this, she immediately replied, Then Din Tin looked up with a gentle gaze and asked, "Wife, I know you're the best. Could I possibly ask you for a favor?" Seeing this, Lok Votin grew a little curious. "What is it?" Dun Tin stood up and raised a fist. With his other hand, he pointed at it. "Can you let me punch you just once? Just one punch. Don't worry, it won't hurt. I just want to test its effect." Hearing this request, Lok Votin's face darkened with rage. In the end, she used all her strength to throw him far into the distance. Along with a curse, "Get the hell out!" Outside in the courtyard, a group of people stood before a strange pillar of light. The wind howled as a voice rang out. The patriarch built this teleportation pillar, a blessing to the heavenly demon sect. His contribution to this era will benefit generations to come. Suddenly, Din Tin came flying out of nowhere and crashed hard onto the ground in the distance. Seeing this, the group turned to check on their patriarch. After getting to his feet, Din Tin held his face with one hand, still confused about what just happened. "Man, my wife's punch is seriously strong." Then an old man walked up and asked the patriarch, "Are you all right, sir?" But Din Tin just walked up to him, held out his fist, and demanded, "Great Elder, quick, let me punch you once." Seeing this, the man became worried and bewildered. Then a line of text appeared in his mind, comprehending the fist. He saw Nin Tian's fist begin to glow brilliantly. The old man began to ask hesitantly, "What did you gain?" Then Nin Tian sent him flying. In a situation like this, all he could do was shout, "I have offended you!" Finally, he landed, skidding across the ground and carving out a deep trench. Seeing this, everyone started shouting, "Heavens, that was just one punch from the Grandmaster!" As a result, the faces of those soldiers turned pale with fear. Don't tell me the Great Elder is dead. Meanwhile, on the other side, the system panel appeared. Fist comprehension, 4,999 out of 5,000. Looking at his own arm, which was radiating power, Nin Tin praised inwardly, "Oh, this is quite useful." Next, Nin Tin coolly walked over to the Great Elder to assess the situation. "Stop playing dead. I didn't even use my full strength. There's no way you're dead." Hearing this, the man sat up, rubbing his head and coughing a few times before replying, "Grandmaster, I was just playing along with your act." Nin Tin paid no mind to that. He got straight to the point. "That's not necessary. Quickly, see if your comprehension of the Tao has changed in any way." The Great Elder stood up, looking a bit puzzled. But he still did as he was told. He began to channel his power. Gusts of wind swept past him, along with an aura of power radiating from his body. His entire body was quickly enveloped by his own power. The soldiers standing nearby all started murmuring amongst themselves, "What does the Grandmaster mean by that? Could it be that there's something profound about that punch?" Then, the Great Elder's eyes lit up, shining with a brilliant light. As if he'd realized something, he joyfully exclaimed, "My swordsmanship skill had stopped progressing for the last several hundred years, and yet it's actually improved." With that, he looked over at Nin Tian and voiced his speculation. "Grandmaster, could it be because of that punch of yours?" Seeing that he was about to say more, Nin Tian immediately answered, "That's right. This fist is now called the Enlightenment Fist. Personally created by me, your Grandmaster. One punch won't just not kill you. It will also allow you to gain enlightenment and level up." After hearing his words, everyone around him had a somewhat skeptical look on their faces. Get punched once, gain enlightenment, and then level up? The Grandmaster is just insanely powerful. He can do something so ridiculous. Their faces were filled with astonishment. At the same time, another system notification popped up. "You have successfully astonished a disciple. Reward, 5,000 spirit energy for cultivation." He then raised a hand as if to quiet the crowd's chatter. "That's right. Slots are limited. There are only 4,999 spots left." As soon as they heard that, they immediately burst into a chaotic mess, with some of them crying. Some begged while others screamed their heads off. "Grandmaster, I'm itching for a punch. Grandmaster, I'm begging you, please use all your strength and punch me to death. Grandmaster, I was lying when I said you were ugly. Please, I'm begging you, just punch me. Seeing this scene, Nin Tien secretly smiled and replied, all right. Form a line, one by one. With that said, Nin Tien stood before a long line of people. He threw a punch that sent the first person flying high into the air. After that, up here, many people with bruised and battered bodies were radiating immense streams of power. Ha! My Tao has had a breakthrough. This punch was totally worth it. Soon enough, it was late afternoon. Standing here, Nin Tien clenched his fist and stared ahead with a joyful expression. I didn't expect this workload to be so intense. My hand's a little sore. Only one last punch to go. The system panel also showed the count. 4,999 out of 5,000. With that, he looked over at the crowd of bruised disciples and asked, does anyone else want a beating from me? Hearing this, they all shook their heads. Suddenly, the sky flared with a brilliant light. A door appeared, and with it, circling around it, were some extremely large stones. Stepping out from that door was none other than the Queen Mother of the West. Incredibly graceful. Seeing her appear, Ning Tien's face lit up as if he'd found his target. You're finally here! The Queen Mother of the West descended to the ground. Seeing her, a delighted Ning Tien ran over, shouting, Queen Mother of the West! Seeing him so happy, she chuckled to herself and called back, Grandmaster, while at the same time thinking, he's so happy to see me, he must have missed me terribly. As he got closer, Ning Tien raised his fist to explain, Queen Mother of the West, you've come to save the day! Quick, let me punch you! Upon hearing him, she was a bit surprised and asked, punch me? But then, for some reason, she completely misunderstood. She pressed her body close to Ning Tien's. Grandmaster, what exactly do you want to punch me with? Faced with this scene, he blushed slightly and thought to himself, this woman is using this opportunity to tease me. After the two separated, Ning Tien raised his fist. With a serious expression, he said, let me land one punch on you, and your comprehension of the Tao will reach a new level. Hearing that, the Queen Mother of the West looked intrigued and replied, there's a deal this good? Heh. So, Grandmaster, where do you want to punch me? Seeing that the Queen Mother of the West seemed to agree with him, Ning Tien walked over and turned her around. Just turn your back to me. Don't worry, I won't use too much force. With that said, Ning Tien pulled his fist back, gathering a surge of power as if building momentum. His face was cold and emotionless. Instantly, Ning Tien launched his fist forward from behind him. I came here, but suddenly at that moment, the Queen Mother of the West turned around as if wanting to see, and that punch immediately landed right on her peach like massive assets. Sensing this, Nin Tien cursed under his breath. Ah, damn it! But the Queen Mother of the West, after taking that punch, shivered with pleasure. I want to file a complaint. This vixen is using her butt to assault people. After pulling his fist back, Nin Tien, with a rather unsightly and helpless expression, asked, so, do you feel like your Tao comprehension has improved? At his question, she fiddled with the bracelet on her wrist and replied, let me feel it for a bit. Nope, still no improvement. Hearing her answer, Nin Tien raised a hand to his chin, looking rather confused. That's strange. Why was it ineffective? Seeing his confusion, the Queen Mother of the West rubbed her hands together and giggled. It's because my Tao arts have already reached the highest level of a great emperor. It's impossible to comprehend any further. Hearing that, Nin Tien was utterly exasperated. Then why did you agree to let me punch you? In response, she rushed forward and hugged Nin Tien, as if trying to seduce him. I wanted to be disciplined by you, Grandmaster. But in this situation, his face simply darkened. The soldiers standing in the distance witnessed the scene, and every one of them blushed with admiration. The Grandmaster is so mighty. He really is. Suddenly, at that moment, Duque appeared, looking shy. Grandmaster, could you try it on me? But upon seeing her, Nin Tien didn't refuse her request in the slightest. Of course. Come here, Saintess. I will be gentle. Then, as she turned her back, Nin Tien got back into the same stance as before and said, my apologies. Immediately, that punch flew forward, making her cry out in pain. Ha ha. After taking the punch, Duque's legs immediately started trembling. In the end, exhausted and blushing, she fell into Nin Tien's arms. Thank you, Patriarch Luo Dao, for imprisoning me for so long. Now I've finally leveled up. After completing the mission, Nin Tien's system panel appeared. The host has completed the mission. Comprehension function is disabled. Opening mission reward card. Congratulations to the host for receiving the Eye of Perception. The Eye of Perception is used at the cost of spiritual power. You can open the Eye of Perception to see the anomalies of heaven and earth and worldly treasures. After reading the reward description, Nin Tien's face darkened, his expression unchanging as he analyzed it. The Eye of Perception. Isn't this just X-ray vision? In that case, while Nin Tien and Zhao Ke were standing there embracing, from a distance, Vo Tin saw them, and it looked like flames were erupting around her. Her body seethed with rage. What do you two think you're doing? In the end, all that was left was a hopeless plea. Honey, let me explain. Seeing his wife appear, Nin Tien immediately panicked. He tossed the Jade Pond Saintess aside and covered his eyes with his hands. Honey, I was just helping the Jade Pond Saintess with her breakthrough. I didn't see a thing. Seeing his reaction, Vo Ting was a bit confused. See what? Seeing her expression, Nin Tien denied it again. I didn't see anything at all. As he said this, his face darkened and he broke out in a sweat. He muttered to himself, That's right. My wife doesn't know I have the eye of perception yet. Just then, the Queen Mother of the West walked over step by step and spoke up. Oh? I didn't realize the patriarch was so afraid of his wife. Hearing this, he immediately held up a finger to correct her. That's not right. Respecting one's partner is an excellent quality that every good man should possess. The Queen Mother of the West didn't seem to care much. To change the subject, never mind that, just tell me. Empress Lack, why did you summon me here? Seeing this, Nin Tien, surprised, turned around and fired off a series of questions, leaving Vo Ting exasperated. He clutched his head. Wifey, did you ask her to come here? It's not because of you. That you scheduled a fight with the Queen Mother of the West, is it? She didn't bother to answer his question. Vo Ting turned away and coldly said, Let's go. The Queen Mother of the West smiled cheerfully. All right. Suddenly, the two of them grabbed Nin Tien by the arms and dragged him away. Faced with this, he quickly shouted out in surprise, Hey, where are you two trying to take me? I can walk on my own. Seeing this scene, the nearby junior disciples blushed one by one with admiration. An armful on the left and an armful on the right. The Grandmaster is truly a role model for our generation. Quickly, the three of them entered a room. Vo Ting, who was in the lead, turned her head and spoke. Regarding the item that the demon god dropped, my side has a few clues. That's why I called the Queen Mother of the West here to discuss our strategy. Nin Tien, standing behind them, had calmed down and asked, Wifey, did you find that thing already? Immediately after, Vo Ting frowned and began to explain. After hearing about this matter last time, I dispatched people to investigate. Not long ago, the Great Compassion Palace sent over some information. Hearing this, the Queen Mother of the West raised a hand to her chin, asking a question to herself. The Great Compassion Palace. That's in the North Continent, isn't it? Immediately after, an incredibly terrifying and gloomy land appeared. Vo Ting's voice rang out. That's right, within the domain of the Great Compassion Palace, there's a place called Vien Chi Hall. Recently, the sky there has been frequently shrouded by clouds, and a rumbling sound echoes all around. Vo Ting maintained her serious expression. I suspect it's related to the map that the demon god dropped. After hearing this analysis, the Queen Mother of the West continued. If the other places in the northern continent are still fine, then the land of the divine source is the sole exception. Ning Tian didn't seem to fully understand. He asked again about the land of the divine source. What's wrong with it? A scene of two heroes, with opposing powers, confronting each other appeared. It is said that hundreds of thousands of years ago, a war of the gods took place in the northern continent. Two masters of the divine realm fought fiercely for hundreds of years. In the end, both of them fell in the northern continent. Their corpses and fresh blood transformed into a colossal energy, forming the land of the divine source as it is today. Ningtian then turned to look at Luo Wuqing and asked, That doesn't sound particularly special. Is there some kind of difficulty? Standing behind them and hearing the question, the Queen Mother of the West interjected with an answer. That's right, ever since then, a strange phenomenon has appeared in the land of the divine source. For anyone who enters, the stronger their power, the greater the suppressive pressure they have to endure, and vice versa. Hearing this answer, Ning Tian gradually understood. He looked at the two of them and voiced his assumption. So neither of you can enter the land of the divine source. Suddenly, at that moment, Luo Wuqing spoke up, her eyes filled with sorrow. I'm sorry, I can't be by your side this time, to protect you completely. But then he suddenly moved closer and embraced Luo Wuqing. With their faces close, Ning Tian gave a smile. Wifey, you're being too formal. If you really feel that bad, how about you comfort your husband tonight, Luo, standing nearby, witnessed this embarrassing scene. The Queen Mother of the West let out a soft cough to remind the Grandmaster, Have you perhaps forgotten that there is another living person right here, with a perfectly sound body and mind? $0. Vo Ting unexpectedly looked at Nin Tien with gentle eyes, which caught him by surprise. All right, stop fooling around. Instantly, Nintin's shirt was torn open. Lac Voting calmly and loudly said, "Sit tight." Before he could even understand what was happening, he jumped up. "Hey, what are you trying to do?" "Wifey, it's the middle of the day, and there are 3 of us too." Lac Voting paid no mind to his words and just remarked, "This isn't really suitable, is it?" "Yes," and then both girls started pulling on Nintin's cheeks. "What are you thinking about?" Nintin immediately denied it. "Wrong, wrong, wrong. I wasn't thinking about anything at all." Then Lac Voting began to channel her power into Nintin's body. "To ensure your safety, we want to implant the 9 Lives Guardian formation into your body. If you ever face a life-threatening danger, the energy from the formation will be redirected outward." At the same time, the Queen Mother of the West, who was behind him, used the exact same power and added, "That's right, to protect you. It will also allow us to sense what's happening to you." And just like that, an hour later, on Nintin's body, the mark of the 9 Lives Guardian had been imprinted. He stood up, looked over his shoulder, and asked, "So is that it?" Lac Voting nodded. "Mm-hmm." Suddenly, as he was putting his shirt back on, Lac Voting stared at him intently and called out, "My husband!" Hearing this, Nintin looked puzzled. "Huh?" Then, with a worried look in her eyes, she began to give him all sorts of instructions. "If you ever run into a problem you can't solve, just call for me. Don't worry about the Divine Ape Palace putting pressure on me. Compared to the consequences of that pressure, my husband's safety is far more important." He could feel how much she cared. Nintin rushed forward and hugged Lac Voting tightly. "Wifey, your husband has no way to repay you. All I can do is use this body to repay my wife." She was so startled by this that she stammered, "Well, who needs your body?" Seeing the 2 of them hugging so intimately, the Queen Mother of the West tiredly rubbed her head. "This is hurting my eyes." Suddenly, someone appeared outside. "Empress Ancestor, I have returned." Seeing this from inside, Nintin still didn't release his arm from around Lac's waist. Voting exclaimed, "The Grand Elder is back." It seems his work efficiency is very high, but at this moment, Nintin was still lost in the moment, kissing her on the cheek. "My dear wife, rest assured and wait for me at home. Your husband will be right back." Soon the door opened. Nintung stepped out from inside. "Grand Elder, thank you for your hard work. Come with me for a bit." Hearing this, he asked curiously, "Where are we going?" Stepping outside with a confident look, he immediately answered, "The North Continent's Great Compassion Palace." Stopping and looking after him, the Grand Elder said, "Ancestor Master, I just got back. I haven't even had a chance to sit down yet." Finally, the 2 of them flew up high and departed. Watching them go, the Queen Mother of the West said, "Something that even the demon god is searching for. It's definitely no ordinary thing. This matter is quite dangerous. Are you truly at ease letting him face it alone?" Hearing this, Lac Voting gave an incredibly trusting smile. "I believe in him no matter what. He can always return from the brink of death. He can turn calamity into fortune, because his very existence is already a miracle." Finally, a line of text appeared. North Continent, Great Compassion Palace. Morning sunlight shone down on the North Continent, inside the Great Compassion Palace. In front of the disciples of the Great Compassion Palace, Palace Master Diep Bai walked up the steps. As he was walking, he suddenly stopped. His face wrinkled slightly as he spoke. "Lately, the Divine Ape Pond has been continuously unstable. Vu Nyi's group is trapped inside, and we still don't know if they're dead or alive. Yet a father like me can do nothing." Hearing this, a disciple spoke up to reassure him. "Palace Master, don't be anxious. We have already asked the Heavenly Demon Cult for help. Right now, the Heavenly Demon Cult stands firm as the leader of the demonic path. They will surely lend us their aid." Upon hearing this news, Diep Bi felt a glimmer of hope. "I wonder who will come. If only the legendary Grandmaster would come, how great would that be?" Suddenly, at that moment, a surge of power, a gloomy purple color, flew out, accompanied by a mocking voice. Legendary Grandmaster? If you ask me, that's nothing but a joke." Faced with this scene, Diep Bi was completely stunned. Appearing before him was now Grand Ancestor Tian Bei. He stood opposite him, his eyes glowing brightly, his face shrouded in darkness, immersed in an incredibly terrifying aura of power. Seeing this, Diep Bi recognized him and said, "Grand Ancestor Tian Bei, you've had a successful breakthrough? This is wonderful news." Grand Ancestor Tian Bei remained levitating in the middle of the area, radiating an even more ferocious power. He replied dismissively, "It's only the first tribulation Great Emperor realm, that's all." Then, seeing him return to his normal form, Diep Bai asked with a hint of worry, "Do you know that Yuer is currently trapped in the Divine Apes land? Is that a no?" Grand Ancestor Tian Bei's face remained calm as he answered, "I am somewhat aware of the matter." Suddenly, his face twisted as he shouted, "However, you all want to rely on the legendary Grandmaster of the Heavenly Demon Cult to come and solve this for you? He doesn't have the ability to do that. Deep B was even more shocked, his eyes widening. How can that be? The legendary Grandmaster of the Legends is supposed to be a ninth tribulation great emperor. Then Grand Ancestor Tianbei flashed a wicked, roguish smile. Let me ask you this. A patriarch that young, could he really become a ninth tribulation great emperor so quickly? Could this all be a trick that the heavenly demon cult spread to deceive the righteous alliance? Hearing this, everyone fell silent. Deep B also agreed with that statement. Truly, from ancient times until now, no one has ever seen with their own eyes the patriarch kill an eighth tribulation great emperor. Therefore, perhaps the legendary patriarch is a rare genius, but he isn't a great emperor-level master. Suddenly, Nin Tian appeared with a grim expression. It seems you're quite confident in your little theory, aren't you? Upon hearing that voice, both of them jumped and looked behind them. Just outside the door, Nin Tian and the great elder of the heavenly demon cult appeared, and at the same time a loud shout rang out unexpectedly. Patriarch! All at once, the disciples turned and bowed respectfully. I am the fourth generation palace master of the Great Compassion Palace. Deep B pays his respects to the patriarch. After a moment, Nin Tian asked again, his voice still heavy. A moment ago, did you say I wasn't a ninth tribulation great emperor? Hearing the question, the two of them froze. Deep B hesitated. As for Nin Tian, he was still staring intently at the two of them. He formulated a plan in his mind. To avoid causing trouble, I'd better think of a way to prove my identity as a great emperor. After a moment, Nin Tian stepped closer. The Grand Patriarch of Thien B made a suggestion. How about, you let me hit you with one punch? He was taken aback by the suggestion. The Grand Patriarch of Thien B stood frozen, covered in sweat, as if worried. He thought to himself, I can't see through his cultivation level. Don't tell me. He's setting a trap for me? If he really is a nine-life great emperor, then wouldn't I be dead for sure? After thinking for a moment, he approached a bit apprehensively. With the Grandmaster's power, one punch from him, and this old man would be dead. Meanwhile, Ning Tian remained calm and unfazed. Didn't you say that I wasn't a great emperor-level master? Hearing this, the old man immediately coughed to hide his anxiety. This old man was merely a little suspicious, that's all. Following that, the heavenly stele Grandmaster presented his fist with a smug look on his face. How about you let this old man hit you with one punch, Grandmaster? If you are truly a ninth tribulation great emperor, then a single punch shouldn't be a problem, right? Hearing that, Ning Tian's face filled with utter contempt for him. You think you're qualified to do that? The heavenly stele Grandmaster, whose fist was now enveloped in a surge of power, replied, No. I just want to experience the Grandmaster's style. Just a little. After this one punch, I am willing to use 100,000 mu of medicinal fields to atone for my offense to you, Grandmaster. Hearing this, Ning Tian's eyes shot open as if he had just seen gold. 100,000 mu of medicinal fields? You're not kidding, are you? His attitude did a complete 180-degree turn as he stepped closer. He pointed a finger at his own face. You can only hit me right here. Seeing this, the heavenly stele Grandmaster became a bit hesitant. The face? That doesn't seem very appropriate. If I damage the Grandmaster's handsome face, then I'm afraid Her Majesty the Empress. Before he could finish his sentence, Ning Tian continued to explain, using his handsome face as a selling point. My face is my weakest spot. The rest of this emperor's body is incredibly tough. If you punch me anywhere else, you might end up crippled. Do you want to be crippled? Seeing such kindness, everyone was in awe of his magnanimity. Your main character, Halo? The Grandmaster is truly a man of honor. Then Grand Ancestor Tianbei clenched his fist, radiating a power that was even more ferocious. With that punch, he stood facing Ning Tian. Assuming an attack stance, he said, Forgive my transgression. Instantly, the punch was thrown, flying straight toward Ning Tian's handsome face. And yet he still wore a smile, completely unfazed. Seeing that his attack had no effect, Grand Ancestor Tianbei was shocked. So tough. In the end, because of that toughness, Grand Ancestor Tianbei was sent flying, sliding a long way across the floor. He finally came to a stop with his head planted on the ground. He was letting off clouds of smoke. Meanwhile, Ye Bei, who had witnessed the scene, was also astonished. Grand Ancestor possesses the power of the Emperor Realm. And yet, the legendary Grandmaster truly lives up to his reputation. After that, he turns to look behind him, worried. Grandmaster, is Grand Ancestor Tianbei all right? Standing right beside him, Ning Tian smiled nonchalantly. He's fine, he was just knocked back a bit. This facial defense is really useful. When I say invincible, I mean invincible. Finally, he turned to give Ye Bei an order. All right, about the Divine Apes land. You, take me to see it. Hearing the command, Ye Bei complied. Yes, sir. Soon their group appeared, at the Divine Apes land. The space here was incredibly dark and gloomy. Voices could be heard. That's right. There are also 100,000 acres of medicinal fields. Yes, Grandmaster. It is said that the high mountains of the divine apes land were formed from the bodies of God Realm Masters. The thousands upon thousands of streams and canals were formed from the fresh blood of God Realm Masters, congealing together. But Ning Tian just stood still, silently giving a command in his mind. System. Activate the Eye of Perception. Instantly, system notifications rang out. Activating the Eye of Perception. The Chi-Chi Eye of Perception opened. Immediately after, his eyes lit up. In Nin Tian's vision, he saw far in the distance a great pillar of light shooting straight into the sky. He immediately thought that pillar of light, could it be the aura radiating from the demon god's item? Seeing him stay silent for a long time, Deep B couldn't wait any longer and turned to ask, Grandmaster, did you find anything? I must be honest with you. Right now, I and some of my disciples are trapped in there. I'm truly so worried about them. After hearing this, he raised his hand and created a spatial portal. Don't be hasty. You all wait here for a moment, I'll go scout things out. With that, he immediately jumped inside the portal. Left behind, Deep B couldn't stop praising his one step into the void technique. The Grandmaster is truly a great Emperor-level expert. Soon enough, he arrived at the place he needed to investigate. Taking small steps, he walked through the area. Nin Tian talked to himself. I can't underestimate the things in this divine domain. I have to act with humility. As he was walking, he suddenly created a clone of himself. System panels appeared. System using Shadow Clone Skill Card. Using Shadow Clone Skill Card. Successfully used Shadow Clone Skill Card. Effective duration, 3 hours. With that settled, he stood there confidently. Heh. Now who's going to know? In the end, whether Nin Tian was the one who solved this or not. Nin Tian patted his clone's shoulder and said, My good brother, I'm leaving Diep B's group for you to handle. His clone immediately agreed. Then Nin Tian's clone immediately rushed off to carry out the request. Meanwhile, he stood behind, admiring himself. As expected of me. Even my clone is this handsome. He then used a mask to disguise his face. To be on the safe side, I'll use a different identity to get in. At that moment, Nin Tian's clone was running forward very quickly. Ahead, he stopped in this place right in front of Deep B. Deep B immediately spoke, Grandmaster. You've returned. Nin Tian's clone just gave a cold, Deep B asked anxiously, How is it? Have you found a way yet? Ning Tian replied, The way is to wait for the wind to blow and the fog to clear. Feeling that something was off, Deep Bai turned to ask the Grand Elder, Elder, our Grandmaster, has he always been this cold and mysterious? The Grand Elder answered decisively, If the Grandmaster says to wait, then we wait. Surely he wouldn't lie to us, would he? Hearing that, Deep B was no longer curious. You're absolutely right. She looked at Nin Tian's clone. Deep B wondered to herself, The strangeness in the divine garden land. Will it really just disappear on its own? Over here! These people were all being protected by a barrier from the streams of dark spiritual energy that were surrounding them. The daughter of the Great Compassion Palace's master, Deep Vu, was also inside that barrier. The young man beside her spoke up. Senior Sister Vu, what in the world are those things? Deep Vu answered tensely, I don't know, but everyone must maintain a high level of mental focus. Absolutely focused. The streams of dark spiritual energy began to attack, more and more fiercely. Noticing this, Deep Vu shouted, They're coming again! She didn't forget to warn everyone, Be careful! They're coming again! Use your spiritual energy to cover your ears. Don't listen to those strange sounds. Watch out for that black mist. And just like that, the 5 of them remained inside the barrier in a defensive stance. The streams of dark, spiritual energy were rushing towards them. Suddenly, a stream of dark energy pierced through the barrier to get inside. Immediately, that stream of energy shot straight into this man's ear. It caused him so much pain that the whites of his eyes showed, and he let out a piercing scream. Deep Vu immediately shouted, Use the Great Compassion Art to block this dark energy. One person had already collapsed. The remaining 4 continued to use all their strength to maintain the barrier. Just then, Nu Nhi, next to Diep Vu, asked with a pessimistic tone, Senior Sister Vu, are we going to die here? We've been trapped here for a whole week. Our senior and junior brothers are also slowly. At this point, Deep Vu immediately moved closer to Nu Nhi and comforted her. Nu Nhi, don't be afraid. I will definitely get everyone out of here. Nu Nhi was still in complete despair. But our cultivation is suppressed here. We can cry out to the heavens, but they won't answer. We can plead with the earth, but it won't listen. Suddenly, Deep Vu noticed something. Her eyes were filled with alarm. She looked ahead and whispered, Shh, someone's coming. It was the figure of Nin Tian. He walked through the stream of dark energy and spoke wearily.
What a pain. I'm already in this state. So why is the pressure still so heavy?
Deep Vu and the others inside the barrier saw the figure of a stranger appear. They were terrified. Ningtian continued to speak. The demonic energy here is very similar to the demon god I met before.
If I'm not mistaken, it's likely the item that he dropped. It's just that the space here is sealed.
Suddenly, Ningtian grew irritated and shouted, "Damn it! How much longer do I have to walk?" Just then, Deep Vu spoke up from inside the barrier.
Excuse me. Are you the one the palace master sent to save us? Is that right?
Ningtian immediately walked toward Deep Vu's barrier. Puzzled, the streams of dark energy also began to dissipate. "Who are you people? Why are you here?" Deep Vu slowly replied, "We are disciples of the Great Compassion Palace. I am the daughter of Diep Bi. May I ask, friend, who are you?" Ningtian quickly recognized her. So, she's Deep Bi's daughter. But if I reveal my identity right now and bring them along with me, it will interfere with my mission. With that thought, Ningtian arrogantly questioned Diep Vu in return. "Why should I tell you?" Nyu Nyi, from behind, retorted. "We've already told you who we are, so why won't you tell us?" Ningtian shot back with a cheeky, provocative tone. "I only asked who you are. I never said I'd tell you who I am." Hearing that, Nyu Nyi became furious and yelled at him. "You're shameless!" But Diep Vu didn't get angry. She just looked pitiful. "Friend, the divine ape. Land is extremely dangerous right now. How about we travel together? That way we can coordinate and look out for each other." Deep Vu understood the situation. "We don't have enough people right now. More people means more strength." Even though Diep Vu pleaded with such sincerity, Ningtian coldly replied, "Not interested." Nyu Nyi, behind him, tried to threaten him. "I advise you to listen to my senior sister. She's an expert at the Saint Emperor realm, you know. This divine ape land is filled with dangers everywhere. Traveling alone is no different than asking for death." Just as Nyu Nyi finished speaking, those streams of dark energy surged up again, preparing to attack them. Nyu Nyi immediately panicked. "Senior Sister Vu, those monsters are back!" Seeing this from the outside, Ningtian spoke with a sarcastic tone. "Didn't you just say she was an expert at the Saint Emperor realm? Why so tense?" "Fellow cultivator," Yeyu continued to propose, "now is not the time to argue. These monsters aren't easy to deal with. You should join up with us, quickly!" Hearing this, Ningtian coolly replied, "Is that so?" At the same time, he also used his eye of perception skill to ask the system, "What are these things?" The system immediately appeared, providing the information. "Host, these are likely a type of demonic creature, born when demonic miasma takes physical form." Ningtian was slightly taken aback and muttered, "Demonic miasma, you say?" Then he unleashed a formidable killing intent. "In that case, I'll use the way of music to take them on." The young man next to Yeyu was astonished as he witnessed the scene. "What does he think he's doing? Is he trying to get himself killed?" Yeyu immediately retorted, "No. I think he's going to take care of them." Just then, Ningtian took out his immortal instrument and began to use the power of the way of music, preparing to strike with every note. His fingers danced across the strings with incredible skill. Brilliant, radiant notes flowed from his instrument, pushing back the waves of dark spiritual energy. Seeing this, Nyu Nyi was overjoyed. "Senior Sister Yu, did you see that? He's scattering that black mist." Yeyu's expression brightened as well. "Our hope has arrived." As Ningtian played his powerful melodies, he also listened to the system's voice. "You have astonished Yeyu. You have astonished the disciples of the Great Compassion Palace. Reward, 1 pressure nullification card." A pressure nullification card? Use the pressure nullification card. And to remove all oppressive auras for 1 hour. Well. Ningtian's expression was thoughtful. "This is good stuff. In a desolate place like this, as long as there's no oppressive aura, who could possibly stop me?" Just then, Yeyu lowered her barrier. She rushed after Ningtian, calling out, "Senior, wait!" Ningtian frowned and turned to challenge her. "And why should I bring you all with me?" Hearing this, Yeyu hesitated. Ruer from behind her answered decisively. "Your single move made all those black skeletons retreat. You must be a more formidable master than our senior sister Yu. Senior, you can't just see us in danger and not help." Yeyu continued to plead. Her tone was full of desperation. "If you're willing to take us with you, senior, we will definitely reward you handsomely once we get out." Ningtian was slightly moved. After all, she is the daughter of the Great Sorrow Palace's master. Then he spoke. "If you want to survive, stay right where you are." After saying that, he continued on his way. Even so, Yeyu stubbornly called out, "Senior, we should still go together." Ningtian immediately shouted, "Shut up! If you keep following me!" "Do you believe I'll cripple you all right now?" The young man behind Yeyu suddenly remarked, "Senior sister." "Why is he so aggressive?" Roer chimed in. Yeah, seriously. He's so arrogant. I mean, we're from the Great Sorrow Palace after all. Besides, staying put is no different from waiting to die. What if those black skeletons and demonic sounds come back? But contrary to their annoyance, Yeyu still said gently, "No, I've decided to listen to him." Brewer was surprised, but why? "We don't even know if he's tricking us or not." Yeyu's expression was extremely tense. She calmly explained, "Right now, the Divine Ape Pond is no longer the place we once knew. Not like it was before. We don't know what kind of monsters are in the other areas. Instead of running around chaotically like headless chickens, it's better to trust what he said." But her gaze was still fixed on Ning Tian's retreating figure. He was walking toward that stream of dark spiritual energy. She still held on to a sliver of hope. "I just hope that senior can keep his promise." Right now, Ning Tian was approaching the dark demonic energy. It was emanating an incredibly ferocious killing intent. His heavy footsteps cracked the ground beneath him. He realized that the closer he got to the center, the more powerful the pressure became. If my spiritual sea wasn't so vast, with enough spiritual energy to withstand this, I'm afraid I would have been forced to my knees by now. Just then, streams of spiritual energy rushed forward, attacking Ning Tian. Immediately, he used his power to summon a zither. He quickly began to pluck the strings. Each note that rang out carried a wave of power with it, gradually pushing back against those streams of dark spiritual energy. Ning Tian peered deep into the dark energy, speculating. There seems to be something inside that pillar of darkness. Ning Tian felt a sense of dread. He immediately ordered the system, "Activate the Eye of Perception." Thanks to that, Ning Tian could see clearly what lay deep within the dark spiritual energy. It appeared to be a small tower, but he was still stunned. His eyes widened as he wondered, "What is that?" Then Ning Tian tried to get closer, but it wasn't easy at all. "Damn it! The closer I get, the stronger the pressure!" He tried to muster all his strength, reaching out his hand to touch the tower. The streams of dark spiritual energy and that intense pressure were still trying to stop him. Finally, Ning Tian managed to grasp the tower in his hand. The moment he pulled the tower out, he was lucky enough to dodge an attack from the dark spiritual energy. Ning Tian breathed a sigh of relief, his heart pounding wildly. That was too close. At that very moment, two other sources of power suddenly appeared. From those two sources of power, Chi Tian and Chi Hun emerged together. He yelled at Ning Tian, "You worthless human, hand over the demonic Futu Pagoda. That doesn't belong to you." Faced with these two massive monsters, Ning Tian was shocked. A member of the demon clan's Hanba clan, Chi Hun, suddenly spoke up. "You little human pipsqueak from the heavenly spirit domain, a mere child, and yet you know so much about the history of my clan." Ning Tian quickly understood the situation. It seems that Demon God also sent people to find the treasure. With that thought, he calmly replied, "So this thing is called the demonic Dharma Pagoda. Thanks for letting me know." Hearing this, Chi Hun flew into a rage. "You human brat, are you looking for death? Is an artifact of my clan something you can touch?" Witnessing his terrifying appearance, Ning Tian wasn't the least bit worried. He calmly replied, "Looking for death, you say? What cultivation level do you two have to be spouting such nonsense?" Chi Hun continued to boast loudly. He confidently claimed, "We are commanders in the demon clan, equivalent to the peak heavenly sovereign, realm experts of the human race." Ning Tian let out a sarcastic smile. "Indeed, very impressive. However, can't you two feel it?" Both Chi Hun and Chi Tian were bewildered, not understanding. "What do you mean?" At that very moment, Ning Tian unleashed a murderous aura, so dense it was bone-chilling, along with a suffocating sense of pressure. He raised his eyes to look at them. "My apologies, I forgot to tell you. This place is the Divine Garden. It's filled with the pressure of a divine realm expert. But the stronger you are, the more terrifying the pressure you have to endure." Ning Tian stood firm, the corner of his lips curling into an arrogant smirk. He gathered power in one hand. The brilliant light of spiritual power flared up in the palm of his hand. An overwhelming aura spread out in all directions. He looked down at them, his voice dripping with mockery. "With a cultivation level as impressive as yours, I bet you can't even stand up anymore, can you?" In the next moment, Ning Tian suddenly shot high into the air. The spiritual energy in his hands erupted with a brilliant glow. An orange-gold light tore through the darkness. "You may be stronger than me, but in this place," he slammed his power down. The spiritual energy detonated like thunder, striking the enemy below head-on. A deafening boom echoed out. A blinding light swallowed everything. "I can still obliterate every last one of you!" Six Thean pointed furiously. "Human!" he roared at Nin Thien. "You worthless whelp, you dare!" A powerful surge of cultivation energy erupted from his entire body. Nin Thien leaped up and delivered a kick, sending his opponent's face flying to the side. He tumbled backward, completely helpless. He hovered in midair and said to him, "I really don't like that word, whelp." 6. Thian's eyes went bloodshot as he gaped in astonishment. He couldn't believe what had just happened to him. How could the power of a human be so immense? 3 powerful streams of spiritual energy swirled around Nin Thian's body like an undying flame that could not be extinguished. His face held the arrogant confidence of the powerful. "Have you never heard that anything is possible?" Just then, a new notification from the system sounded. "You have astonished the demon Shichhon. Temporary strength increased by 3 times." The next morning, Jichteen and Shichhon had both been knocked down by him in a single blow. Jichteen staggered, struggling to get up as he asked, "If you're so much stronger than us, why aren't you affected by the pressure in this place?" Nintian looked them in the eyes and smirked. "Who said I'm not affected?" As he spoke, he stomped his foot on the ground. The spot where he stood immediately sank and cracked. Nintian's spiritual energy flared out, making the 2 demons feel as if they were being crushed by his overwhelming presence. His voice carried a hint of triumph. "It's just that I've already gotten used to it." Upon hearing this, Shichhon couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, "How can you get used to something like this?" They slowly got to their feet. They all shared the same thought in their minds. This guy must die. 16 tightened his grip on the spear in his hand. The demonic energy around him flared up. "Demon Dragon Thrust!" He charged straight at Ninthian like a wild beast. The tip of the spear was razor-sharp as if it were gilded. Ninthian wasn't in a hurry and used his spiritual energy to summon a sword that radiated a brilliant golden light. He looked at the dazzling sword in his hand. His expression turned much more serious. Interesting. Channeling the way of the sword, Ninthian held that sword and blocked the tip of Shichthian's spear. The evil demonic energy clashed with the 9 revolutions spiritual energy, creating an explosion, accompanied by the sharp screech of metal on metal. He gritted his teeth, pouring all his strength into it. Beads of sweat had already formed on his face, partly from exertion and partly from the fear of this powerful opponent that was stirring in his heart. How can this kid's power be so overwhelming? Ningtian leaped into the air. He scoffed, pulling his opponent's focus back to the fight, getting distracted during a battle. Is this the combat awareness of the demon clan? Enraged by his words, Ziktian channeled demonic energy into his spear, causing the sharp tip to glow brightly as if it held a hellfire. What do you mean by that? Before he even knew it, Nintin, with his swift and nimble movements, had already appeared right behind him. He powerfully swung his sword, slashing towards him. To avoid being sneak attacked, Ziktian immediately unleashed a massive wave of demonic energy. As expected of one of the 2 commanders of the demon clan, Nintian slashed towards Shichtian, but he was completely unharmed. Instead, he just laughed mockingly. "You little brat. You know nothing about the terror of demonic energy." He turned and ordered Shichhan to use his cursed arts. Instantly, Shichtian unleashed a brutal wave of demonic power. Straight at him. Die! 2 massive arms reached out, trying to grab him. Nintian couldn't react in time and fell right into their trap. The 2 arms transformed into a cage made of demonic energy, trapping him inside. Ziktian laughed triumphantly, as if victory was already his. "Corrosive demonic energy, I want a little punk like you to be eroded until not even a corpse remains." But little did they know that they were the ones who had fallen into the trap. Nintian landed on the ground and walked up to them with a mocking smile. Are all demons this naive? To be completely fooled by a mere afterimage? It seems they're truly angry now. The demonic energy around them surged like a raging inferno. "You damn bastard!" True demonic form. After erupting with demonic energy, their bodies grew even taller and larger. Shichhan looked down from above at Nintin and said contemptuously, "Little worm, I can't believe you forced us to use our true demonic form. Your death will have meant something. Just now, that strange restriction allowed you to get the upper hand. But from now on, I'll tear you to shreds." A flicker of confusion crossed Ninthin's face. He looked up at the 2 giant demons, seemingly realizing what their power burst, their recent surge of power was. What is this, a sudden spike in demonic energy? It seems this is a bit like the demonic Dharma body. Once it's activated, it can instantly increase one's power. This morning, Nintin decides to use an item provided by the system. A powerful surge of spiritual energy erupts from his entire body. System, using pressure nullification card. Using pressure nullification card. Successfully used. Shikhon and Shichthin are both stunned by his power, his overwhelming power. They ask each other in disbelief. He's facing the demonic energy of both of us, and yet he's completely unfazed? It's true. On top of that, his spiritual energy is just too strong. Just what is his cultivation level? The system quickly updated the situation. Nintian let out a confident and extremely satisfied smile. You have astonished Shichthien and Shichhon. Reward, sure kill demon annihilation card and strengthened demon defense. Spiritual energy from all directions gathers behind him, forming a massive orb. Using the sure kill demon annihilation card. Once it absorbed enough spiritual energy, the orb seemed to explode. Powerful spiritual energy shot out from within, like pillars of waves, shaking the heavens and the earth. Those pillars of spiritual energy were like 10,000 arrows, piercing through everything as they rushed toward Shichhon and Shichthien, forcing them to struggle to defend themselves. They desperately create a barrier to block Nintian's attack. Bloodthirsty demon shield! The barrier could not withstand Nintian's ferocious assault. The spiritual energy relentlessly pierced into their bodies. Our demon shield has been nullified, Father. His immense spiritual energy shattered their final line of defense. The demonic energy of those two was no match for the spiritual energy of his powerful cultivation. Seeing the time was ripe, Nintian focused all his power to annihilate Shichthien and Shichhon. They were pierced through by his spiritual energy, their bodies riddled with holes like a honeycomb. The swirling demonic energy gradually vanished into the void. But Nintian, they could still feel that they hadn't been destroyed completely, just as he thought. They still left remnants of themselves. Damn it. How does this guy have demon-slaying skills? The demon pagoda tower is still in his hands. I have to report this to the Lord Demon God immediately. With that thought, it immediately prepared to sneak away. But Nintian noticed it instantly. He flew closer, reaching out his hand to grab it. His voice was soft, yet menacing. You think you can escape from right under my nose? To subdue it, he thought of the treasure he had just picked up inside the black pillar. The demon pagoda tower, his hand, enshrouded in a faint light, rose gently. He used his spiritual power to seal the demon souls of Chihun and Chitian. Talk. What exactly is this demon pagoda tower you people mentioned? It was trapped inside the sphere of spirit energy that was slowly flying towards his hand. It tried to break out, but couldn't. Humph, I will never talk. I won't tell you the secrets of demonic magic. In its head, it schemed that if it just kept its mouth shut, he would surely let it go, and sparing its life. Then it could find a chance to report to the Lord Demon God. Nintian narrowed his eyes. His gaze was cold, but held a sense of finality. He snapped his fingers, annihilating the last remnants of Chihun and Chitian. Not talking? Fine then. The moment he finished speaking, the sphere seemed to be crushed from within. The demon soul hurriedly begged, Wait! But Nintian paid it no mind. That orb exploded. Has put an end to Shichtian and Shichhun. He took out the demonic stupa tower and wondered to himself, what on earth is this thing? Nintian stroked his chin as an idea came to him. Let's see if I can use my divine sense to get inside. Just then, the system appeared. The system advises the host not to do anything reckless. The host is too weak. It would be better to bring your 2 wives here. He looked up into the air at it, his brows furrowed tightly. Who in the world talks to their host like that? Besides, since when do I have 2 wives? The system replied nonchalantly. Your first wife, Luo Wuxin, and your second wife, the Queen Mother of the West. Ningtian considered it carefully, then put the demonic stupa tower away. He looked up ahead. Fine. There must be some benefit to listening to advice. I should deal with all this demonic chi first anyway. He executed his technique. A powerful spiritual energy like a whirlwind swept away all the demonic chi in the divine garden land. Demon-slaying break. Meanwhile, Yeyu's group was still in their original position, joining forces to resist the demonic chi. Seeing it dissipate, Nu Ni exclaimed in shock. What's happening? Why did all those black bones suddenly disappear? Yeyu raised her head, just in time to see Ningtian's figure, leaping away in the distance. Could it be related to him? She prepared to rush out and follow him. Should we go check it out? But Nu Ni stopped her. Senior sister, it was so difficult for those black bones to finally vanish. We should just get out of here quickly. Outside the divine garden land, Yibi clenched his fists tightly. He anxiously asked Ningtian's clone, Ancestor, how much longer will it take? The clone sat upright in meditation and replied calmly, It's almost here. Confused, he asked impatiently, What do you mean by that, Ancestor? Immediately after, a powerful gust of wind kicked up rocks and dust. The ground stirred as if everything was about to be swept away. Seeing this, Deep B exclaimed, The wind is so strong! Ningtian took that opportunity to return using the Void Dao. Then he merged with his clone. That violent gale stopped. The black mists surrounding the divine ape's remains all vanished. He stood up and said calmly, The demonic energy has dispersed. Deep Bai glanced around. His face was filled with disbelief. Really? What in the world just happened? Nintien clasped his hands behind his back and stepped forward. He replied with a completely straight face. This celestial anomaly was finally blown away by the wind. The man looked at him with eyes full of admiration and reverence. How miraculous! So miraculous! You truly live up to your name, Ancestral Master! It's just as you said. Just then, Diep Vu and the others emerged safely. She called out joyfully. Father! Diep B hurried forward and took his daughter's hands. He said with an emotional expression, Vu Nhi, you've finally returned safely. She replied gently to her father, Father, just now inside the valley a ferocious wind blew the demonic energy away, which is how I was able to escape. After their reunion, he pulled Diep Vu by the hand towards Nin Thien to introduce them. Quickly, I'll take you to meet a very important person. It's all thanks to him that you were able to get out of that wretched place. The moment she saw him, she felt a strong sense of familiarity and asked hesitantly, Young master, have we met before? His expression didn't change as he replied, I don't believe so. He thought to himself, this woman's intuition is scarily accurate. Diep Bai, holding him in the highest regard, carefully introduced him. This is the ancestral master of the heavenly demon cult. Vu Nhi, you're in the northern continent all year round. How could you have possibly met him? Hearing this, Diep Vu couldn't help but be stunned. She hesitated, asking for confirmation. Father, do you mean he's the legendary ancestral master? The disciples following Diep Vu were even more shocked. They all looked ecstatic. When they learned Nin Thien's identity, you're the legendary Grandmaster of the Heavenly Demon Sect? Oh my god, so cool. A great Emperor-level master. The system immediately appeared to update the situation. You have amazed Diep Vu. You have amazed the disciples of the Great Compassion Palace. Reward. Cultivation spiritual energy plus 5,000. Absorbing belief energy. Belief energy plus 1. Belief energy plus 2. It now reported the mission progress to him. Stored belief energy has reached 8,000 out of 10,000. To get on good terms with Nin Thien, Diep B rubbed his hands together, approaching with a flattering question. Grandmaster, what do you think of my humble daughter? He turned back and asked him seriously. What do you mean? He replied with a beaming smile. My humble daughter is the #1 beauty in all of the northern continent. Hearing her father say this, Diep Vu blushed with embarrassment and tried to stop him. Father, what nonsense are you talking about? Nin Thien glanced at her once, then said indifferently, not interested. Diep B found it a bit hard to believe, but didn't dare to object. Yes, of course. Diep Vu suddenly asked him, her face full of excitement. Grandmaster, I heard that if you just shout from the bottom of your heart, the Grandmaster is the best. Forever a god. That you can get a power boost in an unimaginable way. Is that true? Nin Thien didn't answer directly. You can try it. Hearing this, Diep Vu decided to do as he said. She raised her hand high and said shyly, The Grandmaster is the best. Forever a god. Instantly, she felt a strange sensation in her body. She covered her mouth with her hands. Glistening tears welled up in the corners of her eyes. Then she let out a cry of amazement. The spiritual cultivation energy in her body was undergoing a huge transformation. Her face flushed bright red. Her eyes glazed over as she wondered to herself, model, did I break through? Wow, this is really useful. Seeing this, the other disciples began to imitate him. They chanted in unison, The Ancestral Master is amazing. The Ancestral Master is a god forever. Flustered, Nin Thien waved his hands. All right. Everyone please calm down. The system appeared again. Faith energy detected. Absorbing faith energy. Faith energy plus 1. Faith energy plus 1. Faith energy plus 2. Current faith energy reserve. 10,000 out of 10,000. 10,000 level faith power reserve complete. A surge of abundant spiritual energy shot straight into his body. His cultivation level instantly rose. You have earned the reverence of the Dai Bi Palace members. Reward. 10,000 points of spiritual energy for cultivation. Congratulations, host, on your breakthrough. Current strength, 7th stage of the Saint King realm. He looked down at his hand, which was radiating a powerful spiritual force. His eyes lit up. This trip to the Dai Bi Palace was completely worth it. I got treasures and even had a breakthrough in my cultivation. After everything was settled, Nin Thien prepared to leave. Palace Master, now that your problems have been resolved, it's time for me to take my leave. Diep B wanted to keep him for a while longer, to host a grand reception for him. So soon? Just then a voice called out from behind him. Wait. Diep B's father landed on the ground. The old man spoke with reverence. Ancestral Master, please wait a moment. Nin Thien calmly turned to the great ancestor of Dai Bi and asked, Your 100,000 mu of medicinal fields? How are the preparations coming along? The great ancestor of Dai Bi spoke respectfully to Nin Thien.
I have already prepared the medicinal fields. They are right inside this ring. I hope the ancestral master will accept it. He took the ring from the old man's hand without hesitation and replied, "Then let's part ways here." He thought to himself, "It was so hard to get these 100,000 mu of medicine fields. I need to hurry back and get planting." With that said, he and the Grand Elder shot up into the sky, leaving behind streaks of brilliant light. The great ancestor of great compassion watched their receding figures and sighed with emotion. The legendary Grandmaster truly lives up to his name. I was so disrespectful to him, and yet he didn't take his anger out on others. Yu couldn't help but feel a sense of admiration. That's right, and he's very compassionate. He helped our great compassion palace solve its problems. Brewer blushed shyly and said to her, "A true gentleman like the Grandmaster? If only he were at our great compassion palace." Sister Yu saw this but didn't deny it. Her eyes, too, sparkled with admiration for Ning Tian. "That's right. If my future husband could be even half as outstanding as the Grandmaster, I would be so happy." After leaving the Divine Garden Aid Center, Ning Tian and the Grand Elder immediately went to the heavenly demon cult's territory to plant the 100,000 mu of herbs they had just acquired. Seeing them arrive, the disciples who were working diligently were overjoyed, their faces beaming. "Quick, look, it's the Grandmaster! The Grandmaster is here!" He landed on the ground. "So this is the heavenly demon cult's medicine field?" The person in charge here spoke up. "Yes. The heavenly demon cult doesn't primarily focus on medicinal herbs, so we've only cleared a few medicine fields on this mountain." He held his head in frustration. "Then where am I supposed to plant my 100,000 mu of herbs?" The disciples were all shocked and astonished. 100,000 mu? The four of them looked at each other nervously. "We don't have anywhere large enough to plant all that." One disciple had an idea. He pointed to the tall mountain in front of them. He points at the tall mountain in front of him. "How about we just blow this mountain up?" Another person disagreed with that idea and immediately objected. "We can't do that, Grandmaster. Blowing up the mountain will cause too much of a commotion. Besides, the rocks would collapse, and it would be hard to ensure there are no casualties." Nintian thought the idea was quite feasible. "A trivial matter. Let me handle it." With that, he immediately unleashed his spiritual power, concentrating all of it into his fist. Then, with just a single palm strike, the mountain in front of them exploded, sending earth and rock flying everywhere. Immediately after, he raised his hand and created a void, sucking all of the rock and debris inside. "Transporting it all to another location? Way of the void." The void seemed to swallow the entire massive mountain whole. Such a dangerous and exhausting task was resolved so effortlessly, and the disciples who witnessed it were all left gaping in astonishment. I just blinked and the entire mountain was gone. The system interface appeared. "You have astounded the disciples with your mountain-splitting feat. Reward, innate talent skill, 10,000 mu of fertile fields. 10,000 mu of fertile fields. After use, it can help planted spirit herbs to accelerate their growth rate, achieving an incredible boost." Nintian was secretly overjoyed. Then he ordered it, "Open the ring," that the great compassionate patriarch handed over. "Another innate talent skill? Excellent. System, use the innate talent skill." The system immediately complied. The ring began to emit a brilliant golden light. It was incredibly blinding. 10,000 mu of fertile fields, using innate talent skill. 10,000 mu of fertile fields has been used successfully. The light from the ring radiated outwards. All the medicinal herbs inside were also brought out. They planted their roots into the ground themselves in a very orderly manner, without any effort at all. The disciples were dumbfounded by his efficiency. They were full of amazed praise. "Oh my God, so fast! The 100,000 acres of medicinal fields are already done?" Phrases like, "The patriarch is incredible."
We've already said them until we're sick of it.
Nintian nodded slightly, looking pleased. "Next, we just have to wait quietly for the spiritual herbs to mature." Lac Voting and the Queen Mother of the West had appeared behind him at some point. Lac Voting smiled and asked caringly, "My dear husband, the matter at the Divine Gardens, a territory, has it been resolved smoothly?" Seeing her arrive, he hurriedly ran over to her, hugged her tightly, and nuzzled his face into her shoulder. "You were really worried about me, weren't you, wifey?" The Queen Mother of the West stood to the side with her arms crossed, forced to watch their public display of affection as she huffed coldly. "What's the use of worrying? You came back and didn't even think to come find us right away." Nintian scratched his face and explained, "I was in a hurry to set up the 100,000 acres of medicinal fields." Lac Voting looked at him in surprise and asked, 100,000 acres? Where did you get such a large plot of land for planting herbs? This gave him the chance to puff out his chest and boast to her, Of
course, it was a respectful offering from the Great Sorrow Palace. Suddenly, Nintian's expression turned serious. He rubbed his chin and said to the other two, "That's right. I just remembered something extremely serious." Both of them asked in unison, "What is it?" He put his arms around both of their shoulders and started walking. "Let's go back and talk." Returning to the main courtyard, the Queen Mother of the West lay on the bed, propping herself up on her hand, unable to contain her curiosity. "Patriarch, what on earth do you want to say?" Nintian pointed at Lak Voting and said, "Wife, Queen Mother of the West, for 2 users. First, seal this room with spiritual energy." Luo Wuting immediately agreed. "All right." Then, both of them simultaneously deployed their spiritual power, creating a barrier that completely sealed the room. After that, he took out the Futu Demon Tower and said with a smile, "Come, let me show you two a great treasure." The tower in his hand emanated a powerful stream of demonic energy. Luo Wuting was so startled she had to cover her face with her hand. "This demonic energy is so strong," she asked, bewildered. "This thing is—" He immediately confirmed, "That's right. No doubt about it. It's the lost treasure of the demon clan, the Futu Demon Tower." Ningtian's eyes looked incredibly resolute. He proposed to the two of them, "The demonic energy in this tower is too immense. I need you two to enter the tower with me, to investigate the situation." Luo Wuting's expression was extremely grave. The Queen Mother of the West asked seriously, "Inside the tower?" Then she stepped off the bed. Both of them said in unison, "Let's go." Luo Wuting placed her hand on it. Ningtian used his spiritual energy to penetrate the tower. The Queen Mother of the West also touched it, preparing to enter. 3 powerful streams of spiritual energy swirled into the tower, the Futu demon, and with that, Ningtian and the other two went inside. The Queen Mother of the West looked at the dense black miasma within, and exclaimed, as expected of a lost treasure of the demon clan, "Demonic energy of this level is truly a bit terrifying." Seeing that Luo Wuting had been holding his hand tightly since they entered, he turned and asked, "Honey, what are you doing?" She immediately replied, "The pressure from the demonic energy is immense. I'm using my spiritual energy to help you suppress the invading demonic energy." The 3 of them continued deeper inside, letting the demonic energy envelop them, wave after wave. Seeing streaks of red light flying towards them like blades, Ningtian's expression flickered with alarm. "It's the demonic sound!" The Queen Mother of the West rushed forward, snorting coldly, "Demonic sound?" As for her, she took out her bamboo flute, using the power of her flute's music to break the demonic sound. The music from the Queen Mother of the West's flute had transformed into sharp blades, severing the demonic energy that surrounded the 3 of them. At the same time, it also created a protective barrier for all 3, opening a path for them to venture deeper inside. After they had walked a short distance, another obstacle appeared before them. Answering the flute's music from just now were the sharp sound blades of the demon clan. Seeing this, Ningtian was a bit startled. He shouted a warning, "It's demonic sound!" Luo Wuting grabbed his wrist, just as he was about to make a move. "No need. The Queen Mother of the West is more than enough on her own." Just as she said, the Queen Mother of the West again used her flute's music to fight back. Her expression was extremely confident. "Watch me." The sound of the flute carried a powerful spiritual energy, echoing through the dark space of the Futu Tower. All of the demonic sounds were blasted away. Ningtian blurted out, full of admiration, as expected of a 9 Tribulations great emperor. "Her mastery of the way of music is truly powerful." The Queen Mother of the West turned her head back, looking shy. She scratched her cheek and replied, "Are you interested, Grandmaster? Come to the Jiaoji Sacred Land someday, and I'll personally play just for you, okay?" He felt the grip on his wrist tighten. He knew Luo Wuting was starting to get angry. He coughed lightly, reminding her, "There should be a limit to your joking." The Queen Mother of the West wanted to tease him even more. She placed her hand on his chest, cooing, "But I'm not joking around." Luo Wuting stepped in front of her and warned her seriously, "Focus, something is approaching." Hearing his wife say that, Ningtian immediately looked up to check their surroundings. "Something?" The Queen Mother of the West didn't stop her little game. She gently caressed his cheek, causing him to startle and pull away. "Don't be afraid, Grandmaster. They are right beside you, protecting you." Lak Voting, though his face was pale with anger, but still held back and didn't lash out. "The enemy is right in front of you. Stop messing around." The path into the Futu Demon Tower is not easy at all. At this moment, vengeful spirits with hideous and grotesque faces had already surrounded them. Luo Wuting immediately recognized them as demonic resentments. Ningtian's jaw dropped in shock, and he curiously asked, "What's a demonic resentment?" The Queen Mother of the West held his arm and began to explain. "A demonic resentment is just as the name implies. It's actually the resentful energy of the demon clan combined, and with a vast amount of demonic energy to take form. If there are demonic resentments, it proves that the demon clan exists on the first floor of the Futu Demon Tower. Suddenly, a demonic resentment transformed into a complete colossal form, right in front of the three of them. It looked at them and smiled cruelly. I never thought the human clan would exist inside the Futu Demon Tower. It stuck out its tongue, and in those crimson pupils, it had already marked the three of them as prey. Today I can finally eat my fill. Ningtian was stunned for a moment. Then he thought seriously. Thankfully, the system warned me beforehand. Otherwise, facing this alone would have been dangerous. Luo Wuking. They stood before him like a strong fortress wall. She asked the demonic resentment, a one-star quasi-emperor level demonic resentment? It smirked with delight and replied, "Heh, this little girl can even recognize this demon's power? It seems your abilities are quite something." It licked its lips as drool dripped down, as if it were about to enjoy a delicacy. Eating you would surely taste delicious. The Queen Mother of the West hid behind his arm as if she were terrified. After hearing what the demonic resentment said, Ningtian couldn't hold back and pointed straight at its face, threatening it. "What the hell are you thinking about? My wife is someone only I get to eat. And you want to eat my wife?" Luo Wuking, seeing how childish he was being, yelled out in anger. "What kind of nonsense are you talking about?" Even that resentful ghost was provoked by you. It raised its hand, intending to strike at them. "You human brat daring to provoke me? You're courting death." Her husband was being threatened. Of course, Luo Wuqing would not let it slide. She raised her hand and unleashed her spiritual power. She said in a low voice, "You're far too noisy." Her spiritual power transformed into a shimmering golden cord, binding the resentful spirit tightly, leaving it completely immobilized. Sweat poured from its face. Only then did it realize it had messed with the wrong person. You're also a ninth tribulation great emperor?" Its mind raced in panic. Damn it! To think that aside from that flute-playing woman, the one with him is also a ninth tribulation great emperor. Xiwangmu took a step forward. She smiled and said to it, "Why did you have to provoke him? Don't you know that the woman by his side is insanely protective of her husband?" Luo Wuking frowned. She questioned the resentful spirit in a stern voice. Inside the demon pagoda. Just what secret is hidden within? Knowing it had no chance of winning, it immediately humbled itself and begged, "Please spare my life. I'm just a being formed from resentful energy. I only came out today because I thought a free meal had delivered itself to my doorstep. On the first floor of the demon pagoda, a demon is sealed. Other than that, I don't know anything else." Ningtian stepped forward to stand beside the two women and asked it, "A demon is sealed here? Isn't this supposed to be a treasured artifact of the demon clan?" He stepped closer, getting right in its face, and continued his questioning. "How many floors does the demon pagoda have in total?" The resentful spirit stammered, I don't know." Seeing that they couldn't get any more useful information out of it, Luo Wuqing decided to finish it off. "In that case, die." The resentful spirit was so frightened that tears welled up in its eyes. It hurriedly shouted, "Wait, I'll lead the way." And so, Luo Wuqing used her spiritual power to bind it, escorting it like a prisoner. Very quickly, it led the three of them to the entrance of the tower. It turned its head back to explain to them, "This is the place where the true demon is sealed. As for how to undo the seal, I do not know. Seeing as I'm just a resentful spirit, can you possibly spare me?" This time, Luo Wuting truly made her move. The spiritual energy in her hand grew larger, forming into a dazzling golden orb. "What use are you to me?" The orb shot out a powerful surge of energy, piercing through the resentful spirit's body and causing it to disintegrate. The demonic energy from its body quickly dissipated. It swirled into a circle and then vanished completely. The three of them stood before the seal. The Queen Mother of the West spoke up. "How are we supposed to break this barrier?" Luo Wuting stepped forward and said, "Let me try." Ningtian watched her with a worried expression. He reminded her, "Wife, and be careful. No one knows what the situation is like inside the Stupa Tower. We have no idea what might happen." The Queen Mother of the West chimed in as well. She didn't forget to tease her. "That's right. If something bad were to happen to you, then I would just have to steal your wonderful husband. I'd make him my captive groom." Hearing this, Luo Wuting replied with absolute certainty, "Don't worry. That moment will never come." With that said, she placed her hands before her chest and deployed her spiritual power. Spiritual energy from all directions gathered, forming a small, brilliant orb. She pushed that orb into the mark of the seal, intending to use her own power to break it. The seal flared up as the demonic energy inside pushed back, refusing to let her succeed so easily. The Queen Mother of the West watched from behind, her eyes fixed on the scene. She seriously reminded Ningtian, be on your guard. The moment she gets pulled in, we have to grab hold of her. He agreed with her assessment and nodded in response, right. At that moment, Luo Wuqing was still focused on breaking the barrier. Her lips were pressed into a thin line. The opposing force is too strong. Seeing that the seal wasn't budging at all, she poured all the power she had into it. I refuse to believe it. Open for me. Luo Wuqing channeled her spiritual energy into the orb in her hands, hoping to shatter the barrier. Suddenly, her face contorted slightly. She bit her lower lip, seeming to falter. A dense demonic aura closed in around her, like a monster about to devour its prey. The Queen Mother of the West and Ningtian rushed forward. He asked worriedly, Honey, how is it? Luo Wuqing replied grimly, there's no reaction. It seems that even with the power of a nine-tribulation Grand Emperor, I can't break this barrier. Ningtian turned to look at the unmoving barrier and said to the other two, let's leave it for now. At the very least, we now know the demonic pagoda is definitely hiding some dark secret. Ningtian intended to retreat. Let's get out of here for the time being. The Queen Mother of the West immediately agreed, all right. With that, the three of them used a spiritual art to leave the area. In a flash, they vanished, but the barrier began to glow. Demonic energy slithered around it like snakes, protecting it from any intruders. Back in the room, Ningtian immediately began discussing things with the other two. If we can't break the barrier for now, then we need to investigate the origin of the demonic pagoda from the outside world. The demonic pagoda somehow ended up in the heavenly spirit realm. But since ancient times, the heavenly spirit realm has always been ruled by the human race. There has never been a trace of the demon race. I don't know where to start. Hearing him say that, the Queen Mother of the West rubbed her chin and spoke up. Perhaps I have a way? Ningtian looked at her mischievous expression, intrigued. He asked, what's the plan? The Queen Mother of the West suddenly lunged forward. She cupped his face and replied mysteriously, just wait for my good news. When the time comes, the Grandmaster will owe me a huge favor. After saying that, she flew off. Ningtian stepped out the door. He watched her retreating figure and wondered to himself, what is that woman trying to do? Lac Voting, standing right behind him, replied, I have no idea. But I would like to ask my dear husband. Her expression now held a touch of exasperation. What exactly are your hands doing? One of Ningtian's hands was wrapped around her waist. The other was resting on her plump rear. He pulled her body flush against his. Wifey, all the sect's business has been taken care of. So next, shouldn't we take care of your husband's business? His words made Lac Votin start to blush. She playfully scolded him, shameless! Just as he pushed her down onto the bed, ready to get started, the voice of a disciple reporting from outside could be heard. Greetings to the Empress! Lac Voting frowned slightly, but she managed to keep her voice cold and majestic as she asked, what is it? The person outside immediately reported. There's an issue with the medicine field that the Grandmaster planted. We hope the Grandmaster can come and take a look. Hearing that, both of them sat up. She even nudged Ningtian. They're looking for you. You should hurry up and go. He was a bit annoyed at being interrupted, but he couldn't just ignore the matter either. All right, fine. Before leaving, he puckered his lips and planted a kiss on Lac Votin's cheek. Your husband will be right back. Wait for me, okay? When he arrived at the medicine field, he saw the spirit beast that he had adopted. It was going berserk, roaring and rampaging everywhere. Seeing Ningtian arrive, the disciples all reported anxiously. The herbs in the medicine field planted by the Grandmaster are growing incredibly fast. But unfortunately, the spirit beast the Patriarch brought back, for some reason, is very difficult to control. The system suddenly displayed a notification. The mature spirit herb is using its innate skill. 10,000 mu of fertile fields. All spiritual herbs will be enhanced with a random growth attribute. Growth enhancement successful. That helped him realize the cause of the problem. So that was it. That spirit beast opened its massive mouth, preparing an attack that could destroy the entire medicine field. It took a deep breath, and then spat out a blazing fireball. A disciple couldn't help but scream, ah! Our spiritual herbs. But Ningtian looked completely calm. Hold on, let's just watch a bit longer. He thought to himself, before, I think the system said that mature spirit herbs would have a certain growth range. This is a perfect chance to use this stupid lie and to test the herb's effects. Suddenly, the spirit beast froze. It was as if it had just sensed something. Growl! Its stomach suddenly swelled up, clutched its belly, sweat pouring down its face. A disciple pointed at it and yelled, Patriarch, look quickly! What's wrong with it? The spirit beast's menacing aura began to fade. It squatted down and let out a loud poot. The disciples covered their noses one by one, complaining, what a strange smell. What's going on? There's poison in its fart. I can feel the flow of spiritual energy in my body, slowing down noticeably. But even Nin Teen couldn't stand the smell. He silently queried the system for information. What is this all about? Reporting to host, after the spirit beast devoured the spirit herb, it comprehended a new skill. Noble Spirit's Trial Poison Fart. It can reduce the flow speed of spiritual energy in the opponent's body. But rest assured, host, the spiritual herb can be further enhanced to increase the absorption speed of spiritual energy. Hearing what the system said, he immediately turned back to reassure his disciples. Everyone rest assured, this batch of spirit medicine can neutralize the Lion King's poison. Just come to me to receive it. Instantly, everyone rushed toward him. The spirit beast was now lying obediently behind him. Patriarch, I want some. I want some too, Patriarch. Hey, get in line. Get in line to receive it. Meanwhile, at the Righteous Path Alliance, two old Taoist masters were sitting together. Humph. Stroking his beard, one of them spoke up, Taoist Master Shun Shu. Now that you've recuperated and almost fully recovered, isn't it about time for our plan to be put into motion? Taoist Master Shun Shu slammed the table with a loud bang and replied in a booming voice. That's right, I will absolutely not spare anyone who dares to injure me. Ahem, the other said seriously. Before that, I hope you can go to Jiaoqi and use that soul-swapping demonic technique you people have mastered to awaken that thing. Taoist Master Shen Shu was a little displeased. Without Jiaoqi getting in the way, our plan would be much easier to execute. As he spoke, a cunning smile appeared on his face. Don't worry. I'm at least 90% confident in this technique. Hearing this, the other man was extremely pleased. He smiled with pure malice. Heh heh, legendary patriarch of the heavenly demon sect. And just you wait to be annihilated! By nightfall at the medicine field, the disciples were still in a long line, waiting to receive spirit medicine from Ning Tian. Thank you, patriarch. Suddenly, the figure of a young woman was rushing toward him. The person who arrived was Zhao Shi. She wrapped her arms around Ning Tian's neck. Seeing her, he greeted her with a bright smile. Holy maiden Zhao Shi. You certainly get news fast. You already know I have top-grade immortal herbs here. Zhao Shi looked up at him. Her face was drenched in tears as she pleaded with the Grandmaster to save her life. Yaoqi is in grave danger. Yaoqi is under attack. Meanwhile, in the sacred land of the Immortal Pond in Jiaoqi, the Queen Mother of the West was standing before a coffin, held suspended in mid-air by 4 large chains. Her expression was cold as she spoke to the thing lying inside that coffin. I know you're not dead yet. The Catalpa Wood soul-locking coffin cannot destroy you this quickly. The coffin didn't move in the slightest. The brilliant red light surrounding it remained unchanged. Seeing this, the Queen Mother of the West played her trump card. It seems you have no interest in the ultimate treasure of the demon clan, the demonic Futu Tower. Immediately after, that coffin slammed down into the water below, creating a loud splash. The coffin lid slowly opened, and a sinister voice echoed out. How do you know of the demonic Futu Tower? The Queen Mother of the West smiled. She had achieved her goal. So the demonic Futu Tower is truly no ordinary thing. This demon has never once responded to us. But as soon as it heard the name of that demon tower, it couldn't sit still. She replied coldly, You don't need to know how I found out. I just want to know what exactly the demonic Futu Tower is. The demonic creature chuckled and retorted, And what makes you think I will tell you? She answered it with confidence, because you are also very interested in it. I'm guessing it's a powerful treasure, one that can help you escape this place. The thing inside the coffin laughed loudly. The laughter was utterly horrifying. You're a smart one. The demonic Futu Tower has a total of 12 levels. It's specifically used to suppress the demons, the bloodthirsty ones within the demon clan. Its tone could easily strike fear into anyone. Bloodthirsty demons that feed on their own kind. Once its seal is broken, forget about your Jiaoqi. Even this entire heavenly spirit domain, I fear not a single soul will be able to suppress it. After hearing this, the Queen Mother of the West thought to herself, devouring its own kind. This demon clan is truly terrifying. The demonic being suddenly spoke to her with a false kindness. If that thing is truly in your possession, then I advise you to just get rid of it. The Queen Mother of the West calmly replied, That is none of your concern. You should just stay obediently in the soul-locking coffin and wait to be refined. Suddenly, as someone lunged at her from behind, he laughed gleefully. Queen Mother of the West, things won't be going your way. He struck the Queen Mother of the West with a palm strike, sending her flying aside. Mercilessly, he flew before the coffin and introduced himself. I am Great Emperor Shen Shu of the Demon Clan. I have come to rescue you. He punched powerfully towards the spell formation he had created. A massive hand shot straight towards the coffin. aiming to shatter it. The demonic being inside looked quite surprised by his actions. You know the demonic exchange art? In the next instant, the coffin was split in two. The broken planks fell away. The thing inside had regained its freedom. Demonic energy, like sharp blades, flew toward the Queen Mother of the West. Her face was now a mask of pure panic. This is bad. The demonic being let out a loud, triumphant laugh. After hundreds of thousands of years, I, Moshe, have finally broken the seal. But Great Emperor Shen Shu pointed at himself and commanded it. I was the one who rescued you. From now on, you will obey me. The demonic being looked at him and asked, What do you want me to do? He pointed a finger at the Queen Mother of the West and replied, I want you to destroy the Yaochi Holy Land. Kill this woman! The demon's two eyes darkened as it pressed forward. The destruction void. Great Emperor said with a cunning laugh, Killing her would be as easy as flipping my hand. It's just that I've been imprisoned for too long and need to recover. The old man's face filled with horror. What are you trying to do? It thrust its hand right through the old man's body. I'll use your flesh and blood to restore my own body. It used its teeth to tear off the tattered clothes that were clinging to the old man's body, preparing to devour him whole. The Queen Mother of the West collapsed to the ground as if she couldn't believe her own eyes. The true demon has broken the seal. She shot back to her feet, channeling her spiritual energy to confront the true demon. I swear I will not let you escape, Zhao Qi. In a mere moment, it had already struck her down. The Queen Mother of the West lay on the ground, groaning in agony. Her body was covered in wounds. The true demon looked down from above and said contemptuously, Woman, your strength is indeed formidable, but don't forget, I am one of the 4 great true demons, and you are not yet worthy of killing me. The Queen Mother of the West pushed herself up with both hands, struggling to her feet as she replied, Even if I have to sacrifice my life, I will never let you leave, Zhao Qi. Hearing this only made the true demon more excited. The demonic aura radiating from its body was so powerful, it had threatened to crush the Queen Mother of the West. If that's the case, then I'll use your flesh and blood as a sacrifice. It raised its trident and lunged straight toward her. In that hair-raising moment, on the Queen Mother of the West's back, a shield radiating brilliant golden light appeared. It had blocked the fatal attack just in time. The true demon staggered, losing its balance, and had to brace itself with a hand on the ground. It roared in fury. Who dares to block my attack? Lac Voting and Ning Tian had appeared. They had even brought the Wind Flame Lion King with them as support. Lac Voting strolled forward calmly. And what do you think you are? From behind them, the Queen Mother of the West hastily warned the two. Be careful. He is one of the 4 great true demons. Nin Tian asked in surprise. One of the 4 great true demons? She clutched her wound, her face slightly pale amidst the demon clan. The power of any AI that is given a name cannot be underestimated. Even using my full power, I can only restrain him. He cannot leave Zhao Qi. Lac Voting, with her formidable spiritual energy, replied, If he is one of the 4 named true demons, then we absolutely cannot let him survive and leave this place. With that, she charged at the true demon without a hint of hesitation. Beads of sweat formed on his face as panic began to set in his mind. Damn it! It was hard enough dealing with that woman. Why is another great emperor showing up now? He watched the two of them fight. The Queen Mother of the West, standing next to Ning Tian, explained to him, I set up a barrier earlier to contain his demonic energy. We just have to wait for his demonic energy to run out and then we can take him down. He asked curiously, deplete his demonic energy? Ning Tian looked up and smiled at his pet. Wind Flame Lion King, I'm counting on you. It immediately understood. It let out a roar as if in response to him. Then he shouted towards Lac Votin, Wifey, cover your nose! I'm gonna feed him a nice big fart. Hearing this, the true demon immediately lost his focus. What is he talking about? Eat what fart? He made the Wind Flame Lion King turn its butt towards the demon. From its rear end, a blazing flame erupted. Wind Flame Lion King let her rip. The Lion King's fart shot straight at the true demon's face. He waved his hand in front of his face, yelling, What the hell is this? The Queen Mother of the West had a confused look on her face. She turned to look at Ning Tian. What in the world? He crossed his arms, smirked, and replied, My Lion King has a special skill. Its farts can slow down the flow of spiritual energy in an opponent's body. It should probably be effective against demonic energy, too. Hearing this, the true demon was enraged. He gritted his teeth in disbelief. His expression grew more and more ferocious. Stop your foolish tricks! He summoned a grotesque skull. Model demonic energy spread out in all directions, making the space feel gloomy and bone-chillingly cold. I will make you all pay the price for your arrogance. Frenzy of mine, demonic grinding wheel of samsara. soul salvation. Suddenly it noticed something was wrong. The demonic energy was gradually dissipating. What's happening? My demonic energy. Why can't I seem to command it? The true demon glared furiously at Ninthian and screamed, "What in the world did you do? What did you mix into my demonic energy? Was it pure spiritual energy or a potent blood toxin?" He gently placed a hand on the Lion King, stroking it, and answered its question with a smile. This is called the gift of righteous aura. It's specifically designed to counter shady demonic creatures like you. Ningtian pointed towards Lak, voting and laughed boastfully like a child. Look, I'm sure of it. He's the first demon in hundreds or thousands of years to eat a fart. Should this be considered a historical record? He quietly parted her lips and replied, You're right. The consequences of the fart were not insignificant. The true demon spat out a mouthful of blood. Its power had been drastically reduced. It wiped away the remaining blood with its hand, its eyes revealing a look of bitter unwillingness. I've lived for hundreds of thousands of years, and I have never seen someone so thick-skinned and shameless. It pointed its spear directly at Ninthian, challenging him defiantly. You brat! I challenge you to a death match! Not only was he unafraid, but he deliberately provoked it by making a goofy face. You can't even beat my wife. On what grounds do you think you can fight me? Though I could let you eat a few more of my farts. The true demon charged madly towards Ninthian's group of three. Its voice, filled with resentment, roared, Today you will die. Both women standing next to him rushed forward. Lua Wuxing held her sword. Sword art, sky-shattering sword. Meanwhile, the Queen Mother of the West fights using her Xiao flute. Ancient music style, flute of the absolute note. The two sources of power merge into one, forming a massive sword brimming with spiritual energy. It then violently clashes against the demonic energy of the true demon. It's not strong enough to fight back. It screams like a beast caught in a trap. Damn it, these two women are too tough. I barely managed to escape. It thinks to itself, I have to conserve my strength. I can't die here. Right after, it had already prepared an escape route for itself. All of its demonic energy retracts into a large egg. Seeing it, he immediately tells the other two, Honey, hit it! Hit that demon! The two of them nod lightly to him. Got it. With that, the two, with their abundant spiritual energy, charged forward at the same time, unleashing a continuous barrage of attacks on that egg. The eggshell couldn't hold for long and gradually began to crack. The true demon has now transformed into a demon spirit. Its face was covered in sweat. There's no escaping now. Seeing it, Ningtian was a little surprised. He made a sarcastic comparison. Still not dead? Wow, you're hard to kill. Just like a cockroach that won't die no matter how many times you smash it. Hearing this, the true demon gritted its teeth and retorted, You want me to die? Dream on! It floated in midair, then puffed its cheeks, sucking in a huge amount of air. Demonic flame roar! Immediately after, the true demon spewed a blast of demonic fire, aiming straight for him. You little brat! You've ruined my plans so many times! Just die! From behind, Luo Wuqing was extremely worried and panicked. Oh no! His target is my husband! The Queen Mother of the West didn't hesitate. She intended to use her own body to shield Ningtian, to take the full force of that demon spirit's attack. Celestial swap! She appeared right before that demonic flame, touched him, leaving him too stunned to react. She fell into Ningtian's arms. He anxiously called her name, Si Wangmu. She closed her eyes, trying to suppress the dull pain inside her. She replied, I'm fine. Immediately after, she coughed up a mouthful of blood. Her face was pale, looking incredibly weak. The three demonic spirits laughed smugly and said, You think you can be unharmed after being hit by my black demonic flame? Before long, the black flame hidden inside your body will devour you. Your body will eventually turn to ash. Luo Wuxing stood before it and shouted sternly, Hand over the antidote! The demonic spirit grinned and replied to her, The black demonic flame is incurable. Where would I get an antidote? She didn't hesitate. She sliced it in half with her sword. You're courting death. Her brows furrowed. It was rare to see the female emperor look so helpless. The demonic spirit reformed, completely unharmed. It laughed with a cunning, evil grin. Tens of thousands of years ago, even the great Zhaoji emperor couldn't kill me. And you think you alone can do it now? Hearing this, Ningtian froze. It was as if he had just realized something. Bracelet flew out from his body, emitting an incredibly blinding light. You mean you can help me suppress this demonic evil? Although he wasn't certain, looking up, he decided to take matters into his own hands. Screw it. I'll just suppress it first and figure out the rest later. Ningtian said loudly to Luo Wuxing, Honey, please take care of Si Wangmu for me. Leave this thing to me. The demonic spirit looked like it had just heard a joke. Its tone was filled with contempt. Leave it to you? A coward hiding in your shell and you dream of suppressing me? Ning Tianloi emerges from the demonic pagoda. He responds with absolute confidence. Maybe I can't, but what about it? The demon spirit instantly recoiled in fear like a turtle pulling its head into its shell. The suppressing demonic pagoda. The true demon was both tense and excited. He looked at the demonic pagoda in Nin Thien's hand. To think, the demonic pagoda is actually in the hands of this human brat. If I can get my hands on the demon pagoda, then in this heavenly spirit domain of his, no one will be able to stop me anymore. Filled with ambition and immense power, it lunged towards him, laughing loudly and saying, "You human pipsqueak! Do you really delude yourself into thinking you can control a treasure of the demon clan? Hand it over to me!" Just then, Nin Tien unleashed a massive wave of spiritual power, causing the demonic pagoda to fly upwards, courting death. That sight utterly astonished the true demon. How could the demonic pagoda acknowledge a human? While it was distracted, Nin Tien grinned, and in the blink of an eye, he was standing right in front of it. He reached out his hand, channeling the immense might of the demon pagoda. The suppressing demonic pagoda immediately flew towards the true demon. It was as if it carried an invisible weight, gradually pressing down on that true demon. It was terrified. Its face slick with sweat, it roared, "No, this is impossible." At that exact moment, Zhao Qi and a few other disciples flew over. She called out loudly, "Queen Mother of the West, Ancestral Master!" At the same time, the true demon was crushed by the demonic pagoda and swallowed whole. Witnessing the scene, Zhao Qi couldn't help but exclaim, "So strong!" He killed a demonic creature in a single blow. Are these the methods of the Ancestral Master? After destroying the true demon, Nin Tien's spiritual power gradually dissipated, and he returned to his normal state. He calmly retracted the demonic pagoda back into his hand. In the air, a notification panel from the system appeared. "You have astounded the demon sage. You've astonished the elders of the Jade Pool. You've astonished the disciples of the Jade Pool. Reward, comprehended the detoxification method." A satisfied smile touches his lips. The system's detoxification method is a real lifesaver, and right on time. He then flies over to Luo Wuxing. "Honey, how is the Queen Mother of the West?" At that moment, she was using her spiritual power to treat the Queen Mother of the West. "The situation doesn't look good. Even my spiritual power can't extinguish those black flames." Nin Tien tells her, "Take her back to her room first. Leave the rest to me." Zhao Qi and her disciples fly over as well. She blushes, full of reverence, and says to him, "As for the damage caused by the battle at the Jade Pool, Grandmaster, please don't worry. You can leave the rest to us. We wouldn't dare trouble you with it, Grandmaster." He turns to them and gives a careful instruction. "If any problems arise, come find me." A short while later, the Queen Mother of the West is brought back to her room. She lies on the bed, unconscious. Tendrils of black energy emanate from her body, refusing to dissipate. Luo Wuxing says worriedly, "I'm afraid her body is just as the demon sage claimed. It's continuously burning," until she turns to ash. Standing beside them, Nin Thien asks her, "Not even a ninth tribulation great emperor can resist this demonic flame?" She replies, "It's not that. It's just that, at the time, the Queen Mother's mind was in turmoil because of you." He remembers how the Queen Mother of the West used her own body to shield him from that dangerous blow. His expression darkens. He gives Luo Wuxing a slight nod. "I understand." He then closes his eyes and calls upon the system. System comprehend the detoxification method. Learning the detoxification method. The detoxification method has been successfully learned. When he opened his eyes, he now knew how to cure the demonic flame on her body. So, for the Queen Mother of the West, dispelling the black demonic flame is divided into two methods: external dispelling and taking medicine. Nin Tien held up 3 fingers and said to Luo Wuting, "Honey, help me find cold bone flower grass, icy mist dew, and frost leaf herb. These 3 extremely cold items can suppress the demonic flame inside the Queen Mother of the West's body." She immediately agreed. "All right, I'll go right now." But as she left, he moved closer to the bed to look at the Queen Mother of the West. He mumbled to himself, "Throughout the ages, the hardest thing to repay is a great debt to a beautiful woman." He sat down and gently wiped her face with a cloth, trying to soothe some of the heat caused by the demonic flame burning within her body. A moment later, Nin Tien arrived at the alchemy room. To refine the antidote, he channeled his spiritual energy into the alchemy cauldron. His gaze was incredibly determined. "Don't worry. I will absolutely not let anything happen to you." A short while later, Luo Wuting returned with the items he needed. "The spirit herbs are here." Luckily, they weren't rare spirit herbs. They could be found in the Jiaoji medicine garden. Seeing her, he immediately said, "Thank you for your trouble, honey." She placed the spirit herbs into the alchemy cauldron, and then encouraged him. "You just focus on treating her. I'll go take care of..." The demonic chi scattered all over the Jiaoji Holy Land. He replied with a single word, okay. It only took a moment. He had refined a single medicinal pill. It flew up from within the cauldron, making him overjoyed. Success! Nintian immediately rushed back to the Queen Mother of the West's room and placed the medicinal pill into her mouth. The power within the medicinal pill instantly neutralized the dark demonic flame. The Queen Mother of the West's entire body felt as if it was being cleansed, purified after a single scream. She has quieted down, but she's still unconscious. It really worked. Next up is the external neutralization method. Suddenly his face flushed red as he saw the rolling hills, peeking from beneath the Queen Mother of the West's thin clothes. Wait a minute. The external neutralization method requires me to use spiritual energy to expel the demonic flame from her body. I'm afraid this outfit won't survive. What should I do? My wife isn't even here. The system suddenly appeared. It immediately urged him, host! If you delay any longer, your little wife's medicinal pill will go to waste. Besides, you're saving her. There's no need to overthink it. Hearing this, Nin Thien cursed at it a little, but he didn't refute it either. Stop talking nonsense. What little wife? But you do have a point. Saving a life is what's important. As for maintaining propriety between a man and a woman, I'll just have to put that aside for now. At worst, I'll just apologize to her later. He gathered his spiritual energy into his two hands. Queen Mother of the West, please forgive my transgression. Immediately after, he firmly grasped the peaks on the Queen Mother of the West's chest. Her clothes couldn't withstand his immense power and were torn to shreds. After finishing the neutralization, he backed away slightly. His face grew redder and redder. The Queen Mother of the West's flawless, jade-like body was laid bare right before his eyes. He couldn't help but sigh in admiration. I'm afraid even a saint would find it hard to resist this. Realizing he had gotten distracted, Nintian clutched his chest and told himself, at a critical moment like this, don't let your mind wander. When he placed his hand on the wrist of the Queen Mother of the West, he immediately felt the heat radiating from her body to his fingers. So hot, she's still unconscious. And she's letting out soft moans. Nintian looked at her with worry. Right now, the black flame in her body is scorching every inch of her skin. The medicine still needs some time to take effect. The most urgent thing right now is to cool her down. His hand brushed past the Queen Mother of the West's private area, using his own method to help her cool down. Sweat poured down his face. Nintian's lips curled into a faint smile. It really worked. An incense stick's worth of time has passed. At this moment, the Queen Mother of the West had almost returned to her normal state. Nintian even carefully covered her with a blanket. He wiped the sweat from his forehead with his hand. He felt a great sense of relief in his heart. The demon clan is truly sinister. To completely eliminate the venomous flame, it has consumed the spiritual energy from both of my spiritual seas. Suddenly, he paused. Huh? Why is her face still so flushed? Could it be that the demonic flame hasn't been completely purged? The Queen Mother of the West's cheeks were red, as if she were shy, embarrassed. In the corner of her eye, a single glistening tear remained. Nintian sat down beside the Queen Mother of the West, carefully touching her forehead, and comparing it to the temperature of his own. She's not hot. Perhaps she just hasn't fully recovered yet. Right after he stood up, preparing to leave. I shouldn't disturb her rest. I need to go find my wife. Just then, the Queen Mother of the West grabbed his wrist tightly. Nintian immediately turned his head and asked, "You're awake?" The Queen Mother of the West let out a soft, He sat down beside her again and asked with concern, "How are you feeling? Your situation was too dangerous just now. That's why I resorted to this method. Please don't blame me." She replied, deeply moved. "Silly Grandmaster, I don't even have time to thank you. Why would I ever blame you?" Hearing this, Nintian looked confused. "You knew? You've been awake for a while, haven't you?" The Queen Mother of the West answered shyly. "Although the demonic flame was burning me and my consciousness was a bit hazy, I never actually passed out completely." Nintian, feeling a pang of guilt, stood up to leave. I'll head out first. You should rest and heal. Some peace and quiet will help you recover faster." The Queen Mother of the West immediately struggled to sit up. She reached out, trying to stop him. "Don't go!" Seeing this, Nintian stopped in his tracks. He rushed over and took her hand to support her. "You're still very weak. Don't move around recklessly." The Queen Mother of the West clutched the blanket to her chest. She lowered her head slightly and asked him unexpectedly, "Grandmaster, do you like me?" Upon hearing this, Nintian's jaw nearly hit the floor as he gasped, "Huh?" Immediately after, the Queen Mother of the West mustered all her courage, cupped his face, and gave him a passionate kiss. The blanket on her body slipped off, revealing her alluring figure. And what was bound to happen, happened. When he came back to his senses, Nintian realized he had acted impulsively. Now he was clutching his head, his face pale with fear. I got carried away in the heat of the moment. I'm so screwed now. In his mind, he pictured himself announcing to Luo Wuxing, "From now on, you'll be the first wife, and she'll be the second. A husband as outstanding as yours. Having 3, 5, or even 7 wives is perfectly normal. You should try to be more open-minded." Luo Wuxing, burning with rage, would shout, "Nintian! Do you have a death wish?" Instantly, he hastily pushed that thought away, his heart in complete turmoil. Struggling was futile. "I can't do that. It's basically a death wish. It's better to just tell the truth." But then he imagined the scene of him confessing to her with an extremely serious and sincere attitude. "Honey, I just made one little mistake that all other men in the world would make. Would you forgive me?" She would darken her face and reply, "In that case," Lac Voting would suddenly pull out a knife and mercilessly stab straight into his 2 jewels. Don't be a man anymore. No matter what he said, Lac Voting would definitely not forgive him. He was now completely cornered. All he could do was cry his eyes out and wail at the heavens. "Oh heavens, what should I do?" Just then the door was gently pushed open. Lac Voting asked worriedly, "Husband, how is the Queen Mother of the West?" Ra Ningtian immediately knelt at her feet. Seeing her, he jumped, startled, still not having put his shirt back on. The Queen Mother of the West was lying on the bed, without a single scrap of cloth on her body. She was only covered by a blanket. Needless to say, Lac Voting already understood what had happened. "I'm sorry, But contrary to his imagination, Lac Voting was very calm. She closed her eyes and said softly, "Husband, you don't need to overthink it. In the Tien Huyen world, it's not uncommon for a husband to have multiple wives and concubines. It's nothing strange at all." Nintian blushed, moved, and was about to speak, but Lac Votin's expression changed in an instant. Her gaze looked like it could kill a man, and her hands were clenched into tight fists. "But if you continue to find sisters for me, then I can't guarantee whether I'll let you off or not." Nintian was terrified by that look. "I wouldn't dare! I wouldn't dare!" Seeing his firm affirmation, Lac Votin's anger finally subsided. That's good then." Then she turned her back to him. A heavy silence fell between them. Knowing Lac Votin was sad, Nintian ran over and hugged her from behind, gently comforting and soothing her. "Honey, I know you have your own pride. Making this concession now is for my sake, so please rest assured. It won't happen again." Luo Wuxing blushed, pressed her lips together, and replied very softly. Meanwhile, at the headquarters of the Righteous Alliance, the Vice Alliance leader was contacting a God Emperor who was in the middle of secluded cultivation. He raised his voice and shouted, "What? Shenshu is dead? Then what happened to Zhaoji?" The God Emperor replied, "According to my spy's report, Zhaoji was also thrown into chaos and suffered heavy losses." The Vice Alliance leader asked doubtfully, "The Queen Mother of the West is really that powerful? How could Shenshu, combined with that true demon, still not be a match for her?" The other person frowned and replied, "Isn't it because of that wretched husband and wife duo from the heavenly demon cult? Right? I don't know what tricks they pulled to get Shenshu killed. I will definitely get my revenge." A wicked glint flashed in the Vice Alliance leader's eyes. "What, you want to come out of seclusion?" The God Emperor gave a calculating smile. "That's right. There's still 1 month left. Those 2 old geezers are once again plotting to destroy the heavenly demon cult. The day I emerge will be the day the heavenly demon cult is annihilated." The first madam and the young madam meet. Time passed very quickly. In the blink of an eye, it was early the next morning at the Zhaoji Holy Land. Luo Wuking and the Queen Mother of the West were sitting as if they were chatting with each other. Only Ding Tian was cowering in a corner. But seeing that the 2 of them weren't making a move, he coughed lightly and stammered, "Why don't you 2 say something?" To ease the awkward atmosphere, he even suggested with a smile, "How about I sing a song for everyone?" Immediately after that, Nintian started to sing in his croaky, male duck-like voice, startling the other 2. "Because we're family, a family that loves and supports each other." Luo Wuting and the Queen Mother of the West rushed forward at the same time and covered his mouth tightly. "You just be quiet. Don't say anything. That's enough." Ning Tian grabbed their hands and pulled them away. "I never expected you 2 to be so in sync." He forced a smile and looked at Luo Wuting. "Honey, don't you agree?" She turned her face away and let out a cold huff. The Queen Mother of the West said seriously, "Who said anything about loving and supporting you?" He sat all the way up, wrapped his arm around her waist, and replied with a sly grin, "I'm talking to my main wife right now. A little wife like you shouldn't interrupt. It's time to assert my husbandly authority, starting with me." The Queen Mother of the West shyly covered her mouth and gasped, "Little wife?" She He looked at Luo Wuting, pretending to be utterly heartbroken. Elder sister, our husband is being mean to me. Do you think I should teach him a lesson? Luo Wuting chuckled lightly and replied nonchalantly, as long as you're happy, little sister. Seeing the two of them getting along so well, Ning Tian was quite surprised. Sisters? Wow, since when did you two get so close? It was as if he had just realized something. So it wasn't that you two weren't saying anything earlier. You were communicating telepathically. Just then, the Queen Mother of the West pushed him back down and then sat on top of him. She gave him a sly smile. Master? You finally figured it out. Both the Queen Mother of the West and Luo Wuting turned their gazes toward him. The Queen Mother of the West said, half joking and half serious, since you haven't been entirely honest, we've decided to join forces to deal with you, to keep you properly in line. Ning Tian rested his head back, lying fully on the bed. He had a look of eager anticipation on his face. Bring it on. Come at me together, ladies. This is perfect. Let your husband feel the joy of having many concubines. The Queen Mother of the West and Luo, who happened to overhear this, immediately looked at each other. Both of their faces flushed pink. The Queen Mother of the West chuckled softly and said to Grandmaster Nin Thien, the joys of having many concubines. I'm afraid you won't get to enjoy that. He looked at her and asked why. Luo Wuching explained. The Yaochi Holy Land suffered severe damages this time. The Queen Mother of the West has decided to seal off Yaochi. It will reopen once it has recovered. The Queen Mother of the West lay on top of him. Her delicate hand gently stroked his cheek as she spoke. During this period of closure, no one will be allowed to enter or leave. I probably won't be able to see you for a very long time, Ancestor Master. Ning Tian immediately sat up. When? Luo Wuking replied right away. She looked directly into the Queen Mother's eyes and said, tomorrow. During this time, I will investigate. Who exactly wanted to release the Yaochi True Demon? Ning Tian got off the bed with an angry expression. If I find out who did this, I swear I won't spare them. But faced with their enthusiastic help, the Queen Mother of the West was extremely moved. The Queen Mother of the West thanked them both. After the discussion was over, Luo Wuqing turned around, opened the door, and stepped outside. Ning Tian also slowly followed her. Well then, we'll be leaving first. Just then, the Queen Mother of the West softly called out to stop him. Ancestor Master, please wait a moment. Seeing this, Luo Wuqing immediately understood and left before her husband. I'll be waiting for you outside. Only he and the Queen Mother of the West were left in the room. He gently asked her, what's wrong all of a sudden? She rushed forward and threw her arms around him, as if she never wanted to let him go. Her voice was tinged with sadness. After we say goodbye today, who knows when we'll meet again? Hearing this, a flustered Ning Tian tried to comfort her. Just focus on healing. Don't overthink things. He gently kissed the top of her head to reassure her. I will wait for you to come back. She made his heart flutter. After that, Nin Tian and Lak Voting returned to the Heavenly Demon Sect. Just as he and she had landed on the ground, numerous disciples from the sect immediately rushed over to report the situation. Empress Founder, you're both back! You have to think of something. We don't know why. But those people from the righteous path have been continuously dispatching their forces to target our Heavenly Demon Sect. A lot of our disciples have been injured. That's right, Your Majesty the Empress. Master Founder, please think of a way quickly. Lak Voting stepped forward and said seriously, Husband, I'll go handle the sect's affairs first. He immediately replied, all right. Watching her figure as she walked away, he said to himself, my wife has gone to work. In that case, I should also take care of the matter at hand. Nin Tian immediately returned to his room and sat in meditation to cultivate. He took out the demon, suppressing pagoda, preparing to go inside it. The heavenly fiend is imprisoned in the tower again, but it hasn't been eliminated yet. Right now, no matter how I call out, the demon shows no reaction at all. What must I do to kill this demon and end this threat for good? At that moment, the system appeared. Host, the demon-suppressing pagoda has a tower spirit. It is just that it has often been in a masterless state, so the tower spirit has become extremely weak and does not respond. If you bind yourself to it as its master, the tower spirit will draw on the host's strength to become mighty once more. Nin Tian immediately asked, how do I become its master? The system suddenly fell silent. He felt a bit helpless, but was not discouraged. Of course it would glitch at a critical moment. It's better to rely on myself than on others. He closed his eyes and sent his consciousness into the demon-suppressing pagoda. The next second, he appeared on the first floor of the Fu Do Ma Tower. He saw the true demon locked in a cage. He sneered and said, looks like you've been living quite well in the demonic pagoda, huh? Seeing him right in front of it, it roared with fury. It's you. Who are you? How could the demonic pagoda acknowledge you? Nin Tian shrugged and replied with a smile, who knows?
In any case, I'm simply the patriarch of the heavenly demon sect. The true demon arrogantly and sarcastically challenged him. So what? Some patriarch of the heavenly spirit domain. And you really think you can kill me? Nintian raised his hand, a flame of spiritual energy burning brightly. Then what about this? A powerful stream of energy has shot straight from his hand toward the true demon, causing it to become utterly horrified. Cooperate! The true demon was being burned by Ninthian's spiritual power. It shrieked in agony. It could only scramble around inside the iron cage. A look of utter disbelief appeared on its face. It's the angelic body ranked 10,000,005. The human race? To think a descendant with the angelic body has appeared. Nintian was also a little surprised. You recognized my physique just by looking at it? He thought to himself. Could it be that when I used the wrathful thunder earlier, I accidentally released its aura? Next time I'll have to use the chaotic aura to conceal it. As if it just realized something, the true demon laughed gleefully and said, No wonder the demonic pagoda acknowledged you. It looked at him and continued, Human patriarch! Don't think the angelic body is so great. Wait until the angelic body reaches great completion. You will begin to doubt whether this physique is a blessing or a curse. Hearing this, he was momentarily confused and asked, What do you mean? The true demon replied with a mysterious expression, You'll find out when the time comes. Nintian didn't pay it much mind. He smiled resolutely and said, It doesn't matter, no matter what happens in the future. Then no one will be able to stop me. But you won't live to see that day. Chunma wasn't intimidated by his words. It even challenged him arrogantly. So, you want to kill me? An angelic body that hasn't even matured yet. Keep dreaming. Suddenly, a voice echoed from within the endless darkness of the tower. The Fudoma. Little friend. I can kill him. How about we cooperate? What do you say? A large eye opened wide. Seeing it, Chunma screamed in disbelief. Ti huit chi ma. Weren't you all sealed away? How did you suddenly break the barrier? Nintian flew over and stood before the Ti huit chi ma. He rubbed his chin, examining it. How do you want to cooperate? It seemed to greatly admire his calm demeanor. As expected of someone who possesses the angelic body. Not frightened in the slightest. I will devour his flesh. Wouldn't that be enough to kill him? Nintian asked doubtfully. Aren't you sealed? The Thihuit Chima released a surge of demonic energy. It replied with a cunning laugh. If this seal were truly effective, how could I possibly be speaking with you, little friend? Hearing this, Nintian understood. So that's how it is. He thought to himself, combining the clues from the Queen Mother of the West and the information from the system, the tower spirit is weakening, and so the seal must be loosening. Most likely, this guy needs to replenish his energy, which is why he proposed we cooperate. Then he waved his hand, rejecting its offer. That won't be necessary. Stand down. Seeing its opportunity about to slip away, the blood demon immediately panicked. Wait a minute. Nintian glanced at it. His thoughts were incredibly cautious. Letting it out is definitely not an option. But what should I do with this thing? Although the demon tower has already imprisoned its remnant soul, what if it manages to escape? My celestial physique would surely be exposed. Suddenly, the tower spirit appeared before his eyes, which couldn't help but surprise him. Tower spirit, you're awake? He immediately asked, Do you want to cooperate with me as well? It responded to him with its humming sound, and somehow he understood what it was saying. Help you stabilize your spirit chi body. It replied quickly. Hearing this, a triumphant smile appeared on Nintian's face. The chi spirit means it will help me kill the demon incarnation, but the demon incarnation's energy must be given to it. It seems the system was right. This chi spirit is indeed very weak. After weighing his options, he accepted the partnership with the tower spirit. All right, I agree. But in his mind, he thought, cooperating with it is at least more trustworthy than that bloodthirsty demon. Immediately after, the two of them began to coordinate. Nintian prepared to unleash a finishing blow on the true demon. Only now was the true demon truly terrified. Its entire body broke out in a cold sweat. What do you want to do? It was completely horrified. This kid's lightning. It's a little different from before. He slammed the furious lightning straight down onto the cage, imprisoning it. To destroy you, of course. The true demon let out a tormented scream. The tower spirit was like a magnet, pulling the true demon's soul into itself, sealing it away for all eternity. Its demonic energy gradually vanished. After completely vanquishing the true demon, Nintian returned to the real world. He let out a sigh of relief. I finally got rid of that fiend. Now my secret is safe. The system just happened to send him a notification. Host, cooperate with the Spirit Pagoda. The Spirit Pagoda will grant you the power of the Buddha Demon Pagoda. Please get ready, host. Hearing this, he couldn't help but feel overjoyed. Is there really such a good deal? Immediately after, the power of the Buddha Demon Pagoda was transferred into him.
That immense source of power made him scream out, "Grog!" His face contorted as he tried to endure it. This energy is too immense. This is bad. If I don't circulate my chi quickly to reduce it, I'm going to explode. Immediately after, Ningtian circulated his chi, which helped stabilize his body. A divine power radiated throughout the room. Lak sensed something. Lak Voting hurriedly rushed back. She frantically threw open the door, calling out loudly, "Husband!" Ningtian looked at her with a satisfied smile. "Wifey, I'm about to have another breakthrough." Lak Voting was completely stunned when she heard this. It hasn't been that long. "You're already about to break through to the heavenly sovereign realm? Husband, your speed is truly astonishing." She immediately shot out a stream of spiritual energy, aiming it straight at him. "Husband, I'm here to help you." An incredibly powerful aura erupted from his entire body, a spiritual power so immense that few could compare. His eyes suddenly snapped open. "Success. I've finally reached the heavenly sovereign realm." The system spoke to him cheerfully. "Congratulations, host, on your breakthrough. Current strength, 1-star heavenly sovereign realm." Instantly, Ningtian leaped off the bed. He flew straight to Lak Votin and wrapped his arms around her waist. "Wifey, thank you. If it weren't for your spiritual energy, I probably couldn't have broken through to this major realm. Your husband must use concrete actions to show his gratitude to you." She blushed, shyly pushing him away gently. With her other hand, she took out a piece of paper. "Look at this." Ningtian took it and read the contents. His face hardened. "Those flies from the Righteous Alliance. So they finally couldn't sit still, huh? Scared?" Lak Voting said seriously. "It must be because of the Jiaoqi blockade. They think the Heavenly Demon Sect can't make it on its own. So they've been up to some shady business lately." Ningtian smiled calmly and burned the letter. "They brag about being righteous, but all they do is resort to cheap tricks, taking advantage of people when they're in trouble. Don't they have anything proper to do?" Lak Voting replied, "Actually, everything they're doing is for the right to the Heavenly Tao. Because I am here in the Heavenly Spirit domain. No one else can qualify to set foot on the path to becoming a god." Hearing this, Ningtian proudly exclaimed, "My wife is amazing! My wife is the best in the world." He ran over, hugged her, and asked, "So does that mean you have a plan, honey?" She answered softly, "Clever. If the Righteous Alliance likes to play dirty, then we will rip out the fangs and claws under their command, root and stem." She leaned close to Ningtian's face, asking for his opinion. "My dear husband, lately the southern region of the Donghung Nation hasn't been very peaceful. It seems the people of the Beast Tamer sect are causing chaos. Would you like to take a trip there?" He was a little surprised and asked back, "The Beast Tamer sect?" Ningtian's brow furrowed tightly. He remembered the sight of the people from the Beast Tamer sect, arrogantly going on a rampage, slaughtering and destroying other sects. It's that bunch again. An idea suddenly sparked in his mind. He immediately shared it with Lak Voten. "Honey, I have an idea." He discussed the plan with her. "I'll go to the south and cause a bit of a commotion to attract their attention. You send your people to wipe out their den, so we don't leave any loose ends for the future." She rested her chin on her hand, lost in thought. Looking hesitant, she said, "It could work." "Yeah, but what if they find out that a great emperor like you has come to the south?" Ningtian Loi took a piece of cloth from his robe. "With this, we'll be fine." In an instant, his face changed. "The patriarch must stay with the Heavenly Demon Sect to keep the Righteous Alliance in fear. As for the mission, let a disciple of the Heavenly Demon Sect. Marshal Nin go, that will be enough." Meanwhile, in Sunhai City in the southern Donghung Nation, a group of people stood before another stone statue. It was carved in the likeness of Ningtian. They tried to protect it from a gang of beasts. The old man in the lead was almost begging the group from the beast taming sect, "You can't tear it down. That's the statue of our patriarch. It is the belief of us here in Sunhai City." The leader of the beast taming sect group was incredibly arrogant. He sneered in response. "Do the people of Donghung Nation have any backbone? Your royal family has already been wiped out, and yet you're still building monuments for the enemy." The girl standing next to the old man retorted loudly. "Ever since the Heavenly Demon Sect took over Donghung Nation, there has been peace and prosperity. It's much better than being ruled by that tyrant. Whoever allows the people to live better lives is who the people will cherish. Is there a problem with that?" Hearing this, the leader became even more domineering. "Fine, you don't want me to smash it? Then you all get on your knees and kowtow to me. How about it, old man?" The white-haired man staggered forward, as if he was truly about to kneel down and kowtow to him. He pleaded desperately, "Please, I'm begging you, won't you reconsider?" The man beside him quickly caught him. He stopped old man Dian. "Don't kneel! Not a single one of these people from the beast taming sect is any good. If it comes to it, I'll fight them to the death. The leader, seeing that they were just stalling, and immediately gave an order to the giant gorilla behind him. Still trying to resist? How reckless, Black Rock Giant Ape! Smash this stone statue to pieces for me! Receiving the order, the beast immediately leaped into the air. It charged right at the statue and threw a massive punch, aiming straight for the head. The old man turned around and looked up, letting out a terrified scream. "Oh, great founder," the ringleader laughed maniacally. "From now on, whenever I see a stone statue like this, I'll smash every single one of them." Just then, a cold voice echoed through the air. "Is that so? Then I guess I'll just have to smash your dog head to pieces, too." He flinched and looked up into the sky. "Who's there?" The very next second, Ningshui appeared and slammed a brutal punch right into his face. His lackeys behind him screamed in pure panic. "Seen your brother Lin's head just got blown off." Ningshui landed gracefully on the ground. "None of you have a problem with that, right?" When the people of Mountain and Sea City saw him, they were all utterly stunned. "Could it be the founder of the Heavenly Demon Sect has arrived?" "No way. The statue of the founder looks so incredibly handsome. But this guy, he's just too ugly." The old man stepped forward and asked respectfully, "May I ask for your honorable name, sir?" Ningshui cupped his hands in a polite greeting and replied, "My name is Ningshui. I am an intersect disciple of the Heavenly Demon Sect. You all go on ahead, leave this place to me." The two remaining members of the beast taming sect shouted threats at him. "What the hell do you think you're doing?" "The man you just killed was the most prized disciple of the beast taming sect's elder. I strongly advise you to come with us right now." A man standing next to the elder whispered curiously, "Is this beast-taming elder really that powerful?" The young woman standing on the other side of the elder quickly replied, "The heavenly sovereign elder of the beast-taming sect has the strongest beast-taming abilities of all. He's second only to the sect master himself." Ningshui wasn't scared in the slightest. On the contrary, he actually provoked the two of them, leaving everyone completely dumbfounded. "Tell that old geezer to get out here, otherwise I'll make sure he dies a gruesome death." That girl had no idea how incredibly powerful he actually was, so she loudly tried to talk him out of it. "Hey, in the great law of survival that our Grandmaster taught us, there's a saying, if you can run, don't fight. If you can use a dirty trick, don't face them head on." Ninsoi glanced back, smirking as he replied, "I'm new. I've never learned that." Just as he finished speaking, the heavenly venerable elder appeared. "None of you are getting out of here today." He hovered in midair, saying angrily, "You killed my disciple! I'm going to tear you to pieces!" Ninsoi looked at the old man with an arrogant gaze, brimming with confidence. He even proposed the terms of the duel. "All this fighting and killing is so boring. How about we compete in the way of beast taming instead?" He thought to himself, "I took in a bunch of demonic beasts earlier. This is the perfect chance to secretly learn some of his beast-taming combat techniques. It won't be too late to kill him after that." Then he immediately summoned the Windflame Lion King. "Come on out!" The heavenly venerable elder of the beast-taming sect wore a look of astonishment. "A stage 6 demonic beast? You also master the way of beast-taming?" Ninsoi replied smugly. "Of course." The heavenly venerable elder turned to look at his idiotic disciple with an expression of disgust. "I can't wait to kill you, and you want me to compete with you?" The old man thrust his hand forward, unleashing a torrent of power. "I just don't know what this brat's cultivation level is. I'll probe his true strength first." Immediately, Ninsoi moved quickly to counter the attack. Two opposing powers, like ice and fire, clashing violently. Ninsoi smirked provocatively again. The heavenly venerable elder, the old man. "Isn't this supposed to be a fight using the art of beast taming?" The old man no longer wore his earlier arrogant expression. Instead, he began to grow wary of him. "I can't believe he's so young. Yet he's already reached the heavenly venerable realm." The heavenly venerable elder had no choice but to take out his gourd. It radiated a powerful spiritual energy all around. A giant spider crawled out from within. The old man shouted a warning at Ninsoi. "You little brat! Since you're so stubbornly determined to walk into your own grave, then don't blame me for what comes next." Ninsoi looked him straight in the eye and replied confidently, "You're right on time. I've been wanting to learn the techniques of a heavenly venerable elder from the beast-taming sect." He roared an order. "Thunderflame giant spider, go destroy this punk for me!" His giant spider immediately charged towards Ninsoi, a worried girl from the Shanghai city crowd, and stepped forward to warn him. "That's an elder from the beast-taming sect. Can he really do this?" The heavenly venerable elder thrust his hand forward, using his spiritual energy to control the spider. A street rat? It immediately swung its long tail, attacking Ninsoi, but he jumped up just in time to dodge. He flipped in midair, closing the distance with the old man. Immediately after, he called out to the system. System, use the talent, analysis and instruction. It activated instantly at his command, using innate talent, analysis and instruction. Success. At that moment, the spider opened its mouth, spitting out a massive amount of silk like a giant net, trying to capture Ninsoi. He didn't dodge this time. Instead, he countered, shouting loudly, and giving an order to his own spirit beast, Fengdium Lion King. Go get him for me! It rushed forward, spitting out a massive blaze, burning away the enemy's threads. After that attack, he smiled, looked up at it, and asked, "So was it worth bringing you out here, huh?" The Fengdium Lion King is suddenly transformed into the shape of a large cat. It stuck out its tongue and licked Ning Shuai, covering him in drool. The Heavenly Elder, standing on the opposite side, looked absolutely furious. He gritted his teeth and thought to himself, the way that kid controls his beast? Why does it look so familiar? He wasn't about to let it go. He immediately launched another attack, Thunderstrike Slash! Ning Shuai made the exact same move as the Fengdium Lion King, Flame Slash 3 Heavens. Seeing this, the Heavenly Elder was utterly astonished and found it hard to believe. How is this possible? Isn't that this old man's beast-taming combat technique? Ning Shuai let out a cold snort. The corner of his mouth curled into a smug grin. And not only that, I've even made some improvements. Now go take care of that 8-legged freak. The Fengdium Lion King obediently followed his command. It leaped forward powerfully. Ning Shuai's great lion had completely gained the upper hand. It pounced, landing on top of the spider. Immediately after, the Fengdium Lion King used its energy, unleashing a blaze that incinerated the enemy. The Heavenly Elder, standing behind, screamed in horror, "My beloved beast! Just what is this brat's background?" He secretly learned this old man's technique, and its power is even greater than my own. Just then, the system sent Ning Shuai a notification. You have terrified the beast-taming elder. Reward, beast-taming combat technique 100. King of beasts, king of all beasts. It let out a mighty roar, summoning all the beasts in the area. He smiled, greatly intrigued. King of all beasts. Summoning beasts, huh? Unwilling to be outdone by him, the venerable elder went all out, unleashing every single beast he owned. He planned to overwhelm the brat with sheer numbers. Prepare to die! Ninsoi stood with his hands on his hips, taunting him arrogantly. Why's the old man looking so down? Can't handle the competition? Suddenly his eyes turned ice cold. This is the perfect time to test that new ability the system mentioned. King of all beasts, activate! The moment he finished speaking, the Wind Flame Lion King let out a roar, shaking the very ground. The venerable elder's beasts also began to react strangely. The old man couldn't help but feel a sense of panic. What's happening? It seems my beasts are losing control. What's more, I can feel hordes of other beasts rapidly approaching. A massive swarm of beasts appeared from out of nowhere. They all followed. Ninsoi as if he were their one true king. He floated in the air, speaking with a casual air. Old man, out of respect for the few things you've taught me, I'll be merciful and see you off myself. He nonchalantly gave the order, go. The venerable elder threw his hands forward, hastily commanding his tamed beasts. Quickly hold them back! The two sides clashed in a chaotic battle. The difference in their power was absolute. In the end, the venerable elder was, of course, utterly defeated. He lay crushed on the ground, the whites of his eyes showing. He seemed to have realized something. His lips trembled. These methods, this talent, You're the founder of the Heavenly Demon Sect. Ninsoi calmly walked toward him, then raised his foot and kicked him hard in the chest. With one strike, Ghost Mingbai was sent on his way. And just like that, the Heavenly Venerable Elder's soul departed from his body. Every problem has been resolved. The old man leading the people of Shanghai City, seeing this, shouted loudly, "The heavens have eyes." In front of the ancestor statue, this is retribution. The young woman standing beside him curiously asked Ninsoi, "Senior brother Nin, did the sect send you here all alone?" He lied with incredible smoothness. "The Council of Supreme Elders has great faith in me. Therefore, they only sent me." Then he asked her in return, "Junior sister Lan, are there any other strongholds of the beast-taming sect around here?" She answered honestly, "Actually, yes. It's in the 10,000 Beast Valley, east of Shanghai City." However, she frowned slightly and told him about the current situation. It seems the beast-taming sect has discovered something inside the 10,000 Beast Valley. The security there is much tighter than before. Hearing this, Ninsoi was quite surprised and asked, "Discovered something?" He immediately turned around, preparing to go there himself to grasp the situation. "I'll go take a look." Seeing him about to leave just like that, the young woman spoke up. "Senior brother, You intend to go to the 10,000 Beast Valley alone? We can help too. Ninsoi glanced back slightly, his face filled with killing intent as he replied, You girls will only slow down my killing speed. His demeanor just now made her suddenly come up with a guess. This aura. She ran towards him and hesitantly probed, Senior brother? Should I call you Senior brother Ninsoi? Or the ancestor of the 10,000 Beast Valley? Ninsoi leaned on his hand, asking in surprise, How did you figure it out? Junior sister Lan smiled and answered frankly, Of course. Senior brother and the ancestor have the same disdainful aura. Model, hearing that, he turned around, coughed softly, and whispered to her, For now only you need to know. I don't want to attract too much attention. She looked very excited and nodded her head repeatedly. Junior sister Lan watched Ninsoi's back, riding atop the Windflame Lion King, her eyes filled with adoration. The storybooks didn't lie after all. Peerless masters always liked to travel in disguise. A while later, he arrived at the Valley of 10,000 Beasts, on the outskirts of Mountain Sea City. In the middle of the mountain, a large stone platform had been erected. Many spirit beasts had been captured and brought here. An old man stood with his hands behind his back, looking with satisfaction at the caged spirit beasts. He grinned and ordered, Kill these animals. Pour their fresh blood into the center and we'll find out soon enough. Immediately after he waved his hand, his subordinates took action. They aimed straight for the spirit beasts' heads and began the slaughter. Fresh blood flowed out, pooling towards the center of the stone platform, forming a large puddle of liquid. A few minutes passed, but absolutely nothing happened, making the old man grow a bit impatient. He turned his head and asked the blonde-haired man behind him, Why is there no reaction? Could it be that we don't have enough beasts? The man pursed his lips and replied, Let's wait and see. If this doesn't work, we'll just sacrifice the beasts that the disciples are raising. Just then, a loud roar echoed from a distance. The two of them immediately became alert. What was that noise? A subordinate from below reported in a panic. Elders, someone is attacking our defensive formation. The two men looked at each other, exchanging a silent signal. At that moment, Ninsoi was still casually sitting on the back of the Windflame Lion King. It let out a roar that shook the entire mountain, breathing fire. Those two are leading a group of people. Closing in on him, a blonde-haired man holding a fan pointed at him and roared, This is the stronghold of the Beast Tamer sect. Who are you? Ningshui glanced at him and answered arrogantly, The one who will kill you all. Hearing this, the blonde-haired man became furious. He was about to charge forward to teach him a lesson. Such arrogant words, but the old man behind him stopped him just in time. Wait, the spirit beast he's riding is a stage 6 spirit beast. That's equivalent to a Saint Emperor Realm Master among humans. We cannot be careless. The blonde-haired man spoke again with arrogant confidence. Elder Buyao, there's no need to worry. It's just him. I, the perfected man Bilian, am more than enough to handle him alone. Disciples on my command, tear this man to shreds. And his spirit beast. His disciples immediately followed his orders. They all rushed forward at once, summoning their spirit beasts. Ningshui didn't show a single trace of fear. He took out his pipa and mocked the group before him. Buyao Bilian, you guys are so creative with your names. As the spirit beasts charged toward him, he simply strummed his instrument lightly. The music created a massive sound wave that continuously radiated outwards. Seeing this, Bilian started to mock him for putting on a show. Don't tell me you're trying to control the spirit beasts of the Beast Tamer sect? The moment he finished speaking, the spirit beasts belonging to his disciples were indeed being manipulated. They turned around and started attacking their own masters. Buyao finally realized the gravity of the situation. That's an immortal artifact. No wonder it's so powerful. Immediately after, Bilian threw out a scroll. The spirit beasts were now under his control. He arrogantly threatened Ningshui. Hand over the immortal artifact, and I'll grant you a swift death. He couldn't even be bothered to lift a finger, leaping off the back of the Windflame Lion King, then giving it an order. Windflame Lion King, I'll leave these small fry to you. Then he shot towards the other two like an arrow. You beastmen. Did you think I was like you lot? Only good for supporting from the rear? Seeing his technique, Buyao and Bilian were utterly horrified and in disbelief. Heavenly Demon Fist, you're from the Heavenly Demon sect. Ningshui didn't answer. He thrust his fist straight forward, pouring his spiritual energy into it and channeling the art of the fist. He unleashed a barrage of hundreds of punches, leaving the two of them completely unable to defend. Their bodies were beaten black and blue. After that assault, Bilian and Buyao were seriously injured. The two of them staggered up, whispering to each other. This kid, he's not normal. Let's run and find the beast-taming elder. I'm sure he can mince this brat to pieces.
Suddenly, the two of them seemed to realize something. They scrambled away in terror. Master of the Void, an Emperor-level expert, and you possess the Heavenly Demon Fist? You are Ning Tian, the legendary founder of the Heavenly Demon Sect. Ning Shuai wasn't about to let them get away that easily. He suddenly appeared right in front of the two of them, his voice cold. And where do you two think you're going? He slowly removed the mask he was wearing. A powerful spiritual energy radiated from his body. You guessed right, there's a prize for that. The system appeared, sending him a notification. You have terrified Elder Buyao. You have terrified Elder B. Lian. Longsword Dao, Earth rank mid-grade martial art, instant slash. Ningtian immediately used the new weapon that he had just received from the system. And that prize is your death. He raised his sword. Without a moment's hesitation, he sliced Buyao and Bilian in two. Sword Dao, instant slash. After those two fell, he quickly returned to the Wind Flame Lion King's side, gently stroking its head. Is everything taken care of? Ningtian leaped onto the high stone platform, looking at the pool of fresh blood from the slaughtered demonic beasts. He wondered, what kind of evil ritual are they performing? He muttered to himself. Using the blood of demonic beasts to activate the formation, it seems it's still missing something. Then he turned back, grabbed the Wind Flame Lion King's foreleg, and said to it with a grin, Wind Flame Lion King, do me a small favor, will you? He suddenly struck its leg, causing it to cry out in pain. Ningtian let the blood from its leg flow into the pool of blood on the ground. In the blink of an eye, something changed. It seemed the formation was now complete. From within that pool of bright red liquid, a white skeleton slowly began to rise. Ningtian cried out in shock, Beast bones! For some unknown reason, both he and the Wind Flame Lion King suddenly vanished from that place. At that moment, the space around them became unusually quiet. This was a different world. In an instant, Ningtian and the Wind Flame Lion King had appeared in another dimension. He observed his surroundings and wondered, am I inside that mysterious skeleton? Let's go inside and take a look. The Wind Flame Lion King let out a cry, as if in agreement with him. After moving for a while, the two of them saw a massive beast skull. Ningtian flew up into the air. It seems the demonic beast clan in this world cannot be underestimated. Suddenly, the Wind Flame Lion King roared as if it wanted to tell him something. After hearing it, he immediately asked, you said you could feel a familiar aura from this skull. Could it be the ancestor of your Blazing Flame Lion clan? Suddenly, the two eye sockets of the skull began to glow. A deep, grim voice emerged. At last, I have waited long enough. Descendant of my clan, accept the trial of the Blazing Flame Lion clan. The king of the Blazing Flame Lions was terrified by the ancestor's power. It whimpered like a child. Ningtian found that reaction quite amusing. Wait a minute. Are you the ancestor of the Blazing Flame Lion clan? The ancestor of the king of the Blazing Flame Lions quickly turned its attention to him. A human. For you to be able to ignore my aura, that's quite rare. Ningtian smiled confidently and replied, is your aura stronger than that of a 9th Tribulation Great Emperor? The ancestor spoke honestly. I am the Beast King of the Blazing Flame Lion clan. My strength is equivalent to a 3rd Tribulation Great Emperor. Strictly speaking, I cannot compare to a 9th Tribulation Great Emperor. He flew up above its head, crossed his arms, and huffed coldly. He said coldly, that just proves you're inexperienced. I face 9th Tribulation Great Emperors all the time. Why would I be afraid of your aura? The ancestor of the king of the Blazing Flame Lions didn't seem to pay much attention to that. It began to inquire, all right. Enough with the pointless chatter. What are you doing here? He stood before it and answered calmly, looking for a suitable heir, of course. For my legacy. Then it glanced back towards the king of the Blazing Flame Lions and asked, my clansman, state your name. The king of the Blazing Flame Lions looked at its ancestor, confused. Seeing this, Ningtian had to answer for it. Its name is Sat Tai. The ancestor hesitantly asked Ningtian, did you come up with that name? Are you its master? With his hands on his hips, he looked back at it. You got a problem with that? Abundant bloodlust, rivaling the heavens. It seemed like it would get angry, but the opposite happened. It actually looked quite pleased. Excellent, Hung Su. Our clan must be filled with bloodlust. Only then can we strike fear into others. You are a good master. Next, as long as you pass the trial, you can awaken the bloodline of my clan. Hearing this, Ningtian was a little puzzled. The Lion King's inheritance trial, aren't you going to just give it to him directly? The ancestor replied sternly. Of course, Sat Tai. If he's not worthy to receive the Lion King's inheritance, wouldn't that be a waste? Suddenly, Ningtian turned around. He waved his hand, signaling to the Wind Flame Lion King. Well then, forget it, Sat Tai. Let's go.
Seeing this, its ancestor roared loudly. It's rumored that fully awakening the Lion King's bloodline allows one to devour an entire spirit domain. I only awakened 30 to 40% and already became a peerless beast king. It angrily wanted to rush towards him to stop him. Even if you are its master, I absolutely will not allow you to hinder the growth of my descendant. Annoyed, Ningtian used his spiritual power. His entire body was surrounded by a powerful light and immense strength. A mere soul form like you can't even defeat me. Why should I waste my time here with you, the ancestor of the wind flame? Lion King was instantly so terrified that it broke out in a cold sweat. Wait a minute. How do you possess a lightning tribulation this powerful? It was struck by his lightning tribulation. The intense pain made it let out a heart-wrenching scream. The system appeared, sending a notification to Ningtian. You have terrified the Lion King beast soul. The Way of the Void has reached a new level. Its range expanded from tens of meters to several hundred meters. After the recent thunder tribulation, the ancestor was scared out of its wits by him. Now he stood before it, his tone a threatening command. No more talk. Hand over the Lion King's inheritance to him. Otherwise, it instantly complied. Yes, yes, yes! For my descendant in this generation to have such a powerful master. Its future is surely promising. As soon as it finished speaking, it transferred all its power to the Blazing Lion King. The Blazing Lion King looked much stronger than before. With that taken care of, the ancestor turned and spoke to Ningtian. Young friend, I still have one more thing here. It is the way of beast taming left behind by my master. It let out a roar, shattering the skeleton. An arrowhead-shaped stone tablet immediately flew out. This belonged to my master. I'm not sure if it will be of any use to you, young friend. It flew right to where Ningtian was standing, picking up the surrounding dirt and rocks. He was quick enough to dodge it. His expression suddenly turned to one of utter shock. The system sent him a notification. Discovered the way of beast taming. Beginning comprehension. The ancestor of the Blazing Lion King watched him and marveled. To think that even the beast taming tablet left by my master has acknowledged him. Then the system's notification chimed again. Comprehension of the way of beast taming successful. The way of beast taming has now reached the proficient level. A slight smile crept onto his lips. He was secretly delighted. This upgrade will allow me to tame several hundred demonic beasts. In one go, this trip was truly worth it. Suddenly, a massive explosion erupted. The wind flame Lion King let out a roar. Its whole body was blazing with fire. Its ancestor's voice reminded it to wait. Shah's fur and bones all turned crimson red. It will undergo a true awakening, becoming a beast king that will strike fear into the world. After that, its soul form gradually faded. There isn't much of my soul energy left. To be able to pass on the inheritance is a blessing for my clan. This blood bone contains the lifeblood of the Lion King. At a critical moment, it can enhance your strength. I hope this young friend will put it on my clansmen. In the end, it transformed into a small piece of bone and fell into Ningtian's palm. The system appeared again. System activating skill, divine craftsmanship. That small piece of bone was encased in a small round container and fashioned into a necklace. Ningtian placed that necklace around its neck. Blazing flame Lion King. Then a ray of light enveloped them both, like a protective barrier, and lifted them into the air. Is this taking us outside? Ningtian's face filled with anticipation. According to the plan, the Council of Grand Elders should have already started. Their fight with the beast-taming sect. He clenched his fist tightly. He smirked and said to the blazing flame Lion King, Let's go. Let's go crush that beast-taming sect for good. Meanwhile, at the beast-taming sect, the atmosphere in the main hall of the beast-taming sect was incredibly tense. A group of people and their demonic beasts had come out to face the Grand Elder. My beast-taming sect and the heavenly demon cult have always minded our own business. For you all to be so aggressive today, are you showing no regard for the Righteous Path Alliance? Those were his words. But deep down he was extremely worried. They just had to aim for the exact time when half of the beast-taming sect's disciples were away. On missions, the heavenly demon cult came prepared. Grand Elder, as if he had just heard a joke. The Righteous Alliance is nothing but a bunch of misfits. Today is the day your beast-taming sect will be destroyed. The old man from the beast-taming sect whipped around to look behind him. He hurriedly gave an order. Quickly inform the Zhengtian Grand Emperor. Ask him to send reinforcements. His subordinates immediately obeyed. Then he stayed behind alone, preparing to fight the Grand Elder. Heavenly Demon Cult, you are the ones who forced my hand. The Grand Elder was being suppressed by the aura. He was intimidated by the man and the demonic beasts behind him. His face was a mixture of shock and terror. A 7th-tier demonic beast? No, it's even stronger than a 7th-tier beast. Immediately after, the members of the beast-taming sect charged forward like a raging storm. "Disciples of the beast-taming sect, fight to the death with me!" The Grand Elder roared out the order to attack. "There are too many demonic beasts! Split up and take down his subordinates from behind one by one," they shouted in unison. A chaotic battle erupted, with neither side willing to back down. The Grand Elder also joined the battle. As he fought off the demonic beasts, he thought to himself, "The rank of these demonic beasts isn't high, but their bodies are incredibly powerful. We might not be able to gain the upper hand." Meanwhile, the old man from the beast-taming sect stood to the side with his hands clasped behind his back, observing the situation. "Grand Elder, although your cultivation level is very high, our beast-taming sect doesn't rely on cultivation alone." Suddenly, a loud roar echoed through the air. All the demonic beasts stopped fighting. They looked up toward the source of the roar. That old man also turned to look in that direction. His expression became much more confident and arrogant. "The heavens themselves are helping me for a demonic beast to appear at a time like this. The one who has arrived is Ning Tian. He rode on the back of the Wind Flame Lion King, flying down from high above." The old man from the beast-taming sect looked up and laughed triumphantly. "Is that a beast king? If we can just conquer it, we can turn the tide of this battle." The moment he finished speaking, his demonic beasts and his subordinates were immediately swept up in a whirlwind. Ning Tian raised his hand, creating rings of spiritual energy. That affected them, he smiled, and reminded the Grand Elder and his other subordinates, "Don't just stand there stunned. Take this chance while they're disoriented and finish them off." He turned to look at him and exclaimed in shock, "It's the Grand Master!" Right after that, he commanded his demonic beast, and along with the others, began to wipe out the enemy. The old man from the beast-taming sect stood there dumbfounded, his jaw hanging open. He never expected that Ning Tian would suddenly appear here. "The Grand Master of the Heavenly Demon Cult? Why is he here?" He gritted his teeth, his eyes filled with resentment. "Damn it! And to think I thought the Beast King was the real challenge." To prevent things from getting worse, he had to step in himself. "I have long heard of the legendary Grand Master's great name. Today this old man shall ask for a lesson." But Ning Tian didn't pay him any mind whatsoever. He calmly ordered the Wind Flame Lion King, Sai Tai, "Go on, let them have a taste of what you can do." It immediately obeyed. It turned its rear towards the people of the beast-taming sect and began to fart. Puffs of black smoke erupted from its fart. The enemies collapsed before they could even react. Although the old man over there realized something was wrong, he was still affected. "This fart, it's poisonous. The flow of spiritual energy in my body has slowed down." Covering his nose, he shouted indignantly, "You're the Grand Master of the Heavenly Demon Cult! How could you resort to such a dirty trick? So shameless." Hearing this, Ning Tian immediately jumped off the back of the Wind Flame Lion King. He snorted coldly, and then began to channel his sword Dao. His eyes lit up as spiritual energy enveloped his entire body. Sword Dao, instant slash. With just a single slash, he swiftly sliced off the old man's head. After finishing him off, he glanced back and hurled an insult. "The ringleader who massacred Tianfeng City is unworthy of speaking of righteousness." The other members of the beast-taming sect were all shocked by the old man's death. "The sect master is dead. The sect master is dead." The system appeared, sending him a notification. "You have terrified a large number of people from the beast-taming sect. Reward, Chankan Da Noya skill card +3. Chankan Da Noya skill card, Ass teleportation card. Can be used 3 times. It will become invalid after all uses are depleted." At this point, Ning Tian prepared to leave. "I'll leave the rest to you all." The Supreme Elder immediately obeyed, responding clearly. He walked over to the Wind Flame Lion King, patting and stroking its head. He smiled and said, "Thanks. If it wasn't for that fart of yours," catching them completely off guard, "I wouldn't have been able to break through my cultivation realm and take them down in a single blow." Elsewhere, a group of people were whispering among themselves. In the Great Hall of the Righteous Path Alliance, the Alliance leader, sitting on his high throne, asked in alarm to confirm, "Taoist Master Tianyun, are you certain that during the annihilation of the beast-taming sect, the legendary Grand Master of the Heavenly Demon Cult also participated?" Taoist Master Tianyun closed his eyes and answered truthfully, reporting to the Alliance leader model, "My subordinates are certain that the legendary Grand Master will also participate." The Alliance leader's face darkened upon hearing the news. His fury boiled over. "Good. Very good. So this is what the Heavenly Demon Sect is made of, and what a legendary patriarch." Taoist Master Tianyun asked the Alliance leader worriedly, "What should we do? Attack the Heavenly Demon Sect, just to vent this anger?" The Alliance leader roared furiously. "Fight them with what? The heavenly demon sect has 2 tribulation great emperors. Without waiting for the void god great emperor to come out of seclusion, are we just going to go there to die and give them free experience points? Taoist Master Tianyun retorted, so we're just supposed to stay home and wait for the heavenly demon sect to break down our door? The alliance leader was backed into a corner. He rubbed his temples, nodding slowly as he replied, "Don't worry. I will release my divine sense to keep an eye on the heavenly demon sect. If their great emperor-level masters make any unusual moves, I will be able to sense it." Taoist Master Tianyun had no more objections. I see, in that case, good. That's very good. The alliance leader suddenly remembered something. His eyes flashed with a cunning glint. There are still 7 days left. Until the void god great emperor comes out of seclusion, let this emperor see, the patriarch of the heavenly demon sect, just how much longer he can keep dancing. SFX message notification. The news of the victory over the Beast Tamar sect very quickly was reported back to the heavenly demon sect. Thankfully, the patriarch was there. That's why we were able to annihilate the Beast Tamar sect so quickly. When Luo Wuxian heard the news, he couldn't help but feel proud of Ning Tian. He never disappoints. She waved her hand, and the words floating in the air disappeared. Her heart was filled with anticipation. Counting the days, he should be coming back soon. Then, in the next moment, Ning Tian unexpectedly appeared right behind her. "Miss me?" Luo Wuxian was a bit surprised. She rested her chin on her hand, looked at him, and said, "I heard you put on quite a show this time." Ning Tian smiled and replied,
When have I ever not put on a good show?
The moment he finished speaking, Luo Wuxian had already grabbed his hand and was pulling him away. Caught off guard, he called out to her in confusion. "Wifey!" She pushed Ning Tian onto the bed. Then she climbed forcefully on top of him. "Shouldn't I be rewarding my husband?" The joy on his face was unmistakable. "Really?" Luo Wuxian leaned down. Her 2 cheeks were flushed pink, as if she were shy. Ning Tian thought she was about to kiss him, so he puckered his lips in response. Seeing his reaction, Luo Wuxian let out a soft chuckle. The scene of passion did not unfold as he had imagined. Luo Wuxian took out a book and tapped Ning Tian lightly on the head with it. "This is your reward? The heaven-tier martial art, the extreme cold-shattering palm." She covered her mouth with a bright smile and reminded him, "Study hard, all right, my love." He felt a little let down in his heart, but said, "All right." After that, Ning Tian immediately sat up straight. As he began to cultivate, a powerful spiritual energy enveloped him. The system's notification sound rang out. "Detecting that the host is absorbing the comprehension method for the extreme cold-shattering palm. Beginning comprehension of the extreme cold-shattering palm. Comprehension successful." It only took a moment. He had already learned everything in the book. The very next second, Luo Wuxian rushed over and threw her arms around him, startling him a little. She looked up at him, smiled, and said, "What just happened can only be considered a small reward." Ning Tian leaned down and lifted her chin. An incredibly intimate gesture. "Wifey, you're so good to me." Luo Wuxian sat on top of him once more. An intense battle was about to unfold. After a passionate session, she clung to his arm and announced, "For now, you stay here and cultivate the extreme cold-shattering palm. The righteous path alliance is not at peace. There are some things I must go and handle." Ning Tian answered in a low voice. "It seems one beast taming sect isn't enough. We'll have to take out a few more nobodies to warn the real powers that be." Luo Wuxian sat up, her face filled with worry. "It's a shame that I'm a great emperor. The moment I make a move, the righteous heaven, great emperor, will surely intervene. If I'm held back, I'm afraid the heavenly demon sect will have to face a joint attack from the other sects." Ning Tian also propped himself up on his elbow. It seemed he had already thought of a plan. "My love, don't worry, I have a way. I can take care of those 3 powers quietly." Upon hearing this, Luo Wuxian asked, "What is it?" He leaned in close and whispered into her ear. After hearing his plan, Luo Wuxian seemed to agree. "You always have the strangest ideas." Praised by his wife, Ning Tian grinned from ear to ear. "As for that matter, just let the Grand Elder handle it with you." He suddenly pushed Luo Wuxian down, pinning her beneath him. "Your stamina seems quite plentiful. No need to rush. After this husband has put in so much effort, collecting a little interest first isn't too much to ask, is it?" But in the meantime, the news had already spread everywhere. In a tavern, countless people were buzzing about the incident. "Have you heard? In just a few short days, the Righteous Path Alliance was wiped out. The disciples of all 3 sects were slaughtered. No one escaped. The blood is about to flow like a river." "That can't be true." "Don't they have the righteous heaven great emperor? Who would dare to do such a thing?" An old man with a seemingly reliable source of information spoke up. "Keep your voices down. My great-uncle's wife's second aunt's son didn't do well in private school, so he could only become a woodcutter. He said when he was passing by the mountain peak, he saw blood flowing all over it, and on the sect's stone tablet, 8 large words were carved. A curious person asked, "What 8 words?" That old man used his hand to write those 8 words on the table, right in front of him. After reading it, he couldn't help but be shocked. What's this supposed to mean? The demonic heaven cult did this? The old man raised a hand, signaling for him to keep his voice down. But still, how are they so powerful? Who knows? If the Empress had made any move, Great Emperor Qin Thien would have likely attacked a long time ago. But they only left behind 8 cryptic characters. So the Righteous Path Alliance can't make a move either. However, those last few words were overheard by someone else. Her name was Thien Mi. She was standing on the 2nd floor looking down with a smug smile. No wonder Great Emperor Qin Thien summoned the other sects to the Righteous Path Alliance. I never expected the demonic heaven cult to be this capable. This demonic heaven cult is truly a bit beyond our imagination. She recalled Nin Thien's face and asked the person behind her. Based on the intel, is this matter related to that? Legendary founder of the demonic heaven cult, speaking of whom, it's been a very long time since we've last seen him. The person accompanying Thien Mai was Elder Du. He was wearing a hooded robe and spoke in a hoarse voice. "Young Miss Thien Mai, you have neglected your duties for far too long. The clan is urging you to return at once." Thien Mai turned her head and replied nonchalantly, "Isn't that what the Council of Elders is for?" Elder Du's face darkened, his tone half warning, half threat. "Young miss, if you do not return, I'm afraid the elders will lose their minds." Seeing this, Thien Mai didn't argue any further. All right. After that, Elder Du informed her of one more thing. A message came from the Heavenly Secret Pavilion. The Outer Realm Great Emperor who was killed earlier. It seems he was from the Heavenly Sky Domain, the Void God Heavenly Palace. Thien Mi was surprised to hear this. The Heavenly Sky Domain, isn't that an Outer Realm power? Old Du, there's even more important news. Furthermore, I hear that not long from now, the Void God Heavenly Palace will mobilize its full strength, joining hands with the Righteous Path Alliance to make a move against the Heavenly Demon Sect. Thien Mai was caught off guard, not expecting this at all. She cried out in surprise. "What?" She prepared to leave the tavern and instructed Old Du. "Old Du, get ready." He probed, asking, "Young miss, are we going back?" A glint of determination flashed in Thien Mai's eyes. "Before that, I must make a trip to the Heavenly Demon Sect." The next day, Ning Tian woke up early. He ran to the medicinal fields of the Heavenly Demon Sect, grabbing a hoe and working just like the other disciples. He looked very focused. He smiled and shouted to everyone, "Come on! Manual labor is also a part of cultivation!" Luo Wuqing happened to arrive just then. She carefully took out a handkerchief and wiped the beads of sweat from his face. "You've worked hard, husband." He happily flattered her. "For my wife, nothing is ever hard." Hearing those cheesy, sweet words, Luo Wuqing became extremely embarrassed and lovingly chided him. "You're being ridiculous." Then her eyes turned sharp as ice. Her voice changed. "Since you're already here, why bother hiding? Uninvited guests." Thien Mai and Old Du stepped out. She walked forward and said with a smile, "Truly the Empress of the Heavenly Demon Sect. Your power is indeed immense." Luo Wuqing frowned, looking at her and retorting, "I also didn't expect the Pavilion Master of Tianbao to be no ordinary person either. There's an aura hidden within his body. That makes even me feel wary." Thien Mai chuckled lightly, praising her. "As expected of the strongest empress in the region, it seems no secret can escape you." A cultivator's insight. Nin Tian, standing beside her, asked with confusion, "What is the Pavilion Master of Heavenly Treasures doing here?" She stepped in front of him. The distance was very close. "We've come to deliver something to the Grandmaster." Seeing this overly intimate action from Thien Mi towards Ning Tian, Luo Wuqing's expression darkened. Thien Mi immediately sensed her hostility. She quickly changed her words. "Oh no, we're here to deliver a message to the Heavenly Demon Sect." Hearing this, Luo Wuqing was rather surprised. "What message?" Thien Mi turned to look at her and asked, "I wonder if Your Majesty the Empress has ever heard of the Void God's celestial palace in the Tianqiang domain?" Luo Wuqing was a bit confused. She glanced over at Ning Tian and said, "The strength of the human race in the Tianqiang domain is ranked 3rd. What does that have to do with our Tianling domain?" Thien Mi's expression became stern. Her tone was incredibly serious. "Sheng Tian? Great Emperor has allied with the Void God, Great Emperor of the Void God Celestial. At a palace in just a few days, the Void God, Great Emperor will emerge from his seclusion. He will then mobilize all the powerful experts, and of the Emperor realm and above from the Celestial Palace, to help the Righteous Alliance annihilate the Heavenly Demon Sect." Hearing this, the other two were both startled. Their faces showed disbelief.
Are you telling the truth? Tianmi smiled, full of confidence and certainty. The news comes from the Heavenly Secret Pavilion. It's probably the most reliable source in all the 9 domains, isn't it? And Luo Wuqing had to admit that was true. The Heavenly Secret Pavilion is the information hub for all 9 domains. Basically, it's impossible for false information to circulate there. Ning Tian couldn't suppress his curiosity and asked Tianmi, "Why are you telling us this?" She smirked mysteriously and replied, "What do you think, Grandmaster? I've said what I came to say." She and Elder Tu turned to leave. Ning Tian watched their retreating backs. He muttered to himself, "Even though we're cooperating with the Heavenly Demon Sect, aren't they being a bit too kind?" There's no such thing as a free lunch in this world. Just as he turned to look at Lac Voting, he saw her frowning at him. He immediately felt a pang of guilt. "My love, why are you looking at me like that?" Lac Voting looked away, sighed, and replied, "It's nothing, husband. If what the Pavilion Master of Heavenly Treasures says is true, then you must lead the disciples away from here at once." However, Din Tian immediately refused. "Absolutely not!" Lac Voting tried to persuade him again. "The Void God Great Emperor is far stronger than the Righteous Path Alliance. Even for me, it would be incredibly difficult to get everyone out of here safely." He suddenly stepped closer to her. Raising a finger, he whispered, "The Code of the Demonic Heavenly Cult, Article 136. A member of the Heavenly Demon Cult has the soul of a heavenly demon. In a situation like this, how could I possibly think only of saving myself?" Just then, a disciple ran up, bowed, and reported to them. "Empress Ancestor, the medicinal fields have been plowed." Ning Tian gently kissed Lac Votin's forehead. Reassuringly, "My dear wife, don't worry. When the soldiers come, the general will block them. When the water rises, the earth will dam it." Immediately after, he turned around and shouted, "Everyone, I have something to say. What are you doing?" Ning Tian held up a scroll and spoke in a loud voice, addressing all the disciples of the cult. "Everyone! If someone wanted to destroy our demonic heavenly cult, would you allow it?" Everyone roared in unison, "We would not!" Ning Tian asked them again, "What if the enemy's strength is enough to completely annihilate our demonic heavenly cult? What if even I and the Empress can't protect you?" This time, the disciples hesitated slightly. "Well," but then, with immense determination, they shouted, their voices ringing out once more. "Process them. Everyone here possesses an unyielding will. Fight on! Finish them off! We, the disciples of the heavenly demon cult, would rather die in glory than live in dishonor. Anyone who trespasses against the heavenly demon cult will be hunted down no matter how far." But Luo Wuqing still felt a little worried. He wanted to stop Ning Tian. "Husband?" But he simply smiled at her and said with resolve, "Everyone has the right to know. My love, we should also give them the chance to choose for themselves." He stood before everyone and declared candidly, "I will not force anyone. Each of you has the right to live. If anyone wishes to leave, I will absolutely not stand in your way." Everyone chose to stay and fight to the very end. "We'd rather die with honor than live in dishonor. We'd rather die with honor than live in dishonor." Witnessing this scene, Luo Wuqing couldn't help but feel a surge of pride. She smiled softly, thinking to herself, "Ning Tian, you've truly become like a true powerhouse. A genuine great emperor." Just then, Ning Tian's system appeared and sent him a new notification. "You have shocked Luo Wuqing. Reward, single-use upgrade card. Upon using this card, within a 10,000-meter radius of the user, all disciples of the Heavenly Demon Cult will temporarily have their strength boosted to the Saint Emperor realm. Duration, 1 day. This card will be destroyed after use." Seeing this, he immediately turned to look at Luo Wuqing. He pointed to himself and asked her smugly, "So, pretty cool, huh?" Teased by him, she immediately blushed. "Not at all." Right after that, he used one of the system's abilities. System, use the 10,000 acres of fertile land talent skill. Accelerate the growth of the spirit seeds. The seeds in his inventory, which looked like small spheres, were planted into the ground. Using the 10,000 acres of fertile land talent skill, activation successful. Immediately after, the spirit herbs sprouted and grew at a dizzying speed. When the disciples witnessed this miracle, they were utterly astounded. "My God, I'm stunned. These spirit herbs ripened in the blink of an eye. The Grandmaster is incredible. It's truly a miracle." Ning Tian plucked a spirit herb that had just ripened on the vine and tossed it to a disciple, then said, "Here, try it." The man caught it, put it in his mouth, and began to chew it slowly. The very next second, the spiritual energy inside him surged. I feel completely full of power." Ning Tian turned back towards Luo Wuyu, who smiled and explained, "I've added a few ingredients to these medicinal herbs. Not only can they increase one's cultivation level, but they also provide other enhancing effects. This way, even ordinary disciples can advance quickly. With the initial preparations complete, he waved his hand, commanding everyone, "You all can slowly harvest the rest yourselves." The disciples immediately spread out, each going to do their own work. "Thank you, Grandmaster. Thank you, Grandmaster." At that moment, his expression hardened slightly. He thought to himself, "Relying on these medicinal herbs, we should at least be able to minimize the casualties. Whether we live or die, we'll know in 2 days." Time passed by quickly. In the blink of an eye, 2 days had gone by. Elder Zheng Tian led a group of people to meet Xu Shen. He was the first to speak. "Congratulations, Brother Xu Shen, on your successful breakthrough." Xu Shen also led a group of people, all of whom appeared to be powerful experts. He replied to Elder Zheng Tian, "With helpers like these, don't you think it's enough for me to dominate the sky spirit domain?" Hearing this, Elder Zheng Tian became even more smug. His heart was filled with confidence. "First, we will slay the 4 clans of the heavenly demon sect."